SHA, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up to the truth. Welcome to SHA, a search for the truth. My name is Sam Hill. SHA Live. Dena attacks Prophet Charlotte. Truth matters. Welcome. SHA comments. Step in. It's a beautiful day, you all. Prophet. I've named her. Charlotte's Web is the prophet. On her stream last night, Deena attacked Prophet. What is the truth? My responsibility is to be fair. People in comments I don't necessarily agree with, but let's find out what people are saying. Welcome. But I have to be careful. Sometimes I'll use allegedly. Let's try to find out what is the truth. Beautiful Steffi. Charlotte's Web. Just be careful, Sam. She, meaning Deena, is extremely thin-skinned and will strike your channel. I don't want that to happen, especially because of me. Terry Thomas was mentioned by Deena in her stream last night. Terry Thomas, Avatar, British funny actor. He admits the CP thing openly. Step in. Showing evidence, well, if it's shown, we are talking, I think, not about Deena, but about Vin Vader. And we can talk about that too. Talking about Vin Vader, who on Hack's channel showed that Vin Vader was in a stream, inappropriate, I think. It had the representation of children. It may or may not be against the law, but it's vile. And on Hack's channel, he showed evidence this morning where Vin had acknowledged being in that stream. And this morning, Hacks was indicating that Vin Vader just lately tried to change his avatar identification. But I think most people might be more interested in talking about Deena. The truth, Deena did attack Charlotte, whom I referred to as prophet. I will be no simp for anybody. I have disagreed with Charlotte, but I must admit she turned out to be right. But I may disagree with Charlotte. I may not. Let's see what the chat says. Going back to Vin Vader, unless the person is a law and is appropriate. The stream having to do with Vin Vader, I don't know if it was lawful or not. As I said, it was vile, and we have to look at Vin Vader, I think, differently now. He has gone after Jim and Nam in the interest and protection of children, he said, but what a hypocrite Vin Vader is. You, Vin Vader, attacked Jim and Nam to protect children, but children were represented vilely, I think, in that in that stream, you, Vin Vader, you were on. Terry Thomas, who was mentioned by Deena last night, attacking Terry Thomas. Yes, Sam. Don't play. Now we're back to talking about Deena. Don't play her audio or she'll definitely strike you. I don't play clips. I don't play audio. I don't show DMs. I never do clips. Or show DMs. Coming back to Terry Thomas. But before I do, I want to bring up and welcome the prophet Charlotte. Hi.
Hey Sam, how you doing?
Going through chat, and would you go through chat with me unless you want
Sure.
to say right off?
No, that's fine. Can I just check my audio? Please let me know if my audio goes to crap, and I apologize in advance.
A little crackly.
Little quackly. Okay. Can you do the
Quackly.
echo cancellation thingy? Will that help?
Yeah, I'll do that. A little quackly right now. Let me try.
Maybe.
Let me try that.
Okay, you try and have a little fiddle with the backstage controls.
Let's see if this works.
If anybody can help my shitty audio.
Well, that might be the best. So let's continue on. All right.
Cupid, you shouldn't be blocked. I was up there. I haven't blocked you at all. Weird. Hey Miss Spooky Mama.
Do you want to go through chat?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, Sam.
Just do it in sequence because people want to hear your viewpoint anyway. So let's begin with Terry Thomas. Do you see that comment?
I unfortunately can only scroll up so far, so you might have to until
sure.
It's a certain point. I'm sorry about that.
I'll start, and you let me know when it's appropriate for you to come in. Terry Thomas says, I reported him to NetSafe. I think Terry may be referring to Vin Vader.
No,
because there's two things going on.
This guy Jake, the weirdo from New Zealand who likes to sexualize.
He may be referring to Jake, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's Deena.
Thank you.
Best buddy.
Oh, your audio, ma'am. Let me try it again.
Please try. I can always come back in.
I tried this. Here's a comment from you. Now we're talking. There's a couple people, so I want to try to be specific. We're talking now about Jake, a comment by you. Jake is well known for deviant behavior and targeting and sexualizing women. I'm sorry, children. Maybe women too, but children you commented on. Interrupt me when you want. Me. Everyone has a right to contact authorities appropriately, including Deena. You know, Charlotte said, I appreciate you, Sam, and don't want anything to hurt SHA. Well, I'm going for the truth. So be it. Again, I don't really follow or have not followed Jake. I don't follow Jake. But Charlotte, you have never been wrong that I remember. But I've disagreed with you. But you've always turned up right.
Of course, we've had a few little spats, but you know that's normal, isn't it? You're not always going to agree on everything.
Correct. Terry says I'm assuming it's Jake recently threatened the life of Camilla Harris on a streamed phone call. He's a complete nut job, not halfway. I know SHAR, but SHA doesn't go against terms of service, and I will try to be fair. If anyone comes up, I don't play around with mics, and I try to give people equal time, though I may disagree with them. Here's Charlotte. Here's you again. Sam, he called a bomb threat to the town where Isaac lives. Isaac guest you're referring to. Any comment before I move on?
No, you're doing fantastically.
I do have to keep this within time limits, but if it's really important, I'll take a 15-minute break and come back. We'll see.
No worries, Sam. I actually wasn't going to ask you to address this because I know that this particular person has extremely thin skin, and she already has struck Andy Cruz for talking about her, and I don't want anything. I would hate to be the reason that SHA got attacked or struck or whatever. That really would feel awful about
Well,
that.
I believe I might disagree with you right off. I believe Andy Cruz played a clip from her stream is the reason it got struck, I think.
But still, she's clips. Very, very thin-skinned. I mean, she's had pictures of other YouTubers up on her platform. I don't think she's been struck for that. Again, it's just more sort of selective outrage and boring nonsense that she does.
We're talking about Deena. Yeah. I don't see it true how anyone can be friends with Jake. Because, says Charlotte, people, Charlotte commented before we went on air, because people are afraid of him as he goes real life. I think we're referring to Jake, correct?
Yes. Yes.
I don't follow. I'm perplexed. Fear doesn't make real friendships. And I responded, but please, why don't they do anything, in your opinion, against this Jake, if it's true what you allege, Charlotte? Comment?
Sorry, no. I think that a lot of people are scared of him because he is a well-known real lifer. He has extorted money from one YouTuber on here by continually ringing up her work and harassing the receptionists. He recently rang, I hope Isaac doesn't mind that I bring up his name. I hope not. I apologize, Isaac, if you do, but I'm just using this because this was very important. It's pretty disgusting. Whether you're a parent or not, or whether you like Isaac or not, this guy Jake rang up Isaac's school, and Isaac has little kids. Well, I consider little kids. He doesn't have teenagers. He's got little kids. Rang up Isaac's children's school to make disgusting what I consider paedophilic comments about the children, and in like sexual, being deviant. I mean, that's not normal fucking behavior, Sam. And yet this woman, this creature, is, she wants to claim, oh, I'm a victim. Abe said all this horrible thing about my
You're talking
young
about
family.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this creature. Abe's attacked me. He's said all these horrible things about my young family member when she was younger, blah blah blah. And yet you're buddying up with a man who yesterday sexualized a newborn baby. Yeah, that doesn't really work for me. And as for her, again, sorry, I know you were reading comments, Sam, but I don't know how long my audio's gonna last for. As for her claim coming in here and telling me to take, was it a long walk off a short pier? Okay, dear, why don't you go and plump up those saggy couch cushions, darling? Don't take pictures of your house and then have like saggy. I mean, come on, love. Have a bit of like fucking respect for your house. And yeah, she's claiming that she has never attacked me. I was asleep last night, like any normal people, because obviously there is a time difference between the American people and UK. It's around about, I think, 5 hours, I think, for most of you. So I was asleep. The only reason why I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning is because I needed a wee, and it was cold. So therefore I jumped back into bed. And of course, like you do, you get on your phone and you have a quick look. I was then, sent several sort of screenshots, and a couple of people messaged me saying this nut job is going after you and, trying to, mock you and everything you went through with the other creep who I won't mention, but we know who it is. The one that I had a 3-year nightmare of, because this is what she does. She has claimed to be an advocate for women who have been victimized by men, who've been abused, domestic violence, whatever.
And we're talking about Deena.
We're talking about that particular creature, yes. And
can you use her name though? Would you do that?
I'd rather not, because then she may well strike you, Sam. I don't want to give this creature too much attention. I wasn't even going to come up because I feel like it's almost like, you know, a narcissist. You're feeding the ego, the very fragile ego. But again, as she's decided to come in here and tell me basically to go off myself, which is lovely. I've screenshotted that, by the
Maybe
way.
we should move ahead with the chat so people can
Well, let me
see.
just get to the point, Sam. Is that now that because she has come in, she said that she hasn't attacked me, she's never spoken about me. Apparently last night she was reading out old private, which were meant to be
I
private, and I'd
heard
asked
part
her
of it
to.
last night. That is
Yeah,
correct.
I haven't,
Mhm.
and I won't, because it's the same shit, you know, with everybody. You know, everyone that has anything that disagrees with her or won't agree with her narrative, she'll go. She's very vindictive. You know, she's like an abusive male. That's how I see it now. She is doing exactly what abusive men do, what I consider abusive men do. So as she's come in here and said that she's never spoken about me, she's never attacked me, and called us all losers, by the way, chat, we're all losers apparently. Lovely. Yeah, so again, like, I got told that she was talking mad shit about me again last night, rereading for the second time these so-called private DMs, when I realized what an absolute well, unhinged sort of, you know, person that she is. Hey Dutchy. Because I did actually believe her at one point. I did believe that she had been, you know, victimized by this ex that she had, and you know, I felt terrible for her. I felt really, as you know, woman to woman, I felt awful for her, and especially knowing that she had a young daughter. My daughter is a year younger than hers, so that also had that connection. So I was kind of, you know, trying to be cool with her and give her a little bit of a boost, you know, good luck in court and stuff, because it went quite far. Only coming to realise that what, you know, it's only about her. When I'm going to say it, when Jenna was going after my daughter, who again at the time was 14, was a whole year younger than her child, she didn't really give a shit. It was a case, you know, I reached out to her because I thought, you know, this woman is gone through, you know, terrible situation with this guy. Been very open about it, so she's going to understand, right? She's going to get it. So again, I'm now experiencing not physical, because again, we didn't meet, and I'll also clarify that she was apparently mocking, saying, well, they never met, you know, how you know, and you know, you don't have to meet someone. Thankfully, only took me a month to wise up. I'm not like her. I didn't keep going back and forth, you know, because that's stupid, especially when you've got a young daughter in the house. Thankfully, I would never have someone like that around my child, ever. I'm not that fucking stupid or weak. There you go. But yeah, so I showed her several screenshots of him talking sexually about my daughter in a server, a Discord server that I wasn't even in. So I was just being sent shit, and you know how bad it got. And again, this was 3 years, so she basically was just trying to discredit it. She's no victim. She's this. So yeah, but what she basically said to me is, well, you know, it's not. I don't really want to get involved because Jenna's helping me with Abe. So I thought, right. So again, it's okay for you and your. So it's just the hypocrisy. And then I was seeing more and more stuff, hearing more and more stuff that she was doxing people, and then she was taking someone to call, special needs lady to call over for a restraining order. There's other things that have gone on, but again, Deena, as you have actually come in here and started waffling your shit, you basically lied here. This was the second time that you have read out what I wanted, you know, what I actually said to you, please keep this private, because at that point I was scared. I didn't know what was going on with this Geno guy. As far as I was concerned, I thought it was a nice guy. I even said that in the DM. I'm confused. I'm a bit scared. I don't know what, he's turning really nasty on me. I don't know what to do. And even just, I didn't expect her to put on her, you know, superhero outfit and come running to my rescue. But it was like a case of, well, you know, he's helping me with something else. I don't really care. Then she modded Geno in her chat. So I thought, well, you can go and fuck off then. Because you're basically showing that you are happy to have what someone is showing you proof, not just me saying. I'm showing her you know, screenshots of him being abusive about me and about my young daughter, who, again, I'll say it again, is a whole year younger than her daughter. Didn't give a fuck. And again, as I went on, there was other things that were coming out, other things that were being said, being done. But no, Deena, this is last night was the second time that you reread old DMs between you and I. I've never done that. That's the second time that you've gone after me. Because what? Because of hurty words that I'm saying. I'm telling the truth on you. Now, I'm not going. I'm not firing up lives and going at people. And I actually said, as Sam said, I actually said, I would rather him not do this because I don't want him to be hurt. I don't want SHA to be hurt because of me, because I value Sam's friendship and I value all of you guys here. I know she's very strike happy. She's very, very insecure, and she's very, like, she can't take criticism. Typical narcissist. I don't want this to hurt the channel. But Sam wanted to do it. I don't speak to Sam privately, so I've got there's no communication behind the scenes of me going crying to Sam. Oh, Sam, please be my knight in shining armor. No, Sam always does what Sam wants to do. He's got his own mind. He doesn't listen.
Well, I'm just presenting a search for the truth.
Yeah, and you've seen it yourself. I still haven't seen it, Sam. I'm not going to watch it. Because again, it's the same old fucking fanny, pardon my French, that she goes on.
Well, I believe she called you a bitch, if I remember correctly.
Oh,
so
well,
I think
I'd rather be a bitch than a fucking fat cunt like her.
I think you have a right to
I'd rather be a bitch.
Yourself. Mm-hmm.
No, I would rather be a bitch than a stupid, weak victim cunt like her. I would never have a fucking man hit me and let him get away with it. And again, especially not having around my child. Shame on you, especially having a daughter. Shame on you.
She might say that he did end up in jail, so we don't really know what she accepted.
Not straight away, Sam. Sam, if you had a daughter and someone hit her, what would you do? Would you say, you know what? Why don't you just go back and forth with him, love? Or would you go around there and kick the shit out of him?
All I say is
she isn't a victim to me. She's an abuser.
There should be proof. Every statement made, there should be proof.
Listen, this guy Harold may well have been an abuser, but I certainly believe that
reaction.
I certainly believe that, again, she didn't need to go back and forth. That she's not she had money, she got her own property. She didn't have children with him. She can fuck off, as far as I can call me all the bitches and all the stupid.
Do you have proof of her response or non-response, or it's just a belief?
Again, Sam, I don't.
Her response to her husband, who ended up in jail.
No, it wasn't even her husband. It was some fucking meth head.
I don't know.
It was a meth head. No, and again, she came on here playing the victim, and then she went on to TikTok being this whole I'm a DV advocate. This is what makes me laugh, is that she's not acting like a DV an advocate of any woman, right? First of all, you don't come at me and try and mock me and try and downplay my experience. I'll use her words, my truth and my experience with a man that I didn't even meet and that fucking harassed me, revenge porn me, cyber fucking harassed me, and all the rest, and targeted my child, who's a whole year younger than yours, bitch, for 3 years. Secondly, I'm glad I don't have any grandchildren.
So do you have all those things you just said? Do you have proof that she did that? What is your proof?
Oh, what do you mean? What proof of what? Proof? No. I said
that she did that to you.
No. All she's done to me, Sam, is just reread screenshots from 3 years ago. Because again, this has happened 3 years ago. She's got nothing else on me. But I tell you what, she did recently. She went after this woman Donna, who again is she's had a terrible experience with a guy on here, and apparently this abusive guy, Ricardo, I'm going to name you as well, cunt, sent Deena pictures of Donna's little grandchildren, and then and her job.
How do we know that, Charlotte?
Because she admitted it.
Okay,
Dena went
so
live.
her own words.
It's still up.
Okay.
It's still up on her channel,
Okay.
Sam.
I'm just
My
asking.
word for it. And she was bragging about it. Well, I've got pictures of your grandchildren, and how would you like? And I know where you live now. And how would your, employers like a letter from me? I mean, are you fucking sick? Are you sick? And how sick does someone have to be? I'm glad I don't have grandchildren yet for Deena to try and obtain pictures of, because that is sick. No advocate for any women would behave like that. None. Fuck all. So you can call me a bitch all you like, fat bitch. I don't care. You can fucking make all these little bitchy comments about me. I don't care. I'm not the one that's so pressed about it. You're the one that can't take any criticism, right? I've had a lot of shit on here. A good part of it of what I've deserved, and I've held my hands up to it. You can't. You're so fucking thin-skinned that you can't take any ounce of criticism for your own actions. What woman, what mother gets pictures of someone else's grandbabies, for fuck's sake? What's wrong with you? You think that's normal? You think that's okay? I'm not even talking about threatening the girl's job. Getting pictures of someone's grandchildren and then bragging about it. And when she got pulled out over it, because the woman has actually gone to the police now. She has actually gone to get legal advice. And I fucking would too. There's no way I'd let anyone get away with that shit. Again, what mother would do that? And if all of you fucking arse-wipes in her fucking side chat going, oh yeah, put yourself in that position. Imagine if that was your child or your grandchildren. Would you like it? Would you be okay? So as far as I'm concerned, this is my opinion only. Deena, you have lost any fucking credibility and any fucking victimhood that you've tried to claim since you've come on here. Just for that fucking, for getting those pictures of the grandchildren. If someone offered them to me, I'd tell them to go and fuck themselves, right?
Well,
I
would say, Charlotte, that whatever she did, she could still qualify as a victim, as she's claiming, I think, regards Abe and her.
No woman that has been victimized and had their child victimized would accept pictures of someone else's grandchildren. And we're not talking about teenagers. We're talking about little ones. That's fucking sick. That's deviant. That's her fucking sick mind. So no, that's my opinion. Right? You're not a fucking advocate for any woman. Don't you dare speak for any fucking woman that has had any abuse, whether it's physical, mental, emotional, financial, whatever. Okay? Once once he offered you those pictures, you should have told him to go and fuck himself, but you didn't. You greedily took them with your fat little hands, and you bragged about it.
I don't think whether or not she's overweight is relevant.
I don't give a fuck. Well, this is why I think she's so angry at Abe, because Abe outed her as a fucking fat little catfish.
Well, here's a comment about Abe. All right, so let's talk about evil Abe a little bit. You said Abe absolutely has said some dreadful things, but to my knowledge, he's never gone real life with anyone, especially children and grandchildren.
Not that I'm aware of. Again, I've not known Abe for years and years and years. I'm not in every one of his streams. But again, to my knowledge, as far as I'm aware, he certainly hasn't obtained pictures of someone's little grandchildren and gone up and bragged about it. Well, I've got and then when she was called out about it, Sam, she started whining on a community post. Well, I wasn't going to share them. Do you really think that's the fucking point, bitch? No, the point is that you took them and then you went and bragged about them. Oh yeah, she said that about no, excuse me, Rachella, madam. I think her house listing is public, isn't it? No? public. Where I don't think, hello, my Jan. Where I don't think Donna's grandchildren's pictures are public. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ray.
I want to bring up this comment by Rachella. Abe just went real life the other day by Google mapping her house while live. Rachella's
Yeah,
comment.
she's got her house up for sale, Sam. She's got her fucking shitty house up for sale. Rachella, come on, man, knock it off, because me and you are gonna fucking fall out in a big fucking way, girl. Come on, you've got a grandchild. You've got a grandchild. Imagine if she got pictures of your grandchild. Come on, girl. Doesn't matter whether you like Abe or
welcome,
not.
Russell.
Hi, Napdos.
Thank you for coming up, Russell.
So what are y'all talking about?
Hello.
I'm just kidding. I've been paying
Whether
attention.
she showed them or not.
Deena,
They're not.
I
The
don't
fact
know
is
her.
that she took them. She took them. That makes her a fucking sicko in my book.
Let's look at this comment by NCI. Deena, because I kind of said Deena's weight is not relevant. So this person said, NC1, Deena's weight is kind of relevant because she offered to be a bra model for RSN merch and told him the bras will fly off the shelves if she could model them. I don't see the relevance of that comment, though. Maybe Charlotte or Russell does. Break in anytime, Russell, please.
Hey, Lauren.
I like BBWs personally. I like a larger woman a lot.
The thing is, I
just
really
don't see the relevance
don't give a
of weight
fuck
to
about
this.
whether she's skinny or fat or whatever. The fact is, if you're going to fucking have filtered pictures of yourself with a triangle face, and then someone fucking shows fucking police cam footage of you looking like a little fat fucking gnome.
No
That's why
filters.
I would have just fucking sucked it up and I would have laughed it off. I think a lot of women would have just laughed it off and gone, yeah, you know what? I have put on a bit of weight and what? Big deal. She got
fat.
so fucking mad.
Okay with it.
Thank
Here's
you,
a
Stevie.
comment
Hello, Stevie.
by
Yeah.
Terry Thomas, who was mentioned in a negative way by Deena. Abe is a saint compared to Deena and Jake. She spent a year provoking him from her sock account and bet she didn't tell the cops that. I think they should be looked at separately. I will say I want to make a request for Abe, and Deena can completely ignore it. No pressure.
Thank you, Dave.
It's just a request. I'm off topic a little bit, but we're bringing it to evil Abe. We are in Christmas, near Christmas, and out of kindness, I suggest, out of a Christian kind of charity, that Deena, you have made your point with Abe. I would request that you drop the police charge. You can always come back to it in the spirit of kindness, and you can and make an agreement that neither of you talk, you and Abe, ever again. And if he does, you can refile. I think my opinion is if charges are filed and the police move ahead, you will be involved in this as as you say, victim. So it's up to you, Deena. And of course, regard this as a request. I personally have broken with Abe. He said he would destroy me and slandered me, and yet I have forgiven him. And I know, according to you, he's probably committed criminal activity according to you. I would just suggest, out of a spirit of Christmas, you do take back the police charge. I would request that, but that's just me.
Sam, you're barking like you're flogging a dead horse there, mate.
You never know. I'm just going to put out that request.
She loves the fucking going to the court, trying to get our restraining orders on people. Her last two didn't turn out very well, did they, love?
Well, if she pulled the police charge, that would show a kind face of her. Don't you agree?
She doesn't have a kind face. I don't.
No.
I think it's someone
I
that
made the
you know,
request. That's all.
someone that I know, Sam, because you're a generous guy. But you know, in my opinion, and anyone who thinks that her taking pictures of someone's grandchildren is okay, you need your fucking head examined, loves. Go and get fucking therapy. That's not normal behavior. It's not normal behavior for a woman. It's not a normal behavior for a mother. That's sick. Oh, over what? What did Donna say? What did Donna say? Words. Now, if someone had done that to Deena, got hold of pictures of her child and went on a live, you know, struck up a live and started threatening about it and bragging about it, she would hit the fucking roof, mate.
That's a hypothetical. We can't see.
I'm just saying, Sam. No, but I know this.
That's her opinion.
I know this creature. She would.
How
and rightly so. And
well,
rightly
we don't know
so.
what she would do. How can that's an opinion? How can she complain about someone showing her house? She did that to Nicole and to Isaac. I don't know that.
She drove to Isaac's house, for fuck's sake. If you're in fear of a man,
she said she did.
That
I heard
to
her
the man's house. You wouldn't do that. That would be the last thing you would do. That's fucking inciting something.
I think she said she wanted to know how far away he was. The best thing would be
she could have Googled that. That is so much fucking shit. That's probably why her eyes are brown. She's full of shit. There is no way, if I, as a woman, was scared of a man, which I have been, would I go to his fucking address? Right? No fucking way, mate. I might look it up on Google and try and figure out how far away he is from me. I certainly wouldn't fucking get my fucking fat ass over there. I'm talking about my fat ass, by the way, Deena, not your fat ass, love. I wouldn't get my fucking fat ass over there and incite something. She's very lucky that didn't turn out badly.
I don't know that is insightful by itself. What do you think, Russell?
If someone came to your house, Russ, would you think that and it wasn't to come and give you a nice kiss?
No, but I think she indicated she wanted to see how far away he was.
Sam, that's a load of fanny. And then, then she recorded it and she gave it to this fucking Jake clown.
She's welcome to come up. She was in the chat.
I just want to say hi to the entire chat. Hello, SHAR. Hello,
Poor Russ, I can't hear it. I'm sorry, Russ. I'm just a little bit
fucking
fed up with this creature.
Christmas season for streaming. Everyone's fucking mad, man. Have you noticed?
Well, we'll get this out before Christmas. We'll clean it up before Christmas.
I was thinking of you.
Children are innocent. I absolutely don't agree with anyone going against Deena's child. Not at all. She's a child and she's innocent. I don't agree with anything that Abe said.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I put my fucking foot up Abe's ass. But again, as far to my knowledge, he has not gone real life on someone to the point where he has obtained pictures of someone's little grandchildren, fired up alive, and boasted about it. So until he does that, she can fuck off because she did that.
Well, I call out Abe. I did call it out. I'm just saying that it might be beneficial to her to express some Christian charity and take back the police charges.
All children are innocent. Her child is innocent. My child is innocent. Donna's grandchildren are definitely innocent.
Absolutely.
Isaac's children are innocent.
Yeah, we're not approving of what Abe did, but it might, if the charges go forward, it might really influence his life really badly. He's in a relationship. He said he's in love. And if charges went forward, that fact could impair his whole relationship for the rest of his life. I hope that being in love would change the behavior of Abe. It might. And it's up to Deena. But I think it would be a great act of charity. And do you really want to keep getting involved in this? Because if it reaches the court, it would, you being the victim, would entail spending more and more time on this issue. It's up to you, Deena. I'm just suggesting it would be an act of charity because it could impact, do you really want Abe? He has a chance at change and love. It would impact his love because the woman he said he loved said that any kind of criminal indication, she would not be with him. So I think you made your point, in my opinion. I think what he said was terrible all those years, and I called him out, and it's up to you. But I would request that of you.
Gary Coleman.
As far as I'm concerned, regarding what Rachel has said about the, he Google mapped her house, according to what I saw, because I was in that stream, that her house has been up for sale for quite a while, and it's public listing, right? It's that's public.
I think she said she indicated after 2 years because of tax reasons.
No, I don't. Again, Sam. Again, the point I'm making, mate, is that it's public. That's on. Yeah. He. It's public. Pictures of Donna's grandchildren are not public. That was given to her privately. Donna gave those to this man in good faith, right? You do not. You don't. If someone offers you that, if you're any kind of fucking woman, any kind of mother, you would say, "What the fuck are you doing? Fuck off." Right? You don't go, "Oh yeah, I'll take those with my grabby little hands, and then I'll fire up alive, and then I'll fucking brag about having them." Are you okay?
Here's Stevie Nicks, very famous singer, probably not her. Whether you show pics or not, she insinuated she would. That's a threat. I'm just reading chat. And Terry Thomas, that's not his real name, but he was mentioned. Okay, I'm not interested in her weight. Terry, really. I don't think that's relevant. But Jake is. David Folds, who I really honors, really honest person. Deena is friends with Jake, who shared CP in Discord, for God's sake. If true, I would certainly call that out. She dated a pedo, as she acknowledged, but she might say she had no knowledge of that. That tells me everything about her character. Well, people have been fooled before. So that I wouldn't give credence to, because people, if she didn't have knowledge of it, I don't think you can hold her accountable. What do you think of this comment? Talking about her relationship, and this man apparently did get convicted of P-word offenses and is currently in jail. But as to her culpability, I don't see why she would be held culpable for that. Unless, and I don't think it's not acknowledged that she hid that crime or did anything untoward, correct, with that man. So I don't want to say she did anything wrong regarding that man, other than having really extremely bad luck with an evil person like that.
Doing bad luck. Listen, if a man hits you once, he's going to hit you again, right?
Is it proven that? Did she say that he hit her?
Yeah, I mean, she showed pictures.
I don't know. I haven't really followed her.
Apparently, she's saying he broke her jaw. That's why I felt horrendous. I felt horrible.
She said he broke her jaw.
She said he broke her jaw. She was showing pictures of like bruises. Again, Sam, I felt horrible for her. Whatever she thinks about me now, I don't care. I actually felt horrible for the girl. I thought, oh my God, this is awful. I've seen the pictures. I'm like, fuck, they got me angry because I thought, no one deserves that. And again, it's just the way that she carried on, the way that she's the way that she has carried on with herself. She's no victim. Okay. She might have been a victim then of her, but again, that was your choice, girl, to stay in a relationship. Once a man raises his hand to you once,
do we know that she stayed? Again, I don't follow.
Yes, she did.
She said that she
got restraining orders. Then she tried to get them revoked.
Well, a restraining order means she's not with that person.
No, but he was in her house. He was in her house. She's shown the paperwork. Other people have shown the paperwork. That's her showing it, not me, right? Because I don't stream on my channel, and I've never I've never posted anything like that of hers, and I never would, because it's not in my place to, and I don't want that on my channel anyway. But again,
I
she's
want to
been
make a
very open
comment.
about it, Sam.
She said Abe defended that man once Abe knew or should have known that he was a convicted pedo.
Well, he wasn't convicted at the time, though, was he?
Was he charged? She indicated that Abe knew.
I think apparently it was all found on certain devices that she said she was trying to hand over. The police wanted to. Again, it's a whole fucking thing, Sam. But I mean, ultimately, he was charged. He admitted it. So he is where he's meant to be, and I hope he's meeting some new friends.
But
you know what I mean?
wouldn't put any blame if she had no knowledge on that.
Again, taking aside from that, Sam, like I said, I cannot reiterate, ladies, if a man, and again to men, if someone raises their hand to you once, they are going to do it again, because don't listen to all the sorries and I'll never do it again, all that old fanny, because that line has now been crossed, right?
Well, certainly there should be an intervention of some kind. There should be something done, whether it's the police or therapy or something, because that is a pattern of behavior, and most of the time it is repeated. Rachella said SHAR, and here comes Brutally Lauren, who I actually asked to come up with Russell to present a different...
just like for a segment break to introduce Miss Lauren.
Hi.
So I'm offering this simple phrase.
Hello, darling.
Here's Brutally Lauren.
From 1 to 92, although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to Brutally Lauren and SHA.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas to everybody.
How's everybody doing tonight? Sam Hill, SHA, doing a little Christmas.
Lauren I asked
chat. Everyone in chat is cool. Have a Merry Christmas, Hanukkah.
Yes,
Kwanzaa,
Andy. Poor old Andy got fucking struck. Who strikes Andy? He's the nicest, one of the nicest guy on here. Ay.
David and Lauren. Lauren, did you have anything to say at this point?
Well, I don't know what Deena's done other than what SHAR's saying, but I will say that the other morning when Abe went live, he went to Zillow.
I didn't hear that. So can you talk about that?
Public stuff off of the Zillow website, and he did it like he was screen sharing, so it wasn't like he was in his emails or his DMs taking pictures from that were privately sent to him. And yeah, it was probably in 4 days. I mean, I don't know, because I don't know the whole thing, but I've never personally seen Abe go real life on anyone. I mean, he's somebody who wants his identity protected, so that's just my personal experience with Abe. I've never seen it. So, and I watched that the other morning, and it was, his commentary on it was pretty funny. The dogs and all that. I thought that was pretty funny.
And fucking saggy old couch. I thought, are you okay? Yeah. Plump up those fucking cushions, man.
Celine, brother SHA, what is the plot? Help me here. I think it's what Deena said last night. She disparaged Charlotte, so I think Charlotte has every right to respond. And Lauren will help me here with Russell. She did make comments in the chat. I'll try to find them, but Lauren,
came in here lying, Lauren, saying, I've never attacked
I'll try to find the comments.
Lying. No, what did you do last night then, bitch? Was that not you then? Was it someone in a wig? Fucking donut. What a donut, eh?
Yeah, and I want to thank Abe for going live so early in the morning that morning. What was it, Friday morning or Thursday morning? Yeah, because I was actually awake, and I was so glad. And IRL Lauren, they got matching tattoos. Oh, shoot. So Abe's in love. Okay, well, that's cool.
Oh,
I haven't heard about that yet.
We love, don't we, Lauren? Not for me, because I'm a bitter old hag.
Yes.
But I I love, and I'm going to address Deena's comment. I don't need a man, sweetie. I'm not desperate like you that I'm going to have the fucking felons of the world in my house. Thank you, honey. And we're not all idiots, Sam. She's called you and your entire chat idiots and losers. No, losers. We're all losers, apparently. Nice, isn't it, Lauren?
Well, I don't think it's a
I'm not a fucking
losing
loser.
proposition to try to search for the truth.
You guys aren't losers either.
You had this is, to me, all based on your stream last night, Dena. So if
Exactly.
it's crap,
She
it's
started
from
it.
your stream.
Again.
So we're just searching for the truth. Lauren is certainly neutral, and Russell and Charlotte you disparaged. So I think Charlotte has a right to respond. That's not crap at all. It's just fairness.
Again, and I'm going to put the point, because she thinks that this,
I can't find her
nutty
comment.
cow
Sorry.
thinks that I stayed up all night and grabbed my popcorn and was watching her. Listen, again, I'll reiterate for you, because I think she's a little bit, there's a time difference here, darling. And I got up at 5 a.m. because I needed to have a little wee, Lauren. I need to have a little wee, because I drink water. And then by the time I got back into bed, as you do, it's chilly. And sometimes we get on our phones, right? And then someone had sent me a couple of things. And I was like, this fucking nutcase is, again, rereading out these fucking DMs between me and her from over 3 years ago. That's how sad and fucking pathetic that is. This is the second time she's read them out. But then she's saying, but I've never attacked her, I've never spoken about her. So was it your man in a wig last night then? Did you put a wig on Christian, and did you make him talk about me then? If not, because it was you, bitch, don't lie. It's the second time you've done it. And again, I just find it laughable. You cannot take any criticism. You're not built for here. You're oversensitive and you're thin-skinned, just like any other fucking narcissist.
But that's not the issue. The issue is what wrong was committed. Is she telling the truth? Why is she mad at you? Issues with Abe. I think that's irrelevant.
She doesn't like people telling the truth about her, or I don't. Then when I'm not arse licking her, I'm not like patting her on the back and going, "Oh my god!"
I will say,
why don't you go and get pictures of more grandchildren, you fucking freak?
I heard the DMs regarding you. None of those DMs seemed inappropriate to me.
They were not awful.
So I don't understand her real problem with you. Really?
I probably still have them myself, but the fact is, this nutcase, she holds on to everything from like years and years and years ago, just in case. But then she comes on here, Sam, and claims, my channel isn't for drama. She's one of these, right, guys?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Really. But that doesn't matter. That there's more serious
Sam,
issues.
Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining, yeah? You are here for drama because her fucking channel is the drama. She could choose to ignore it and rise above.
If she brought up Abe's comments about her daughter, which I believe Abe probably did,
and that's
what about associating with Jake? Who did Jake make inappropriate comments about children? So it raises character issues.
Well, yeah, my friend Terry in the chat. Jake has made several vile, disgusting, untrue comments that he has, quote unquote, fiddled with his little nephews.
Oh,
disgusting.
Do any Russell or Lauren any comment on that?
On which part? There were several things said just now.
Have you? What do you? Has Jake
Lauren,
been inappropriate?
If some fucking Egypt went onto YouTube and accused your husband of fiddling with your youngest.
I'd like to hear what Jake interacted with Brutally Lauren.
Yeah, I agree, Char. Jake, I don't. Oh, because I was defending Abe on the stuff when Abe was being accused of sharing CP and. I guess Jake went live and wanted all the information that he could get on Brutal and me. And I just told him, like, go fuck yourself, dude. Like, my information's out there. What are you going to do with it? Like, you're not scary to us. We're not scared of you. He's just a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. And I've never liked Jake.
I think it goes to credibility and character. That's the relevant part, not that it's
Right, she's a
illegal.
fucking hypocrite. How are you going to
But how
cry
can
about
you?
your own child? Which again, I agree, she should. But again, it's the hypocrisy, and yet you're friends with this disgusting creature who is well known for sexualizing children, for calling a school and making sexual, disgusting comments about little kids, for making sexual memes about. This is why he was iced out before, Sam. This is before I was even in this area. He had been iced out of the communities years ago because he went after someone's little toddler boy, and was making like sexual comments about he's going to grape that little boy, or the woman's graping him, the mum's graping him, and that he was making sick memes. He somehow got, again, another one that got a hold of the pictures of the little child. We're talking a toddler, maybe 1-2 years old, and was making sick memes about, oh yeah, my mum's going to take my virginity. This is why he was iced out before.
Might that qualify possibly as criminal?
But again, Sam, a lot of these people
asking,
on here are scared of him because
that?
he thinks, because he is well known for going real life. Again, he extorted money from this one YouTuber.
But should a police report be made about him?
Absolutely, but a lot of people won't. Hold on, come on, Sam. Look how much shit I got when I fucking called the police on Jeno. Look how much people were going, nah, you're just like being, you're just lying, you're attention seeking, whatever. They didn't care, or they were taking the piss out of it, because it doesn't happen to them. They don't care. All these people are scared
Dena,
of it, or they like the drama.
I don't understand, Dena. Why don't you call that out? Maybe even make a police report. I know he's in another country, but Interpol, and there are communications between police forces.
He seems to despise you Americans. He's called up the White House several times. I think he made a threat against Kamala Harris. I think he's called a bomb threat. And again, I hope, Isaac, you don't mind that again I'm bringing you up. Let me know if you don't like it. I'm just using it because it happened, basically. He called a bomb threat in the town that Isaac lives, to shutting down, I think, the library and several other parts of that area. So obviously you're going to take it seriously, especially with all the terrorism that's been going on. And he also called Isaac's little children's school and made sexual, deviant, paedophilic comments about, including, about the children. Again, and then your friends.
I have to go, but I want to keep this on.
Okay, Sam, I'm very sorry. I'm sorry to be.
No, not at all. But I want to bring up Shamrock, and if Russell would kind of continue, I'd appreciate it. Thank
you, everybody. While Sam's bringing up the other guest, I want to dedicate this song to Mike Brown. Mike Brown, how you doing? Okay. Christmas time is here. Time for toys and time for cheer. We've been good, but we can't wait. Hurry, Christmas, hurry fast. Want a plane that loops the loop. Me, I want a hurla hoop. Yes, we can hardly stand the wait. Please, Christmas, don't be late. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. Thank you, Russell. That was lovely.
I don't know what to do with that, but
wunderbar, wunderbar.
It was Christmas Eve, babe. In the drunk tank, an old man said to me,
Alvin,
won't see another one. And then he sang a song, the rare old mountain dew. I turned my face away and dreamed about you. Yeah, Fairy Tale in New York. Best
Merry Christmas,
song.
everybody.
Merry
Rest
Christmas.
in peace to who did that song again?
The Pogues.
Kirsty
McCall, Shane McGowan, and the Pogues.
Yes, Shane McGowan. He was born on Christmas, so rest in peace, sir. He had the coolest looking teeth ever. I love the Pogues.
His teeth got fixed at the very end. The very end there, he got his teeth fade.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. You scumbag, you maggot, you cheap, lousy
Sit.
faggot. Merry Christmas,
Happy
you
Christmas,
sweetheart.
yes.
It's your last.
Last.
That was for Mike Brown and Kelsey. Merry Christmas all the way from Canada, where I'm at.
Merry Christmas.
I didn't realize that they say something about shit. These Christmas songs, I'll tell you, they're hard to remember the lyrics to. I've had to Google every single one.
Russell, do you like Do They Know It's Christmas by all the old British
Band-Aid. Is that Band-Aid? Yeah, of course.
yes, that's
the
my favorite.
Hearing Aid, I liked.
Plenty. Yeah, it's a great song.
Yes, love it. That's my favorite. The one I hate the most is the Mariah Carey one. Oh my gosh, if I
don't
ever hear
listen
that
to
again.
anything that bitch sings.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
We're always a bit scared. We're around Halloween time when Mariah starts to get defrosted and the fucking Christmas comes out, and you think, oh Jesus Christ. No. Yeah, I love Kevin Wilson, Alani. He's fucking hilarious.
Music. Sorry,
Is
I'm reading
everybody
chat.
ready for Santa next week, guys? You all ready for Santa?
Sorry,
we
what's the girl's? Is it Nicole, the Queen of Boy? That was her old channel name. Was that her name? Nicole. Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I
Is
remember
is Cool Nicole World the same person? Cool Nicole World or whatever.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Like years ago, her and Deena were like going at it relentlessly, and they would dox each other. They would that's why I distanced myself from that shit because they got pretty nasty with each other, and I don't even know why they didn't like each other.
In all honesty, I don't know what started it off. I do know that in the end, Deena was took her to court for a restraining order, and I think in the end it got I think Terry will know more. I don't know whether it got I think she initially got granted it because Nicole didn't turn up or whatever, and then the case got reopened again, quote me if I'm wrong, and then I think it was either thrown out or it was reduced right all the way down. I'm not 100% sure because again it was a while ago, and you know.
Well,
and again,
Nicole
I'm
held
not
her
saying.
own.
Sorry, darling.
She held her own. She when I would see attacks like from Deena, like on her community wall or a video or something, Nicole would go right back at her. She did not give a fuck.
Yeah.
So,
and
I don't really know Nicole, but
no, let me just say that Nicole has done some fucked up shit herself. She has, again, gone after people's children, posted pictures of other others' children. So again, I'm not a fan of that at all, and I don't agree with it. But again, you're taking someone that has got who has got basically special needs to court. And it's all well and good Deena saying now, well, I wouldn't do it now. And then I think she tried to take someone else, tried to get an RO on somebody else. I think that failed miserably. Again, I mean, I don't know all of Deena's life. There was someone in the side chat saying she tried to get a restraining order on two other blokes. I don't know whether that's true or not. That's hearsay to me. But I don't know. It's just all this fuck shit. I mean, if someone got hold of pictures of if I had grandchildren, got some. No, you'd have me fucked up. You'd have me fucked up. Right, there's no way I would stand for that. That's disgusting. I don't give a shit whether you like. Again, all of our children should be innocent. I don't give a shit what any of you say. Any of you are like, well, it's blah 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 blah. No, listen to me. If Deena is upset about her own child being attacked, which rightfully so, as a mother she should be, then there's no way that she should be going after anybody else's child or grandchildren. Again, if you were offered pictures of someone's grandchildren, and I'm talking babies, not that it makes a real difference, you say no, that's fucking disgusting, fuck off. You don't take them and then fire up a live and then start bragging and giggling like a fucking maniac. That's
What?
Do
sick
people
to me.
actually support this stuff?
Anyone that supports that, you can go and fuck off away from me for a start.
Yeah, that's Wait, is she the one who flagged Andy's channel too?
Yep.
Why?
Andy's one of the nicest people. Who fucking flags Andy, for fuck's sake?
Right.
I know.
Why is it? Was it false? Because if it was
No,
false, we're gonna fight it.
I didn't watch the live in question. I heard that he was talking about her, because obviously, you know, we're all on this platform, and it is, you know, and Andy does like to discuss the news, you know, whether people like it or
Yes,
not. If you don't like
right.
it, don't watch, right? It's too bad. If you
Right.
don't like it, don't like it. He's entitled to do that. Again, Sam has said that apparently he played a clip. She is very, very thin-skinned, and she's very, very trigger happy, very, you know, like strike happy, should I say. But yeah, she had pictures. She had a picture of I don't know if you know Boston girl Bridget.
Yeah, I know her. Yes.
She's fucking jealous of Bridget or whatever. She's got, I don't know if it's still up, but on one of the streams or the videos she did about Bridget, she's got a picture of her on the stream. So, you know, what's good for one's good for the other, no? Thankfully, Bridget isn't petty and she didn't strike her for having that on there, but it's ridiculous. Again, I just don't think she's built for here. You're too thin-skinned, girl. You're too fucking thin-skinned. You cannot take criticism. You can't. You can't take what you give out. You can't take back what you give out. And we all have to take.
No, go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, sorry, babe. No, go on. You go ahead.
No, so somebody said she has an extensive court history for restraining orders against several people, but I don't know if she understands this, but she put a flag on Andy's channel, meaning that she's so disturbed by whatever Andy showed on his stream that she filed a legal document against him. Because that's what a flag is. It's a legal document.
Yeah.
So people like that don't need to be on fucking YouTube, because I'm sure all Andy did was played a clip from her stream or played somebody else's video that I don't know, because I don't know which stream got flagged. But Andy, you need help filing against that. Let me know. We get that strike removed, because I'm sure it was bullshit.
It's fucked up. Again, I mean, according to Sam, he played a clip. So what? So what? You're on YouTube.
Ladies here. Sorry, I just want to say hi. Go ahead. Sorry, Char.
I'm just saying, there are certain people that are too sensitive to be on here. They can't cope with it.
Yeah. It's like what? I wish I knew what he was flagged for, because I don't know. But my guess is, like I said, he played a clip from her stream, or
I don't know.
And he provides commentary too. On top of that. Andy provides commentary when he plays clips.
Can I real quick? I got a couple requests in chat. Thank you, chat. Everybody.
Go on, bro.
Raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens, bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens, brown paper packages tied up with strings. These are a few of my favorite things. Thank you, chat. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
Wonderful.
That's from the Sound of Music, by the way. That's from the Sound of Music. It was fantastic, sir.
That was one of my grandmother's favorite movies.
Yeah, when the
rest in peace, Gran.
Bites and the bee stings, are you feeling sad? Yeah.
We're gonna do the best stream ever. We should just sing.
I know, Russell, right?
You might need to get the Baileys out to have a proper sing to lubricate the old pipe. Get the Baileys now.
Yeah.
I need to drink after this. These fucking people, man, they stress you out too much. It's ridiculous. It's like Christmas and people are like, eh.
That's why I'm not around too much anymore. I just got sick of it.
Yeah, I mean, a break is always healthy. It's always good.
Yeah.
Especially around Christmas. It's, you know, I wouldn't even be addressing this if Sam hadn't, if I hadn't seen Sam schedule the live. And again, I don't speak to Sam privately. It wasn't my idea. I didn't go running to Sam with, you know, teary face. Oh, Sam, oh. I don't, you know, if I've got my own channel, if I want to address, you know, certain people. Again, Sam makes up his own mind. He streams about who he wants to stream about. So, and again, I've got the right.
Well,
to,
you
know,
got
to
attacked.
come back.
You got
This is going to be the
attacked
last
last
time
night.
because again, I'm not giving this nut
Charlotte.
job anymore.
Charlotte,
Hello.
you got attacked last night. I think you have a right to defend yourself.
Thank you, Sam.
That's
And
why
I
I did
still
it.
haven't watched it, and I'm not going to. So she can eat herself up with, yeah, she got up. No, listen, I got up for a wee wee. Sorry, a bit too much information. I got up to have a little wee wee. It was cold because it's winter, right? So when it was cold, and you jump in back into bed, and then I put on and I check my phone. I think a lot of people do that. I don't know whether, you know, that's really an unreasonable thing to do. And yeah, I'm certainly not going to sit up at all hours of the night watching your fucking boring word salad fucking shit.
Who's
You're
toxic?
having a fucking laugh. You're having a fucking laugh there, Lauren.
Char, who's toxic? Who's that?
What do you mean, who's toxic? Who's saying who's toxic?
Hold on, let me see let me find the comment again. Charlotte, I never doxed. Oh, toxic lying rat. I'm sorry. The toxic lying rat doxed me and my family. I have the screenshot.
No, I understand that,
So
Nicole.
is that
but you
about
have
her, I guess?
you have doxed pictures of other people's children, which is not that's not good. That's not
Ooh,
there's no
yeah.
excuse for that.
There's
You
literally no excuse. Even
No.
if you yourself and your children get doxxed, you should not dox other people's children.
Right. You don't do that, and that's why I went away from Nicole, because years ago I used to hang out with Jojo. I'd go into Nicole's. Once I saw you doing that, once people showed me, then no, I'm not going to do it. That doesn't mean that. That's just my opinion. I don't like it. I'm not going to be two-faced and say, well, you know, you can't. It's okay for Nicole to do that, but it's not okay for Deena to do. It's not, you know. I'm going to say it's across the whole. I don't give a shit who you are. I don't care if you're the fucking King of England. Leave other people's children the fuck alone, right? End of. Exactly, Brutal Mafia. But some people don't. I don't care. You lose any fucking sympathy from me once you involve other people's children, and I don't care who it is. Attack adults all you want. That for me, anyone, you can call me all the cunts under the sun, fat bitch, whatever, blah blah blah, goes in one ear and out the other. I worked in enough pubs. Do you think I wasn't called all the cunts under the sun once it was closing time? Don't care. I choose to put myself here, right? But our children, grandchildren, other little family members, whatever, dead fucking relatives, they don't choose to be put here. So don't do it. Yeah?
I just want to know, when she did this live and showing the kids, was her chat saying like what this chat's saying right now? Or was she being supported, you know? Like, it's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I don't. Once I think Nicole lost a lot of majority of people, I think, to my knowledge.
No, I meant Deena. Nicole showed kids too?
No, she got pictures. I mean, the live is still up. I mean, who fucking does that, Lauren? Who fucking gets sent, like, you know? Obviously, she got offered the pictures of this lady's grandchildren, took them rather than saying to the guy, "Go and fuck your mum, like, fuck off, yeah, go fuck yourself." Yeah. She took the pictures, fired up a live, and a live, as far as I know, it's still up there. And so I'm not going to listen. That's fucking disgusting to me. It's sick. And then start, you know, having a little cackle about it, and bragging that she's got pictures of the woman's grandchildren, and she's threatened her job as well. Again, it's just like, ugh. Are you okay? Really? Anyone
so
who
Abe showing
that,
Abe showing a public Zillow posting
doesn't even compare. That's she might not have liked it, but that's, again, public. And I'm glad that you clarified that, Lauren. Thanks for that.
It was. He went to the Zillow. He went to the Zillow website. He did it. He screen shared like the whole thing. He didn't.
Yeah, it was
go
on the
into his
actual
DMs
website,
or anything.
Miss Liz, how are you doing, ma'am?
Hello, Liz. Sorry, I'm it just annoys me. It's the hypocrisy of it. No one's children should be poked at and fucking got at, and have pictures sent. I mean, like, for fuck's sake, really? You can't complain about something being done to you and your family, and then you're into doing it to somebody else. No, that doesn't work for me. I don't care about anybody else's. That you can make up your own minds. That to me is fucking disgusting. It's disturbed behavior.
The pictures that were sent to her, like NC1 is saying, sorry, I had a piece of candy, Sam. I swear I'm not eating. The pictures that were sent to her, what was I going to say? They were obviously sent to her with trust, because not a lot of us share. Like I mean, like everybody that I know here, we don't send our kids to each other, and a lot of us do trust
be really,
each other.
Really good friends. I think the lady in question was having a kind of relationship with the guy who apparently was very abusive to this lady. And I don't know the full story, because I'm just going, you learn things as you go along. But apparently this guy was very abusive. But again, she obviously she felt comfortable enough with this guy to share personal pictures, private pictures of her family privately, right? She didn't put them on a fucking website for the world and its wife to see. That's a big fucking difference. So no, that doesn't. Listen, I'm telling you, that's nasty as fuck. I've said it again, I'm just glad that I don't have grandchildren at the moment for Deena to get her fucking grubby little hands on pictures of them and try and threaten that would not end well. That would not, because I don't respond well with threats at all, especially when it comes to children. Just disgusting behavior, man. Just nasty. There's no excuse for it. None.
No, it was done to me a few months ago. It's
yeah,
cool.
Exactly, Shamrock. Disgusting.
Who did it to you, Shivy?
Corey.
What?
That fucking wet brain twat. That's
What
another
did he
one
do?
that needs to
He
kick up the
showed Bean?
Yes.
Whoa.
And my nephews.
What the fuck?
Yep,
Why?
Because he's a fucking asshole. I don't know.
Oh, I know. Like, did you guys like go at it or something? And
We didn't go at it any differently than we normally did.
Oh my God. What the fuck's wrong with him?
And so I was like on his Facebook one day and stupidly liked one of his posts.
Shit.
And so he went over and got pictures off of my Facebook, and he got a photo of me, a family photo that had the underage kids in it, and he posted it on his live stream.
What a fucking idiot, dude. Wow. No, I didn't know that. Wow.
He was
so
living,
people. Oh, go ahead.
Like people.
Were people going at him for it? I'm sure.
Yeah, he was living in he was kicked out of his apartment, and he was living in like a shelter, like this little shed that the Salvation Army does, and people called and got him kicked out of there.
Well, what comes or goes around comes around. You don't show people's fucking kids on Face or YouTube anywhere.
He does it on his, and he still does it. I mean, I don't talk about it anymore. I mean, I'm over it.
I wanted to bring up. Excuse me. I want to bring up. Fuck. I want to bring up the other issue about hacks and Vin Vader, because kids are involved too. That Vin Vader has gone after Jimmernam for years. Jimmernam was inappropriate with children. I think Lauren knows this. Russell. I'm not sure about Shamrock. So for years. And now it turns out, according to hacks, that Vin Vader went into this stream with very, very weird, evil, corrupt stream that might be illegal. And Vin Vader is now, you're a hypocrite. How dare you? Yes, for years, you said you were going after Jimmer to protect kids, but then this Vin Vader, and Vin Vader acknowledged that he was in this stream, this vile stream. So we all have to be careful about hypocrites. Any comment on that? Anyone know anything about that?
I just know him as somebody that, exposed Jimmernam. That's about it. I don't know anything more
For
about him.
years. Exposed Jimmernam for having inappropriate conversations with kids, right? And here comes, according to Hacks, and Vin Vader acknowledged being in that stream. So we're talking about kids, and it's all over the place. That's all. Sorry to kind of deviate here,
No.
but hypocrites and May Noodles brought up Vin Vader constantly as a hero. Well, you're no hero, you're a hypocrite. So shut the fuck up, Vin Vader, or what are you doing in that stream? And Vin Vader apparently, allegedly, in that stream said he was about 11 and a half years old.
Ugh.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Does
Yeah,
everyone
really
want to decompress from that unfortunate news?
Yeah.
I'll do
Sing us a
Yeah.
jingle.
Okay.
Sorry about
Okay.
that, Russell.
Sing us a
In
jingle.
the
I
meadow
wanted to
we can
address it.
build a snowman, then pretend that he is Parson Brown. He'll say, "Are you married?" We'll say, "No, man, but you can do the job when you're in town." Later on we'll conspire as we dream by the fire to face unafraid the plans that we've made, walking in a winter wonderland.
Yay! Yay!
Thanks to my lovely and talented co-host, Miss Shammy Whammy. Merry Christmas,
And
everybody.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
When is your guys' stream? You didn't do it yet, did you?
Nuh-uh, we're talking about it, though. We're setting it up.
We want to ring
They
in
were
the new year
promoting it the
with
other night. I wanted to make sure I knew when it was.
Yeah, we need.
positive.
I was going to say that, Russell. We do need to promote it so,
Yeah.
like, we can share out the
Talking
link and
of-
everything.
Yeah,
Yes.
talking about the Amityville murders is kind of cheerful compared to how YouTube's been recently. So
Yeah.
that would be what we start with.
Yep, that's what we're going to start with. That's one of my favorites. That's one of the ones I dug into when I started getting into the serial killer stuff.
Sam's got to
murders.
probably go pick up his wife, I'm assuming. Oh, we're going to porn bomb you now, Sam. You left us up here. Oh, shit. Just kidding. Peepers, you'll need to get it. Vin Vader has no... I thought Vin Vader had a channel. Does he not, Russ? Hello?
What's going on, everybody? Sam has left.
I think for a minute.
All right.
Looks like B socks in that picture. Oh my gosh, that's what I thought too. I swear to God I did. You probably need to change that picture there, Russ. You do look like him. Still can't believe Sam left Rev on panel.
We might be related. It is possible.
Don't say that. You do not look like B socks.
No, just from a distance because he wears that ugly green hat all the time.
Oh.
Yeah, no, not up close. Like I can see that's clearly Russell, but from a distance because of that hat.
I'm not copying him by wearing this.
I don't think you're copying him.
I swear.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Copying him.
You're older and have seniority.
Right. On YouTube and in live.
Yes, he's copying you.
I just wish everyone a Merry Christmas and everyone can start fighting again in what, like a week?
Yeah, do we just got to be nice to each other for a few more days
Yeah,
and then we
that's
can
not
all start hating one another again? It'll be great. You'll see. Hold on, my kid is making something for. Hey, come on, get in the house.
Oh, Mike, don't get me wrong. I can't stand B-Docs at all. He's a fat, nasty, yeah. So, yeah.
Hey, kid, what is what you're making called again? Beef what? What is what you're making again called? Bourguignon? Beef bourguignon? Beef bourguignon. Okay. Just
That
call it
reminds me.
stew.
Remember that chef from the Muppet Show? The hurtin', blurtin',
Turkey,
sturtin',
burkey,
flirtin'.
shirky, durky, burk, 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 burk. Your turkey chicken in your burk, burk. Yeah, the Swedish chef. Shh, no barking.
Let's see, chat. Merry Christmas again to everybody.
Yeah.
Lonnie, Brute, Mr. Mike. Make sure I get everyone. The Condor, how are you doing? Mrs. RJ.
Oh,
There's Star in chat.
who's attacking
Celine
Rachella?
Dijon. I will try to get to that if
That's
possible.
Nicole.
Oh, don't come for Rachella.
Oh,
We love Ray
Folds.
Ray. I love
that's
Ray
not
Ray.
Ray. That's not Ray behind backstage. Ray, if that's you, text me or message me
Thank you,
on
Terry.
or Discord.
Hebrew.
There's somebody trolling in the chat trying to get Ray blocked
Yeah, I don't even see Ray.
in the private
Yeah,
chat.
you doxed kids, dude, and you're trying to come for Rachella. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Shut up.
No, I knew it wasn't Ray. I knew it wasn't. It's somebody's backstage saying unmod me now. Like, Ray ain't gonna ask to be unmodded. Are you crazy? Oh shit! Sam, are you gone? Cause you gotta. Shit. I think Sam's gone. Mike has us all blocked. He lost it. Yeah, and still StreamYards hasn't updated it to where you can see the picture backstage. So it just says your name. And yeah, it says unmod me. Somebody mad. Somebody tried to be just slick. Sam, if you can hear what's going on, that's not Rachella backstage when you get back. Here, I'll just type it back there so he sees it. Okay. I won't be coming up. We shot him. Russell, go ahead and sing. That's what everybody's asking. Pretending to be you in.
All right. Give me 1 second. Chat,
Yeah,
thank you
I'm
very much.
answering comments.
Alrighty. I'm going to try this one. This was requested. Come, they told me, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, a newborn king to see, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Our finest gifts we bring, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum, to lay before the king, pa-rum-pa-pum-pum. Rumpa-pum-pum, rumpa-pum-pum. So to honor him, pa-rumpa-pum-pum, rumpa-pum-pum, when we come. Thank you. That was is this Christmas stream over with already? Let's see. Lily Rose, thank you. Miss Ray Ray. Everybody. Napdos, how are you doing, sir? I don't know what's going on with anything. I usually like to keep it that way too. But everybody, Christmas is coming up. Thank you, Celine Dijon. Lily Rose, it's my show now. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can. Okay, it's hard to tell backstage if it's the real person or not. So yes, in lieu of Sam being here.
I'm here. I'm back.
Welcome back, Sam. Real quick, one last little snippet of a holiday classic.
Sure.
Okay. Frosty the Snowman was a jolly, happy soul with a corncob pipe and a button nose and two eyes made out of coal. Frosty the Snowman is a fairy tale, they say. He was made of snow, but the children know how he came to life one day. There must have been some magic in that old silk hat they found. For when they placed it on his head, he began to dance around. Oh, Frosty the Snowman was as alive as he could be, and the children say he could laugh and play just the same as you and me and Sam and Lauren. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good time, man. Kind of get everything out of the way and maybe even show some forgiveness, right?
Build a snowman and pretend that it's Parson Brown. Just do something like that.
Sam, do you ever read your private chat?
Yeah, I just read it. Yeah.
Okay, well, don't read it today because you have people trolling you. That's not Rachella, that's not Lonnie, and that's not Charlotte backstage.
I figured because people come in quick,
Yes.
they stay a minute to put in private chat. That's how I got a death wish upon me a couple weeks ago, but nothing so terrible yet. Yeah, I wanted to give Charlotte a chance. I haven't followed Dena ever until Evil Abe got involved. And I just think it's in everyone's interest, including Dena's, for her to let go of the Abe stuff if he'll let go. And let me bring up, they're trying to be, that's not Kelsey either, I guess. They keep bringing up names backstage, which interests me. Kelsey wants to be modded. Well, come on.
Weirdo. Yeah, Kelsey's in the chat talking to Ray right now.
Is it really Kelsey? You never know. No,
no, because the people that the names they're using are people that are commenting in real time in the chat. And I mean, I guess you could do it. You could be commenting from both chats, but everybody so far has said no, that's not them. Yeah, Kelsey says it's not her.
I think now would be a good time to kind of clean up and forgive, especially to Dena, because why carry on with Abe? I believe Abe has paid a price. Now, Dena might say, well, it's not my kid. It's not my minor. I have called out Abe. I still do for that. But because it's not my kid, maybe I can be more objective. And all I'm saying is, I think it would send a message, Dena, that you can be kind and forgive and do the right thing. And of course, no pressure. Who am I? But I think it would be cool if you kind of said, okay, Abe has paid a price. I believe he has, because his love is in question, because a lady he loves said that she won't have anything to do with him. So if because of you, and you can't say, well, I just reported it. Well, come on, Deena. That provoked the whole situation. And everybody got a right to go to the police. Of course, you got a right. I just think it would benefit you and give a good sign that, and you would be kind, and it's Christmas. And maybe with an understanding that Abe should never mention you again, and you don't mention Abe. And if he does, that file can be reopened. All the paperwork is there. But do you really, Deena, want to continue with the police investigation? And if Abe gets indicted, he might lose the love of his life. And you would be, of course, probably called to court. And that's all. You could do something really kind. And it's not like I'm simping for Abe, because he went after me, and but I forgive him. I forgive him. I know it's easier for me, but because it's not my kid, I think I can be more objective, and it would be a cool gesture. People are accusing you of going to courts too quickly, so this would be a good counter too. That's all. I'm requesting it. And Deena, you're going to do what you do. All I've tried to do is present the truth here. And you were in chat. I don't know if you got rid of it, but you were here. And I will say, hopefully Lauren backs it up and Russell, that I just, even though I might like other people more, SHA means to me that you all, anyone can come up, not anyone, but say you and people in question. And I would give you fair volume and no pile up and stuff like that. And I don't represent everyone in chat, but a lot of this, especially coming from Charlotte, I think she told the truth. Here is maybe, let's see, somebody's backstage. Yeah, I think it's a troll.
Yeah, put your screen up.
Oh, I definitely would. And
yeah.
Don't give me a death threat. Don't promise. Okay.
I was going to say, I agree with you, Sam. I know that there's a maybe 2, 3, maybe a handful of people that you don't give a platform to within good reason. Yeah. And I agree with those people, and lots of people in your chat agree with those people. But yeah, overall, yes, you're very fair.
David Cox, I can't let up. There's too much possibility of misbehavior, and I don't want to give him a platform. But certainly, Deena, I didn't remove her in chat. She has a right to her point of view. But Deena, I do. On Charlotte, I heard a lot of your stream last night, and you read the DMs, but I didn't hear anything that Charlotte said that called for you calling her a bitch, really. And what has Charlotte done? She's called you out, but I think appropriately. We all make mistakes, and Charlotte's gone through the mill. Charlotte has been attacked, and maybe you, Deena, you could work out something with Charlotte, because Lauren and I and Russell know that it's better to kind of let go. And especially, you've been involved for years and years. And it seems like, Deena, you're in a good place. Financially, you're okay. You have a boyfriend. Hopefully your daughter's okay. So if you could let go, I think it's to your benefit. And I know I'm not in your place, but I'm pretty sure it would probably be better for everybody, including you, not to have you tied up in litigation and going to court. And that's all. If this accomplishes anything, think about it, Deena, right? Because there's questions about your appropriate behavior, but I've made mistakes too. And I think bringing up Jake is fair, because I've heard for years Jake has been inappropriate in many ways. And yet, are you calling for Jake to be, are you calling for Jake to have the police reported? Yeah, he lives in another country, but there's communication between police forces. That's all. So I'm glad Charlotte had an opportunity. I trust Russell and Lauren a lot. So I asked Lauren to come up and Russell, and I want to thank you. And you sang some great songs, and this is kind of a mopping up operation. There's things going on in the world. There's enough hate going on in the world that may be in YouTube. Some people like you, Deena, can show little forgiveness.
Dude, I have a song that you should sing for SHA, like, but practice it first. Remember that? What the world needs now is love, sweet love. That's the only thing that there's just too little of.
It's a good time for love, right? Good time for love. What really means important things, right? Little kindness would be cool. And I heard, I don't know if you read Poon's page. Poon Handler was real down. And I felt bad because I get mean at that Poon. But he's gotten some tough 3 years. So Merry Christmas to Poon and all of you. And if we can just let go of that hate, right? Because it's probably at this level, Dena and Abe is hate.
I agree. And Sam, can I rest in peace? Merry Christmas to Charles Manson.
You had to bring him up, huh? Oh, that does look. Get out the word. Next month, I'm always looking for new streams, and most people quit. But this here, man, Russell Cook, along with Shammy, who I thank for coming up, there's going to be a new kid in town, and it's called Peepers. And Russell is co-host with Shamrock or Shammy.
I just want to tell everyone this show has been really promoted to death, which I appreciate everyone, Sam, everyone for doing it. But I'll just guarantee this: I'm not going to be reinventing any wheels, but I'm going to try my best not to suck. Seriously, that's what I'm going to do.
Where
first episode of Peepers, I will try to keep it interesting. I swear.
No, don't swear, man.
SHAMROCK.
I need you. Well, I wish you would pick a day.
Well, Sam,
I wish you would pick a
in
day.
the words of the late great Ed Wood, worst movie you ever saw? I'll do better next time.
The irony is that Ed Wood was known for making the crappiest movies, but a good movie was made of him. In fact, the guy who played Bela Lugosi won an Oscar. So a good movie was made about a bad movie maker.
Was that his Mission Impossible? Martin Landau?
Yeah.
That was a good movie.
Good movie.
It's funny because if you ever actually watched any Ed Wood movies, they're terrible. They really are bad. Yeah. Some of them are so bad they're not even so bad it's funny. It's just it kind of sucks having to sit through them.
Yeah,
I have seen a few of them.
Boring. You see the string on some of the equipment, but a good movie was made.
He inspired some cool stuff because the title Plan 9 from Outer Space. Great title for a movie. Glenn Danzig named his record label. He used to have Plan 9. Yeah, Plan 9 after the movie. Like you said, was it Tim Burton that did the Ed Wood movie?
I believe so, and with Johnny Depp. Okay, Movie Maniac is a fraud and a joke, in my opinion. He declared that Peepers was the best live stream of 2020. It might be that good because it's got.
Oh shit! Wow, yeah, that's way too much. That's like, remember when they tried to introduce New Coke? Yeah,
a complete failure.
Yeah.
Russ and I like references. That's all. Tim
they're all
Burton can
current.
be a great
Yeah.
movie maker, right?
They're
But
all
I look forward to
extremely-
Peepers because you have all the. I think this is a stream you've waited years for. You got Shamrock, just a really smart lady, but I need you to come up with a date in January. It's going to be on a Saturday. What day in January and what time? You guys, it's getting closer, man, and structured around it.
What's the first Saturday in January? I don't know.
Well,
I
have
don't
you
have
opened
what's
up a way to communicate with Shamrock?
Yes, on Instagram.
Well, there you go. So get back at it. You want the 1st January, right?
If that's cool, I just have to make sure. And it's
So-
really Movie Maniac nominated
No.
Peepers as the
No,
Okay.
that's a joke. That's pretty.
all right. I'm
He's
good, 'cause
nominated
they're-
GLM a couple years in a row, like
Not only
random people that
nominated,
nobody
he said-
watches or
no.
cares about.
Yeah, he not only nominated, he said this woman was the best streamer of the year last year. Well, it's because she talks to him. That guy's a total fraud.
Right. If they're nice to him, he'll put you as one of the best
And,
streamers.
Not
Like
only
just put these are the people who are nice to me 2024 and just be done with it.
Not only that, because I've mentioned
Lily.
what a fraud he is, in my opinion. One year, obviously, I'm one of the better ones. One year, he didn't want me to be in the top 10 or top 3. So he made me, he avoided that by putting me in so-called, what's that legend? Old baseball, Hall of Fame. Okay. So he put me in Hall of Fame. And because I've been criticizing him, he took me out of it for ethical violations because I criticized him. What a creep you are.
You lost
kicked
your
me out.
Heisman Trophy. Movie
And Poon
Maniac
Handler too.
confiscated your Heisman Trophy.
So-
And Brute's right. We've been talking about this stream for 100 zillion years, but I promise that when we do it, we will be interested in what we're talking about, and we hope
We
everyone
already,
else will
after
be.
15 minutes, went back and forth. That 15 minutes was great. So I have high expectations. Go for great. Put a little pressure on yourself. And I think you've been waiting all these years. Now, if he was by himself, he'd probably quit because he's a
I
perfectionist.
don't know if I'd have even done it by
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah, that's true. But Shammy is so cool. And she's got a bunch
Yeah,
of
'cause
friends. So give it the first one should be great. The second one won't have the numbers. Get to number 3, and you'll probably get to at least 13 episodes. So I look forward to it. Really, Lauren.
that's
Hopefully,
like a
Lauren will be.
season. Be a season of Peepers. But yeah, see, the thing I wanted to do, this is perfect because I wanted to do it with someone that already knew a lot about the same topics, are interested in the same shit. So
She's
Shamrock
right.
is perfect for
She's
it.
no punk though. If she don't like you, she can be ruthless. Ask EFD, but it's not me. I'll maybe come on once or twice in a month, but But Russell has a bunch of people who really like him, so there'll be hopefully Lauren will come up and all kinds of people, weirdos. Because this is the show for weirdos. It's weird stuff. Peepers.
Well, speaking
Peeping
of
into-
Lonnie, I wanted to read you something, Sam. Lonnie said in the chat that you should do a. Hold on a minute, let me read it to you. Where'd it go, Lonnie? Basically, I can't find the comment now. I think I've scrolled and messed it up. But we need to do a karaoke stream and just chill and don't worry about the haters, Sam. That would be fun.
Yeah. I might not be the best singer.
You're not supposed to be the best singer, but I was thinking more of production-wise for you. Would you be able to play the song? You know what I mean? Would you be able to do that part?
What about your streaming?
Yeah, I mean, I could do it.
Why don't you do it?
And you can play. You can play. As far as I know, you can play the music to a song as long as the person, the singer, the artist isn't singing, and you won't get struck. Because lots
Well,
of
then you
people
could,
do karaoke streams.
yeah. Why don't you do karaoke and
I
we'll
could
pick
do that
song.
for
There you
you.
go.
It would be your stream on my channel, though, if that, like, you
I'll
would
do
host it
knock, knock, knock
or
on
MC it or
heaven's
whatever.
door. That knocking on heaven's door, and Russell can come on, and Hebrew. How you doing, Hebrew?
Never go live again.
Hebrew
Not
wants
true.
the 1-5 killer. Where did that killer, what part of 1-5? Hebrew's from Oregon. It goes into Oregon, but I don't know the
Oregon,
1-5 killer.
Washington State, and California. I don't know a lot about it, so
Oh,
that's.
I think he's making a request already.
Yeah. Wait,
Yeah.
Lonnie, who's been going at you for months?
Who's Lonnie's cool. Why would anybody go after Lonnie?
I don't know. She said, she isn't. She is a pussy. She's been coming at me for months. Who's she talking about?
Wonder how could you go after Lonnie? She's so nice, really.
Yeah, I don't know. Sam, did you sing a Christmas song? Jan wants to know.
No. I think Jan likes me. Maybe she would give me a 2.8. I don't know. I like let's get to the song I like. You like this song? Russell, you like this song? Russell Cook. Where's Russell Cook?
I'm right here. Yeah, I like that
We
song.
could sing that. That's a good song. I don't think he wants to. Where's Andy Cruz? How about this one? I'll sing this.
Okay, Sam Hill, everybody.
Well, why don't you all join me?
I don't know this song. I only know it from you singing it.
Sounds
So
out of sync. If we try to sing together, it won't be synchronized at all.
But then people can laugh. They can laugh at us. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom, these songs of Jesus, these songs of Israel? 'Cause all we ever have, Russell Cook, I've known for years. Mr. Peepers, won't you? Mr. Peepers has cost me like 20% loss of my subscriptions. How dare you call Russell Cook Mr. Peepers?
From singing?
Who are we talking? Oh, she's a stalking weirdo. Are we talking about GLM? We try to stay clear of her, laugh at her at the same time. Yeah, I stay clear of her.
yeah, she does content on a lot of us, and I only hear about it like maybe weeks after she's done it, or she'll do a video on Sam, and it's just not even worth watching. She's stupid. Definitely not the best streamer when you only get 4 views a video, but that's just me.
Well,
This is
she
my
talks.
opinion.
The thing about movie weirdo maniac is the way you get in the top 10 is maybe be a lady and talk to him, because he would go in her chat. But movie maniac, how dare you, creepo? He removed me and Poon from for ethical. The ethical violation is I didn't like his list. What a creep!
Wow.
I'm no longer in the Hall of Fame. He took me out with Poon. Whoa! I should be in the. This guy, well, nobody.
Yeah, you should have been. I was surprised you weren't, because when you see the title of a video, the top 10 streamers, you think that it's going to be streamers that are within, these few communities. It's not. Like, and some of the people like DeRosa, like I love DeRosa, but he's not even streaming. And I'm not saying, I don't know.
No,
I haven't watched his video this year.
That's why I criticize it, because what the expectation is, if somebody calls himself the movie man, that a list will be fairly given. And then it's just who he talks to, basically, a lot. And then he had this, let's vote. So there were like 20 or 30 voters, but somebody like GLM, if you have a bunch of alts, like Rev has 20 alts,
Right.
it's not fair. You have to have, these polls have to have like over 50 people or 100 people to be valid. You love Frank DeRosa? I know. Oh, I go way back with Frank, and Lauren does too. These people are cool. Yeah, I know a lot of these, like Russell, him go way back with a lot of people, and we get new people like Lonnie. Why has Lonnie been kicked out of panels?
I don't know.
She's so nice.
Oh my gosh,
Maybe that's-
EFD just went live and his title says Sam Hill can fuck himself. What happened with you? I don't know. Have you talked to EFD?
No, that's okay. Really, right. We don't hate this deal with Deena and Charlotte. It's really uncomfortable. There's so many problems in the world that why go after Charlotte? But Deena has to speak for herself. But Jake, the problem is, Deena, that Jake, according to a lot of people, has done foul stuff, and yet you go after Jake. So yeah, it's kind of surprising that I would ask you to drop a police report on Abe, but I think it's really to your benefit, and Abe, let him change. People don't change very often, but Abe fell in love with, I believe, a great lady, JK. So maybe he'll change, and maybe you will be the medium for that change. But Deena, if you continue with Abe and you got that right, then show forgiveness. You made your point. Abe's paid a price. It's some of those streams that you showed Deena by Abe, terrible on Abe's part, horrible, shocking in a bad way. And I'd call them out. But it is Christmas. He does have the capacity to change. Abe's given people like me and others so much entertainment, so much entertainment. I think he's a bad drunk. He is accountable, but I don't want to see him in jail. So I think there has been a consequence. How much is enough, right? That bad behavior, maybe criminal behavior, has been done, but how much is enough? So I've forgiven Abe. I think he has a really good part of him. I think you and him got locked into a struggle. You have every right to go to the police like everybody, but it would be cool if you could drop the charges and maybe he'll stop talking to you. People would think that's really cool of you, Deena. And I don't speak as a simp. The man Abe said he wanted to destroy me, called me a racist. But Lauren knows. And she's taught me some things. I got criticized. She taught me that if someone's foul, like there's certain people, if they come on panel with me, I'll leave. And Lauren taught me that. Because if you stay, they want it. They want the attention. So it's not that I'm afraid of anybody. But certain people, if they come up, I'll leave. And you taught me that with GLM because they want the engagement. And people don't deserve groovy with me, with Lauren, who's even a more successful streamer than me, with Russell, who's one of the nicest, most popular people around. But so we go back and forth. So Russell Lonnie wanted to kill me. Right.
I'm sorry, Sam. EFD, nobody's going to strike EFD.
I won't.
Sam doesn't do any strikes. And no, EFD's cool. He can.
He's not cool.
Well, I've known him for many years. And yeah. EFD can, like Brutal said, he's the homie. So, I mean, we used to protect him, but he's kind of evolved. I mean, we've known him since before many of you guys have, before he was EFD. So Sam's not gonna. Yeah, Lonnie, Sam's not gonna strike EFD. EFD can play.
I haven't in 5 years, and there's been people who have somebody was cool. Oh, I know. I want to talk about Vin Vader because Vin Vader I've known for years. I haven't had much problems with, but I did have a problem with Vin Vader when he said he was cool with RDA. Vin Vader was cool with the group who slandered me. And now it's the best of streaming is the truth, right? It's not a comfortable truth because Vin Vader, according to hacks, and he showed some proof. Do you know this, Lauren? That Vin Vader and Russell, him and I have been talking about this, that this guy who portrayed himself as heroically going after Jimmernam, and I've had problems with Jimmernam, obsessively, right? Russell, hypocrite or not? Are you there, Russell? Russell Cook.
Yeah, I really don't want to talk about anything related to Jimmernam.
Okay. Well,
if that's okay.
Of course, but it's like what is great streaming? Is it like 1,000 views, which is cool, or is it the reveal of a truth that maybe some people need to be aware? I like the reveal part, and Vin Vader has been revealed to me as a hypocrite because be careful. I don't tell you to follow me and be skeptical and challenge me and everybody, even Russell Cook. Russell Cook is groovy, but we don't know that he's not a mass murderer. Right, Russ? Could be.
Yeah, y'all, seriously, that could be the case.
I mean, Russell could be gay. Nothing wrong with it. Lately, a couple people, I don't know.
Gay, like I could be like Jeffrey Dahmer, a gay serial killer.
Wait, the point is, me,
a necrophile.
Well, I don't want to bring that up. Here is, I hope it's EFD. I really have no animus toward EFD, so I hope it's him. Let me make sure someone's. Let me bring up a likeness of Alex. Hey, EFD, if it's you, man, Merry Christmas. EFD. Maybe he wants to put something in private chat or porn bomb. I don't know. Is EFD's lingering? Let me see the authenticity. Oh no, it's he wants to porn bomb or something. Dummy. I have nothing against EFD. I feel bad for him, but I don't like his racist remarks. And he's a wasted human being, right? We got a lot of those waste. Whole lot of waste. People like Rev. I'm not afraid of Rev, but right, Lauren. Lauren's got a real life. Russell, I don't know about Russell's life. He's got a great personality. I believe Russell has friends. I don't think he's a mass murderer. Right? Would I report him? Probably. Sorry, Russell. But if I murdered people, Russell could report me. You don't know. It could be, right? I'm supposed to be.
How would I be the only one that knew about it, though?
Movie Maniac is not my nemesis. He really doesn't count. Most of these people don't count. Are you still there, Lauren?
Yeah, I'm chatting.
Would you I feel like I'm talking too much.
No. I'm listening. I'm totally listening to what you guys are talking about. I just don't know a lot about Vin Vader or some of the things you're talking about, but I'm here.
It falls under people being told what to do. Like there's this guy, David Walsh, and he tells people what a great Christian he is. I don't think he is. Jewish people, by the way, happy Hanukkah, are the chosen people, and yet David Walsh, right? So follow me. If you follow David Walsh, follow me. I know the way of the Lord. And then he says the Star of David is demonic. So in that moment, I said, you're no Christian. You're no Christian, David Walsh. And Russell Cook, I've known 6 years. I don't think he's a serial killer. But it's true, he did want to kill me. I think he wanted to kill me in the moment. Right? He might have hurt me. I don't think, if I was in front of you at that moment, I don't think he would have killed me. Right, Russ?
No, of course not, dude.
No, he might have hit me. Probably
I
would have
don't
hit.
believe I would have. And plus, a mass murderer is not the same thing as a serial killer.
Yeah.
I hate to get like specific about it, but like, say if Sam was a mass murderer, he would have killed a bunch of people at one time. Serial killer takes their time in between.
I didn't think about that.
They have
the world is crazy in the news.
Cooling off period in between.
Who would have thought that an automobile?
I can honestly swear on a stack of Bibles, I have not killed anyone. And I know Brutal probably doesn't believe me, but
Okay,
Mr.
I
Bruce,
believe you. No, I believe
I
you.
seriously have never committed murder.
It'd make a good story. Like, I knew Russ Cook.
I don't think I would be out if you murder someone and it was just because you're fucked up and you're a serial killer. I don't think you get parole unless you've been in prison.
I would hope that I would be smart enough to get away with it, right? I mean, I'd never murder anybody.
That seems really hard now with all the shit.
Right. Because of the cameras and everything.
Yeah, like if you thought that you saw a serial killer walking down your street, you could take your phone and take a bunch of pictures of them or something, you know? And they can find sweat, get DNA from everything now, you know? And most people probably they could do the familial DNA testing because that's how they found that Golden State killer, that dude. Which Russell Cook's True Crime History did on Busters, probably going back 4 years ago now. Joseph James D'Angelo, the East Area rapist / original Night Stalker, now known as the Golden State Killer. After many years, he got caught. So imagine that, Sam. You think you've gotten away with that shit for 30 years or more. And then you get arrested.
You would think that he had a conscience, a part of him. So maybe he was always looking over his shoulder. Maybe there was a certain relief in finally getting caught. Maybe that's why he came back and unconsciously, I think he got caught. If that's the one we're talking, I think I moved it. I'm thinking of who's the BTK? What is that?
That was Dennis Rader.
Well, the point is that a lot of these guys.
Dennis Rader. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Already answered. Sorry.
I'm fascinated
He's
by
one of
that
my favorites.
Fascinated because you know how we're revealing truth. Like Movie Maniac is not a fair person, but so streams are about revealing the truth, and hopefully I'm going to bring you up Shamrock. I just have to make sure it's you.
You want to know something kind of? Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted. So
no, I want you to intervene.
Richard Ramirez was mentioned in the chat, and so Sean Penn was in the same prison with Richard Ramirez for about 60 or so days years ago, and Richard Ramirez was a huge fan of him, so he sent I think it's called a kite, and asked Sean Penn for his autograph, and Sean Penn wrote him back and said, "There's no way in hell. I hope they kill you soon." So he not only did he not, I mean, he didn't get his autograph, but he got a note from Sean Penn.
Did
no
Sean
matter what
Penn
he said,
voluntarily want that experience to prepare for Dead Man Walking? Is that why Sean Penn was in that prison?
No, it did. From what I'm told, because and maybe Russell can help me with this. He had to do some time for a couple of crimes he did.
When Sean Penn was married to Madonna, he would punch out paparazzi photographers, and I think that's why he was in it was San Quentin maybe, or the LA County Jail.
I would think LA County Jail. San Quentin, I don't think would go for too much.
See, when I was a kid,
maybe
it's me, by the way.
fond memories of being a kid in the
I'm glad you're
80s.
up,
Sean
Sam.
Penn was notorious for, like, if you tried to photograph him and Madonna together, he'd
Yeah,
fucking
he was
punch
Mhm.
the shit out of people, man. That's definitely got him into some trouble.
And he's a
Yeah.
short little guy, isn't he? Doesn't look that tough to me.
So check this out.
I don't.
When Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, was active, I was really little, but I
Mhm.
still remember how scared he had everybody.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
remember my mom making sure that the windows were locked and everything because of him. So I
Some
remember that
things
scary
become
stuff.
universal events. Statistically, in a city of, say, 10 million, the odds of him breaking in are far more than the average person burglar. But people focus on that, and fear is contagious throughout the city, and that happened with him.
Well, he was
People lock their
murdering.
doors.
Yeah, but he was killing people in different cities. He was moving around and killing people every night
Oh,
in
I
a
thought he
different
hung
city.
around Los Angeles.
He was in San Francisco as well. He killed people.
Oh,
But when he was in mostly most of the murders happened in Los Angeles
uh-huh.
County. He and Orange County actually. But anyways, he moved around. He was killing people every couple of days. One time he killed two different people, like from two different places in one
Mhm.
night. So that's why people were and he would move. He would move from, a city to a different city. So he was scary.
Can I pin you down a little bit? Peepers are. Do you have a day with Russell that you want to do the first Peepers?
It's up to him. He wanted to do it after New
Saturday.
Year's.
What I don't know what the day that is. After New Year's?
What
Well,
do
that
you,
would be the first. Yeah.
yeah.
So the Saturday after New Year's.
Yeah. Do you have a date pinned down, Russell?
Russell Cook.
Yeah, let me check real quick. Okay, first. Okay, the first
right.
Saturday is going to be the 4th. That's fine with me.
Okay.
Saturday
Cool.
the 4th.
What
Saturday
time are
the
you
4th.
guys want to go on? I want to write it down.
It's up to him. I would think evening would be good.
What do you think, Russ?
Should well, it's my voice almost went out like Peter Brady for a second.
Peter Brady. His references. Peter
Should
Brady.
we go for like 10 our time, so West Coast people? Because there's a bunch of West Coasters.
Well, that
Yeah,
would be.
that's
Are you
cool.
talking 7 o'clock Eastern time, or 10
Yes.
o'clock? So 7 o'clock Saturday the 4th. Let me write that down.
That'd be your time, Sam. 7 o'clock.
7
your
p.m.
time.
10 p.m. 10 p.m. What about? Are you gonna? I'm not intrusive. I'm just throwing out ideas. You don't have to take them. What about? Are you gonna have? Jeepers. Are you gonna have? Who's that jazz guy who sings that?
Jeepers, creepers,
Creepers.
where'd you get those?
Oh, Louis
Keepers.
Armstrong?
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll get in trouble for playing that or not.
The guy sang it 100 years ago. Come on.
Yeah, but I mean, that is something to check though for sure.
Jack.
Hey, Russell, me and you could sing it. How about that?
I like that. I like that idea.
That would
Sam
work.
doesn't like that.
That would work too.
I've got a tambourine. I can play tambourine, and me and Miss Shamrock will sing Jeepers Creepers.
There you go.
I'd like that. Yeah, that'd be good. At the beginning, the very beginning, right? So, what about a picture?
I have some pictures from the Outer Limits. There was this one episode.
Outer
Limits. Alien with huge eyes, and I think is a perfect Peepers. And it's old too, so I mean, yeah, it's definitely copyrighted. But
oh well, then you don't want to do it if it's copyrighted.
Really? I'm not going to show any. I think still images, and if I give them credit, that's just fine, right?
Okay. It's
like
interesting. You just say Twilight Zone.
Images for the show, or like?
Well, yeah, Sam's got me kind of worried now about fair use and stuff because we hopefully with Mr. Mr. Hostbusters will be able to pull up pics and stuff because we're going to be talking about the DeFeo family, Sam. The Amityville.
Well, like newspaper and all that, I've never had a problem with real life events.
Okay, yeah.
Because
nothing graphic.
You should come up, man.
If people want to look at that stuff, they can do it themselves. We're not going to be showing any crime scene.
Oh, you're not? Why?
Photos.
Why?
There's no way in hell you could get away with that, Sam.
They're published in newspapers. Of course, I think you could get it. What do you think, Shammy?
I think you should
fucked up to do that.
I mean,
I'd like to see that.
If you ask my opinion, I mean, I think that if you could get away with it, it would be a good idea.
Why don't you go on Busters before January 4th and show the pictures, and there'll be a copyright strike. There probably won't. His channel is not affected by that.
We should read into that to see if you can do that. Show crime scene photos.
I'd love to see pictures. I think
because I've got morgue photos of the DeFeos, everything. I mean, inside of their house.
I think pictures, you use them how they can help the show, Russell. Don't restrict yourself, is what I'm saying. But just for I like seeing pictures.
Most people that do documentaries and stuff on YouTube, they'll blur out any graphic images.
Oh, really? Yeah, but you're over 18. Public TV isn't. If they don't do that, I think on cable.
YouTube. Streamers that do like professional.
Oh, on YouTube?
Really? Yeah, they don't show the crime scene photos.
Because they can't. They can't, or they don't want to.
I don't think you can. I think that's considered graphic violence or something.
Oh, I don't know, Shammy. Maybe Shammy will figure it out.
I'm actually looking it up right
now.
I
put on for SHA. I put on some of those. Not often, but I have, and never got in trouble for it. So find out if it's sexual. You can't, of course, right? Nocto, come on up, man. I'm not begging you. I'm really impressed with Nocto. He's one of my favorite streamers, actually. Even people go after Nocto, that he's made a lot of money, and people are skeptical. But I've talked to Nocto, and he knows about money. So you can restrict your... No, Lily, over 18 would be the way to go. That's even better than ours.
But it's saying right here...
Uh-huh.
So violent or graphic content, footage or imagery showing body fluids such as blood or vomit with the intent to shock or disgust viewers is forbidden. And same thing with crime scenes.
But that's educational, right?
Yeah, that's true. We could say it's educational.
Call your stream. No, you can categorize your stream as educational. That would be what I'd think. So you'll figure it out, right? I look forward to it.
I already have, Sam. There's no way in hell we could get away with doing that.
Yeah, it says right here. It says we do not allow the following kinds of content, even if there's educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic context provided, and it lists it. So.
Okay, so this is what you do. So if you're showing Manson, don't show the pig on the wall, but show pictures of Manson. Those kind of pictures, right?
You could show befores of the people too, the victims as well.
As long as it's not bloody or gory.
Right.
Right? I mean, these are issues. It's fine that we're talking about that now. So just don't show graphic. But if you're showing Ted Bundy, you can show the victims. You can show an interview and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the interviews and stuff, yeah.
There you go. I think probably you can show a little bit of blood, but why take a chance? So January, what else, Shammy? Any other issues?
4th. Well, I mean, I was talking, I'm going to talk more about them with it on Instagram. We hit each other up. How we're going to do like the layout and stuff. Like, I mean, are we going to do an overview of the murders and the victims and all that stuff? And then the only other thing afterwards, maybe we can have where people come up like a question and answer type thing. But it's up to you.
I like that.
Those were just my ideas.
That's fine.
Lily
And
Rose, thank you for a question. It's gonna. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
at the beginning, I also think we need to do, this is just based that no drama from any other places or anything like that. This is just,
Yeah, that's a good
the
point
show.
because people try to bring in drama to other shows.
Yeah, don't do
So
that.
just
We don't want that.
allow that. Yeah, don't allow it. Good point. Will this be happening? It will be happening. See, we're getting specific. It will be happening on HB Prime 200. And I'll try to, hopefully I can be there that day in case of he doesn't show up, because HB can be unreliable because I mean, this is a big deal. I need something to watch. I don't want the usual crap. And this will be special. They're going for great. This is Now, Shamrock's got a channel. I checked it out. She had a show. That was pretty good. I didn't see all of it. She got a channel, but the two of them together, this will be the event in our little world. So, will it flop? Probably not. It might. But stay tuned. January 4, right, Russell? 7 o'clock. HB Prime 200. And if it doesn't happen, hopefully I'll be there and you come back here. Or even Shamrock has a channel. Maybe that should be the backup, Sham, right? Don't rely on me. Shamrock's got a channel.
Don't worry, I'll find out if that's all right before now. And then
Lily Rose, Jan 4th, locked in. And what else? What else are we going to watch? Peepers. What about, I brought this up before. Are you going to have a thumbnail always, or you're going to change your thumbnails, or what are you going to do? People are excited for Peepers.
I was honestly thinking of the audio of just doing it like a low audio only, but the pictures and stuff, people.
Well, you need a thumbnail. We
need some,
the thumbnail announcing
photos and stuff, so people.
But you're not answering. You know that thumbnail. You know what I'm talking about, Russell?
Oh, which one? I don't understand.
Like on the ones that appear on the front. Like I forget what I had today. Sham, you know.
Okay, yeah.
So you need to think about that. You don't have to give a name. Just think about which one you want, because a lot of people might look at it and say, well, that don't look too good. So it's a way of getting people in. I mean, you might have a lot of competition. Deena might be on. Abe might be on. I won't. That's a promise. Because I'll be watching. Right. So think about the thumbnail. And you talk now. So what other issues with Peepers? You're going to tell people no drama, because the drama is in the content. I mean, the drama is in the serial killers. What you're gonna bring up EFD going after me. People don't want that. They want and they'll have their. How many crimes are you going to go at? How long is the show going to be?
An hour seems like a reasonable amount.
No, people are going to get into it. You got to do more than an hour. Come on. Yeah. Are you going to have it like you just keep going, maybe 2 hours?
How about 70 minutes? Is 70 minutes cool?
Well, I'd recommend you don't lock it in. Just have a general idea. And if it's flopping, cut it short. But that's just me. I go too long. 2 hours. 2 hours usually works. Right? It's going to be so much fun.
Right? I'm actually looking up shit.
It might be too. It's your birthday. Well, they'll maybe they'll wish you a happy birthday after they talk about Bundy's execution.
Oh, Jesus.
Happy.
Ooh, Russell, we could talk about what their last meals were.
Oh, I'd like hearing
You
that.
know, the
I'm
stereo.
interested in that, really. Right.
Yeah. Or we
I
could
would
just say
think
that
most
what their
people
last note
can't
was.
have them. Every once in a while, people eat, but I read something. There's some clip on YouTube about Bundy's was terrified his last hours. I'd like to hear about that. It might be too macabre, but the reactions of people. How does that? How were people electrocuted? Was Bundy electrocuted?
Yes.
Did he have last words?
I don't know. I could check all that stuff out.
I would think they're heavily medicated, by the way.
I know that John Wayne Gacy said, "Kiss my ass."
Good for, in a way, good for him.
I mean,
He had
yeah.
a sense of humor to the very end. Kiss my ass.
Kiss my ass, he says.
I wouldn't want to watch it myself in person. I wouldn't want to watch it. Right. Some people, it don't work. I mean, it takes a while and they have to call it off. All kinds of bad things happen.
Oh, damn. Yeah,
That could be a special Peepers, murders that don't, a death that don't take place. Failed.
Botched executions.
Yeah, right. Botched executions. They should really have the guillotine. I talked about that, but better than electrocution.
I believe that Ted Bundy, his last words had something to do with his lawyer and the Methodist preacher that was with him right before he, in his cell, right before they executed him.
Here's a butt smell, completely off topic, but I think I've been promoting Miss Butt Smell, the name. People like it. Every time someone says butt smell, it makes me want to drown myself in a bleach bath. Just saying, good hygiene, people, is the key for a good life. I agree, Lonnie. There's nothing like smell. Even if the person's beautiful, if they smell a butt smell, it can. Well, it didn't wreck Alex. That's a joke. That Alex, Alex Shammy.
AOC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know the butt smell incident?
I do not.
So, personally for me, I don't know about Russell, that smells mean a lot. That's why people spend money on perfume, right? Yeah. So Alex was doing Sweet Lovin', and he noticed, and he told us that May noodles let out a butt smell or something like that.
What?
Yeah. They were doing Sweet Lovin', and Alex said he smelled her butt smell, right?
Yeah.
And the joke is, now with me, maybe I'd say, excuse me, I have to go to the restroom. Or, I mean, I would think it would bother me, right? He smells, but he kept going. It didn't bother him at all. And from her end, she said he had cat piss smell. Ew. What a couple, huh?
Yeah.
So here's a butt smell. People remember, it's funny. Butts are funny, and but butt smell is really not funny. To me, it's gross. Right?
That's oversharing. My God.
Oh, those two. That's what happens when people break up. You know that, Shamrock, right?
Yeah, so, yeah.
Evil Abe, JK. Hope that doesn't happen. It's incredible with what we. I don't want to even know it, right? Like the Winkler thing, right? Winkler's been on for hundreds of hours, and he's known for two things, right? Shammy and Russell. Yes. You know what, right? Shammy.
Say it again. I'm sorry, I was reading.
So Winkler, like me, I've been on so many hundreds of streams, and people keep talking about the bat or a couple. So Winkler is known for, you know what?
Yeah, shit in the bed.
And
drinking pee.
Yeah. See, poor Winkler. Poor Winkler. He can be brilliant, but people are going to remember. With me, they like to bring up the bat. What else, Russell? Oh, then I'm old, but I'm not. Bat. I can't think of any other thing. No butt smell. I'm thinking of smell.
Yeah.
Bathrooms, right? Public restrooms, and probably the worst public restrooms are at the airports. Actually, bus stations are even worse. Somebody did a book on, and this is a series of books I think people should do. But one book was on, so if you're in Los Angeles, this book listed all the public restrooms, right? Because when you're traveling, sometimes you got to go. So if it was me, I'd want to go to the clean ones. Bus probably are the worst. Public restrooms, the worst. Right?
Yes. Ew, yes. They're awful.
Aren't they awful?
Yes.
Airports are pretty bad too, but bus stations, because probably the clientele are not going to worry about their butt smells. But smells are a big deal. One of the worst experiences, I've talked about it, was going to the Philippines to see my wife. It's 16 hours. And one of the times I sat next to a guy with a horrible BO problem. That's a problem. I don't know. The problems of life. Terrible. Just the human condition, right? I like to think about groovy things. But so much of our time is spent in bathrooms, and sometimes, though, it can be great. Freud said his theory was relief. Relief was a big deal from discomfort. So when you get really drunk and you go urinate, that can be a time of joy. You know what I mean? Relief from bodily stress. Even like a sneeze can be a great moment, don't you think? I love a good sneeze. Relief.
Yeah, it's great.
But yeah, even in a waste, relief from waste. Even though it bothers me that people are beautiful and yet, they have waste inside of them. I don't like to think about that. Beautiful woman. Like with my wife, sometimes they'll say, shut the bathroom door. I don't want to acknowledge any of that stuff. I don't know. Some people I've noticed, girlfriends over the years, some of them kind of leave the door open. I don't.
What, when they go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't. I mean.
Oh, you don't?
No, neither does my husband. I'm seeing.
You shut the door, right?
Yeah, we both do. Yeah.
Look, I do too. But some couples don't.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, that's okay.
That's an intimacy I don't want.
Yeah, it's not because I'm like gross or something. It's just like I don't know. We just never have done it. I mean, of course there's been times where, I've peed while, and he had to go in there and whatever. But we've never done number 2 in this. I mean, ever.
That's just probably my background growing up.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what it is. It's just like I don't think it's gross or anything like that.
I do. I think it's gross.
Automatically give people privacy.
I think it's gross.
To you?
Don't you?
I mean, I don't think it's gross. I just think people need, their privacy.
I think it's a gross part of life, waste.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is.
It is.
Poop is gross.
Yeah.
I mean, having to do it though isn't. I mean, gross, is it?
I think so.
I have to.
I think it is.
Okay.
Part of the grossest fetish is those people who like it, right?
Fecalphilia. Ugh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That should be against the law because it violates hygienic standards.
Oh,
right?
It's just ugh. Yeah, it's foul.
I've heard stories. Maybe Russell would know of movie stars doing weird things like that. I guess it falls under humiliation.
You think you can get away with talking about corporophilia or corporophagia or whatever?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, eating shit. Yeah.
Oh, well, drinking urine is different because, like Gandhi and other people think there's a health benefit. To me, it's kind of gross, but the other stuff is
No
totally.
one's ever said that eating your own shit has health benefit.
Wasn't there a movie, a famous movie that portrayed that? But yeah, but that's, I mean,
Pink Flamingo.
Pink
The
Flamingo.
John Waters movie.
I didn't want to
At
see
the
that.
end, Divine eats a dog turd.
Wasn't that for real? That person really did that?
I believe that was something that Divine would do. It was one of her party tricks.
Party trick.
Party trick.
I
That's
swear.
a trick I don't want to see. I'd walk out of the party if that was a trick.
Eat some dog shit. Check this out. And that's what Divine would do. And so John Waters put it in at the end of Pink Flamingos. That's the part everyone remembers.
Yeah, that's what I've heard of. Yeah. The gross stuff, right? Even that, is it couple years ago, people were talking about, is it 2 cups and what?
Oh, yeah, I know what that is. That's a
That
Brazilian.
was like a dare. Somebody dared me to.
I have never ever seen that, Sam. I refuse.
I saw the beginning of it. No, it's literally.
Watch
and
that,
I have seen some pretty horrific shit on the internet, but I would not watch that.
I'd rather watch death, Faces of Death, than see that.
Yes, me too. Me too.
So I started to see it, and I did, turn away. Some test. I think I'd rather see someone, I don't know, that's kind of a strange statement. The person would have to be a bad guy, but I'd rather watch like an electrocution than someone eat shit, right?
Yeah, it's because you remember they were pretty attractive and young model looking.
They were, they were for sure. Sarah Silverman did a parody of that, but the people talked about it, so I had to turn away. But that's why prison would really bother me, Russell. One reason, right? But that depends on upbringing. My wife comes from there were 8 people in the family with 1 bathroom. I mean, some guy painted my house and it bothered me that he used the restroom.
Daria, how are you? Hebrew.
Hey, Daria. I've come to really like Daria.
Lily Rose. We're talking about eating shit right now.
We are.
Yeah, I'm kind of ashamed to say that on SHA. But it's the fact of life. It's true facts of life. And how many hours have we wasted in the comfort room, in the bathroom? Some people, like, that's their reading time. Fuck the library. Hey,
Sam, what do you think about this? Years ago, I remember this has been like 20 some years ago at least, but I was thinking, like, a lot of times if you're punished for something like pooping your pants, or you're told that's bad and you get punished by your parents or whatever for poop or whatever,
I'd agree.
That kind of turned into a fetish, like it sort of plants the seed of being a fetish later on in life.
I think if somebody makes too big a deal of something, it might become traumatic. Of course, as a parent, those without kids might not realize. When I used to hear about toilet training, that was kind of a joke. But if you have kids, and I have 2 boys, that's a huge deal because Freud said it's the first time in life that a child has to concede to society. Because usually, they just have a natural urge and they go. But when you toilet train a child, now you're saying you have to not go with your urge, but because society don't want you shitting all over the place, and you have to withhold. But if you make too big a deal of it and scream and hit, that might come out to be a fetish producing behavior, right? Some kids, the parents go too long. Like I've seen situations where the kid's 3 years old in diapers. So fuck the being nice. It's important that the child do that at the appropriate time. What? Sham, you have kids, right? Or I forget. You have kids?
Yes,
Shamrock?
I do. I do.
I forget the age. Is it around 2 or
I
1.5?
mean, well, it used to be like, when we were kids, but
Uh-huh.
it's been like they say, like, don't force it, you know,
Well, I disagree with
3 or
that. You have to.
4. Yeah, but I don't agree with making it a negative thing. Like, I never forced it. I never made them feel ashamed if they had an accident.
No, you don't make
It
them
was just
ashamed,
it
but
was just consistency
yeah,
and, like rewarding when they
yeah.
did it,
But
and
you
that
want to
worked.
direct them to. You don't want to.
Yes. Oh
Right?
yeah,
That's what I'm
definitely,
saying.
definitely.
Definitely, you
Right.
want them to. So it is
But
direct.
but I'm not gonna say somebody related to us. I'm not. He, you know, when he would spank his kids when they would.
Who did that?
One of our cousins
That's
did that.
terrible.
I think
It's
so
not
as
the
well.
kid's fault.
When I heard that, I was appalled.
It's asking for fetish trouble in life. You don't want to. You don't want to. It's
Yeah.
like balance. You don't want to do too much. You don't want to do too little. You could do too little. I've seen these cases, and that includes breastfeeding too. There's an age where you appropriately stop, right? Because there's markers in development, and too much. Maybe those are the kids that grow up and have these booby fetishes. I mean, boobs are beautiful, but you know what I mean? How do fetishes start? That's an interesting I don't know.
I've heard that the foot fetish may
Uh-huh.
originate when you're a baby crawling around on the ground and you see all the adults and adult women's feet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that could be the
I
root.
researched that. I researched that for I don't think for Buster's, but because Reb said he had a foot fetish, right? So I looked it up, and it turns out, according to the research, it's the most prevalent fetish. It's like
I know
10%.
it's very popular.
Yeah, it's the biggest fetish, and it's not bad, right? Because feet are kind of beautiful. They just, if the woman's washing, and I don't think
There's a
women.
serial killer. He got caught in 1969, like just
Uh-huh.
right before the Manson shit happened. His name was Jerome Brudos, and he was called the shoe fetish slayer. And he killed women.
Really?
And he cut off one of the woman's feet and used it to put high-heeled shoes on to enjoy himself while playing with a severed foot with shoes on it. And what happened to him?
He was also a necrophiliac.
Yes. A lot of serial killers are pedophiles and necrophiliacs. Most of them,
I didn't know the necrophilia.
Unfortunately,
dead bodies.
They're not good people. As Norm Macdonald would say, they're real jerks. They're serial killers.
That's like the killers who put the body parts in refrigerators.
I saw a documentary about Jerry Brudos, the shoe fetish slayer, and he found a pair of high heel shoes in a dumpster somewhere where he was playing, brought them home and was playing with them, and his mother punished the hell out of him for doing it. So shoe fetish, yeah.
But the more we talked about it with Rev, I did come to appreciate feet, not in a fascistic way, but feet can be really pretty, or they can be gross. I don't think women have that fetish, though. So I knew a foot fetish guy, I think in college, and he did work at a shoe store. So that would be perfect, right? But he'd have to control it. And probably some of these guys get erections. So I don't know. Maybe that wasn't the best job for him.
Imagine get someone trying to fit you for shoes and the person gets a boner.
Yeah, it should probably be women should be the only ones working.
Yeah, you're not going to keep
I'm sure that
job.
happens, Shamrock.
I don't know. I might be. I mean, that would be awkward, but I might be. I mean, I might be like, "Wow, thank you." That's
They probably really know their shoes.
I'd like to ask Miss Shamrock and any woman in chat that's willing to answer, biological or if you identify as a woman currently. What would you think if a guy was extremely sexually attracted to you? Like he wanted to masturbate to you, but all he was thinking about were your feet and what shoes you had on, no other part of your body.
Well, sometimes women get tired and don't want the sex. So that's an easy, just Bob wants to fuck the lady and she's tired. Come masturbate on my feet. And that sperm is supposed to be good for the skin anyway. I mean, it's kind of weird, but there's worse fetishes.
Like, you're thinking most women are going to be cool with you jerking off on their feet?
I don't know.
No, I would be okay. Listen, I would be okay with that, but it couldn't be the only. I don't think whatever. It's a fetish. It's not hurting anybody.
Right.
It's not. I mean, come on my feet. Whatever. That's not gonna. That's great. I want you to feel good. That's great. But that's not all you can do. If that's all they wanted to do, and they didn't want to, like have sex and shit, that's when I'd have a problem.
Unless the women don't want sex,
Yeah.
I was thinking about, the character Dennis Hopper plays in Blue Velvet.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, that's
one of the
David Lynch
actors.
movie. Yeah.
I'm going to say this about Hopper. His comeback period was better than his original 50s and 60s and 70s run, I think. He made his best
You got
movies.
a point, except for Easy Rider.
He was in Apocalypse Now. Pre-80s. Okay,
he was one of my favorite actors. I read a biography of him.
Yeah, I love Dennis Hopper. I think he's a great. Yeah, he's one of the.
Great.
He's a great actor.
He came from San Diego, Shamrock.
Did he? Okay.
My favorite movie, one of them, is River's Edge, and he plays a character called Peck in that movie, and that's
based on a real incident. Great movie. Yeah, he
Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, Hoosiers. He did a bunch of really good movies in the 80s and 90s, and went up until he couldn't work anymore.
Well, he got older, so what he started doing was he was a painter, and he started making a lot of money off his paintings. In his midlife, he was a big stoner, and he went out to Taos, New Mexico, and he bought the movie theater there. So interesting. He was in, wasn't he in Rebel Without a Cause? Dennis Hopper we're talking about.
I think he was in Giant too. So he was in two of the three. James Deena.
He was in Hang 'em High. That's an old movie. What else?
Hang 'em High was Clint Eastwood, wasn't it?
He was in one of
Wow.
The Trip, starring Peter Fonda.
Yeah.
And
he was in LSD.
Just a couple years before Easy Rider. That's a really cool. It's definitely dated, but it's dated in a fun way where it's enjoyable.
When LSD people were interested, and he associated with who was that Easy Rider guy, the son of the movie star, Fonda. What is his name? So he got involved.
Peter Fonda.
Peter Fonda. He got involved in the '60s, right? Hollywood druggy scene. Dennis Hopper.
Yeah. You know that Beatles song? You know that Beatles song, Sam? She Said.
Yeah. I love that song.
That originated from a party with the Byrds. Peter Fonda and John Lennon were tripping on acid, and Peter Fonda kept telling John Lennon, "I know what it's like to be dead. I know what it's like to be dead."
No.
And it started freaking him out.
Bri, no. Angelina Jolie's dad is John Voight.
Yeah.
And you're right, they are weird.
Great.
John Voight, they didn't get along, but I think they finally had reapproachment the last few years. He
was a real handsome guy, John Voight. He had a good
Midnight Cowboy. Midnight Cowboy, probably his most famous movie. He played a what? I'll never forget the humiliation. What do you mean, Daria? Of what? I wonder, the women have probably been with men with weird fetishes. That might be an interesting.
That's such a cool song. She said, "You don't understand what I said." I said, "No, you're wrong. When I was a boy, everything was right." I said, "Even though you know what you know, I know that I'm ready to leave, 'cause you're making me feel like I've never been born.
I haven't heard that song in a long time. I love that movie.
I think a
She
foot fetish.
said,
What about the foot?
I think I'm just talking to people in the chat. I think
Uh-huh.
a foot fetish is like a very tame fetish. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Well, we have some history in our little world because Stephanie, someone paid her money for her foot pictures.
Oh, not okay. Cool.
I don't know if she sent the photos. I attacked her at one point for that. Because she was, in my opinion, taking advantage of a fetish guy. A lot of money, right?
well, most people that are into that kind of stuff, they will pay for it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's like liquor stores and sex. They never go out of business. People will give
And there's
money.
this whole thing of being financially dominated as a fetish, and all you do is spend a bunch of money on a hot young woman.
Pig something they're called. I've heard of those.
Pay pig?
Pay
Like
pig.
on YouTube?
Yeah, that's where it comes from. That people want to be they want to be humiliated by a woman taking their money, right? Which is interesting.
Oh yeah. That I
Pay
mean,
pigs.
that's crazy one.
Good
right
for the
there.
women, I guess. Not bad. All you got to do is give me the money, motherfucker. or something.
Here's a fetish that I didn't learn about until I had my son.
Uh-huh.
Breast milk fetish.
Okay, that's kind of a healthy fetish, you know.
And
Sam Hill has a story. Sam Hill has a story about
I not
that.
only have a story, but somebody made a clip of it, and we used to play it on Busters called White Showers.
It is now considered
Based
a
on
classic.
breast milk.
Sam Hill.
Yeah, but I can't say it because Russell don't like me to tell stories.
No, I keep telling you that I said that early on, not realizing that a lot of your stories are chestnuts, nuggets.
But Shamrock, to me, it was a very typical story, right? Because I won't tell the story, but I had a curiosity about my first wife's after we had the child, her breast milk, what it tasted like, right?
Right.
So I tasted it.
I tasted Sam. I did too. I was curious what it tasted like.
Well, the women have to because it's got to be a certain temperature, right?
Well, no, not from your titty. That's only if you're doing a bottle.
Oh,
you don't
that might
have to do
have
anything
been
to breast milk. No, I just wanted.
That might have been later,
like
when she went off the. Yeah.
It's very sweet. A lot thinner than milk.
It was sweet, but I had a
milk.
friend who said it was sour. So is it always sweet? I don't know.
I think so.
Maybe. I wonder why it was sour. Sure. Because it's affected too by what the mom eats or something, I guess.
Yeah, it is.
We were talking about appropriate. Kids can go. I would think kids got to get off the boobies past a certain point, or maybe they do develop a fetish, right?
I think that, like, I don't know. Like, I think I don't want to shame women that breastfeed their kids past a certain age, but for me, I would not. I mean,
yeah.
I stopped at 6 months old and 8 months old.
Yeah, I remember when they stopped. My wife and I had breast milk in our refrigerator a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Bottles of breast milk because.
Oh, that's what you meant by the temperature. Duh. Yeah. Okay.
Anyways,
go ahead.
But it wasn't from my wife. It was from. We have a relative of my wife's, and she got pregnant. She had the child, but that was during COVID. So it was a preemie. The kid was in the hospital, but she was living in a place where they got COVID. So she came to stay with us to avoid getting COVID. Of course, she got COVID, but because she had COVID, she couldn't breastfeed her kid at the hospital. So she had to have her breast milk in our refrigerator. So I'd open the refrigerator. She lived with us. She came to live with us.
Can I ask you a question? Did you try any of the refrigerated titty milk?
No.
For old time's sake?
Hey, Rachel.
Okay.
No, it's
You're lying.
I have this code. No, I swear to God. No, I have this code. No,
I'll tell you once.
It's too creepy.
Did you dip cookies in it?
I would,
in your morning coffee. No,
when I was a kid, milk and cookies was one.
a mid-20s Russell Cook rented a porno movie once that
Hi,
was women
baby.
lactating on each other. It was
Did you get
lesbian
off on it?
lactating.
Did you get off on it?
I did watch it. I will say that. I did
Well,
watch it till the end.
White Showers was very stimulating.
That's kind of what that was.
Yeah. That what happened was I told this story that and I wanted to bond. This is my first. I have two boys. I wanted to bond with the kid because you get all excited as a father. Oh, I'm going to have a great relation. But when kids are born, they don't do much. You know, they poop, they drink, they scream, and they want the mama, right? So I thought it would be a cool bonding that when my wife, she had a usually she breastfeed on a rocking chair, but sometimes on the bed. So she was feeding my first son, and I thought it would be cool to kind of bond with see what's react. Maybe he'd smile. So he was sucking on the tit, right? And she was in bed. So I went to the other tit and I started sucking, right? I'm sucking on the milk. And my son is sucking on the other tit, and he looks at me. And I'm expecting him to smile, but it was like an angry look, like, what the fuck? You know, it's my territory. Yeah, I thought it was bonding, but he didn't like it.
That's how certain fetishes develop too, is a child being jealous of the father getting the mother's attention too, or something like that.
Probably. But it was kind of a sweet little story. But when I told this story to Hostbuster, he was shocked. I was shocked that he was shocked. But I told the story, and this guy made a whole White Showers clip where he took the story and he had semi-naked women with their tits covered, but basically semi-nude with milk being poured over it. And it was kind of erotic. but it was bittersweet. It was bittersweet because it was a cute little story I told my first wife that only we knew, right? And when we got divorced, I had no one to kind of joke about the story with. It was sad until finally I told my friend Sean, but that's probably why I told the story, because it was just an innocent story that people made a big deal about. But I tasted the breast milk too, but I don't think my son liked it. It was competitive. So I don't think he bonded with that White Showers. But he was shocked. But you don't got kids. Oh, Oedipus stories. Oedipus, Freud, you know what Oedipus is, right? Russell and Shammy. You know that complex?
Yeah.
Shammy, you know that one?
Yes.
And it's really criticized.
The song "The End" by The Doors goes into a part about having an Oedipal complex.
Father,
yes, son, I want to kill.
Mother, I want
to.
And the killer awoke before dawn, and he put his boots on.
I played that song on
the face from the ancient gallery.
And he took a face from the ancient gallery, and he walked on down the hall.
Walked on
down to the door, and he looked inside.
This is the end, my only friend. The end.
I think Francis Ford Coppola using that during the opening napalm scene of Apocalypse Now is one of the best uses of music ever.
That's a great song. That is a great
Shammy,
song.
you can play it on Peepers. I played it. It doesn't get struck.
Oh,
you can play the Doors. You can't play the Beatles. I used to play the Doors all the time. That might be good for Peepers. You know?
Waiting for that summer.
We might play that song on Peepers, Shammy. And you could have pictures. Let's say you're doing Ted Bundy. So you could play the end and have pictures of Ted Bundy and his victims. You do all kinds of creative stuff. Well, whoever the serial murderer is, you know.
I don't want to mix music that's cool with.
Oh, you don't want to mix music?
Because I think, like when Richard Ramirez or people for him blamed like heavy metal for him doing what he did.
Yeah, but people, I don't think most people.
That's really bullshit. So I don't. Like
it's bullshit.
Like, because it sucks that you can't enjoy. Like, say, every time you hear Helter Skelter, don't you think about the Manson family?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to do that with anything personally.
Well, that's what you guys will work at. I personally like the mixing of music. Where's this Peepers you guys keep referring to? You haven't been watching. Peepers, it's always good to promo.
It's coming
Peepers,
soon.
Shammy is a Peepers. I want to be a Peepers. Peepers next month on January 4 at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And I'll be promoting, and maybe Shammy will. And
Yeah, I will.
it'll grow. It's meant to grow because it might be a great show.
Yeah, it could be. It has all the.
Yeah. Russell is a big problem because he's a perfectionist.
Oh no.
Yeah, but that's why he want you, because he won't.
I promise I won't be. I won't be picky about it.
I gave him a show on this channel. People liked it. I liked it. But because people made a request, Russell.
The audio was bad. My guitar was turned up too loud.
It wasn't great audio. But
yeah,
nobody
the noise
cared.
cancellation on phones was killing the audio, unfortunately. So it sounded like shit.
No, it was fine. It's YouTube, Shammy. This guy,
yeah.
But
Russell, did you know, plays great guitar. He doesn't play
sing Christmas songs by request.
People like
that. So I do take requests now.
Yeah, he's been singing more. It's fun.
I'm not as rigid as I once was about things.
Shammy.
Yes.
So 3 people, him and Mark, Terry, and Rev had a jam, and Russell was the best one. I don't think a lot of people know how good he is.
Oh, really? Yeah. Wow.
Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Ask them. Yeah. Bass, right, Russ? Really good. And people said that.
I play guitar and bass.
People expected maybe Mark, Terry, or Rev, but no, Russell was a standout. But he doesn't share what God gave him. He's kind of selfish that way.
Hey, I had to practice a lot. I love God, but he really didn't just bestow.
No, you have to work at it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, when I first started playing guitar, I was fucking terrible for a long time before I finally started decent.
Of course. Maybe
that's why I wish people wouldn't get, like, even if you're like my age now, 48, and you start playing guitar, you're gonna be pretty bad at it for at least your first month, if not way longer than that.
Well, look at Foreman. He's still bad at it.
No, he's good now. Have you heard him playing recently? He's gotten extremely good.
Okay.
I'll say non-objectively, he's put a lot of work into practicing, and he's a good guitar player now.
Well, there's conflict between Daria and Lonnie. I didn't know that. Daria, really? Again, bring me up like an obsessed freak. Do you think about me before you go to sleep? And when you wake up and obsessed, run back to swing off Lycan's ball. I used to know Lycan and crying about shit. You see, Shammy in this community, how there's a lot of Lycan used to come up here.
People don't like each other a lot on YouTube.
I had no problem with Lycan, although he might have had something to do with taking my channel down. My first channel, Shammy, had 76 streams. I used to work on it. It was becoming kind of bigger. People started showing up on it, like Wendy V when she was big, and then it got struck by who was that guy? Forgot his name. He's still around. He's a creep. So I kind of gave up, and now I just do it for fun. But once upon a time, we thought we might be a big stream, and then it got struck. Yeah. But that shouldn't happen with Peepers. One thing people like the two of you. But Lycan might have been part of that, because the guy who did it said Lycan gave him $1,000 to porn bomb. I'll never know. Weird stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that is weird.
Well, Lycan is very competitive, and we were starting to beat Lycan in views.
Is he around anymore?
Oh, yeah. He's around. But he does it for money, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of respect those people if they do it for money. I hate when they get struck because, see, that's the thing. If you become a 50,000 subs, which I'd like, but then you'd worry about it getting struck. And sometimes that happens and they lose all their. That happened to Germanam a number of times. He had like 50,000 subs, and then people didn't like him and took him down. Here, hopefully, Peepers might become that. It might. You never know. Why not? You guys should become. I could see it becoming really big. Right?
Yeah, I think it'll be fun.
Exactly. You're talking about serial killers. How could it not be?
I mean, that's an interesting topic to me. I could talk about that all damn day and night.
Yeah. It's about evil that we're interested in.
Yeah,
right?
that's what got me interested. I wanted to see what
most
made
of
them
us.
tick.
Yeah. Horror movies. Maybe Russell can add some music to it. But you should hear him play. He's really good, is my point. And he shut down the show. He wouldn't do a second show. Why, Russell? He said, well, he didn't like people requesting songs. I said, Russell, what's wrong with playing songs people like?
I wasn't prepared for any of that stuff. The audio was bad, and I wasn't able to wing
a chamois. Nobody cared that it wasn't great. It was good enough. People had fun with it, right? Russell is very, very stubborn. You can't get him to do anything he won't like, which is one thing I like about him, right? He's a very interesting man, Shammy. You'll see.
Oh, Russell, he totally is. I love Russell.
I thought he was an everyman, and not that. I mean, average smart, but he's one of the smartest people I know.
Yeah, he is.
Right? But you wouldn't think that. He's very humble.
I tell you, you got to get to know him a little bit, though.
Yeah, I mean, I got past him wanting to kill me.
Did you really? What?
That might be the only. That might be the only clip that someone made. Someone clipped it. Yeah.
That was early on. That was before we knew each other.
No, we knew each other fine. I'm the one who talked to him. He didn't want to come on air. I don't blame him. No, I talked to him coming on air, Shammy, for Busters, and it worked.
Yeah.
But Russell kind of creeps up on you. That he's really important.
Yeah.
I really appreciate him coming on, but he doesn't care about views. I saw him on Foreman's and chat with two people watching, so he just likes to have a good time. I provoked the nicest guy. I did intentionally because look, Russell is such a cool guy, but I wanted to see him at his angriest. So I purposely provoked him, and we got a clip out of it, and I get to talk about the story because not only did he want to kill me, Shamrock, this is how brilliant he is, right? Because people want to kill you. But he said, I don't only want to kill you, Sam. I want you to know, not only on the internet, if you were in front of me right now, I'd kill you. So you see how he added to it?
Yeah.
And someone clipped it.
Yeah, I think I was just being a poor sport.
No, I provoked you. Really, give me credit. Come on. I can provoke pretty well.
That's the thing, is that Sam does like to provoke people.
Sometimes, to see the real person. I knew there was a different. He's much more interesting, but just don't think he's a cool guy. He has quite a temper. Right? And the last time he wanted to harm me, you know that story, Shamrock? Yeah, I mean, I've told it. That AI Sam came in and he thought it was me, and he ended up calling me a P word and a fake, and he wanted to break my arm, which is progress. He didn't want to kill me. He just wanted to break my arm. See, you'll find out who Russell is. Maybe Shammy will make him mad.
The more you bring it up, Sam, the more I start thinking that it's probably a good idea to want to break one of your arms or something like that.
Which arm would it be? Do you have an arm in mind? Left or right?
Are you left-handed or right-handed?
I'm left-handed.
Your left arm.
You don't want to break my... How would you break it? How would you break it?
I'd stretch your arm out and smash it up against my knee or leg really hard.
And then you'd stop? at one arm?
Oh yeah, that's a good. Once you start, could you
I don't
stop?
Yeah.
know. Should I do more? Like
No, I'm just saying.
Jeffrey?
I mean,
Like, what if I
once
drill a hole in your head and put some muriatic acid in it to try to turn you into a
into a
sex
zombie.
zombie?
Yeah.
see, that's
Is
a
that
really
okay?
interesting comment, Shammy, because it came from his imagination. Think about what twisted he just
What,
said.
That's Jeffrey
the
Dahmer's
drilling in the
head.
head?
Yeah.
No, Jeffrey Dahmer
That's
really
dumb.
wanted to do that.
Yeah, but that's Jeffrey
He
Dahmer.
did.
We're talking about Russell.
He
Oh
tried
yeah.
to. That drill that he used on a couple of his victims when it was like on an
I
auction
know.
or something like that.
I don't think it
Crazy.
would hurt too much, Shammy.
A drill in the
You know
head?
that, right? You know why?
Because they're already dead?
No, like in a brain operation, they put a
Oh.
little anesthetic on the skin, but the brain doesn't have any nerve cells. It can't feel pain. So a lot of brain operations are done on people when they're awake.
Oh God, that's awful. I know.
I just
I
It's
remember
healthier.
thinking about that
God,
when
I don't
you know
know if I can do that.
when you drill through wood, you
Well,
can
you
smell
train
the
to do it, Shammy.
sawdust,
Yeah.
the hot
Yeah,
sawdust smell.
you'd smell the
You're
bone.
drilling through someone's head, you're gonna smell burning hair and flesh and blood and all that shit.
I don't know
Sounds
if I could
fucked
be
up.
awake for somebody operating on my brain.
Well, they probably give you set. I interviewed my co-host, my old co-host, because he had that done to him by a doctor. He was in a chair and they had to drill the brain. So he described, I interviewed him. The doctor came in and started drilling. He was awake and started drilling through his brain. And I said, well, what did you talk? Did you talk to the doctor? You were awake? And he said, yeah, as the doctor's drilling his head, they were talking about basketball.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think
That was on air. That was a bit, but the Wazzy Doggy took it down the next day. It was a great interview. It's not torture because you don't feel pain, Lily Rose. Right? There's no nerves. Hey, Lexi Lou. Wow, cool. Lexi's here. So I did that on air. I interviewed my co-host, and I guess he didn't want people to know. Yeah, that was a great interview. But yeah, at these operations, they want Shammy. They want you to keep awake because
What's up, Lexi?
you want to map out the brain. So they'll do an electrode in a certain and say so you're awake, and they do the electrode on the part of the brain, and your arm comes up.
yeah.
So that's a part of you get the idea.
Yeah.
No, I it's weird, but you've been put under before, right?
Yes.
And you, Russell.
I've also been operated on while I was awake, and I think I don't think I could do it if it involved the brain.
Well, you do what you have to do, right?
Yeah.
When you get in the hospital, you learn that. Let the people do their job. It's like I told Poon, forget humility, because they do really a lot of things to different parts of your body.
Yeah.
Right. Not cool things. Let's put it like that. And one of the weirdest questions that makes sense is after I had my operation, the nurse kept saying, did you urinate? Did you pee? Well, that's a really big deal because it means your kidneys are functioning. So hospital life is really weird anyway. Don't recommend it, but if you need it. But forget humility.
Yeah.
Filipino nurses are the best. So in my gallbladder operation, my wife was there, and the Filipino nurses would treat me better because there she was. A lot of Filipino, including my wife's a nurse, so part of their culture, kind of. No, it's not a good. The only good part are the drugs they give you for pain, I guess.
I'll be back.
Okay, I hope we're just talking. The worst was Russell. So I had to go to the hospital, right? And this person kept screaming and screaming. I said, what's going on? And she said she wanted her drugs, but they wouldn't give it to her. So she screamed for hours. Hospital life. The worst is when you get your own room, right?
Yeah, I unfortunately know all about that stuff.
You were in the hospital?
No, but certain family members and stuff.
Have been in the hospital
I
and you went
was
to
when
visit?
I was a kid, but I was like 37, 38 years ago.
Whoa. I was in a car accident. I was 6 or 7. And I remember I wasn't really damaged, but my mom didn't know. And she just heard that I was in the hospital in a car accident. And she showed up and she was just shrieking. I remember that. I went, whoa, I'm okay. But she just heard it.
I'm 48 years old, Lily Rose. 40.
Yeah,
I was born in
he looks pretty good for being that
1977.
old, though.
Christmas song, Brandy? I don't know. I'm feeling kind of tuckered out from all that singing earlier. But
Yeah, we were already in the 3rd. So I appreciate Russell however long he wants to be here. He's my favorite person on there. We go way back. And he's been mad at me. I've been mad at him. What do you mean? 50 Shades? What's going on? That's Lonnie. A lot of nerd when being on the panel while somebody was doing what they were doing. What did they do? Did I provoke him to do the stuff he did? No, I played music and was shocked about it. So people in chat have their own things going on too with some of these people, which is kind of cool. Sometimes the best is ignore me and just talk in chat. I used to do that all the time. Russell probably does that too. Russell sang some Christmas songs. People liked it.
Real quick, I'm going to do a subdued end of stream show version of this Christmas song. All right. I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you. Sam Hill.
How do you want me?
Drill holes in your head and break your arms and shit. Oh, this song's got a lot of lyrics to it. I didn't realize it. Usually Christmas songs don't. They're like 2 verses and a chorus, like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Anyway, thank you for requesting that I sing.
It's just about having fun.
I take requests now.
I think when people criticize my singing, it kind of opened up Russell to try. So I took all the gut. But now people like your singing. So
well, everyone was upset. Like you were talking to Miss SHAR, the prophet, who I love her. I think she's great. But she was really angry about that Deena. Is that Deena?
That's what the stream was about. Deena.
Yeah, the Deena and the main topic of the stream. So I just thought it was making me laugh thinking of like just starting to sing Christmas songs in between.
Yeah, it's a good little comic relief. Sometimes it can get too hostile or intense. I wonder what's going on with Lonnie though. Let's check.
What is going on? I don't know.
Call out the other people that was on panel, not just me. So that is what makes me obsessed with my dumbass fuck up and leave my name out of your mouth. So I don't know who you're talking. It's another a show, obviously. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know who it is either, Sam.
I like Lonnie.
Music.
Best tennis player. They were Shammy and him were on the other day. They went 15 minutes, but they're going to be great on this Peepers show. And I'm pushing a little bit to have them kind of structure rather than going blind. I really don't like too many people going blind and just hang out. But this show can be so great.
We already picked out exactly what we're going to discuss, the case and all that stuff.
And you want to keep that secret, or do you want to tease it?
Out what's going on in chat? If everything, can someone in chat explain to me what's going on in chat because I'm.
Do you want people to know what you're going to cover the first Peepers, January 4th, or not?
Yes, the DeFeo family murders.
Where did that take place?
Amityville, Long Island, New York.
Okay.
November the 13th of 1973. Let me make sure I'm right about that.
What is it about the murders that strike you that you want to open up with that one? What's it about the murders?
Well, Shamrock mentioned it too, and I've always thought, it was 1974. It was November the 13th. See, I will have notes when we actually do this. Like a year after it turned out, the son, his name was Ronald Jr., Ronnie Butch DeFeo. He killed 2 brothers, 2 sisters, and his mother and father.
Wow.
And less than a year, or maybe right at a year after that mass murder took place, the Lutz family, George and Kathy Lutz, moved in and claimed that it was haunted.
Wow.
Remember the movie, the Amityville Horror?
Oh, is that of course. Oh, is that the Amityville thing? Okay.
Margot Kidder and James Brolin, and there's been like a remake, and there was a bunch of sequels and shit. This is the basis of that, because it was Jay Anson's 1977 novel, The Amityville Horror, was what inspired all the films and stuff.
Yeah, I saw the film.
Amityville is a real town, and the stories of DeFeo and the Lutzes are historical. So
was that a defense that he said? Did he get away with it, or I forget?
No, he didn't. I think he wanted to plead insanity, diminished capacity, temporary insanity, whatever the fuck. But no, he got sentenced to a bunch of life sentences.
In the chat, I'm guessing that Daria has a conflict with Lonnie. Chat sometimes is more interesting than me. So
it really can be.
So here's Lonnie. I think, tell me if because you keep running your mouth with my name in your mouth and throwing out fake bullshit. That is why, Daria, if you just go and be obsessed with someone, I will stop with my crap. But you are exhausting.
I think so too, Aussie List, Miss List. I think that maybe, like, I always assumed that maybe the husband and wife, I mean, not their children, of course, but the husband and wife, there's no proof of it, but I was thinking like drugs, maybe hallucinating shit that really didn't happen, or just extremely over exaggerating what really did happen.
Lexi, come on up. I kind of like to ask you about hacks and Vin Vader, because you might know about Vin Vader. I know I'm going all over the place, but we're just kind of wrapping up. We're mopping up.
Well, there's been so many Amityville-based movies and stuff, Sam.
People love that stuff, right?
Yeah. So hopefully people will enjoy us, like the Genesis.
Absolutely. You two are. She listens better than I do.
The DeFeo murders. So
here's Brutal Mafia comment in chat. Yes, don't want to go into it, but a comment I may have said a long time ago. Question her trust. Things come at you from all directions, so I don't blame you for remembering or not caring. Oh, he's so sensitive. Brutal Mafia, come in, break. I wish Lexi would come up. Well, just come up and say hello, Lexi. It's been so long. But, I really don't want to stay if it's going to be an issue. Okay, well, I'll drop it. We'll drop it. Why are you walking away? This keeps happening, and it's boring. No, I don't think so. I'm not bored by your conflict. ETD was drunk. I was on panel, and he was doing stuff that I wasn't asking him to do. But Daria is only addressing me, no one else, like she normally does. I didn't know there was conflict, but okay. I have conflicts. Here's Lexi. I think I may know what you're talking about. We worked that out at the time. It's all good. She don't want to come up. That's fine. Don't come up. Why do something for me, right? Just because I've entertained you hundreds of hours, why come up? I get it. Drop it. Okay. Candy, man, candy. You know about Mike? He has an addiction. Who would have thought, right? Russ? You know, Mike has an addiction? No biggie.
To sweets?
Yeah, he's a sugar addict, I believe.
Oh. I guess of all the things to be addicted.
Somebody said he don't have no teeth. Yeah, somebody took that and said he don't got no teeth. Yeah. I don't know. He's probably got more teeth than Rev.
Do you remember Bruce Campbell, the actor Bruce Campbell?
I've heard what remind me. It sounds
Evil
familiar.
Dead and all those
I've heard
movies.
of Evil Dead movies. Yeah, they're good.
He was in an acting class with a young guy. They were both young. Everyone in the class was reasonably young, like early 20s. A guy that was addicted to sodas and his teeth were rotting because of his soda.
My daddy always told me, look on the labels of soda. They got like 50% of the sugar you should do. So yeah, Rev probably drank a lot of soda. Mike actually, there's a real story there that Mike doesn't like to come on, but Andy is smart and wanted Mike on, so he sent Mike candy, and of course Mike came on. No, it's a real addiction I think he has. I saw parts of that fight, and wasn't Fury a bad? Did you see that fight, Russell?
No, I didn't.
I saw rounds. It looked like it was interesting because Fury is so much bigger.
I have a song for Mike. I'll go into real quick.
The Candy Man.
I want candy. I want candy.
What about the song by Sammy Davis Jr., The Candy Man Can? You don't know that one? So I got you finally. You don't know that song?
Was that Willy Wonka?
I don't know.
Candy
it was
Man because he turns the world on. Yeah, that's a cool song. I like that. I like Sammy Davis Jr.
That's Mike's favorite song.
He was visually impaired as well, so I admire him for.
Who was?
Sammy Davis Jr. He
had one eye.
He lost an eye. I don't know.
I read his book. In the army, the blacks weren't treated too well, and he told a story about somebody put peed into a cup and told him he's an interesting guy, Sammy Davis Jr. He was into porn, and yet he was part of the Rat Pack. I think my grandfather saw him in Las Vegas, but the people you don't think. So Sammy Davis Jr. would come on. Oh, I'm a conservative guy, and he turned out to be really hooked on pornos and wanted his wife to have threesomes.
Okay, yeah, that's like every famous guy ever was hooked on porno and having orgies and stuff. Oh, candy, 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 I can't let you go. All my life I've loved you. I need you so. Life is crazy.
Russell would know that,
baby.
Iggy Pop's Candy.
Mr. Mike Brown.
It was kind of pathetic because he sold his morals for candy. Like, oh, he's too good for SHA, but Andy sent him some candy and immediately went up. It's an addiction. Sugar is an addiction for sure. That's why I got a bunch of cavities. Coca-Cola. People from the South like Mountain Dew for some reason. I don't know. Mike, addicts can be very smart. Married to Brandy. Knows Sam's tactics. Doesn't want to fall victim. Oh, please. He was on here a couple years ago. He was great. Brandy's the wife. You're just jealous. You're probably not as good on air as Mike. Does Daria recount my stories? I don't tell that many stories anymore because of Russell, basically.
Dude, I told you that was invalid criticism from like 4 years ago.
You used to say
See,
it all the
you're
time.
repeating the story about me telling you to not repeat stories. So that's really weird. Think about it.
Ozzy,
Get
I've
into
known
that loop,
Ozzy List
man.
for years. What a good
That's
person.
far out.
You know who shocked me that it had a great singing voice? I have to disagree.
When I
When
was
a kid, we watched the telethons. Jerry Lewis had a hit called Rockabye My Baby. I guess some people liked his voice, but he wasn't.
With the Dixie melody, that song.
Another
That's an
guy,
old thing.
he would come on and he was a hero. And he was, because he raised a lot of money for disabled kids. But in his real life, he was a jerk and beat his wife. So another guy had an image that, and he didn't leave any money to his sons. His sons hated him. And apparently in real life, Jerry Lewis was not a nice guy. But see,
yeah, that's what when I was a kid, I was tickled to death because if anyone, probably like if you're around my age, you probably know it, the king of comedy. That's really how Jerry Lewis was in real life.
Yeah.
He was pretty short-tempered, mean.
Martin Scorsese movie. A brilliant movie.
He was not nice.
Robert De Niro.
He was not a goofy clown.
Yep.
Unless he was making money doing it. He had an alcohol problem.
Yep.
He was addicted to painkillers way before it was cool to be addicted to them and all that shit. And he had a horrible relationship with his children.
Yeah,
and
really
all
a bad guy. Really bad guy. But on the telethon,
nice lady and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
not always made
great movies as a kid if they come on TV. Jerry Lewis,
total bastard.
Yeah,
but he was a comedian too.
Well, he was. He got too old because telethon. He started telling jokes he could have gotten away with 20 or 30 years ago. But in PC times, he was kicked off his own show, basically. It was kind of a sad ending, right? But he had a good, people thought he got money for disabled kids. But there's a controversy because a lot of disabled kids thought they were exploited. So there became.
Do you remember that guest? I can't remember his name, Sam, but he used to come on Howard Stern a lot and complain about the muscular dystrophy.
Yeah.
Was it the MDA telethon? How that was a lot of that bullshit.
Yeah, MDA. And people thought there's a personal reason why he did it and never gave that up. But there got to be an organization that accused him of exploiting the kids.
But
the argument was they exploited.
Lots of taxes could be written off for doing that.
I don't know, but he exploited the kids to raise money for a good cause. And the kids weren't for the kids. Actually, I knew one of the kids, and she loved it, and she went all over the place, and they got a lot of attention. But I could see the other opposing point, that they were presented as these handicapped, poor little kids. But it was a girl, grown up as an adult, and she loved Jerry Lewis. So a lot of these people loved Jerry Lewis, or they hated Jerry Lewis. But the real Jerry Lewis was a terrible man. Kind of like, same thing on here. Don't trust any of us. And today was about Vin Vader, who was called a hero by May Noodles. And it was revealed by hacks that this man, who said he went after Jimmer because Jimmer wasn't good to children, turned out to go to this stream. That's vile, in my opinion. It had sex and it had representations of children. And Vin Vader, according to hacks, said at one point he was 11 and a half. So here we go, calling out real. And Vin Vader, in my opinion, admitted that he was in the site. And it's so creepy. Don't go there. It might be illegal. So only on SHA. Russell Cook, who is he? Stay tuned. I don't know. Sorry, Russ. No, I think Russell's probably okay.
What happened?
Vin Vader was supposed to be a hero and turned out to be a creep.
So
So
all that stuff about those chat rooms and stuff, that really is for real.
yeah.
Okay.
So Hacks, the latest video, he brought up that Vin had been interviewed, and Vin had admitted being that stream, and Hacks just said that Vin Vader has been in that stream recently and tried to change his account. So I'm certainly done with Vin Vader, and to me, you're vile, dude. You weren't. What was it? You were supposed to be saving kids, and yet that stream that Russell saw too was vile. Don't you think, Russ?
Yeah, that's some fucking weird shit,
Fucking
man.
vile stuff.
Age? I didn't even know there was such a fucking thing as like virtual age play.
I don't know about age play, but whatever is vile, people could come up with. People are going to try that. But to see someone you know, I mean, I talked with Vin Vader about 6 months ago, a year ago, and said, dude, Jimmer's not a good guy, but it's not good for your mental health to be obsessed like that. But he was on 10 years ago on this site, and Hacks called him out. And I don't like Hacks, but that's good stuff because I don't like hypocrites and phonies. And Vin Vader is no hero to my mind, right? Russell saw it. It's vile stuff.
See, it's weird because I came in after all that shit, so everything I've heard is secondhand, and I've heard the Vin is a hero side, and I've heard the Jimmer did nothing side. I've heard both sides.
No, Jimmer did. It's acknowledged by people. Jimmer talked inappropriately to children, for sure.
He called me once. He was angry, Jimmer Nam, and he referred to me as one of his old trolls. But I honestly, I didn't know him when he was doing the stream with the cam girls, and you and all those people would have been in his chat. That was before I ever started hanging out with
my first show. I brought Jessica Jade was in my very first stream.
See, I've only heard about those people. I was not around for that.
I knew a couple of those people.
He was doing Misery Box, and there was a feud with making lemonade by the time I was around, or that just started happening.
Yeah, I knew him way before, but he was fine. Lemonade was fine with Jimmer, and then the RDA people hate Jimmer, so they came in and made a bunch of conflict, and I guess now they don't get along. I never heard of this site, right? All I'm saying is you can imagine the worst.
That is, Red Sauce. I
never heard of it either.
A lot of people are really into video games and stuff. Shit. I remember thinking Turok the Dinosaur Hunter on Nintendo 64 was like the most amazing game ever. Street Fighter 2 blew me away. I was like, they'll never make better graphics than this. So I'm way behind on all that shit, and I really don't get the virtual worlds. I remember there were sci-fi movies made about it when I was a teenager.
Yeah, I was never much about gaming. I like real life, but if people like Rev, this isn't my thinking, but it makes sense that you need to get off of the gaming and go talk to real people. And growing up, we learned to talk to girls. I mean, we had them in my life, but you learn to talk to girls in kindergarten, and you go through school, you know them, and you get comfortable talking to them. But if you're on gaming, you don't learn how to rap and do that thing. So a lot of these people are gamers, but they don't have girlfriends because they don't know how to talk to women because they're on gaming all the time. So I don't think it's good for you, but I know a lot of people, because of gaming, I'm rich because my stock I got lucky on, but I wasn't. In fact, my parents didn't permit it, but I'm not a big gamer, right? But you would think that gaming, there's probably pornography would somehow become a game and everything. That the worst deviance you can think of, I'm sure people have done it. Like Russell talked about cannibalism, and there was probably sexual content with I forget that guy's father was a chemistry guy. What was his name? He died in prison. He ate. He would.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Is that Dahmer? Yeah. So there was a sexual element to.
Yeah, there's
I don't know if
something
he was a gamer.
I read about people that like to bite people and like take it as far as you can, eat them. That they're sexually aroused by the teeth. Like the feeling of biting into human flesh.
Yeah,
is sexual.
Lizzie had a boyfriend who used to bite her. I don't know if it was sexual. It's
I honestly, I do not have that fetish. I'm happy to say.
Well, that's a very not many people have that one.
Yeah,
the
I've never wanted to eat a person.
I think probably boobies. You know, always concentrating, focused on boobies, and I don't think there's
boobs, legs,
fetish.
ass.
What if you went to a same-sex school? That's a good thing, Ozzy. I recommend that for adolescents because boys get right. That's probably part of the theory that you get distracted. Let's put it that way. So I think it's a good idea. Same-sex school, at least for a certain age, 12 to maybe 15. Because my own experience, I was always getting turned on by the girls, thinking about girls. Dahmer, yeah, the Candyman gets it. Kelsey, a whole new gross world has now opened up, and I want to go back to not knowing. Yeah, I get it. I don't want to go through thinking about stuff like that, but it's come into our world. Right? Because I know Jimmer, I was on a show a year and a half ago that Poon came up on Jimmer and Jimmer played him. Jimmer got Poon all upset, right? So I saw what he did. I came up and I was cool, but
the only thing I can remember Sam ever doing is once in a Discord or whatever, Jimmer was on there and I was doing that. Hi there, welcome to my stream. I am a professional broadcaster, and he got really fucking mad. Fuck you! Yeah. Shut the fuck up! Fuck you! That's the only time I ever interacted with him. I was never a stream troll or any of that kind of stuff for that matter. I was not bothering Mr. Jimmernam at all back then. I was not around.
I was his top chat, and finally I broke with him after the Darius thing, and then he wanted me to come on air. I hadn't come on air yet, so he said later to get my he could dox me. His biggest criticism was I wrote like a fifth grader. But then I had a show for RDA and I brought him on, and I think I tore him apart. And then like a year ago, like I'm talking about now, or 6 months, he was fighting with May Noodles and Poon came up. He tore Poon up. So I came up and I was calm and I answered. But Jimmernam is doing fine. I just saw he got 800 live views. I have 34 right now. So May Noodles, did May Noodles hurt Jimmer? No. But why is she still doing it? She's still obsessed. And Vin Vader is still obsessed. And hey, Jason. I really like Jason Godot a lot.
Godet, how you doing, sir?
It takes a while, but he gets better like wine. He's really funny.
Very sexy how his wife can pick him up and just start walking with him.
Whose wife?
Shoulders.
Whose wife?
Mr. Godet. Godet? Is it Godet or
I've never seen his wife. Have you?
Yes. He's been on Poons a lot.
He's not Jason, his wife. Jason's a very happy man. I think he's got life figured out, really.
He's got his panel up a lot, but I have seen her several times.
He's just smart because he has fun. He works. He has a family. Looks like a nice house. I could be wrong, but I think here's Jason. I hope. Make sure it's him. Yeah. Hey, Jason. We're just winding down.
What's up, brother? No, he's true as fuck.
What's up, Jason?
That's good, brother. Oh, he's true as fuck.
Maybe you'll be on Peepers.
Sam. I wanted to tell you something. I've watched you recently, like reruns of your streams. And if you look at the thing, it'll say that 400 and some people total have watched.
Damn.
Like by the end of your stream. If it's people, the same people coming in and out, I don't think that matters. That still counts, you know?
Yeah.
So you might think that like only 20, 30, 40 people are watching, but for some reason it tallies up your views to a lot, like 300 and 400. So
are you talking about me?
yeah,
Are you about me or
when
Jason? Shaw's always done well. And look, he even has guitars. He has a banjo, Russell. This guy's had figured out. I love the banjo. It's hard to play too.
Okay, nice. Is that a Gibson or an Epiphone?
The Epiphone version of the J200. It's the special
I think Epiphone makes awesome guitars that you can actually afford if you're a mere mortal and not a world famous.
They're near the same. They're on the same. Gibson is Epiphone, and Epiphone makes the affordable version of the same guitar.
I have 3 different Epiphone electric guitars, and I love them. I have a Gibson acoustic, and I wish I hadn't fucking spent as much money on it as I did back then. Because I got tax return money years ago, and the nitrocellulose lacquer looks nice, but it's the least durable finish ever on a guitar. It sucks.
You know your shit. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Are you kidding? He's like a savant, Jason. Russell's like a savant when it comes to music.
Well, I know this shit too, because you see, I got a family member that bought this for a significant other, but he bought the Gibson version of that one. So she loved it, you know. It was $7-8 grand dropped on a guitar. So we had a stock. I brought this one up there. She was preferring to play mine over her own. I'm like, dang. What's up, Ozzy?
I heard the same thing about the ones the Beatles used, the Gibson J160Es with the pickups in them, that the Epiphone version played and sounded better than the Gibson.
I'm hearing the same shit.
You could blindfold test people, and they probably wouldn't know a Gibson from an Epiphone. Seriously. As long as you have a nice amp, you don't have to really worry as much.
Yeah.
Hey, Russ, I know I bug you not to encourage you to talk about guitars, but I talk so much. Feel free, man. Jason is cool talking about music if you want, Russ. All right?
Just hey, Sam, how you doing?
Good, man. Russell's doing a new show next month. Peepers. Yeah. Maybe you'll be on it, man. So go ahead and I don't want to restrict you. I'm always giving you a hard time, Russell.
For Mr. G'day. I like to be fancy and not pronounce the T like French people do, but Mr. G'day is always welcome on Peepers.
That's what's up.
So I'm thinking we have some people like rest in peace if George was still alive. If he just wanted to hang out on a stream and chill, I wouldn't mind.
Jason is one of the only people who can hang out anytime he wants. Yeah, he's great. Yeah. Just having a good time, Russell. Nothing complicated.
That's what we're talking about. Weird, fucked up shit that wanted to be.
How come you have like a half-naked picture of a 20-year-old black girl up on your?
No, she's over 20.
No, yeah, just barely. I can tell. That's a given. Come on now.
How can you tell?
She's a kid. I'm fucking old. She's half my age.
Dude, she's over 21. Isn't she beautiful? Have you ever been with a black woman there, Jason?
Yes, I have.
Aren't they? I love the skin.
Roughly when I was her age. Yeah. A long time ago.
Yeah. Russell, have you? Russell Cook?
Not intercourse.
Just feeling her up.
Honest and technical about it.
So you had sweetness, but not all the way.
Third base to be mature. Is that what it is?
I get these models. They're over 18. That's the only place I go. So she's definitely over 18, and I think they're over, the one I went to, I think they're over 21. I just think she's beautiful, and she reminds me of my first girlfriend. That Poon doesn't even believe me, Jason. He's really
I couldn't tell. See, my eyesight sucks. So I didn't think she was young.
No, she's not a young girl. No, she's younger than Jason.
Let me turn the. Okay,
she's
I got
not
everything
very
muted.
young. I wouldn't do that. Believe me, I don't want to do that. I won't do that. I go to professional models.
Well, take her down and put someone up, of your age.
Okay.
Let's see
My
the
age
40-year-old woman,
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to see that shit. Stop posting fucking half-naked pics.
I can't tell.
I think she's a beautiful woman, Jason.
Well, she is, but she's a kid.
Beautiful avatar.
She's not a kid. Okay.
Compared to our ages, yes, she is.
Okay.
How old are you?
So you're not allowed to look at, say, 30-year-olds, Jason. I'll put up another one.
No.
Okay. I'll listen to you, dude. I'll respect you. All right.
Okay, they're not wearing. That's fine. You're not showing off her fucking features and whatever.
How dare you, Jason?
2 young kids.
I've said that showed her for years. She's probably like 35 now. Here is, oh my gosh, Jason. Here's one of our favorite people. Russell loves this person. I mean, platonically appropriate.
Russell even gave up on you. Look, he gone now. The fuck?
No, Russell's here.
No, he ain't.
I'm bringing up. I just want to make sure it's HB.
Oh, you got an extra person. I'm sorry.
No, HB, is that you?
Deny, delay, depose. You're next.
Russell, get back. Where's Russell? He loves.
You know that reference, Sam?
Is that depose?
No.
I just had that. That's from.
What's up, Jason?
Cheers, brother.
What's that slogan from, HB?
That's from the CEO killer.
Oh my gosh! You know this story, right, Jason? You know this story about this guy who went Ivy League, wealthy family, and he just killed the CEO of a health firm. You know that story, Jason?
Nope.
It's funny.
Dude, this guy wrote.
Russell, get back.
He wrote words on bullets and put them in the guy's back.
Oh, good. Russell, your HB is here. Where you going? Busters. Jason should really be
Buster.
the fourth Buster. Right.
So
Russell on the big screen.
Russell. Jason, how do you feel about that? Russell.
Making copies, HB, making
Mona
copies.
Lisa was kind of not a senior citizen red sauce. I think Mona Lisa is beautiful. Anyway,
Mona Lisa. That's a great Nat King Cole song too.
I know that.
Yeah. Russell, how do you feel about deny, delay, depose?
Deny. What does that mean exactly? What's that in reference to? I need some.
The CEO killer. He wrote it on the bullets.
Oh, don't know, man. It's probably.
Jason, it's interesting because you think of a killer as a weird guy, but this guy went Ivy League, University of Pennsylvania. His family very wealthy, and this guy shows up and murders someone in cold blood. Not your typical killer, right, Russ?
Yeah, but he he claims that his health insurance was terrible and really expensive, and it fucked him up. Like he had back problems or something like that. Is that what?
Exactly.
He had back problems, but he did yoga. So
and he couldn't fuck. He couldn't have sex.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. If your lower back hurts and you're trying to do the old huppity buppity, yeah, you might want to kill a bunch of rich people.
Yeah,
because of that.
go get sex, everybody. You might want to kill somebody.
Yeah, he might even like masturbating might hurt, and that sucks.
No one brought up sex in these stories, but maybe you figured it out. Right?
No, he did. His friend said that he wasn't able to.
If he did yoga, he could probably suck his own dick, Lex. You get really limber. Yeah.
He could suck his own kundalini.
I think the only nudity allowed, Jason, is naked yoga. YouTube allows that.
Now,
You know that,
Jason, how do you feel about that, Jason?
It was very tight pants. It's weird. It's okay if they're of age, but
no, they can do it naked. Yoga on YouTube.
No,
they can. Yeah, legally.
Jason, are you a big fan of thick yoga broads?
Sick.
Really?
No. How
I
about
love
yoga
pants. I like the yoga pants.
But do you think it's is it public? What's that?
I say yoga pants are pretty, they're pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree.
The pants themselves are cool. But
yeah,
like when you see
they show the features. Yeah.
Yeah.
They show the butt, they show the boobs, they show the intimate
It's cool. They're 30 plus.
As I like to call it, the moose knuckle. You get a preview of the moose. You get to see the moose knuckle.
Yeah.
I like to call it the camel toe.
Oh,
that's
also, like 30 plus.
These are scientific terms for that. The moose knuckle and the camel toe.
And that's perfectly legal, right? It's not considered public obscenity.
No, I didn't hear moose knuckle. I've heard. What is it? What is the moose knuckle?
What happens when they don't disclose their proper age and they're 15 and 18 doing this shit?
Well, I don't look
Do you
at that.
find that right or wrong? Do you find it right or wrong?
I think you should be 18 plus to show off your moose knuckle.
Well, 21. I'm so old. I'm so old that it could be 25 or older, and that would be fine with me.
Moose knuckle? Why the moose? I don't get it.
35 or older would still be fine with me.
And let's keep it that way. Because it is disgusting.
It's like the vagina, right?
These kids are disgusting.
Is it a bigger vagina? Is that it? I've heard of
okay, now I understand. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So I would probably prefer a moose knuckle to a camel toe then. That's probably why I said
is it more it's more meatier, or I don't know how to say it. Is that it? The dolphin paw.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a made-up dolphin.
Would you call it cavernous? It's more cavernous.
No.
Wait, so what's bigger, a moose knuckle or a camel toe?
Moose knuckle.
Somebody Google that. Let me see.
I don't know. I've heard that term before, but women's names are so much groovier than Dick or Cock. Better. They're prettier, and they also have prettier names.
Well, it's all relative, right?
Moose.
Mumbler pants? Are there such a thing? I didn't know there was. Ozzy, you can see the lips moving. Oh no!
Woo!
Yeah, some yoga pants. That shows a lot, man. I have to look away. Embarrassing. In public, right? I see women in yoga pants all the time in public. Maybe Russell will play with you, Jason.
Oh shit! They're saying that a moose knuckle is a dude's.
It's a man. I didn't know.
This is the AI overview according to Google. Is okay. So I'm officially gay. The main difference between a moose knuckle and a camel toe is that a moose knuckle is the male equivalent of it. I thought they were the same thing, honestly.
I didn't know.
I says Russell is officially gay.
Nothing wrong with it, Russell. Makes you more.
I asked Google, "Am I gay?" And it said, "Yeah."
There you go.
Look at more. It said something about go look at more dudes' bulges. You flaming. I'm not going to read the rest of that. Google.
No.
I don't like you.
Don't do that.
You know, it's weird. I played this game growing up called Katamari Damacy, and the king in that game had a huge moose knuckle. But it was a kid's game.
Damn.
What were they trying to get at?
Wait, your
the
friend is
90s.
really excited there. Jason.
The 90s was probably
Give me
it
the
was
video.
called a moose knuckle for man.
It was called a moose knuckle in the 90s.
Okay, some people are disputing it. They're saying they
Johnny
also
Walker,
like
you showed
me.
that before. That's
Jason,
good
but-
stuff. Jason, good stuff. You drink it straight, right, Jason? Good stuff. You don't want to mix it.
Yeah, somebody's saying that somebody in chat, I would like to give them credit. They said a moose knuckle is a bigger camel toe. And I'm looking at an old message board, yellowbullet.com. Never heard of it before. And this was from 2018, so it has been a while ago. They were calling the moose knuckle a bigger camel toe. Now, someone's finally said that it's the male version of a camel toe. So I didn't. Okay, no, and then someone else says, "Nah, man, you got it wrong here. The male version is referred to as ninja boot." I thought everyone knew this. Laugh out loud! Exclamation point. Nobody wants any moose knuckle, but camel toe can be very nice. You think big capo is how you say moose knuckle in Spanish? If moose knuckle is also known as a gun, not something anyone wants to see.
Your friend is putting down the bottle. Dude, you got to keep drinking, friend of Jason. His friend just want to drink. He don't give a fuck. Give me.
There's also a slang for it called the lobster claw.
What, the lobster claw is the female moose knuckle?
I have the search term moose knuckle in my bookmarks already. So I can just go to my bookmarks and go moose knuckle. Okay, they're saying moose knuckle is also heavier women, that the larger, the lovely BBW can have a moose
Heavier
knuckle.
women? Now I'm confused.
So everyone, okay, so this is a disputed thing. It's not technically a fact. So I'm not technically gay. Not yet.
Okay, Russell, do you have sex with men? Then you're not gay.
Okay, I'm on another site called New Schoolers.
Well, he's really into it.
And anyone know the difference between a camel? Okay, so people still want to know what's the difference.
Who wants to know? Who are these people?
The universal audience wants to know.
Where are they? They're not here.
They're at home. You know, it's the working man, the man at his job listening.
There's no working men on here right now.
The woman at the hospital, the nurse, you know.
Moose knuckle. Okay, people are saying it's a male.
Nobody's really.
I know. I know.
Russ is clearing this up.
Maybe.
I want to know. Okay. Now
Okay,
people
some
want to
people
know.
are saying
Sorry.
It could be a huge fat vagina or a dude bulge, a dude's twig and berry bulge into his, maybe guys in yoga pants. Is that legal, Hostbusters? Can a guy walk around with a bulge?
Jason, this is important stuff.
That's a good question.
Yeah,
Jason,
you're missing out on
your
this, dude.
friend that just wants to drink and play. Why don't you be with your friend? He don't give a fuck. He wants to go for that good liquor.
All right,
Johnny Walker. I really do. I'm gonna have to buy some. So is the green label better than black label? Isn't there a blue label? I think I've had blue.
Yes,
label.
Blue label. That's for you know what that's for, right?
What's that for?
People who like the bulge.
It's a big waste of money.
What do you mean the blue label is a big waste of money?
The people that Luigi Mangione was taking them out one at a
Yeah, but
time.
dude,
It's
whiskey's worth it, Jason. Right? Good whiskey is worth it. Right, Jason? Come on. You're drinking. How expensive is that green? 120?
Yeah, about that.
About 120?
Yep.
See,
Pocket
Jason
change.
even drinks
I
the
think
best.
spent $1,000 on a blue one. It was like, fuck you.
A blue one is not
Is
$1,000.
it 300 and change? Yeah, 300. Fuck
A
that.
blue label, isn't it like $100?
Maybe US.
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably went up. It probably went up.
And change Canadian.
I like the Helens. So how much is
Wait.
the label? It's not 300, is it, Jason? Not
No.
300.
$101 it was.
15-year-old.
Whenever
What's
I
better,
talk to
black
Jason,
label or blue label?
I'm still gonna say Vaz was way better.
The blue label is way better, only because it's older.
I've had blue label. It's really good. I haven't had green. Southern Comfort, it cannot compare to Johnny Walker. So
Yeah, the old Chavaz 18. Can't beat that.
Is that what it is?
what's Chavaz 18?
35%.
That's a
I
good
think I'm
idea.
gonna go get some liquor. You guys want
All
to
right.
drink with me? Okay. Talk to
Fucking
maybe
right, man.
To the package store to pick up a bottle of something.
HB. Do you have your cough medicine and you can drink that?
I'm gonna eat some gummies.
You know,
Gummy.
Putin had 1,000 mgs.
MJ gummies.
1,000 he had, Putin.
1,000 milligram gummies?
Yeah,
You serious?
that's
Was it
incredible.
Delta 8, Delta 9, or
No,
like
it wasn't.
for real THC?
No,
The
it was
real deal.
real deal. 1,000. Oh, you can play the music. We like the music. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, we do the real shit around here. Oh, I don't know about Poon. Was Poon real?
No, Putin's not real.
Really, your name's not Jack
Oh.
Brown.
Oh, he's singing. I want to hear this.
If you got a warrant, just to read it to me. Shot her down cause she made me slow. I thought it was her daddy, but she had 5 more. And I was arrested, I was dressed in black. Put me on a train and they took me back. Had no friend for to post my bail. They slapped my tried a carcass in the county jail.
Thank you, man. That's really fun. I like that. That's a fun song. And they left.
All right. Oh, they left?
They left. Hopefully they'll come back. I like that. That sounded fun, man. I like that guy. They left though. I wanted
Why'd
to
he
drink
leave?
with Jason. I don't know. They want to drink.
Well, you know,
Jason's
I
fun.
blame
I
it.
like it.
Blame it on the black
No.
label alcohol.
We're just. I'm gonna go get some liquor. You got your medicine. That cough. It's not cough medicine.
I told you I'm taking gummies.
But they should relabel that cough medicine. They should write for the cough medicine addict. They should call it medicine. Cough.
They should call it.
Host busters. Right.
They should call it Hostbusters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you?
Well, you know, there's another cough syrup. There's a guy who's actually like the cough syrup comedian,
Who's that?
and that's Casey Rocket.
I don't know. Eddie Murphy, I think I looked up, had a problem with it. So a few people, not a problem. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, you know, where you see problems, some people see solutions. You know,
Sweet drink.
Russell's. I don't know. I'm not like. Yeah, maybe I do need to wean off the cough syrup. But the point is,
I'm not telling you.
the universal audience is here to listen to you talk about
Camel toes. Camel toes.
camel toes versus moose knuckles.
Camel toes is kind of intriguing. Moose knuckles, I want no part of, whatever that is.
Okay.
Someone said it's a dick. Someone said it's not, but camel toe. I like that kind of shape, right?
All right.
You know what I'm talking about?
How do you feel about this whole like situation?
What situation?
Well, like Radio Foreman, he says his show is for men.
His show is for two men, not a good night. So he's interesting. I don't know, Russell, because nobody watches. So he's truly kind of doing it for himself, which is kind of interesting. But why turn on the computer if nobody's watching? Just go. He's really nuts, right?
Yeah. Now, did you see my interview with him, with Grace, talking about her encounter with Foreman?
Where was that? I'd like to see that.
That's on the HB Prime 201 channel.
When?
This was recent. Maybe in the last month.
Are you? Can I get serious, HB?
That was serious, but go ahead.
Well, not to me. Okay. Peepers has a date, and it's going to be on your channel, so you should know, right?
January
4th.
Yes, and I'm there for it
at 10 o'clock.
All right. Ready?
So you'll show up.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be there.
If
believe in me, Sam. Come on.
Well, I believed in you many times, and I learned not to believe. Well, come on.
We both don't believe in each other. Let's be honest.
But
if we both did, imagine the show we could make.
Well, it's called Busters. We made it.
Buster. We did make it.
No, dude, I'd believe you anytime you start showing up. Right? So
We've
maybe
done two. All right.
Maybe on Peepers you'll prove it. Because it's for Russell. So I think you'll probably show up. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, here's
I'll be there.
Somebody's interested in what you were talking about. I'm gonna go get some liquor. All right? Don't go, HB. All right? You're on the
Grace leapt out a window in the middle of the night to escape Foreman's Ted Bundy-like charisma. Yeah. Oh, Brutal, were you there during the whole conversation with Grace about this whole thing? Because I remember, talking to her, and she was just like, yeah, this was a whole big thing. It was just supposed to be platonic, but then it turned sexual, and she wished that she was never there. And she kind of felt like, she got tricked. She got thrown into a situation that was fucked up and dangerous. But in the end, I think they maybe got it together and got along, I think, a little bit. It was weird. She went back to get her stuff. Russell, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah? Are you there?
Sorry, what's going on? Hold on. Sorry.
Okay. You got to be there for HB, man.
So I'm just saying,
we got to give HB some support.
No, but listen, everyone knows what happened.
Everyone
right?
knows. No, what happened?
You got to check out the interview. Well, if you want to. Anyway, HB Prime 201.
What happened in the interview?
She just talked about how it was supposed to be a platonic encounter, and it got kind of crazy.
What platonic encounter for what?
Hanging out with Grace Thorpe was supposed to spend a night with Radio Foreman and just hang out there.
2 years ago? Isn't that like 2 years ago?
Oh, was it?
Dude,
maybe.
Russell, where are you?
Wait a second. Are you talking about like all the stuff you bring up about me isn't from like 5 years ago?
Yeah, that too. No, man, 2 years ago, she liked Foreman. She went to Foreman, and he scared her, and she crawled out through the window. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that was like 2 years ago. Yeah,
Right. So that's old. But where's the line for like what's old and what's new? Because you bring up stuff
there's no
about
line.
Lost Dog that happened 8 years ago or 10 years ago. It'll be 20 years.
It's
and that's the brass tacks. But let's be honest, Busters will be a big deal if you commit to it.
No, we got to go to Peepers. We got to promo Russell. That could really take off, man. Serious. People love that. I love hearing that.
Peepers is January 4th, right?
At 10 o'clock.
Yes.
Yeah.
10 o'clock a.m. p.m.
p.m.
East Coast time. Are you an hour behind East Coast time?
Who?
You.
Me or Sam? No, I'm East Coast.
He's East Coast.
I'm Pennsylvania. I'm the Pennsylvania fighter.
Y'all are all a bunch of damn Yankees to me, and I don't know any difference.
We're just a bunch of fucking Yankees.
You know where the Hershey? You know where the Hershey store is at Constitution Hall? You know that place? We'll meet there. All right. You know
we'll meet there.
You know that place? H.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll meet there.
Yeah. Okay. My dad worked for their opposing company.
What's the opposing company?
M&M Mars.
Oh.
Whoa. So there's beef.
Yeah.
You know, one of the people on here is a sugar addict.
Did your dad ever do a drive-by? holding the gun sideways and just shooting at a bunch of people in a house?
That looked like a camel toe.
Yeah. A moose knuckle? What was it?
No,
yeah, there's a new candy coming out.
Not in a moose knuckle. Only
a moose knuckle is either a penis bulge, dick and balls, whatever you want to call it, twig and berries, as I prefer. On polite company. The thing is that people were still some people think that it's a slang for a very big vagina, like maybe like I hate to use the term, ladies, a blown out one, but
no, there's no blown out one.
It is a dude's package going through his like it was very popular during the disco era of the 70s.
What, the blown out vagina?
Well, that probably was unfortunately the case back then, but no, wearing tight pants to show off your package.
But smell does not smell like chocolate. That's not it, dude.
If me and Hustbusters are bringing back, we're going to make the bulge in the pants very popular again.
Never popular.
I have an eggplant and 2 oranges. I'm going to stuff down my very tight leather Jim Morrison trousers and go for it.
Maybe Smooth Knuckles more like a man.
I'm sorry, Lily Rose, but that's what I think about it. Yeah, the moose knuckle is either a very large vagina or just a very lippy one, as I would call it. Sorry, being kind of not using the technical. Labia majora or whatever the fuck. Or so yeah, it's one of those things. It's like the word fuck. It can mean so many different things.
That's the Carlin routine, right?
Yeah. Have you ever played Labia Majora's Mask?
How do you play that?
That's a game.
It's a video game. It's a Zelda game about vagina.
I'm not a gamer. I don't know that.
I'm immature enough to enjoy that, probably. That would probably be the one game I would get into and become hopelessly addicted to it.
Yeah, a bunch of vaginas on their period.
I think vaginas have really gotten popular. I don't remember hearing about them as kids. You hear about boobies and butts.
I did. I was obsessed with naked women because
naked women, but not the.
I had cable, and I snuck and watched like I call them titty movies. Back in the 80s, they're like kids going to spring break to get laid. Porky's style movies, a bunch of them.
That was funny.
Gratuitous nudity, usually breasts. You might have seen some of the other stuff, but it's usually just I thought, yeah, they were called titty movies. That's why you watched them, is because you got Hard Bodies is coming on. There's wall to wall tits in this. I'm 8. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, the pornos are
BTP. We've known each other for so long. We have that divorced couple that hates each other kind of chemistry.
Who's that?
Me and HB.
Who's that?
I'm not feeling the chemistry between Mr. Peepers and HB. Yeah, we're the divorced couple having dinner together. That's our
you're not feeling the vibe. He's not. They're not feeling the vibe.
I started talking about all this gay stuff, and as we know, Ghostbusters is extremely heterosexual, like over the top.
Well, he's a swinger. So he gets more.
Yeah, absolutely. So me.
Who knew?
It sounded to HB like I enjoy looking at dudes' bulges in their pants.
No.
And he thinks I'm an F word, and he's not cool with that because of the Bible.
And that's what I always say is, you know, if you're fucking those dicks, then you better get the fuck out of here.
Brutal Mafia is really into the butt smell stuff. May's butt smell area.
We're gonna be on the same channel together, so hopefully we'll have just vicious verbal fights.
Mr. Peepers is a coming stream.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, I'm just hoping it's decent, but like I've promised, I know people. I am going to try my best. I am going to do my best. I promise you that. I will.
Okay. Russell, be confident. I am.
Do your Ruster's best. Listen, he always does. Yeah. Just be you. You know, treat it like.
Okay. Well, let's go back in time. When I did the true crime history, did you guys think that was decent?
Yeah, I thought it was really good. Yeah,
we had fun with it.
Peepers is going to be a deluxe version of that, and it's not going to be just narrowly focused on true crime.
Dude, you got
a ton of true crime, but also like all the weird things, like people that claim that they were abducted by aliens.
Good stuff.
Weird shit.
And people will give their ideas. People will give their ideas, right?
The ocean ones, the underwater, unidentified underwater objects. That's pretty cool.
He already said what he's going to start with, HB. People just turning into fire without a reason.
Spontaneous human combustion. Yeah.
You said you
that's
really
what I want to do.
Interesting. But I wonder what the numbers are. How many that happens to? HB, people just blow up for no reason.
I saw that scientists claim that it's not really what happens. Well, we all know scientists don't believe in the Bible because they're Jewish Satan worshippers. I think that's what Ghostbusters.
Oh, wait a minute! You're talking to
scientists are satanic Jewish people.
Only his stomach is satanic.
He likes to say, "See, you don't get to know him unless you talk to him privately."
Don't. We love the Jewish people. Don't make us like we don't, Russell. Thank you.
He's like talking to David Duke behind the scenes.
Yeah,
David
that's
Duke,
true.
It's really David Duke got a lot of votes running for, I don't know, senator, governor. He's a KKK guy. A lot of people.
He ran for president? No, did he? I forget. I thought in '92
he's a weirdo.
Pat Buchanan did, but I thought David Duke attempted a presidential campaign.
I don't think he liked Jews very much.
In '92.
How about
anyone old enough to remember 1992? It doesn't seem.
How about those Israelis? Huh? Aren't they great?
Brute, mix it up and beat them over the head with a crowbar. And then if you think that they might wake up, just chloroform them.
What?
Chloroform?
Yeah, use both. I mean, you could start with some chloroform and then hit them over the head with a tire iron several times.
You sound like Abe. No, don't do that.
No, this is all hypothetical. This is hypothetical
Russell.
Minecraft situations.
Russell.
Yeah.
Evil Abe made a recording where he was telling another guy how to hit a woman that doesn't leave a trace. I've had to deal
If you are homosexual and want to sexually, no, I'm not going to go into that.
Oh.
All right, Red Sauce says many
Peepers
of those
Peepers.
serial. Hey, this is a good point. Thank you. Many of the serial killers started out as peeping toms.
Did they really?
See,
I could see
Sam
that.
was calling me Mr. Peepers because of my eyes. Not that I'm a peeping tom or have been accused of it. And it's none of your business either way. But no, seriously,
Your eyes
the
are
Mr.
fine.
Peepers
I like your eyes.
was just like, look at his eyes. Wasn't about being a peeping Tom, which I've got a bad back. I don't want to climb up a tree with some binoculars and try to jerk off and stay in the tree at the same time and holding binoculars with my hand to look at the woman I'm dressing.
Yeah.
It's difficult. It's a young man's game, being a
I have
peeping
one
Tom.
word for
That's
you,
for the
Russell.
youngsters.
Russell, lidocaine. Lidocaine.
Lidocaine. Why?
Because you said you had a bad back.
Oh, I thought you meant
That's
for masturbation. Okay.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
No, he has a bad back,
Didn't
which
say
I had.
that using Novocaine or lidocaine will give you like the world's longest erection without having to take
No, I used to.
2 hours to go
No, you got a bad back. I'm trying to help you, man. Really.
No, I don't now. But if I were climbing up trees with binoculars to peep on women,
no, you don't want peepers.
That would
Doesn't
definitely
mean that.
fuck my back up.
No, peeper don't mean that. It's
I'd have
peeping into the bizarro
single story houses would have to you'd have to be.
People have actually just started in flames, right, Russell? And you're going to give the numbers. It's happened. It happened.
Yeah, I'll definitely look it up because it's one of those things where kind of like the moose knuckle. Some people believe it, some people don't.
It's not like the moose
knuckle. Right.
No, this issue came up with Beamers.
It has not been scientifically proven. Wow. So that is one thing. Is like they never said, this person
something happened because we have electricity. That's why if we don't have electricity, we die. That's electricity is how the neurons communicate. So
in your body,
yeah. Well,
yeah.
So the electricity might be the reason for people exploding. It came up with my car Beamers a few years ago. A couple of them just blew up, and they didn't know why. But it happened.
I remember watching a documentary years ago on spontaneous human combustion, and the people it happened to were heavy drinkers, and they smoked a lot of cigarettes too.
Good thing there's no cough medicine.
You become flat. Yeah, I guess if what they were saying was, there's no scientific proof to it, but
something's going on within the body for sure.
Like your body, like all your fat cells and shit was just soaking alcohol because you drank nonstop. Heavy liquor too, not just beer or whatever. And you're always
it has to do with alcohol.
You've always got alcohol and cigarettes.
Well, no, the cigarettes could explain. The cases I've heard, there's no real connection with anything, right? People just blow up.
This was just like it was. They weren't saying that's what caused it, but it was just kind of a theory.
Yeah, we don't.
And their body explodes or catches on fire. What happens?
It disappears. The one I saw, a woman, all that was left was 2 legs and shoes, and everything else is gone. But there was no scorch marks on the furniture she was sitting in. She was sitting in like a lazy boy kind of chair. There's no scorch marks really, but there had been so much heat that a TV across from her, the plastic shell on the TV, had slightly melted. It's really fucking strange, man.
It really happened, HP. Yeah. People, strange thing. Science don't know. The body is strange. We don't. They don't know why we think. They don't understand consciousness. So a lot of that stuff, right? I heard a theory the other day by a scientist that we all live within a black hole. That could be.
That makes sense, kind of.
Kind of. Or we're a simulation. You've heard that one? That could be too.
Well, I just thought a black hole was a portal to another universe, maybe.
Oh. I think Einstein came up with an idea of a wormhole that you could go ahead, but you can't go back, something like that. Theoretically, it's possible. Yeah.
So, if it
But
does what?
Go ahead.
In the world, it doesn't. Is there always an opposite to everything?
Oh.
Yin and yang?
Yin and yang. Huh?
Yeah, I'm asking because I actually don't know. Is there an opposite to everything?
I don't know.
So if there is, then somewhere would have to have an opposite, which would be nowhere, which would be where the black hole would take you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they
You would
don't.
literally go nowhere.
Well, they don't know. Dark matter makes up most of the universe, and they haven't a clue what it is. Not really.
I think that's nowhere land from the
But
Beatles.
you can't imagine nowhere. Like what was before the Big Bang, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So
That's unimaginable.
Yeah, but the telescopes like discovered more galaxies, and they don't know. Really.
Maybe the end of time is the beginning of time.
Or
infinitely repeating itself.
Yeah, what is time? All that concept, right? I don't know.
Taking away the moments that make up a dull day.
That's Pink Floyd.
River and waste the hours in an offhand way.
I don't know, man. I don't understand.
I gotta hop off.
The earth is square.
What do you have to do? Where are you going?
Gotta go do some Christmas stuff.
Like what?
Like Christmas stuff.
Well, okay. Go on.
All right.
Well, it's not all right, but what can I do? You're not going
to don't worry. I'm going to send HB an article about spontaneous human
I hate when he goes.
With some pictures, and he'll be able to check up on it when he feels like it.
We go way back, so I really hate when he goes off. It's just the three of us.
But we know that Hostbusters probably will be doing some Christmas shopping on the 24th.
I don't know. I don't understand. I mean, I never knew he was a swinger and all that stuff. He keeps a lot of his personal stuff personal, not like me and you, right? He shocks me. I don't think he went Christmas shopping.
Look, I wouldn't want to talk about.
Why? Nobody knows his name.
SEX stuff.
Sex.
Yeah,
I'm interested in like the women he knows and all that stuff. I think it'd be interesting. His pickup lines. I think he said he goes to bars to pick up women. Fascinating life, but I didn't know he was like that. I mean, I thought I was. But he turns out to get all the sex and all these women, and I don't know. Maybe men. I don't know. He doesn't like talk about it.
He's going to do some last-minute swinging before Christmas.
Oh. I'm interested. I mean, I like to try to understand people, and I was with them for 13. I don't understand Ghostbusters.
An orgy. He's going to an orgy.
I'd like to ask him about that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to have to spend Christmas Eve and Christmas with his family, and he can't have sex,
Yeah, but when he gets back, No, brutal. It's like you make judgments on people by our nature, and we're completely wrong about him. We only found out his swinging because he was catfished, and the catfish came up. But why would he? He kept talking to someone catfished him. It was a dude. So maybe he's now looking around for his date for the night. Right? He's fascinating because I thought I knew him, but I did not know him. I just know he's funny, but most of what he told us, like he was married, like this one woman, and then I'm watching, and somebody came up and said they catfished HB, and then Lemonade. We knew about him and Lemonade because she started calling him a sex pest, and then HB came on SHA and said, "No, you wanted it." So all this about Lemonade, I don't know. How much do we really know each other? Maybe not that much. And then we find out, like Vin Vader, which is cool. I think that's a cool string. We find out who the person really is. But in that case, what a slime bucket, because he made like he was morally calling out another guy. Right, so he had the pretense. Oh, he's Vin Vader. He's doing this to protect children, but it turns out that Vin Vader went in this really, really creepy stream, and he said he was gonna age play when he called himself 11 and a half. That's bizarre world, but these are the people we deal with. And most of the people have a dark side. Russell probably doesn't. He just got a temper. So Russell might be one of the normal people. Me too, but I don't know. I like being, I had a lot of fun. And I met the woman I want to be with. Well, the third one. 3 times the charm, right? We don't know anything. Russell could have been married. Who knows with Russell? But maybe
I would have admitted that.
Well, you think HB would have admitted? People don't admit, right? But
Remember,
I would.
When we first met them, they were still. They might have been engaged, but Mr. and Mrs. Busters weren't married when we first met.
Yeah, when we still had Busters, they were together, but they weren't. Are they married? We don't know that either.
Rude,
right?
I don't know. I see. I'm going to interview Jarva and Sam Hill eventually for Busters, but I don't think I can
interview me now. Why don't you do it now? Get it out of the way.
You want me to? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me.
Hey, Brutal
Okay,
Mafia.
Sam.
How much was Shep willing to do for Jarva? We don't know. We know that Shep bought her a phone, right? And I think he was obsessed with her. And he said he was married. So I said to him, if you're married, I don't think your wife would like you talking.
You think he was being financially dominated and that was a kick?
What do you mean financially dominated?
That's the fetish, is spending a lot of money on.
No, I don't think he was a pay pig. No, I don't think he was. He just, I don't believe he was married. Or if he was, that's kind of playing around. But that guy was a creep anyway. Right, Sheppy. But another
if we were doing rosters, I would ask you just really basic questions. What book first got you into literature? What is the book you remember being the one?
Wow, no one ever asked me that. Let me think. I think The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich when I was 13 by SHA.
Is that a book you could still read and enjoy?
Well, it's a history of World War II. So, yeah.
Okay.
I was in Spain, and I didn't know Spanish, so I wasn't watching TV. My mama and my 3 siblings would go to bed. So in the middle of the night, because I finally got a chance to be alone, and I always read, but that book kind of changed on nonfiction. It like got me into history and all of that. And on that island, I didn't have much to do. I had a couple of friends, so I just read and read and read. They had sometimes in the bookstores they had an English section. So I basically that was a good time to read, and I really got into reading a lot. What about you, Russ?
See, this is Rusters. I'm the person asking the questions.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Did poetry, was that something that you got into through music, or did you get into people like Dylan and Leonard Cohen and Randy Newman because you like poetry already?
I wanted to tell you earlier that I used to really be excited about movies. And I finally, this is a movie about Bob Dylan I want to see. Have you seen it?
I have heard that it's good. Bob Dylan himself likes it. So that's really...
well, you can watch clips of the movie. Haven't you heard the clips of the movie? Haven't you played that actor?
Timothy Chalamet.
They're all over the internet, clips from that movie, and I want to see it. Finally, a movie I want to see. Bob Dylan doesn't. I don't want to see interviews. I think I don't want to know that much about him, but I want to see the movie. And I would think that's a movie you want to see too. It's fascinating that a man in his 80s can have so much interest, right? People are still interested enough in this movie will kick up the interest. And the actors, I think the actor's done an extraordinary job. I've seen the clips. So one test of genius is, does it last? So Bob Dylan is 80 years old and people are still playing his music. And it's because of his lyrics too. You asked about poetry. Well, Bob Dylan is probably the poet of music. The lines are, they speak to the human condition that people around the world can relate to. And they are poetry, the way he puts his words. I think that's just him, environment and brain. He was just born with that genius, I think. Or people with this environment would be genius. But I love Bob Dylan because of the lyrics, and I think you do too, right? So it's fascinating.
Yeah, but I like his electric period because of the bands. And I also think that, like, as an acoustic guitar player and a harmonica player, he wasn't like technically amazing, but I think a lot of the stuff was he knew how to write a song, and he knew how to do the singing and playing guitar kind of song.
Well, I think he had a problem in that he wasn't technically thought of as a good singer. So he's kind of nasally. So he had to set it up that he could be successful, not only as a songwriter, but as a singer, because he developed this kind of stylistic way of singing. And I think either you like it or you don't. I like it, but he's certainly not technically a good singer.
Everyone has different taste in what is because if you think about it, like a really good technical singer would have been someone like Luciano Pavarotti. But how many people want to just listen to opera?
Well, the deal is, if success was based on singing ability, all these singing schools or drama departments around the country, there'd be millions of singers. But I think it's like develop a style. There's a place for Pavarotti, but not many people have the technical ability either of Pavarotti. But I'm interested in music is universal, and what a cool thing to have as your hobby, Russell. Right? Most of us love music. And
Sam. Okay. I'm getting back into Rusters mode again, unfortunately for you, but fortunately for me.
Nice to see you. And see, 4 or 5 hours, I understand. Go ahead.
All right, yeah. Well, this will be. We'll wrap up the show with this preview of the Rusters. This is a pre-interview interview.
Sure.
Okay, Sam, notorious for loving the ladies. I think I know the answer, but when it comes to pop culture women, like famous women, whatever made them famous, you still think Bridget Bardot in her prime was the most beautiful woman of all time? Because I remember you said that a few years back.
Yes.
Okay.
I
How
like
old
French
are you?
women.
No, see, I threw in a trick question.
Say whatever you want.
No, but I told you, Rusters is like the Tomorrow Show with Tom Snyder or something. It's not gonna. I'm not gonna be like, tell us, why did you do it? Why did you do it? It's not going to be one of those kind of things. I just
someone
think of the person, and I know what you like.
I heard
just
someone
going to
say
ask you about stuff you like.
about CNN. I wonder if it's true. This person said the median age of the viewer of CNN is 68. Whoa! So TV is probably out the window at this point, right? The young people, say under 30. I know people who don't have TVs.
Oh, yeah, that's an excellent point, because I have a television set, as I like to call it. I also have a hi-fi set. I don't use either of them anymore. I
don't watch much TV.
Haven't even hooked up my stereo system since I moved here. I just use my tablet and I always said StreamYard, Spotify for everything. And I haven't watched a television show since the debates a month or so back.
What was that? The one about the ancient. That was good, about the ancient kingdoms a couple of years ago. Game of Thrones. That was pretty good, right? It might be coming back. There's a new one, an offshoot. It's terrible on TV. I'm trying to think when I went to watch TV. I watch TV with news events, right? Like live, like the election. But I don't watch much TV either. I think that basically most people are turning away. A question from the space forum, Mike. If the situation replayed itself, and instead of a bat, I was talking about that only what do people remember from us? Like I remember Russell trying to kill me, but I've been on so much. But what do people? What does people interest?
We're more popular if we are violent.
Yeah,
violence is. Sure. Should we have like a wrestling where they used to like blade each blade?
Peepers
so like they got.
Peepers is all about violence, real life violence. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of that. That is true.
I'm excited for it, man. Because Russell, our little world is kind of dying, don't you think?
Yeah, and we're getting old. I mean,
I'm not getting old.
Well, I know I am. I'm not really I couldn't imagine a bunch of fucking
I just think
teenagers or early 20s people thinking, yeah, this old dude talking about 70s TV shows and stuff is my favorite stream. So I can understand where my appeal is pretty limited. But
it's very esoteric. If 1 million people know about this, you'd have a huge audience. Right, just not many people. The people who know about us are now interested, like me, in these characters, like Brutal Mafia. And now some drama comes up. Like I've heard Vin Vader. I've been on with him, and then I find out, according to hacks, the guy's a creep. That interests me. Like people I know, and Vin Vader is connected to May Noodles, who's connected to Jimmernam, and I'm connected to both people. And Russell, you probably know more people than me. I see you in many chats. I don't even basically. I never go to Foreman's, but I went the other day, and there you were.
I think you're probably way more well known than I
am. Hopefully not now with Peepers. It'd be so cool if it became huge, and then I can take credit for the name and stuff. but it really has potential. And I think if any, in 4 years, 5 years you've been on, this is the time for you. This is your moment, I think. It's all set up, right? Now it's just letting people know about it. Enough people have to know about it. So it'll be
I
word
think
of mouth.
it's been promoted more than enough.
Have other people promoted it?
Well, it just seems like Brute was mentioning how it seems like it's been being talked about for years, and I can understand that because it's something coming up. Like I promise, it's coming up the 4th.
I think it's just the right time for something like that because our little world is dying. You know,
I guess people miss like the topic streams where.
Yeah, they
not
as
many people. I don't think it gets as many views as like a good drama stream or a good fighting stream. But there are people that enjoy just like probably like I do. I'll listen to streams about certain subjects and stuff, and I'll go to sleep listening to them. I'll listen to them again where I left off when I wake up and stuff like that. So I like to fall asleep listening to streaming and stuff because music usually is too entertaining and I can't go to sleep unless it's real low in the background.
Your friend's about to come up, Michelle. I think the theme is universal. People love hearing. Me too. Serial murders, space, all of that. I can bring up. I don't want Michelle to wait. Hang on, Michelle. We're just winding down. I just have to make sure where's the banner? Michelle is a friend of Russell's, and I've been on her show a couple of times. Had fun. Here is Mr. Peepers' friend, Michelle.
Yes, a friend of Peepers.
Hi, Sam. Hi, Russ.
Hi.
What's up?
Hi.
You're on.
We're supposed to have a Christmas stream tonight, and I was just making sure that was still happening.
Yeah.
You sound so excited. Maybe being on 5 hours here doesn't help.
Well, yeah, I brought a little bit of Yule. I dropped a Yule log on Sam Hill's carpet by singing some Christmas songs earlier. And
nice.
yeah, I think I've been up here since you started, right, Sam?
Yeah. Long time.
Yeah.
Nearly
It's a very
5
full
hours.
day of streaming them for you. You're sure you're up for it?
Yeah. I don't feel I'm in no ways tired, like Hillary Clinton once said.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
He's in a good mood, I think, Michelle.
Sam, you were cracking the whip on him?
People like just singing.
When the whip comes down. Everything was I don't know, a lot of people are still mad about a lot of shit that's going on in our little sector. But hopefully with Christmas coming up, take a break from that for a couple of days, hopefully.
Sam, what were you
It
guys
just
talking
got to
about?
pause. Come on, Michelle. Keep it going.
What were you guys talking about?
For 5 hours. So we need
I was interviewing Sam,
So
but
condense it all into like one sentence.
I did a preview.
How about 2
interview.
words?
The real interview.
Of who? Save me.
You wanted me to put it in one sentence. Here's 2 words.
Oh, that's
save me. Save me
culmination
from what?
of the whole stream is save me.
Yeah, that's my shot. Save me from what? I'm not sure.
It's almost Christmas. Sam, do you celebrate Christmas?
No, yeah, I celebrate Christmas. My wife is deeply religious.
Ah.
Yeah.
Russ celebrates Christmas as well.
It's a cool, religious or not, I think it's a cool time.
I agree.
Yeah, it's fun.
I just gotten flack from a friend for mentioning celebrating
flack?
Christmas. Because the friend is not religious. Apparently,
throw
he
the
doesn't celebrate
flack
Christmas. So sorry,
dude. If you don't have to be. When I was a kid, and we were, kind of religious, went to mass, whatever. No, it was the gifts. I know it was supposed to be about representing the birth of Christ. It was a gift.
What's up, Steffi?
Oh, Steffi. maybe.
Well, even if you don't want to be a part of the birth of Christ and all that, you can at least see it as a time for, like,
Yeah, absolutely.
togetherness and
Yeah,
family, and which
yeah.
I would think is a universal,
Do you know about
good
Steffi?
thing.
Do you know about Steffi, Michelle?
Is that was that AOC's girlfriend?
Yeah.
I
Who
don't,
would?
Sam, I always had a very positive opinion of AOC until the very
Sure, of
last time
course.
that he came on your panel and he started yelling at me for absolutely no reason because I was asking you a question
Yeah.
about
What a
something
great
that
guy,
you had.
right? What a
Yeah,
happy Mr.
you had
Happy.
made some statement. Now I honestly I don't
Wonderful.
even know what it was. But I
Nicest guy.
asked you about what you said, and then he came on and started calling me a cunt and a bitch and all this stupid shit. And it's like, holy cow, man, where is this coming from? I don't even know you. And I was asking Sam about what he had said. Hey, is that true? Because that's crazy,
About
kind of thing.
farts, or like you were actually
No,
talking about
it was like
the
about,
butt smell.
yeah,
The butt
it was
smell.
something about butt stuff. Yes, it was. You're right. And I mean, how would I know if it's true or not? I'm just
So,
asking a
Michelle,
question, but
let me
apparently that
get
makes me a
serious.
really bad person.
I tried to let people know this. I've known him a long time.
He's pretty vicious, Sam.
In
I
his
don't know if you're aware of
situation,
that. Very vicious.
here's the answer. That he truly has gone through life hurting women. He truly lived in Motel 6 until recently. He truly got dumped 4 times. He truly, in one phone call, called Miss Butt Smell whore. He's truly slandered me, saying that I was a P word because I wrote my wife at 16. Completely not true. He slanders, but how is he still kind of happy? The answer is he's a psychopath. He really doesn't care about anyone except himself, satisfying his sexual needs. And he want no friends. And that's why he's fun, make fun of him. Because most people say I made fun of Russell, right? I called Russell Mr. Peepers. I lost like 20% of my subscriptions because people like Russell.
That's an exaggeration, Sam.
Maybe, but I lost, I lost subs, right? Because people said that.
Not a bunch, though. I think people might have made it seem like a bigger
deal. It was
deal
like 15, 20. Okay, so the point is, Michelle, you brought him up.
Yeah, Russ is well liked.
Right. But this guy make fun of because he's unlikable. He truly is. And he doesn't care because he's a psychopath. He is a psychopath. He doesn't care about anyone.
I don't agree with you, Sam. I think the problem is that you share too much of your personal stuff on YouTube. It gets annoying. But you're the one that preferred, if you will, the information in the first place. But everyone knows about, like, what you were mentioning, the Caitlyn stuff, the Sarah stuff, everything. People still bring it up.
Yeah.
Now there's something about what? May Noodle said he farted during sex, or she farted during something.
No. No. He said that during sex, she had a butt smell and it didn't stop him.
Okay.
Right.
But see, there's no reason to tell people that stuff on YouTube. I would, like, if I had a girlfriend and she farted in my face accidentally or something, I'd have never brought it up on a panel anywhere.
Why you brought it up? Because he doesn't care. He's a psychopath. You get it?
But the thing is, like, a lot of people like when people overshare and are really straightforward about everything.
Yeah, but you don't overshare somebody else's issues. That's the difference.
But it also becomes something where people make sock accounts, and there's
my point is that you can make fun of him because he's not a nice person. And also he doesn't care. That's why he can be happy, because he's a psychopath. Truly, psychopath is not pure like people think. Like, a psychopath can still love his mother, even though he makes fun of his mother's profession. Who makes fun of nurses? He does.
He makes fun of his mother's profession? That's mean.
Yeah, he makes fun of nursing profession.
I guess I just don't follow this stuff that closely to know. I always thought he was like a nice guy.
What has he done nice?
Well, Russ had a Halloween stream last year, not this last Halloween.
Yeah,
but
me
the year
and
before.
him.
And he
The
was
only
on there,
time
and
I
it was
remember,
really like nice and pleasant, and he talked about trick or treating. We just
only
shared
time
stories
I
about like
remember
childhood stuff.
anything. Michelle, please. The men are talking. No, anyway, seriously, the only time I've ever, I was just fucking around. The only time I've ever had, no, I was just kidding, Sam. No, but
Okay,
the
I
only
know.
time that I ever had like any sort of dispute with him was over the Wendy Pack shit, and that wasn't
Okay,
even
but
more than like a
Michelle,
week.
see what happens if he gets mad at Russell. Then you'll see the evil come out. You get that,
Well,
Russell?
I think he's just trying to. Did
Why
she
did
really
Michelle
hop off the panel? Good Lord,
I
you
don't
need
think she
thicker
likes your.
skin for screaming.
No, I
If you're
think
gonna
she.
be screaming, you gotta have thicker skin. When I was
No,
totally
I
just
think
fucking around.
that didn't
But
work
the whole
because
time
she's
I was
nice.
trying to talk, she kept talking, Sam. That's all I
Okay,
was.
I don't know your history, but maybe what works with me doesn't work with you
Well, let
because
her
you're
back
such a
up.
nice guy. So we made the
I have,
remark about women; it didn't come off because it doesn't fit you. You know what I mean? You're too well
well, I
liked.
was just trying to talk about something, and she
Well, maybe
kept
she'll come
talking.
back. I'll even go away. I don't really. I could go away.
I don't
It
want to
doesn't
be up
matter.
here by myself.
Okay, then
Don't worry
I
about
would
it.
only go away if she comes on. If I'm the reason for the problem, I don't care. I'll go away because something happened. Just I don't know why she went off. I'm thinking
I
that
don't
she.
know either.
She's very. I've noticed she's sensitive to you. So that remark, I don't think it was terrible. It just didn't come off because you're
No,
silent.
I wouldn't think that that was the case.
I wonder why she went off then. I don't know. Russell just gave 5 hours, so I appreciate what Russell did. Michelle, I don't. They've known each other 20 years, so they got scuffed. I have no idea.
More than that, a long time.
I don't know. I don't know, but that's okay. It's interesting she went off. Because why did she go up? Was it me? Russell made a comment that didn't fit his character, but big deal. He was joking. He likes
Yeah,
women.
because he was just fucking around, dude.
He likes
But
women.
seriously, the only time that I had any sort of dispute with him was that Windy Pack shit.
No, but what I'm saying is that if he said the wrong comment, he would turn on you in an instant. Because look at what I take heat. Whoosh just
Well,
put me
that
down on
happens,
Andy
man.
because
That
I
fucking
let.
happens all the time with people.
Really? Okay. Not
Yeah,
most
on,
people don't go off like
YouTube,
that.
online. I thought to myself a long time ago, a lot of YouTube and online friendships, they're made out of sugar glass.
Of
Very
course.
easy to break.
Of course. Well, they're not
It's
real friendships,
different
most of them.
when you can't, like, when people take you serious, when you're being sarcastic, when people think you're being sarcastic, when you're serious, it's all the online stuff. So, like, I realized that I guess with some people, I can't even joke around.
I guess what I figured out, it's not rocket science, is I'm tired of people saying they don't care. Well, if you don't fucking care, don't fucking come up here. I do care about some people. I understand that YouTube.
We care about streaming
No, I
enough
care
to
about
want to
you as a
do it. To
person.
want to do it.
I care about you
Yeah.
as a person. I do.
Yeah.
But I'm not arrogant and think most people care back, or I don't care about most people. But I like a lot of people, but I only care about a couple of people.
That's the thing about streaming and stuff. It's different when you're up on a panel versus a one-on-one thing, like a private chat.
Yeah.
Talking to someone on the phone.
Well, of course.
Or, hey, check this out, actually hanging out with people in real life. All that stuff is going to be different. And the thing about doing this kind of stuff is that you can't really, like, there's a lot of times where you just shouldn't take anything about YouTube seriously, because a lot of it's just,
well, maybe most of it,
goofy.
But there are people like Brutal Mafia. I really like Brutal Mafia. He's been around so long.
See, I've known him, and he's been accusing me of being a serial killer this whole time.
Yeah, but he doesn't mean it.
I didn't storm off because of that.
And there's things that I even want to know about, but he's very judicious. Like, I didn't even know he broke up with Rachella for months. That's a classy thing he did.
See,
right?
I didn't know that either. I haven't
keep
been.
it private. A little
I
bit.
know them both, but yeah,
I like
haven't.
both of them. I like both of them, right? But deep down, he did the right thing by his the woman he was involved with. Maybe at some point you acknowledge it, but you don't really bring it up.
Yeah,
I don't like
he's
to bring
actually.
up my wife.
Where's Poofy? He said that before the men are talking. That is something that I.
Oh, that
copied.
comment. Let me go.
Yeah, that's.
We don't know with Michelle. I've talked with her a couple. I don't know. They have things between them in 20 years that only they will understand. They're that close in a way, right?
Well, no, it's not really like understanding anything. It's just that streaming is
Can I tell you what's really groovy about it? That I have a couple of friends. I used to have a lot of friends, right? So sometimes I love conversation, but there's limits depending on the person. So some people, they're good for an hour, and then I don't want to make them feel bad. But here, you go off there, you don't have to talk to them. So it's cool in that way. When you get tired or whatever, you go off, right? So it's easier, and it's easier to have conversations with people. And some people like Brutal Mafia I've known for years, and it started off bad because he tried to dox me, and he thought he did dox me, right? Would I trust him to not dox? No, because I don't know Brutal Mafia that well. Does he actually work at crime scenes? I don't know, but he's good enough. You know what I mean? I don't have to really know that much, except what he wants. I just like the guy. Would I like him in real life? Maybe, maybe not, but we probably want to. Russell I'll probably meet because I go cross country all the time, right? And I'd like to meet Russell. Would I? But the thing is, would we could meet at a bar, but would you want me to meet at your home?
That wouldn't bother me.
Oh, okay. I don't know if, I mean, I like you, but what if you truly are like the serial murderer?
Well, I don't know. See, that's the thing is like, you know, when I do this stuff, I know what I'm doing when I'm streaming, right?
Yeah, right.
I know what I'm doing if I want to meet someone.
But also, the cool thing here is that.
So what I could say, what if I think you might do something fucked up if we meet, right? Absolutely. I could be worried about that, but I'm not, because
I wouldn't be offended if you want to meet at a bar. I really would not be offended because you don't. Yeah, I could be now. The fact you've heard my wife in company in 6 years means something, but you know, with Bundy, we can be charmers. you know what I mean? I could be a serial murderer, probably not, but I could be, right? So that would be the next level.
The neighbors always say that they were nice, quiet people, right?
Yeah. Well, how many people have fooled us here? I've just been fooled by. I didn't especially like Vin Vader. I think he was obsessive, but I didn't think he was as bad. I never thought he would be in that creepy. It really was a creepy stream, not your typical porno or anything like that. It really, it had representations of children. And then if it's true, I think it is. Allegedly, he said he was 11 and a half years old at some point. That's probably the creepiest thing of all, if that's true. He admitted that he was in that stream, right? And then it may be that he made like, why would he say he was 11 and a half? Well, maybe he said he was 11 and a half, so he could do that
It's age play, right?
age play, yeah, which is really creepy, right? I mean, if I said, "Oh, I'll be a 25-year-old rock singer," that's one thing. But to say that I want to be 11 and a half so I can age play is vile to me. It might even be illegal. I don't know. Right.
It's
so
the whole reason for doing that. If someone is in one of those chat rooms pretending to be 11 and a half or whatever, is it for sexual purposes?
It depends on the stream, on the context. And in that context, it listed all weird bestiality and weird, not your typical porno, even threesomes. But that was the listing of things they said. Really, a lot of them were vile. So it's interesting, but it's shocking. So we found out this guy, at least I thought he wasn't like that. And then you think, well, Jimmer used to accuse him of stuff. So
that's what started it, right?
Yeah, that's what started. So it's not normal. I don't use normal very much, but it's not normal to involve children in any way like that. It's sick. It might even be illegal. So, of course, I want to talk about it because it's not bullshit, and I don't go for bullshit. I mean, I'll be silly, I'll be hyperbolic, but I don't like shtick really, but I'll be absurdist. Like when I said that Rex, we knew he drove a truck. So someone said he drove a bread truck, and then I'm thinking the way he talked, did he really have sex with his bread? And did Russell, was he racist? Rex, I'm sorry, Russell. Was Rex racist because he went fuck the pumpernickel or the German dark bread? And then someone in chat said, well, you know that Rex is banned. He can't get within 1,000 years of a bakery. So that's that's kind of absurdist. But also there was some truth because he drove a truck and he was a weird guy. But I guess that's shtick, but it's more absurdist. And I was trying to be funny with it. But real shtick, I really don't like, but I do exaggerate, get hammy. But I like truth built on, like Alex did say he puts his finger up his anus to clean it. But come on. I mean, even if you defend it, who does that? So why does he do that? And then I'm thinking, well, Poon is probably doing shtick saying he's gay. But then Alex does other things. Like David said he searches for male porn, right? So it's interesting to me and try to make some humor, but the real guy, seriously now, I think is psychopathic, and I've listed reasons for it. And that's why you can even go at him, because he doesn't care. He can, and that's an interesting guy. I don't know many psychopathic people, do you? So even with this pig thing.
No, I really don't.
But isn't that, it's weird, but it's kind of funny because the butt is funny for probably a lot of reasons. I mean, it's beautiful, but it looks kind of funny too in a way, right? Those two little half. But there's a way of talking about the butt. Butt smell is funny. Anal sex isn't. You know what I mean? So there's an interesting balance. I mean, sodomy to me is not funny, but butt smell is. So have some humor with it, or you can sticking his finger up his anus. You can make serious, but why does he do that? And he truly said with it. Oh, here's a likeness of Russell Cookbook. You can tell. You can tell when I'm getting along with Russell through the likenesses, right? You can tell I don't like this
It's
person.
not that dude with the butt. I couldn't find that. I was actually looking for that specific picture
I've seen it
for
before.
Peepers because
Yeah.
I was able to find it.
I think angry man or something. I forget what I put.
I put bug-eyed men, bulging-eyed men, but
No, it's angry.
so
I
I
think
should put just angry man. Nothing about the bulging eyes. Let me try that.
I think when I forget the Mr. Peepers. I might have put bulging eyes. I forget. Yeah. I don't know. There's
I'll
you
just
don't want to
put
use it
eyes.
because I've used it. You want a new one. All right. You don't want to use mine. There's plenty of angry men, believe me.
I have
But,
some stuff from the Outer Limits.
which was interesting because most people might say Twilight Zone, but Russell said Outer Limits, which is kind of more creative, I think. Because Twilight Zone was a bigger show. But
Okay,
Outer Limits,
I think I gotta put bulging.
Can I say something on that, please? I don't think you should do that. No, I don't think you should do that because you want to use peepers in the sense of peeping into the bazaar. So that's making a joke out of it. But that's your call. But I would not go.
No,
with
I was just looking for the picture because someone was asking me about peepers. They're like, "What the fuck does that mean?"
I've seen the
And
picture.
I was trying to explain it, and I could not find that. I still can't find that fucking
I don't
picture.
know. Maybe somebody complained, but I seriously, I must have unconscious noticed the eye, but I really never did. I still don't, unless you look for it. Your eyes look fine, but I guess my unconscious saw something.
You really shouldn't worry about it. I think
that it interests me. What I have to. I don't want to offend people. I don't really want to.
If it lost you viewers, I don't think that that doesn't make sense, man.
People thought it was cruel. No, people thought it was
we're not nice to each other. We're streamers.
Well, I'm now going through. Maybe I'm too hard on Poon Handler, so I pull it back a little bit. I'm angry.
Maybe I'm putting man in the search term. I'm gonna just try angry. Bulging eyes. Angry bulging eyes.
I know why I'm mad at him, but I go too far. So I have to check myself. I said he had syphilis, and that explained Poon's insanity. But people actually believed it. One person said, so that's going too far, and I feel bad. I really don't want to hurt the guy. Poon Handler just had a really depressing kind of on his page. And I don't want him really hurt. So I got to check myself. Sometimes I go too far. I don't really want to be cruel, but sometimes
I guess I do too, man. And certain people. I mean, but if someone is like usually lets you know how they feel about stuff, and they're not super sensitive to your feelings and stuff like that, don't you think that you can kind of be like that to them too, and it would be cool?
But my point was, honestly, people can laugh at.
And I'm just thinking about like being friends with another guy versus being friends with a woman.
Yeah, it's totally different.
Is that what I'm getting different? Is I should not?
No, I think you're nice. I don't think that's that's not what you need. You're pretty nice. Where somebody like me might go too far.
It's usually just trying to be entertaining for the stream.
Yeah, but sometimes it's entertaining, but it gets too personal. Like
but I didn't think anything like fucking personal had even happened.
But you didn't give me an out. I didn't hear from you on that issue for a long time. On the Mr. Peepers.
Oh, the Peepers thing?
Yeah, people were telling me too far.
See, that's the thing, man. I wouldn't worry about it because I think that it's just
But I got to think about it because it's all about boundaries.
Well, I think what happened is that since you don't cam up, you you know, if someone doesn't cam up and they talk
Right.
shit about how other people look, it usually
Right.
pisses people off, you know?
Well,
So it's probably that more than me specifically.
I think that's a phony issue. Because if somebody's
But you know
really
how
like Mr.
everyone,
Peepers, once I
everyone
found
is
out
always
that
like, cam up, cam up.
yeah,
Everyone, like when people are fighting, cam up, cam
yeah.
up,
Well,
cam up, you know, so
that's
that's a
fair to
big
you.
thing around here.
There's not
This
much.
is this is its own world. YouTube, how you act on YouTube is pretty different from other things, even being
It
online
depends what you're
and other
talking about. If I'm
circumstances.
talking
Yeah,
about Israel, Hamas, it's I
yeah,
don't.
like
Yeah,
political stuff
there's
differs
nothing
from.
other than the political stuff. But there's a lot of I like the nuances. For example, I'll give a nuance, right? Brutal Mafia is still here and he likes that, maybe. That there's reasons why people say things like whoosh. Whoosh was on Andy's. I've always gone along with whoosh, but he put me down. He said he didn't like people who don't cam up. But I think the real reason is because I said Whoosh hasn't really been very successful. So I think that's because he even mentioned Alex, and he hates Alex. But the truth is, I've helped Whoosh, and he's helped me because I gave him a platform where he was the best, in my opinion, I've ever seen him when he fought Alex for 6 hours. So why did he suddenly come at me? I don't think it's because I don't show my face. He could have
Okay,
mentioned other
yeah,
people.
I
Because
remember
I
that really
attacked him a
was.
lot. Yeah,
That was a 6-hour fight
yeah,
stream. That probably
great for
got
people like that.
like a million views, probably.
It was maybe the top view. It didn't get a
Yeah.
million, but for my little stream, it got. But my point is
Yes.
that I'm
Is that your
interested.
most watched stream?
No, I
Out
think
of
I got 2,000 once, but it was
no, but I mean for 6 hours of streaming, is that your most popular
no,
6
it
hours?
went beyond 6 hours, but there was a fight within it. But my point is that I'm interested in new. Why did he put me down on Andy Cruz? And I'm thinking, why did he do that? Because we always get along. He brought up the face, which is kind of not really a big issue in my mind. But I think it's because I said that him and Matt were terrible, and then he made the remark.
He's probably not going to give you any compliments.
He's very thin-skinned. But the truth is, now that I'm critical, I think he's not that good. I thought he was better, but because I liked him, and he's a good fighter, but he used to be big, and he lives in the past. He used to be with Joey Boots. So now I'm critical that he wasn't that good. He's not that good anymore. But you made the comment on me, Wish. So I changed it's not that I flip-flop. I see people differently. Like Sue.
Hey, Flossie, Sue, and Kelsey are here. What's up?
That's why I mentioned Sue.
We're trying to figure out if
so Sue's fascinating. Sue and me. It's real. It's not flip-flopping. It's a change in perspective. So when she was Sue, when she was pro May Noodles, she was fierce and she fought for May Noodles. And she didn't like me because I was invasive, whatever the reasons. And she had a point from her point of view. Once she saw that May Noodles truly was not a nice person, then we were able to rapprochement. So she didn't flip-flop, but the whole manner of how she looked at the world of May Noodles changed, and it should have. And now that Sue wasn't saying things like my wife should leave me, I look at how cool a person she is. And so it's not flip-flopping, Whoosh. I saw you differently, just like Vin Vader. And that's a great stream that I presented people to a truth. Vin Vader admitted he was in that stream. And Hacks just brought up a clip, Vin Vader saying that he was in there recently and changed the account. So if you saw that stream, and I no longer want people to go there because it might be illegal, perceptions change. With Saucy Sue, I was able to now concentrate on incredible heroic things she did. So I didn't flip-flop on Sue, and she didn't flip-flop on me. As the stream developed, we got to know each other, or different histories, right? So we got to know each other better. And that's a good case. In the case of Vin Vader, he should probably hate me. In the case of Abe, I did something that he didn't like, and then he wanted to destroy me. So my viewpoint toward Abe has changed, but now I got originally really mad, but in time, I have more perspective and say that I don't necessarily trust Abe, but I forgive him, and I feel kind of bad for him because I think he found love, and he acknowledged it on SHA. JK and him met on SHA, and I think he came on, both said they loved each other, and then German Lady came on and kind of questioned it, and maybe he said, well, Sam, I trusted you, but I truth before Russell, truth before what? Not doing the right thing. So I think I did the right thing to Abe, and I questioned it because I think you did troll, but I didn't want to hurt you, and I don't want to hang on. That's what I was trying to say to Deena. Not that she's going to listen, and Sue might get this. That the way to have fun here, get mad, but don't carry grudges. And if you can, forgive. So Abe, I don't know if he'll ever trust me, but I forgive him. And that's there was more good about Abe than him getting mad at me. But he overreached. But Deena, do you really want to carry that hate? Even though I may understand it, better if you go to the police and say you want to pull it back. I think that'd be good for you. I made a case. I believe it. It's Christmas. Have the agreement, Deena. Don't talk about him. He won't talk about you. And if he violates it, just that file is still there. Will she do it? Probably not, but you never know. I think it's in her interest, it's like mine, to not hold on to the bad stuff. Russell only got mad at me for 10 minutes, right? That's why Russell is cool, because he can be vicious, but only for 10 minutes. And I prefer that to somebody keeping a grudge for years. Isn't that a better way to be?
It's, I don't know. You just get kind of used to everything being.
Well, you should if you want to have fun. So the bad thing is people get bitter like Rev, and then they shouldn't be on air. If you don't like it, get off air. I think if you don't enjoy it, because unless you make money. Now, if you make money, it's different. Then your money comes into it. But luckily, Russell doesn't care that much money, even though he can appreciate if you want to send him some bucks, which would be a cool thing. But he doesn't care about money that much. He never mentions it. But it would be with Peepers. At some point, hopefully, you'll have a question of being monetized.
I don't want to. I don't want to have to worry about censoring every single fucking thing I say. And I hate, like, is it just me, or does YouTube run a fuckload more ads now?
I talked about that. Some shows I'll purposely, I don't want to watch that commercial, so I'll just go away. So the best, but if somebody needs money, I get it. And I support donating if they say it truly. Like something like this vice versa said he had terminal cancer. I think to get money, well, obviously that's vile. But if you're honest, Russell is honest. Someone sent him something nice. He appreciated that. So, but they'll make that decision. Maybe Shammy doesn't need money. So that will help your program more, right? But donations, I think, would probably
it's the best thing, I think, is not, because I see and I know people like to do it for a living or whatever. But when you're watching someone doing a true crime story and they can't say the word rape, they have to fade out of it.
But Jimmer does very well. Jimmer does very well with that.
And
800.
that's just to follow YouTube guidelines, so you'll be
Yeah.
monetized and stuff. And
But
it's
so that's what. So that's an
annoying.
advantage of here, that I don't have commercials. I don't care about money. But with Russell, some donations would probably be nice.
So if I said something like he put, then
Oh,
she was later found dead. See, you missed out on a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I
that
get what you're
I had to
saying.
mute out because fucking yeah,
I know.
Sue. It's
I hate those
even
commercials,
worse now than it's ever been. The commercials. You'll watch a 12-minute clip and there's 18 commercials in it.
Sue is a very interesting case, that she's very loyal to Andy, but if she wanted to, I'm not saying she is, if she wanted to build up her own channel, she could go on many shows, because I said this even when we get along, Sue has talent, and not many people do like she does, but she's very kind of secure in what she wants, right? But she could if she wanted, and she could make money off this. So there's some people out there that have ability, but most people, they have ability, but things happen like Rev. But I like to promote people with, I think, ability. Abe has ability, but even Abe, after years and years, he wasn't doing as well. And me too, right? At some point. So far, I've lasted longer. But I think I have an interesting personality, and Russell does too. And all we have to do is have
But
conversation.
you think Abe has given up streaming? I
No,
thought he still did it.
he had a stream in the morning. I think Deena said he's scared. Well, if somebody made a police complaint, I think I would be scared too. So I don't know.
Getting arrested for streaming. Yeah,
Well, what
that
happened
does
was Deena brought up some clips of Abe I'd never heard. So I could probably never think of Abe the same way, because he had a clip of, I don't know if you've heard it, of how to hit a woman without being detected. And that was gross. That was really vile. So, but that's
so you honestly think that was him expressing something he really does?
No, I don't think he necessarily does it, but if he did it for humor, if he didn't, either way is gross. Either way is gross.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like
you
learn
the hard way that you should just never. I think you should.
Yeah.
You have to warn people. You have to be like, hey,
yeah,
I'm gonna make a joke. I'm gonna make a joke. Coming up, I will make a joke. So.
Well, but a lot of people won't
brace
find
yourself
that funny under any circumstance.
Brace yourself for this.
One good thing within our little world of what's happening with Dena and Abe is it's giving a warning and boundary. For instance, don't talk about kids. Certainly don't threaten kids. And I tried to warn Poon when he went off on a wishing rape. So the good part is things have gone too far, in my view. Don't ever bring up kids like that. Never threaten. Rape to me is not funny. So there's a good part too. Whatever Deena does, maybe in our little world, it makes us more responsible, because some of that stuff should never be brought up. Plus, it's against terms of service, and the N word too. And I think it's a good part of YouTube that they're a private enterprise, and the N word, it's not good, right? If I didn't have YouTube, I'd probably permit it and call it out. How has the N word ever helped America? It hasn't, in my view. And I grew up in a kind of a funny geographic area with a history, big history. On my mother's side, I have ancestors that fought in the Civil War. So maybe I'm sensitive. I brought up, this isn't my original statement, but I liked it. Someone said, a Southerner, and I was born in the South, that isn't it interesting that Southern people generally will trust Black people, if they can afford it, with their kids. Trust them with their kids. And yet on a societal state level, they're terrible to Black people. So I find that interesting, that white people, by the way, yeah, I had a black nanny, but to trust black people with love and then as a group treat them so horribly is a terrible thing. And race relations have been terrible in America. We'd be so much better without any racial strife, right? We're much better than we were. That just doesn't go to black people, but Jewish people and brown people and not purple people. There's no purple. You get what I mean? But there's so much racism and N-word. And what about homophobia? A lot of people say I'm gay. No, I'm not gay. But I'll have experiences where I kind of experimented, say, taking a shower with a guy. But no, I'm not gay. I didn't get erect. But if I was gay, I'd probably be a better streamer, by the way, because I'd have a cause. And I like causes, right? But I'm not. I'm not going to lie. I tell stories. Now, if I gave my real name, I wouldn't tell as much, for sure. People say, well, show your face. Well, if I show my face, I'm going to tell you less, not more. If you know my name, I'm surely going to tell you hardly anything. So one advantage is you don't know what I look like, and that's fine. Believe what you want, but I am good looking, but I'm not old, and I will prove that. But when people call me old, like Russell, I say, well, there's worse things. And sure enough, people come up with worse things, like I'm a P word, right? Based on, I'm not. So, but I'm saying there's worse things than being accused of being old. And that's what I sometimes, when people call me that, I say, well, there's worse things. I proved I'm not old, but people don't want the proof. I did. I showed my finger, and I went 19 hours. I'm tired of, maybe I'll keep proving it, but really, I probably don't want to because people don't want to believe. Really, you think an old person go 19 hours? Because I was cognitively as alert after 19. Really? Old people can do that? Even Trump, who got a lot of energy.
What's up, Lily Rose? That's true.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Jack Benny was always 39.
Jack Benny, people knew it. It was a bit. It was for comedic reasons. I'm not old. So Jack Benny doesn't really work. So that was his joke, right? Jack Benny, I like comedians. And Jack Benny had an influence on Johnny Carson because Jack Benny was known for his timing. Like he'd tell a joke and pause. He was a master of timing. He came out of radio, and he was a Jewish comedian, changed his name. And if you watch clips, he was brilliant. And Russell knows, not many people do, Jack Benny. He was huge in the day of radio. Before TV, imagine how popular radio was, right? No TV.
Yeah, my grand used to tell me about that stuff when I was a kid because I've always been interested.
And audio, audio has an advantage, because when it's audio, your imagination can run wild and cool. And it's true, my grandfather didn't want me watching baseball on TV. We would listen to the radio, or he had tapes. And it's kind of cool hearing it. It's a different kind of experience, right? And the same thing here. I didn't purposely not show my face. So which is wrong? I had an experiment that, how does it affect views? So I watched Germinam, the views. He was on camera, and then he stopped for a month, and there wasn't much change. So if I show my face, people will say, oh, that's what he looks like. Hopefully people would say it's good looking. And then people wouldn't care, and they'd be disappointed because now they know. Like with a mystery book, right? You want to find out, but once you find out, it's kind of over with. So Poon calls it panache. If I had to show my face, let's say that someone said, I'll give you $200,000. Well, sure I would, right? But that's fair to bring up. I don't think it works. I don't think it works. I don't even want to know what
that's a lot of money to cam up. $200,000.
Well, can I tell you why? It would have to make a difference.
Somebody offered that much.
Well, you might not like my answer. $200,000 would not even affect my life one way or another. Wouldn't affect my life. If I made 30,000 a year, that'd be different. So money is relative, right? Elon Musk is not going to give a fuck probably about $20,000. So I'm in a state $20,000 wouldn't affect my life. Right? I know people.
I'll never cam up again for $30.
Yeah, well, that's ridiculous. Why you would do
That's
that?
a pretty decent offer.
No,
I
it's
will
not.
never
No, it's not. You're
cam
giving
up
away.
again
Look, the truth is also, I have
$30.
my friend in Hollywood is a real tech guy. And it's true, if you know what you're doing, you can reverse. I don't know how to do it. He told me reverse the image, and it gives clues to your identity. And that's look at the airport, all that software and facial recognition. Well, it's gotten cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And if someone,
What is that? Okay, what is that? Like you're thinking that if you got on camera, that people would eventually find out everything about you and where you live and all your
facial
personal
recognition exists. Does that exist? Facial recognition technology.
Yeah, but who's gonna spend that much fucking time and money doing something like
So
that?
let me answer
That's
that.
probably like $20,000 to do all that shit.
No,
Man,
no.
at least.
Let me. You're talking about time, which is different than money. Who would spend hours and hours trying to figure out if I farted on air or not? People have done that. That's ridiculous. But people.
So that's still.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right, everybody. I am Russell.
Oh,
this has been.
Okay. Go ahead. You're gonna go. That's fine.
No. I'm still here. I have nothing else to do, Sam. Don't worry about it. It's only like 8. It's 8:09.
My wife has something. We were gonna go do something, but she's tired. She works, so that's why I hung on. You get the idea, Russell. The question is, who would spend that amount of time? Well, there's kooks on here who would, for sure, right? Let's look at Brutal Mafia. And this is years ago. Brutal Mafia wanted to dox me. So he went back hours and hours, stream after stream, until he came to my wife calling me, what did she call me? Bon. She calls me Bon sometimes because, I have such a common name. I call her wife sometimes, and she calls me husband. I kind of like that, right? And so he heard Bon, but the point is, look how much time Brutal Mafia spent, and then he thought he doxed me, and he says my name is Vern. So to answer your question, logically, who would? But a lot of people aren't logical, right? And there's Brutal Mafia too, Vern. Well, no, my parents are cool. Nothing against Vern. Name me Vern. Vernon, not even Vernon.
Is Vern always short for Vernon, or could you just be named Vern?
Well, people with Vernon shorten it to Vern sometimes. Like Mount Vernon, Washington lived at Mount Vernon. But you get the point. Brutal Mafia, how much time did you go back? And then he was so proud, and he thought he really doxed me. Now, if he really doxed me, I'd be upset. But he didn't. My name's not Vern. Right. Finally,
I mean, even if you know someone's first name, how is that a way of finding out other stuff about it?
It's a lot. Now you know the date of birth. Now you have an image. Now you know where they went to university. Now you know their degrees. Now you know maybe they did some drama stuff in college. So probably eventually, maybe Brutal Mafia will find out. And then I'll have to go off and worry that someone's going to contact people in my family and tell them about the bat and the shower and all this stuff. Because I don't show myself, I'm better, Russell. Because if I showed myself...
with notorious people,
mm-hmm.
like John Wayne Gacy,
yeah,
Lee Harvey Oswald,
yeah,
James Earl Ray,
yep.
There's a bunch of people that would be named James Ray, Lee Oswald.
How many people would have my
the full name?
Well,
So
Hostbuster doxed me, and I have forgiven.
people, no, but see, people wouldn't be like fucking like, yeah, Lee Oswald from fucking the dude that lives in our town. He killed Kennedy. Like, oh, that's Lee Harvey Oswald. You're talking about Lee Raymond Oswald. You know, they have to give the full names. So if you said you had a real common name, just giving your first name, or just even your first
What
and
if
last
they
name,
what if they know the college I went to? And this other stuff, it really
what is that going to do? Like, if they know that you went to some college, don't you say that you went to some college? You've mentioned it before.
I've said probably too much. I've probably been arrogant. But the advantage is you don't know my name, and so I get to tell my truth and my stories and my life, and not everything, but you get the idea. That I wouldn't tell about my life. That I don't want my family, most people in my family, knowing about the bat and other stuff. Alex doesn't have much of a family. I do. I actually have a very big family, but in California, I only have a couple. But back home. But don't you get it, Russell?
Oh yeah, I totally like. If you don't want people to know your name and what you look like, I really don't care.
So Sue, Alex doesn't care because Alex has. First of all, he's a psychopath and he doesn't care. I do. I'm tired of people saying they don't care. Well, I do care. Not that I lose sleep on it, but I do care. Look at all the time, and I got to know Russell. So some people I care about. Just the Saucy Sue story is inspiring. It got a reaction from me, right? If I heard that on TV or a movie, but this was real life. So we actually have heroes in here, in my stream. And it changed my whole viewpoint of Sue too, because she inspired, she has an inspirational story. And also compared Saucy Sue with May Noodles is like night and day. And it makes, by Saucy Sue's real experience, fighting off somebody who may have killed her unborn child. What does that say about May Noodles howling on a couch? So now we have comparison, right? And it brings a more realistic interpretation of May Noodles. She didn't show courage. She didn't model behavior. I felt bad for her. But also, I understand Jimmernam, right? Because if May Noodles would lie, right? Lie and accuse people. If you were Jimmernam, it was probably a good call to call the police. Because if you knew the woman lied, maybe you wouldn't trust her when she got really mad at you. So we don't flip flop. We have more knowledge, and I understand Jimmernam.
What's up, Becky Bear?
Anyway, see, I talk too much, but I'm interested.
I did, Becky. Yeah, my name actually is Russell.
Well, I don't. That's
or is it?
I wish people didn't know.
Or is it?
That's his call, right? You got a family, but yeah, I know I talked to him. Hey, Sue, my sleep patterns are shit. A lot of us have sleeping problems, including me. I always have. I don't know. But Poon sent a really disturbing on his page message. He was really down. I didn't know what to do. So that creates a response in me that maybe I go too far. And now I do feel kind of bad for some of the comments to Poon. Not with Alex. Not with Alex. But I think Poon has a really good side. And I hate because when we go after each other, he doesn't seem to care. But knowing that at least he was in a mood of despair, it kind of got to me. And I hope he's okay. I hope that was just mood. And I felt bad because I go at Poon probably too far. Right? But then I think he denies some things that happened to me in real life. That's crazy making. Like, it was hard for me to talk about it. Then he made fun of, say, my sexual assault at 16. And after years of making fun of me calling him out, now he says, well, he doesn't believe it. Well, what does that do to me? Like he's not acknowledging a horrible thing that happened to me. So, but I kind of like Poon. I think we're good together, but I think I went too far when I said he had syphilis. That was probably too far, right? So I go too far. Like with, and then Chad.
See, okay, Becky has just doxed me.
Uh-oh. Take away your mod. How dare you?
I have to hide now. Can I hide?
If you wanted to find Russ, there's probably enough information out there to find him. Right? But it's better for him because most people like Russell, but me, I remember GLM
Michelle
on air
for some reason. I don't know what's up with Michelle.
GLM.
Really,
well,
like,
you talk off air.
If you want to hang out with us,
maybe she's mad at me.
We're all kind of weirdos, man. That's just how we are. We're all.
No, we're not weirdos. I hate when people say that. No, we're not. No, I don't think
eccentric. We have our eccentricities.
I don't think Sue is weird. I don't think I'm weird. The part I know, you're not weird. Becky's not weird. Mike's not weird.
We're not like the Joe and Jane average types of folks.
I think Sue is very typical. I think I am. I think you are. I know what you're saying, but I think you're wrong. I think there's weird people and there's not weird people. There's all kinds of people, man. But there's more weird on air. There's something about being on air that probably most.
It must be. It must be that I.
You know, I don't think you're weird, Russell.
Really? Some shit you just get sick of you fucking worrying about after a while.
But that's true in real life. Isn't that true in real life?
It's like, come on, man.
That's what I was saying about my friends. I like them, but sometimes I didn't want to listen to them. Sometimes I got really bored of their conversation. But here it's easy. Okay, I'm going, right? It puts more of a time frame on conversations. With your friends, you don't want to hurt their feelings. You go off all the time, Russell, right? You were
I have friends, and we are pretty good.
He has real friends. I believe that for sure. For sure. Yeah. So, but he has, I think you have a poor self-image. I think you're better.
I try not to focus on that stuff too much because I'd like to.
Well, I got issues from my childhood too. All of us do, right? And I asked you where that came from.
It's weird how you I guess how you think of yourself.
Yeah.
Versus how other people think you. Because remember, you used to be like that. I was like the everyman, and I've always felt like I was too weird.
Think you are.
In so many ways. I'm a strange, mental illness, all that kind of stuff is going on.
Mental illness? I didn't know you have mental illness.
Past addiction issues.
Well, so many people have addiction.
And other things.
Well, I don't think my father was weird. I think he had an alcohol problem. And he was quite successful, but he was a drunk. And so if you had addiction.
Yeah, I've been addicted.
But I don't think that's weird.
To just pot was like a psychological addiction for a while.
It's definitely a psychological
addiction.
I
wasn't physically, I wasn't shaking and puking because I couldn't smoke a joint or whatever, take a hit off of a bowl. But I really thought that I would just do it forever. I'm going to be making pot for the rest of my life.
It's hard for we get our self-images usually from our parents, from our friends. So now we're talking. I want May Noodles is a whack job who hit her.
Well, I was enjoying talking about myself.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Keep it centered around us because those people don't like us. So what's the point?
Who doesn't like us? Who?
May Noodles, Vin Vader, the RDA.
Vin Vader doesn't think about
all those people.
Well, I was saying that if you find Russell, most people like him. With me, I have 350 people I banned who don't like me. And I heard GLM once on air salivating, saying, wow, if Sam was ever doxxed, I can imagine people coming and really messing him up, which may be true because I made enemies.
I don't think people want to get in trouble.
Most people don't.
If you go fuck someone up in another state, you're probably going to be found guilty of something really bad and do some fucking time, at least 10 years or more, right?
Dude, we were talking about
all the way. Let's pretend that you live in I like Chula Vista just because of the name. I travel all the way from
San Diego. I think
Chula Vista. I just like the name. I honestly don't know where it's at.
Too. I think it's in the south.
I've crossed state lines. I'm committing a federal offense, Sam, by going to beat you up in another state.
Alex, have you heard of swatting taking place?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, swatting, the police come out, and if you have a dog, they've killed dogs before. Unfortunately, there was a last year, a woman got killed through swatting. So someone went into Yahoo a couple years ago and killed many people in that office. So there's violent people out there, and 350 people.
Seen the YouTube attempted spree shooter, Nassim, whatever her name was.
There you go. So
yeah, but okay, that she committed suicide, dude. Right? So I'm going to travel from Virginia to California to beat you up, and then I'm going to take my own life so I won't get in trouble for it. That sounds really extremely fucking crazy, dude.
So Luigi comes from
dude, obviously there's something wrong with them. Just to be able to murder someone like that.
Other Luigi's.
Yeah.
So Luigi, something clicked in his brain, made him crazy. But there's people here who have swatted or been swatted. So why would I have 2 boys and a wife, and why would I want to take that chance? And Sue is right. Reverse image and text know how to do. Let me read her comment. Is it okay to read your comment? Sam is, and then we'll get back to you. But I think I like talking to you. You're a very interesting man. And
but I honestly, like, I would rather you stay on YouTube than know what you looked like or whatever.
Well, of course.
You always say you get mad that I say you repeat things, but I've heard you say, I'm going to estimate roughly a shitload of times you've said, I'll eventually get doxxed and I'll have to leave.
Yeah. Well, I think I will. Yeah, I think I will.
Yeah, I don't want you to fucking leave, dude. You gotta fucking stay, man. Well, so I'm not interested in what you look like enough for you to quit YouTube.
Well, I'll meet you at some point. Sam is Sam, and you know what you're getting into. May is unpredictable. Good comment. I never predicted she'd be like she was, or I wouldn't have supported her. And a lunatic doxing maniac. I did kind of get that she was a doxer, but she promised she wouldn't do it. Who is obsessed with her ex. I agree.
What people are saying now. Let me check out the chat. How's everybody doing?
I'm reading Sue's comment. Right, Becky for hugging. You're not the bad one. I don't think Sue is really perceived as the bad one at all. Really. So, but
we like Sue now.
By a couple people.
I like Andy Cruz a lot too.
I like Andy. Always like, of course. But Andy, look what Andy.
He called you the devil for a while or something like that. Not to bring up shit, but
no, I'll bring it up. I think Andy wants to have a successful stream, and people can be interested. And I don't think he means it. Like he had me up for something. I don't know, but he does things like actually flattering. He'll play clips of me. I don't play clips of anyone. So, but Andy. So Andy played clips of me. We get along, and then Whoosh has it out for me, made a bad comment about me, And Andy should have said, whatever, I like the guy. But Andy didn't do it. Andy tends to go long, but he's a nice guy. But yeah, he makes mistakes sometimes. I think he should have defended me against Whoosh, but he has a history with Whoosh. Andy has long histories with people, and he's not as critical as me, but he should have defended me a little bit. So I'm saying Andy makes mistakes too. Just because I like the guy doesn't mean that I'm a simp. Andy's done things I didn't like, and he probably thinks I did things. That's a real good, positive budship on YouTube. We're both not simps. And I do, look, I did a 4-part series on Andy. You know that, Russell? That I'm proud of?
No. Dad, I must have been going through all that.
Well, you can go back. It's one of the proudest things I have.
Was this summer?
I'm proud of it. Yeah, it's the summer. So what I did was, let me explain it. Maybe a couple people will go back. So Andy Cruz, I kept saying, would be better for me than Alex, right?
Okay, I remember that.
I came up with, Andy had said he saw the Rolling Stones in the day when they came to LA 4 nights in a row, right? So I started having a live putting May noodles with Andy Cruz. And I told this story. Andy did assault another peer, or in defense, he plunged a pencil into a peer. That's true. So I said in my series, I said, I'm speculating about the future, that Andy was in a fight. There's blood shown, right? And I had no talk. It was all images with Rolling Stone songs. And I had 4 episodes. And the first one, I talked about him being in this fight. And this woman had fallen in love with him. And when he was in the hospital, and I had pictures of Andy in the hospital. By the way, Andy said on air he comes from Boyle Heights. So in these series, I had a lot of photos of Boyle Heights, the church he once went to, streets he knew. And so I had this story that this woman had fallen in love with him and even went to pray for Andy. Andy recovered. They got married. And the final episode showed both of them with kids. No words, just Rolling Stones. But there's an irony in a way, because Sue got mad at me for suggesting that Andy would be better and maybe should be with me, right? But look what happened. Andy ended up with Sue, and they're now together. So I think it's kind of interesting. In a way, things worked out, but it's a good thing May didn't end up with Andy. Sue did, because they're a good couple, right? So I had creative license, and I had fun with it. Didn't get the most views, but I'm proud of it. I had fun with it. It feels good to create, and I'm proud of those. And has all Rolling Stone songs, and so I have fun creatively. I don't need to get anything. I think Russell plays music. Sometimes creative people, you get like a high. You get an emotional high when you create something. It's like for yourself. You know what I'm talking about, Russell? It doesn't always have to be for the outside world. It just feels cool to create something you're proud of. And that's what I did with Andy. So I have a history with Andy, and sometimes he does things I don't like. Like, I think someone said he had a title, Was I Going to Jail? Okay, I don't care. Okay. Maybe you should go if you're tired. I don't know.
No, I'm fine. I don't know why y'all.
Let's go to chat. Well, 6 hours of talking. I'm not arrogant. How much is it? I find that 2 hours is good. When you hit the 4th hour, people have had enough.
1 minute. 1 minute and 42 seconds. Yeah.
Let's see.
I like streaming. I'm used to it.
What's conversation with me? I don't like talking to everybody. I like talking to you and a couple people, right? I like talking to Nocto, but he hasn't really come up. Mike Brown, I had a great time a year and a half ago, but I haven't offered him candy. So the men are talking is something my poopy would say. I don't know.
Yeah, that's where I got it from.
He'll
That's where
find
I
out
got
from
it from.
Michelle later. I think they talk off stream, but it was strange. I didn't know why she went off either.
Yeah, dude. Some people I have to cut out for streaming, you know.
Vin Vader was recently kicked out of the RDA server. Well, most people who saw him in that stream, anybody would probably not want to be associated with him. Maybe, I don't know why they didn't. But I was offended, by the way, when Vin Vader said he had no problems with RDA. I went, something's not right. I'm late. I fell asleep when you went live. Yeah, Saucy Sue, check her out on her channel. She's got real ability. Maybe she'll be like a big star in the future. She got ability for sure.
Hey, God Almighty is here. How you doing?
Sue is awesome. Being genuine isn't hard. Yeah, she comes across as really likable and genuine, but don't get her mad. She no punk, because I know she recommended my wife leave me at one point. So punk like me. I know I've gone after Russell probably at times, right? Maybe have you said the F word or the N word? Maybe.
No, not recently.
Not recently, but you did before, right?
I'm sure I've used both words a zillion times.
Yeah. Russell is one of those that goes places I don't like, but that's fine, right? People have accused me of terrible things, and yet you like those people. That's all right. I mean, that's not a preference, but Russell's independent, which I like about him. He does what he wants, believe me.
Yeah, when people are feuding on YouTube, they always claim shit that really a lot of it can't be proven, can it?
Well, if somebody's calling me the P word, I would hope that you would call them out.
Is that something though that you're really worried about?
Well, I think there's some things that are so foul. I don't want to give up. I don't want to be desensitized. If someone called me that in real life, even though they might be 6'3", I'd haul out. I mean, that's one thing you don't do. But on here, I'm called that.
A lot of that shit happens on YouTube.
But I don't want to say that's okay. That's not okay. Talking about kids is not okay. And that's why I won't have on High Number, who you know, because he said, after knowing him for years, that I'm not a good father. Well, how would he know that? He doesn't, and I'm a good father, and that's why I won't have him on ever again, because some things are too foul. Like Vin Vader going in that stream, maybe I'd have him up to attack, but I really don't want to. That's too creepy, right? He violated my sensibility.
That's the thing about, like, I think that if you're in a fucking like chat or whatever the fuck it is, and you want to pretend to be 11 and a half years old, people, like, if I told you that I pretended to be a little kid, Sam, wouldn't you think, yeah, he's probably jacking off or doing something weird when he does that shit?
I just think you were really horrible and creepy, and I don't want to have anything to do with it, right?
It's just not. I mean, I'm gonna say it. It's really unusual to be my age or older, and age play. I think it's weird, man.
Bring into it.
It's fucking weird. I think most people would be like, yeah, that's really fucking weird. Why do you like doing that?
Absolutely. But bring into it that this guy went after Jimmerham over his inappropriateness with kids for years and years and years. Who the fuck are you after being in that creepy place? Because making the charge suggested that he was morally superior to Jimmerham. And this guy, Vin Vader, is revealed, in my opinion, to be a total creep, right? And there's evidence. So I say always where's evidence, and Hacks kind of provided it, right? He did. I don't like Hacks, but He showed proof, is what I'm saying. Now with Deena, same thing. Show proof. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. But how about the point I was trying to make, other people have, that if you have problems with Abe, which I kind of understand, right? But why don't you have problems with Jake? Why don't you have problems with Jake? It probably goes back to that selective out. So it was terrible what Abe did, but what about what Jake did? And being Christmas, I think you should, it'd be better for her, in my opinion, if she dropped the police charge. Or you're going to be, if they indict Abe, it's probably going to wreck his life, certainly his love, and you're going to be responsible. You are Deena. Deena said, well, she just reported it, which is your right. But don't make like there's not consequences. That's not true. Abe, I think Abe took punishment. So it's kind of up to Deena to decide if she wants to pursue it. And she'll say, well, what if it was your kid? And you got a point, right? But it's not my kid. And if I had a kid, maybe I'd want someone to trust to tell me how much do I want to pursue it? Because did she really fear that Abe would come? Or is Abe an angry drunk? And that falls into it too. If she really thought he would show up and do it, that's a stronger case. But to me, he can be mean, inappropriate, and angry drunk, right? So I hope she does it. I've forgiven Abe. He doesn't have to forgive me. I just don't want to carry that around, right? And I miss the guy. I'll never be the same. But I don't want to see him go to jail, or if he has to go to court, he probably has to spend a lot of money on a lawyer. It's all bad. And this woman who he might love, JK, I think he does, would probably drop him. Now, JK, I think JK at this point knows about Abe, or has access to knowing about Abe, right? And so it's on her. I think she's smart and she knows stuff. And if she wants to know more, she'll know more. So I don't kind of want to get in the way, because Deena said basically how terrible it would be for the woman of Abe. Well, we don't know that, because sometimes love can change people. Love can change people. I think he drinks too much. So who knows? Maybe Abe will be improved by a lady I like. But if you pursue charges, there goes a lady, and I don't know if there'd be anybody to help improve him. It's complicated, but I let it go on Abe. And I hope she made her point. And if Abe never talks about her, to me, that'd be the better resolution. So, plus, you have a reputation. If you care about your YouTube reputation, you might say you don't, but you go on air. So you do have a reputation of going to court. For instance, is it true that Deena brought a mentally challenged woman to court? Is that true? Did she have a right? Sure. But I don't know. That's kind of mitigating, right?
Lily Rose, thank you for bringing me up. I just want to say, if you're not cool with someone and don't like what they have to say and don't like their attitude and stuff like that, there's no reason to pretend that you're cool with them and can accept them for who they are and stuff like that. You just need to
you get to be really honest here. It's not your real name.
Yeah, if you don't like someone and you're just pretending that you like them for whatever weird reason, that's not good. You probably shouldn't do that.
Well, she might have a reason. I don't know.
Well, no, just everyone in general. If you you're just wasting your time pretending to be cool with people that you're not cool with.
But she might
So
have
you're not
reasons.
cool.
No, I
But
agree with
in
you,
my opinion, if you're not cool with someone on YouTube or any other thing to do with being online, just don't have anything to do with them.
By the
It's just
way,
gonna.
if you found any of this worthwhile, click the thumbs up. I don't take money, but I do notice. So if you enjoy it, if you don't like me, like Russell, thumbs up. You get the idea. And sub, of course, I do think we do interesting. I have good people up. Generally, I have good. I won't bring up everybody, but generally, I get good people up. And I like one-on-one. On the last stream, I think I had 9 people up, and that was the weakest part of the stream, in my opinion. So I like 2 or 3 people. I will probably allow a big stream. I mean, a big panel, but I like the one-on-one or 3 people, depending on the people, right? Some people I don't want to talk to that long, but Russell always. And of course, we go way back. And Peepers, check it out. Saturday, we have a time.
I think I know how to solve this little problem.
Go ahead.
Like what happened like an hour or so ago. If Michelle comes up on your panel and I'm here, I'll leave. I will leave.
No.
And she can.
No, I don't want that.
Do what she wants.
Pointing out people's insecurities.
I ain't dealing with it anymore. We're just friends.
Yeah.
I'm not getting anything,
right?
Extra super special out of any of this. I don't want to have to worry about every fucking thing I say.
Let him have a good time. Yeah, Michelle, do it somewhere else.
Do it somewhere else. Let me talk. So what you can do is just, if you're not cool with me, don't pretend to be cool with me. Don't chat with me. Block me from everything. That's cool. I don't care. Do it, please. Don't drop my name, as I'm friends with him. Let me up on your panel, because you're obviously not cool with me, and you obviously don't get streaming. So
it's passive aggressive in my opinion. Insecurity.
I honestly have gotten so sick of this kind of shit, Sam.
Yeah.
Never want to deal with it again. Seriously, that's my New Year's resolution is to never deal with people's fucking shit like that ever again.
Well, I won't bring her up anyway.
If you can insult the fuck out of me and other people, but someone says one little thing to you and you go eat bonbons and listen to Taylor Swift or whatever, hey, that's cool, man, but I don't want to deal with you.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to worry about every single thing I say possibly pissing me off, because I already have a mother. I already have female family members.
Yeah.
They'll like that too. I don't like this touchy shit, man. If I can't just have fun talking to someone, I'm going to feel like, okay, you're going to second guess every fucking sentence you utter. And I'm sick of it, man. Seriously. Sick of it.
I get it, man. I won't. She's not back.
If it all ends now, I don't care. Bye.
They have a history.
Me. I'll never mention you again.
Well, whatever.
Trust me. I'll keep up my end of the bargain. I'll never
I'm sorry
say
I brought her up. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
No, if she comes up on a panel anymore, I'll leave. That's the best way to handle it.
Well, I won't bring her up again, so you don't have to worry, right? Without making a judgment, it hurts the stream.
Yeah, it does.
It hurts the stream. People's insecurities are.
It's annoying, Sam. It's, you know how you always say, like, we wax balls, bust balls, whatever. We break balls. Balls. Yeah, that's how we all are.
Well, some people, if you like a person, ball bust. I don't ball bust people I don't like.
Yeah, usually the more you like someone, the more you think. Like, if you actually think someone is your friend, you think that they're cool enough that you guys can fuck around and say shit to each other and stuff that you wouldn't with a stranger, right? You wouldn't be like that with a stranger.
No.
But I'll just quit assuming people are my friends. When
women and men are different, right? I think. But
Yeah, and I don't care. I don't care. Wash balls. We could wash balls. Maybe that's when we hang out. That's what we'll do. Is we'll take a shower together.
Not with me. Not with me. People's insecurities. I'm just talking about people.
Yeah,
Like
I really like I have to worry about myself and my family and stuff like that. I do YouTube. I have a lot of people that I'm extremely cool with on YouTube, and we get along just fine. I'm not going to give the squeaky wheel any grease. Okay. That's it. I promise I won't bring it up anymore.
Yeah, bring up what you want, Russell. By the way, I've always been an interesting person. If you care about the world, if you like, I try to be witty when I can, not really funny now, but what I'm saying is I'm one of the coolest people to talk to. I'm really good at conversation.
See, a woman was blown away by Sam standing next to fucking Michelangelo's David, the real statue.
That's a true story. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in Florence, which is Florence. In America, we have names like we say Moscow, but if you go to Moscow, it's Moskva. So I can talk about Florence. I can talk about the museum. I'll talk about Michelangelo.
You know, when I type my name, when I'm filling out shit online and I type my name in, it always wants to suggest Russia.
Interesting.
I don't like that, man. These colors don't work.
RUSS. That's what it's from. Right.
You'll get on the fighting side of me if you talk bad about this country.
I like the Russian people, but not Putin, of course. What a creep. Okay. Sam's dad alphabet. Deservedly, I said I didn't put him in the hospital. Actually, he went to the hospital, but he had no damage. I checked the swing. People love talking about this. Like I said, certain things people like talk. With Winkler, it's he shit the bed and peed. And with me, I guess that's a big one, right? What happened?
I was thinking, you said something about that earlier, and that sounds like G.G. Allen. So Winkler's kind of like our G.G. Allen.
I think there's something to conflict between.
I like Winkler. I like the dude a lot.
He's okay. I don't like him a lot. There's something like between people can relate to. Parents fighting with, and I just took it to extreme. Maybe that's why people like talking about it. I don't.
But I think that like you don't think that dads and sons fight, and it gets physical.
Absolutely. In a lot of families,
when you're 15, 16, 17, that's probably prime time for that shit to happen.
When you
start getting physically, you start catching up with.
I was going to actually tell my wife
in size, like I did with my dad. Yeah. And it got to the point where
a lot of us have. Maybe I took it to extreme, but
he wouldn't
some
talk
people
with me
kill each other. Talking about extreme patricide, it happens. Son kills father, but maybe because of the bat story resonates somehow. But I'm conflicted about it, but I'm not really ashamed of it. People don't know the circumstance, but that's one thing that they keep bringing up. So I've dealt with it. I didn't really hurt my father, but of course, it prompted all kinds of changes in my life, like running away. And then I think, well, when I ran away, I met so many cool people. Before that, my life was scripted, and most of the people I dealt with were in my circle or social. So, but it's not dramatic like the movies. I had $1,000. It was about 3.5 weeks, maybe 4.5. But it changed my life. But I thought I had enough. The only guilt, I think the guilt is I left my siblings, right? And especially it fucked up one of them. So that's the guilt I have, because I was the one who stood up to my father. And I was going to say the first time physically I did, I was 13. He was fighting with my mom. I wanted to stop, protect my mom. And I physically attacked my father. I was much, much smaller, right? So, but I did, I think he bloodied my nose. But what stopped me was my mother kept telling me to stop. So then at 16, now I was taller than him. And this time, I was going to say unfortunately, but I didn't kill him. I didn't really hurt him. I hit him. And I didn't do it with full force. But I think it resonates because I know Russell's talked about maybe not having the best relationship. Reb talked about it. And other people, even David Walsh, punched his father at one point. But yeah, that's pretty dramatic.
I don't think I would physically hurt my father now. Mm-hmm. We're both old.
Yeah.
But yeah,
well,
there was
did after that.
There was times in the past where I probably would have wanted to hit him over the head with something.
There were incidents. We had a Mother's Day at my house, and my parents were in California, and they showed up with my two brothers and sister, and one of my brothers just went yelling and screaming at my father at one point. So it's not like I was the only one, but at that point I kind of let it go. I never got really physical with my father again, but it came close to it with my brother. So it's a family system. It wasn't just me and him. It was my two brothers and my sister and my mother and in-laws and a lot of junk. And when we had kids, my first child, my father, we tried again, but it just didn't work. You know, we got better, but not really. So that's just the truth. If I had my real name, I wouldn't have told you. And I don't want, not everybody in my family knows about that. But if I got doxxed, it might even end up in the local, it's not a big town. It might end up in the local newspaper. So no, I don't want that to happen.
Like people still talk. You think people still talk about this guy that hit his dad over the head with a baseball bat?
Only on here. Yeah, only on here. Right. But then again, people talked hours about whether or not I farted. So who knows?
I guess, yeah, a lot of people.
Well, instead of thinking about world problems, we take
Do you fart, Sam? Have you ever farted before?
I don't want to talk about it. I never have on air. Let me put it that way. No, I'm a product of kind of a puritanical kind of upbringing, and I've been in all kinds.
You don't like scatological humor?
You know, I try to, but not really, because I made like I like dirty jokes and stuff. My father, I really don't, but I fake it. You know what I mean? If it's a really good dirty joke, but generally no. How many dirty jokes have I told?
Well, yeah, you always say like it's the female ass is beautiful.
Yeah,
but it's a shit show on the inside. So you really are not into farts, poop, any sort of humor relating to that stuff.
No,
so
I wasn't
pretty
raised
mature. You're not extremely juvenile like I am. And
well, maybe I'm too rigid. No, I should loosen up a little bit like that.
Do you remember that meme or whatever where they took footage of that televangelist Robert Tilton and added a bunch of farting sounds while he was giving a sermon? I thought that was fucking hilarious the first time I saw it. And I was probably like late 30s.
Yeah, I mean, I take it like with my friends and stuff, but not really. I'm kind of puritanical or whatever. I've had a lot of sexual episodes, but even there, no, I've never had butt sex with a woman. Certainly not with a man. I would try it, you know. I would try it again.
with a woman, you got to clarify it though.
No, I did
because you said
man or woman. That's why I said that. Some people will say,
"What about?" Okay, would you go back and try anal sex with a dude?
No, not with a dude. Maybe with a woman.
Because what you said was I never had anal sex with a woman or a man.
I have no. Well, I
said
that.
Then you qualified it with, "But I'll try it." You just said,
with a woman. Well,
yeah. Okay.
Then again, I say that, but I have no.
Might be on to something. Your main man, Mr. Sigmund Fruity Duty, might be kind
of. I think he had anal and oral and
synchronicity is Jung. because
I love
that's
that
a really
album.
good.
Yeah, they were into
The
Young. They got
Police.
that from
Yeah.
Young. He came up with that.
Synchronicity too is one of my favorite songs. I love that fucking
I
song.
love Sting. Yeah, he's really good.
Many miles away, something crawls to the surface. An old Scottish lake. Many miles away. Another suburban family morning. That's such a cool song. I've liked that song since I was a little kid.
But that's not Synchronicity. That's not it.
No, Synchronicity 2.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what Synchronicity 2 is.
Synchronicity 1 is the reggae sounding one. Synchronicity 2
that's the one
starts
I
off
got.
with the weird feedback and stuff. Many miles away, something crawls to the surface. The Scottish lock. Many miles away. Because what does it start off? Another suburban family morning. I don't know the words, but it does not mean it's not an awesome song.
I used to hear every move you make. I heard that at weddings. Sting describe it. It's about
Sam, can you hear this?
Yeah, don't play that. It might be copyrighted. Don't, Russell. No, it might be copyrighted. So don't play that. All right?
Yeah, dude, that's a great song. I thought you would really like it because of the
but I don't know if you can. You probably can't play it on. You probably can't play it like can't play the Beatles.
Yelling over the din of their Rice Krispies.
So that song, "Every Move You Make," is actually about a man following. It's a creepy song.
He's stalking her.
Yeah, it's a stalker. Yeah, I never knew that.
He's obsessed and can't get over it.
And yet, I heard that at weddings and stuff. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, don't expect people to really get something if you're trying to.
Well, I don't. I miss a lot of stuff. Yeah, for sure. God Almighty, God is always welcome, sir.
Being clever sometimes is just not worth it. But with music, if people take a song to mean a certain thing, I think that's kind of cool. If people are
God Almighty, you have a point, but practically we celebrate all that stuff, right? But you want to get technical, you might be right, but it's a spiritual holiday, or for kids, it's probably about gifts. But it should be a cool time, man. I don't analyze it, is what I'm saying. I just like it and celebrate it. That's all. But I get your point. If you want to get technical, we don't know when Jesus was born. But
hey, Sam, this is good. Check this out. This is Synchronicity 2, written by Mr. Sting.
Don't play the actual
I'm not
music.
going to play it. I'm not going to play it. I'm just reading the lyrics.
Well, that's okay.
Another industrial ugly morning. The factory belches filth into the sky. He walks unhindered through the picket lines today. He doesn't think to wonder why. The secretaries pout and preen like cheap tarts in a red light street. But all he ever thinks to do is watch. And every single meeting with his so-called superior is a humiliating kick in the crotch. Many miles away, something crawls to the surface of a dark Scottish lock. Many miles away. See, I like that because synchronicity is two events that you think might not be related to each other, like many miles away, something different has happened. This man is about to explode, just like something is bubbling in a dark Scottish lake, slimy, oozy lake, many miles away.
Does Sting write
think that's really cool.
Yeah,
you don't think that's how fucking cool he was.
Yeah, that's really was a Jungian concept, and I used to study
those Jungian archetypes or whatever people talk about. See, if it wasn't for music, I wouldn't know a lot of stuff. Music has gotten me interested in books and movies and other things.
Jung allowed for kind of supernatural spirituality, which Freud did not. So But he also studied and spent a lot of time with, what's that, gold? People who think they can create gold. There's a word for that.
Alchemists? Is that what they're
he
called?
spent a lot of time with alchemy, and it turned off a lot of people. But a lot
Mr.
of
Legeno's right nut. Merry Christmas.
This is kind of important. We're talking about Abe. So this, I spoke with an attorney.
Evil Abe, is it?
Yeah.
Do you think there's any sort of like synchronicity or Jungian things to do with Abe?
No, I brought up.
What is the stipulation? Oh.
I'm trying to figure out, did it have to do with Abe or did it have to do with Vin Vader? I spoke with an attorney here and it was said it has to be a very specific threat. Are we talking about Abe? You can file a report, but that's about it. I did note some things she said that aren't accurate. I think we're talking about Deena. We will see. It's an interesting story, I think. It's based in reality. It's based on boundaries. And Sue spoke with an attorney, so good comment. I said it before. So maybe Sue is implying that Deena did not tell the truth, which is a possibility, right? Where's the report number? So be skeptical. And I don't know. If she did report it, I would request and think it's better if she pulled it back. Is there a true report? We don't know, but it's people. I've dealt with Abe, and I think it's important. What's allowed? Even if there's no report, you should not ever threaten or even really bring up minors, right, Sue? So whatever he did, I can't agree it was right. Right, Russell? I think we're talking about Abe again.
Oh, yeah.
Sue's usually pretty centered in her thinking on stuff like that. I know we're going all over the place, but that's what I do. Russell, too.
Probably many miles away, something crawls to the surface.
The police. 3 people. I think they had personnel. Most people in bands don't get along after a while. I didn't watch.
It was Stuart Copeland, Andy Summers, and Sting. And I think it was Stuart Copeland and Sting that fucking hated each other after a couple years. Because I've seen footage of Stuart Copeland playing his drums, and they have white heads on them. And Sting had written "fuck you, wanker" on each drum. So he had to play his drums that night with "fuck you, wanker" written on them.
There's probably more bands who don't get along than get along.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing.
What if one person writes the best song and other person wants
Sting? Sting wrote the best songs, they wanted to write songs too, but they
I think so.
All right, but you had Sting writing. I've just been like, okay. It's like that. You know, the other guys in Creedence Clearwater Revival were upset that John Fogerty wrote all the songs and made more money,
including his brother. Yeah,
dude.
Too bad.
The best songwriter is the one guy.
Yeah,
you're still making a shitload of money. You're not having to fucking haul bricks at a job site or building site or whatever.
Yep. I got to get off pretty soon. I just want to finish. Russell, you're so cool to give all that time. Really, you're the best. Best co-host.
Yeah.
Really. I've not stopped.
It's fun. I enjoy
it. I like talking to you. You're a good conversation. You're curious about the world, and curiosity is important on SHA anyway. So thank you, everybody in chat. I do want to go through and make sure. Russell Cook sounds kind of cool. He is. Usually there's never a negative comment. That happens to me. God Almighty, always bless you, God, always. But you don't have to. You can be a good person, not believe in God, but it can't hurt.
I like all those drummers too, Becky Boo.
Who's her favorite drummer of all time? Who's
mine?
Her yeah.
Oh shit. Hold on. I'm gonna walk.
A couple of your favorites.
You gotta just go with who pops into your head. automatically.
HB.
Phil Collins with Genesis from 1972 to 1980.
Oh, I love Phil Collins. HB, I got to go, but if you want to be up with Russell for a while, that would be cool. You want to be with
What's
Russell?
up?
I got to go
What's
off.
over after all? Yo, what were you guys talking about?
Favorite drummers? I like Phil Collins, who took over. What group was he in, Russell? That he took over?
Genesis.
Who's the Kill Tony drummer?
Interesting.
Is that your favorite? Okay, that's a kind of obscure one there.
I'll be back, you two of the best.
All right.
What's going on, HG?
They're two of the best. I just want you to know we're two of the best.
Oh, I thought he was talking about Stuart Copeland of the Police.
Okay.
Is he talking about drummers?
Dude, I gave you a
Stuart
compliment.
Copeland.
Why did you wreck my two of the best on air?
Oh, I thought
that
you
is
said
what you
something. I thought you were talking about drummers.
Two of the best people on air.
Phil, like you were agreeing with Becky Boo.
I thought he was saying me and Russell were the two of the best looking on-air broadcasters.
Yeah, you are.
The handsomest. We're called the handsome brothers.
One man had a prostitute
That's our
who was so good he didn't pay her, and the other guy's a swinger who gets much more women than I do.
Both deeply perverted people.
That's right.
No. Swinging is that perverted? It's unusual.
No, let's put it this way. Michael Jackson thinks I'm a pervert. No, that sounds horrible. Never mind.
Biologically, the penis
Ike Turner told him he treated women like shit. True story.
he beat
Michael Jackson?
Beat women. Wonderful.
No, Ghostbusters.
Oh, I treated him like shit.
Probably.
Is that what he means by treat him like shit? I thought he meant like
no.
Being with one woman is in a way against biology, right? HB.
I'm thinking of
you would know, Sam, Mr. 200.
Yeah, because my dick want a lot of women, but I love my wife. So get down, dick. I argue with the dick. The heart and the soul always win, and should win. But that's my life.
What does that mean?
That means I'm faithful to my wife.
Now I want to listen to some Boz Skaggs because someone is it. I gotta give them credit.
Okay,
Becky Boo making Vito.
You got Russell HB, two of the best people on there. Is that okay to say, HB?
Two of the
this side of heaven. This side of heaven.
Hell yeah. So Russell, I know you were probably ready to go to sleep or whatever.
No, I'm fine. It's only 9:10, and it's a Sunday. So,
do you think that? Well, so how about? So you were talking about drummers, is that right?
Yeah, an Aussie list. That's Rick. Is it Rick Allen from Def Leppard? Yeah.
What did Rick from Def Leppard do?
He was a drummer, and he lost his arm in a car accident. And he was able to continue playing drums with one arm.
Wow. Is that some Jimi Hendrix style abilities?
Well, I remember reading about it. At first he used a digital drum kit, and what he would normally use his other arm for, the snare and stuff, he had foot pedals made so he could play the snare beats with his feet while riding on the hi-hat or the cymbals with his one arm that he had left, which is really cool.
Okay. Now the hi-hat, is that the drum that's up top, or is that the?
It's the two cymbals that you could step when you step on the pedal. But you also leave it sort of open, and you can get that. I'm just making noises. I don't know any of the technical terms.
Oh, I think you're actually playing the hi-hat right now. You tricked me
I
with
wish
your
I would.
sound
If I could
effects.
hop behind a drum kit and go into the In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida drum solo right now, I would.
Now, do you have a drum kit?
See, I started off playing drums when I was a kid.
Okay. So that's where
I
you got
haven't
your
played.
origin before guitar, huh?
Yeah, guitar was hard because of notes and chords and tuning it and stuff. But drums, I was able to do like basic beats and stuff, like rock and roll music drums.
Okay. And did you start this in school?
No, but I for my 10th birthday, I got a toy drum kit that was pretty good for a toy drum kit. It was pretty realistic. It was made out of aluminum and stuff, and actually had drum heads on it and stuff. And I had one cymbal with rivets in it to give it more of a ride kind of sound. And then for my 11th birthday, I got a pretty decent Chinese drum kit that was more of like, it was an adult drum kit. And it was 2 toms, a floor tom, a snare, a bass drum, and I had a ride cymbal, 1 crash cymbal, and a hi-hat. So I was pretty much, I could do a bunch with that. That was fun.
And when you say a Chinese drum kit, what does that exactly mean? Like, how does a Chinese drum kit, it's made in China? That's the difference?
It's way less expensive than buying ones made in the USA or anything like that. I learned a lot of rudiments without even knowing what they were called because I was completely self-taught on that, Lily Rose.
Are rudiments like 4 notes or something?
It's like your flim-flams, your paradiddles, your shuffles, all that kind of stuff. It's like the basics of playing drums.
Oh.
Rudimentary rudiments, it's all the like beginner stuff, yeah. But it's all stuff you still use. Yeah, so I spun in a cage, Mike. I made a cage I could spin in while I was playing 3-hour drum solos back in 1987 or so. Mojo, Miss Jojo, how are you doing?
Yeah, what's the chat up to? What's happening with those folks?
I'm talking about the greatest drummers.
Yeah.
Of all time. Yeah, see, Lily Rose, I didn't know anything about like how to tune a guitar, like what finger positions were chords, like what note was on what fret. I didn't know any of that shit. It took me a while to learn it. I had to actually buckle down and be like, okay, I want to learn how to play guitar.
And when you did that, like, did you find yourself more drawn to that than the drums? Like, way more interested?
Yeah, and it was quieter.
Okay.
Like if you're a drummer and you have neighbors and stuff, it's pretty loud. And anyone else living with you, it's loud. A drum kit, and especially in a small bedroom type of space, is really loud. Like my ears are kind of fucked up from playing loud music and doing the drums in a small bedroom for 3-4 years is part of why my ears ring from time to time and stuff like that.
Oh, so did you ever play? You didn't play it muted at all with like the, those earplugs?
I just grabbed my sticks and started fucking just bashing them like Animal from the Muppets. Kind of. Yeah.
You grabbed your sticks and went to town. So let me ask you a question. Wait, was that the musician on the Muppets?
Yeah, he was a drummer, Animal.
Okay. And like, you know, did you have band names in your head, like what you were gonna call them?
No, but when I was a kid, I used to pretend I was playing in front of like the biggest audience ever. And chicks were lifting up their shirts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like kind of like a Def Leppard video. Like a lot of times to get in the mood to practice drums, I was completely self-taught, but I could pick out beats and patterns and stuff like that. I just imagined that I was like in remember that Def Leppard album, Hysteria? I'd imagine I was playing to a crowd that big of nothing but women, like the hottest women on earth.
Nice. Did you associate them with like, do you just associate them with getting laid?
Yeah, because the thing is I was interested in music for its own sake, but when I was young, like if you're a pretty decent guitar player, like you seemed more attractive to women than if it was just you without the ability to play Stairway to Heaven and stuff like that. or fucking Needle and the Damage Done by Neil Young and all these other songs that were big back then. Dinosaur Jr., Jay Mascis stuff.
You're saying that stuff, what? Wait, are you saying that certain types were more likely to get you laid? Or that it was all...
Like when you were like 15 or 16, if you could play guitar somewhat decent, women thought you were way cooler than if it was just you and nothing else. Like no musical ability, you know.
That's where I messed up.
Well, it's kind of cool because I mean, it made them want to hang out with you and stuff. Like, yeah, he's pretty good at playing guitar.
So you were pretty.
It encouraged you to play more.
So
you
that helped.
I mean?
What's that?
Well, it's like, you know, a couple of gals that I fancied, they thought it was cool that I played guitar, and they would just hang out with me, and I would play guitar.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, this is pretty good. You know, this is worth all the blisters and stuff like that.
See, my friends always told me to play guitar, but I don't think they explained that part of it. If they could have been that straightforward, you know, maybe I would have suddenly liked guitars.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's a guaranteed way to get laid when you're a teenager, but it definitely didn't hurt. You know, it was better than like if I was like, hey, watch me play with a Rubik's Cube for an hour. So, but I liked music for its own sake, but I did like the fact that it could make you popular too. That was cool when people were like, yeah, that dude plays guitar. That kind of stuff was cool.
And they don't really, that's not really something they even offer in school, do they? Like maybe bass guitar, but I'm
not sure because I hated school and I didn't want to do anything. Like to me, music was like it's like beating off. You enjoy doing it, but you don't want to do it at school. You know?
Yeah.
And plus, if you're learning something and you're fucking terrible at learning how to do something, you don't want like a whole bunch of other kids being like, yeah, this guy fucking sucks at playing guitar. He can't get the song right at all. But if you're in your, you know, by yourself in your bedroom playing the same CD or album over and over again to learn one little lick, once you learn it, you can tell people, yeah, I figured it how to play this in 10 minutes, you know? And you're like, yeah, it was easy to learn this when you actually spent like days trying to get something right.
Yeah. Okay, so you got into it simply because it wasn't forced on you, because you could choose it and you could decide when you wanted to do it.
When I was a kid, I watched MTV and they started showing the Monkees. And for some reason, out of all the bands, the Monkees made it seem really cool to play music, like guitars and drums and bass and all that shit. Tambourines, maracas even. I mean, and then the Beatles, the Beach Boys, and a bunch of other bands. And I just really loved music. For its own sake, I could still kill a lot of time just completely by myself doing music stuff and not even worry about, oh, I'm bored, I'm lonely, that kind of stuff.
Right. You just kind of, now when you're doing that, are you mostly like playing stuff or is it just kind of random? Maybe you're making up new shit?
Yeah, some of it is you might warm up by playing some covers and stuff, and then it's like just kind of practicing stuff. I'll download things, and I have a tablet now, which makes it way easier to read everything, and I'll look at scale patterns and chord diagrams and stuff. I'll enjoy the way a certain guitar, the tone of the guitar, like the way it actually sounds, and not so much the notes. And I'll make up something like copying a Beatles tone or a whatever zillion other bands I like. Yeah, it's a really cool hobby. It's a great way to get through life.
Okay, so would you say that you have put in your 10,000 hours? Whatever they say makes you like really know the skill?
I don't know if I would be considered like, yeah, this guy is an amazingly great, brilliant virtuoso, but I've always been dedicated to it. So it's never been like, it's never sucked. Like, oh, I have to play guitar. Great. It's never been like that. It's always been something I just do because I like doing it. So,
right.
Like, life is filled with things you don't like to do, but you have to. And music is not one of those. So that's why I like it so much. And also, you can just you can be by yourself. And it's like video games or something. You can just do it by yourself and have a good time.
Right. You don't need the audience like you do with so much other shit, right? Like, you know.
And a lot of times, like when you're woodshedding, as they call it, and you're trying to play stuff you're not familiar with, you probably don't want the pretty lady sitting in on you playing because you sound fucking awful and terrible, like trying to get the patterns and the syncopation and all that other stuff down. Because some stuff is really, like, I wouldn't say I'm a guitar player that can play anything. Like, I still have to. There's certain things I don't know how to do, and certain things.
Up, Russell? Merry Christmas.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm trying to talk Ghostbusters into playing guitar. I'm making it sound pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I want to learn all the great
Let me
stuff.
tell you something real quick. This is a 12-string electric guitar. Pretty cool, huh?
12-string. Wait, what does that mean? It's a 12-string. What does it do?
It's got 6 more strings.
Oh, but what notes does it play?
Okay, the low string in order, it's an E an octave higher, an A an octave higher, a D an octave higher, a G an octave higher.
Look at the beard on Russell.
Then the B and the E, the highest strings are doubled. And I'll just plug it in. Give me a sec.
All right. Jan, what do you think of this? What do you think of all this guitar knowledge Russell has? Are you adept in the world of guitar?
Man, I don't play any musical instruments, but I think it's awesome that people have that ability. And I love to see people share ideas and thoughts and subject matter instead of sit around and talk about people on the internet. It's
Yeah.
always refreshing.
I will be right back. I'm literally getting a phone call right now.
And here I am. Let's see. What's up? It's just... That's funny. Oh man. No, but seriously, I hope everybody has a Merry Christmas. I don't know where Sam is. Sam, I hope Merry Christmas. Hmm. Hmm. Hello. Okay.
Hi, Jan. Merry Christmas.
Hi, Sam. How are you?
Pretty good. Russell might be playing, which would be pretty cool. Time goes quick, huh? For
It
me,
does. It does.
especially when you're not working. I like that.
We got any big Christmas plans? Hey, I dropped a link in the back chat. That is my favorite Christmas song. I just thought I would share it with you. I don't know if you've ever heard it.
Oh, I'm kind of I've been privacy struck before on songs. I'm kind of defensive about it.
Oh no, for sure. Look, I'm not trying to play games. You should watch
What's
it
the
later.
song? What is it?
Huh? It's Blues Traveler Christmas.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know the group. It's
No,
that
but have you?
heavier man, but I don't know if I could get the channel struck.
Yeah, John Papa. Have you ever heard that song?
No. Can I ask you a couple things?
Sure.
Jan, do you know Vin Vader?
Do I know who?
Vin Vader.
I don't.
Do you know Jimmerham?
I know of him, but I don't know.
Okay. Do you know Deena? Do you know Deena?
No.
Oh boy. Zero for zero.
Yeah, no, dude. Yeah, no.
No, it's just people who attack other people, like Vin Vader. And he attacked Jimmerham for years, being inappropriate with children, especially talking to them. And then, I don't know if you know Hacks, but Hacks showed that Vin Vader had gone into a very creepy stream. So here again, we're finding out about people who pretend and are found out to be not what they pretended, because Vin Vader had always talked about going after Jimmer for protecting or trying. The reason is protecting children, according to Vin Vader. And then you find out that he went into a really creepy stream. So it's the same old. I'd like to find out something good about people, but the opposite, right? Usually. I'll try to bring it.
I wouldn't. Honestly, I wouldn't. And I'll tell you why. Because and you're gonna think I'm full of shit when I say this, but I need you to hear me out. I learned a lot of things when I took a step back and started looking and listening instead of responding. And one of the things I heard when I was listening was I heard the governor of Virginia say something that was truly profound, and it struck a chord, and it made me truly analyze how I walk in the world, because the world is an evil place, and there is a lot of evil shit that goes down on YouTube, and you have to guard yourself against that shit. And the best way to guard yourself against that shit is guarding your own behavior and your own actions and the shit that you engage in on your own. Now, would you like to know what it was that the governor of Virginia said?
Sure.
Okay. He said, each of us was created in God's image. And because of that, we all have infinite worth. Our weaknesses and the things that we do when we're hurt as human beings is what makes us human. But understanding that and having compassion and not trying to cause offense. It's not ass kissing. It's just not being disrespectful. And knowing that we all have value because we were all made that way. And I truly believe that.
Here's a guy who names himself. He has he has David Bowie's avatar. He has a question for you.
What's the question? I don't understand.
Can you read it?
No, sir.
This is from Lay Geno's Right Nut.
No, sir.
But what's it? Why right nut, man? What was left nut? But I'm glad he's away, right? He turned out to be a really creepy guy, right? But these people are master manipulators. So don't blame maybe the victim, right? And because these guys go around, in my opinion, like not late pervert, hurting people and other people, patterns of behavior. And it's kind of sad that he took advantage of you because you believed in him, right? You believed in love. And a lot of guys on here, maybe half, I don't know. A lot of guys come on here to meet women, and a lot of them are creepy. So I feel bad for people who, especially the women who are taken advantage of. It's kind of not fair. Because
Listen, it's all right. It's all right. Look, now I'm not justifying any of his actions. I don't know what was done in the private or said in the private, and I don't really care. To my knowledge, there was nothing malicious done, and I never did anything malicious to him.
right.
So the majority of the world doesn't know how to love. I am not saying I do. I'm just saying we all fall short. A lot of people struggle with genuine human connection, genuine interaction. In relationship, in every relationship in their life, not just romantic relationship. And I'm not going to cast judgment on anybody else for being a human.
But I do believe in good versus evil. And it's not that
oh, sure.
we're righteous because we're perfect, but we decide, or I decide, go in the direction of good. And some people go in other directions, like manipulating, or like you've had experience with the worst. I don't know what there's to learn, you being with that guy. I really, like, on YouTube, have fun and have conversations, but it's not terribly educational. So I don't know the lessons of love. I think some like sacrifice. If you're not going to sacrifice, it probably won't work.
Oh, it teaches you a lot of things. It teaches you how to recognize who's a suitable partner. It
I
teaches
don't
you how to
know.
recognize.
I don't know.
No, it does. It does. It teaches you how to
After
recognize.
not late pervert, didn't you have you met someone else, but that didn't work out, right?
I did. It did not
And
work out, but not for those reasons. I always knew
no.
what that situation was. I tried to, and I knew how that situation was operating. I didn't tell anybody, but I wasn't dumb. Okay, I'm not a dumb person. I knew what was going on, and I knew I knew the games he was trying to play. So I stepped back and watched, and I don't need anybody to prove anything to me. I knew what he was trying to do. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to engage in that kind of stuff. So,
I think we all
I tried to minimize collateral damage because when I could, because I would bring him around and I saw how he was interacting with the people in my life when I did bring him around. And I knew that wasn't healthy. So I always knew what that situation was, and I gave him healthy space to grow while keeping my own boundaries.
At least you got a
Now
chip to England out of it, right?
Now I've taken. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the last one. I'm saying.
How many? So there was Not Late General. Are you talking about the one after that?
Oh, and yes,
yeah,
I got to see England, but I'm not going to do all that petty stuff and say, oh, well, at least I got a trip to England.
I don't know. I
got to experience somebody else's, what he showed me. I got to experience somebody else's culture. I got to try to connect, and I don't care what Not Late Geno says. His feelings are hurt about that situation too. All the I was trolling her and all that stuff. Whatever. His feelings were hurt about that situation. He can't tell me that he wasn't being genuine on some level. So whatever, it is what it is. I'm just saying. I got to experience a human connection.
Yeah.
And that's pretty cool to me. It always has been. I've always enjoyed talking to people. I do I haven't always done it gracefully in every conversation. But I genuinely enjoy the art of it.
Well, obviously everyone's love connections fail except the last one. So I don't know what I've learned. Maybe find the right partner, have good character. I don't know. Sometimes unpredictable couples work it out. I don't know if you know Evil Abe and JK. And they met on SHA, right? Just don't send news out for a long time, or probably get your name, or I don't think I don't know what I've learned from this. I've had fun talking to people, but I don't know.
But that's the best part.
What's the best
part?
What? Laughing is the best part.
Talking to people, sharing ideas.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And
sharing
mysteries
ideas
of people, right?
You have to be careful. You don't want to. You never want to. This is what I've learned, and I'm not saying. And I know a lot of people out there. I'm going to point fingers, but well, you did this and you did that. I don't care. No, I don't care what anybody thinks of me. I never did. I realize that I never did. Don't. It's not worth it. I make mistakes. I'm human. But you don't want to, if somebody says something bad about me, or somebody has a thought about me, or somebody tries to figure out why I'm doing something, I don't care. I think if they say something nasty to me, I'm just going to let that shit roll off my back. Doesn't bother me.
I don't think you want to
No,
give
it's
up.
It's not where I hold my worth. And I'm not even going to do the whole somebody else is struggling too. No, I just gonna ignore it.
But you're still open See, I know, people talk about losers, but if I lost my wife, God forbid, then I'd be alone without a woman in me, and people would judge me be a loser. But the day before I had the woman, so there's an opportunity there. Like if Poon Handler fall in love tomorrow, his whole world will change, and I think that's optimistic part. Be open, maybe be careful, but be open. And I always was, because I love and want to be loved and to love. And but some people, I guess, give up. Um, I didn't want this place to make me cynical, Jan. No, I think I'm still okay, which means I'm going to be fooled. But being closed off, I just don't want to be that. I want a future and look forward, and now I got something to keep for 6 years, a woman I love, right?
Yeah.
But I'm kind of
That's good.
insecure too, because I've been divorced before, and now we might
Why?
have a kid. Why did I get divorced?
No, I mean, why are you insecure about it?
Well, because I never thought I'd be married more than once.
But why?
Because that wasn't the script. That wasn't the way it was supposed to work. If I'm a pretty decent guy. I had a job. I had kids, and it ended.
Yeah, but you gotta accept change gracefully, and that's a hard lesson to learn. But you can't be afraid of change. Change is a natural part of life. We make mistakes.
I'm not
We
afraid of
make
change. I
mistakes.
kept trying, but you asked why I
Yeah.
was insecure, because when you get married, why would you get married if you didn't think it was forever? And then it's not forever. So that part is kind of fucked up. So
Well, but what I'm trying to say is that's not something to be insecure about. You don't need to hold on to that insecurity. You can be at peace with that. Like you can let
well,
that
I'm
go.
kind of secure, but there's never 100% I'll believe again. I once did. So I don't know what lesson that is. Don't give up. Just be careful, and especially here on YouTube. There are people who've met on YouTube, and hopefully the only one going right now might be. Are you following Alex? B.O. Alex, body odor Alex.
Oh, Alex. No, I really don't. I don't talk to any. I really don't.
He's got quite a reputation, Alex.
I know.
He's got a girlfriend. He got a girlfriend.
Oh, well, that's good.
I don't know if it's good for her. Here's a likeness.
Oh, the man, don't say
She's
that.
attractive, isn't she? I find this woman attractive. Don't you?
Let me see. That's not really his girlfriend.
No, it's a likeness. I said it's a likeness.
Oh, that's a likeness? Oh, well,
Yeah.
she's a beautiful woman.
Well, that's what I mean. I've never shown real picture like that. I don't do that. I don't porn bomb anything like that. But I like to make fun of Alex. And you do know Alex, right?
Yeah, I know Alex.
Isn't he? He's interesting. And I said he's a psychopath. You don't have to feel bad.
No, dude, he's not a psycho.
He is a psycho, for sure.
No, he's not. Look, he might say and do some fucked up things, but again, he is a person. Like he's not a manipulator. He's not a psycho.
Ma'am.
Sorry, it's all right to be a genuine fuck up, dude. Like I said,
we've all fucked up for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm trying to think how I fucked up. Nearly killed a guy once. It was after I broke up, and you've been divorced, right?
I have, yes.
So I was obviously emotionally fragile, and I was separated, and my ex-wife started going with this guy. It just hit me, and I got in the truck once. I knew where he hung out, and I was going to go beat him up. Why? I don't know. He had hung around I thought he was a bud. I think he was after my wife. But that was up to my wife, ex-wife. It's like one day you love each other. How can it be the next day you don't? No.
And not like Jenna's left nut or right nut, whatever one you are. I don't know. Whatever one you are, dude. I did have a bad time in the UK. It wasn't all
She got
Jenna's
out
fault.
alive. It could have been worse.
No, listen, look, it wasn't all Jenna's fault. There was a lot of stuff going on. I was sick, it was his response as a human being, as the person that he is. It was his response to what was going on with me or the situation or whatever, that made it, unbearable. It wasn't that, he's just an all-out shitbag.
Yeah, he's an all-out shitbag. He is. Where's Poopy?
I mean, I'm not going to join him.
No, I'll say it. It's a horrible human being.
All right.
But it's nice that you're not bitter about it. Poopy is Alex's girlfriend calls him Poopy. She calls Poon Handler Pooh. She's kind of cute. I kind of like her. Everyone has fucked up, and not everyone is a fuck up. This is Candyman Mike. I run sometimes, but I'm far from being a runner. Mike is happily married, Mike, as I am. But if I broke up, I'd be the same guy. But people would judge me maybe a failure. So I guess be secure in yourself. But I still feel a failure because of the breakup of my first marriage.
Can I ask you this?
Sure.
Why do you care about other people's judgment?
Some people, not most. Certainly within my family.
Right, within your family, but
friends, people you respect.
Right, exactly. Would you care about something that somebody said on YouTube or how they judged you?
Oh yeah. I'd care what Russell thought. Well, because we're still people, and it's not a relationship where you go see the person, but it's still talking to the person for years, getting to know them, and being surprised. Like this Hacks, I didn't like, but he brought out something about Vin. So I don't really care about Vin, but I care about the truth. And the truth interests me, and pretend. Just like I'm interested in the real lives of actors or comedians and how we're fooled. Like Bill Cosby is an extreme example, but he was so popular and people called him the father of America. And he turned out to be just a horrible criminal guy. So the truth about people, including in real life, fooled. People interest me, of course. And what are genuine traits? Like Russell's a good guy. Yeah.
But here's the thing. You don't need to find out the truth. If you can stop listening to the noise, if you can stop listening to the judgment of other people against yourself and all the noise, if you can shut it all out and you can focus on what's important, you can learn to listen to that inner voice which tells you the truth about somebody or not. You don't need to find out.
Unless we fool ourselves a lot, don't we?
Right. That's
I don't know.
The
I
key.
think we just
That's
care
the
what
key.
people think. No, I think we care.
Being truthful with others starts with being truthful with ourselves. That is, you are right about that. That is key.
Yeah, but it takes sometimes
you have to see things clearly.
That's the hard part, isn't it?
For yourself.
Yeah.
For most people, it is. It takes a lot of discipline.
Let's. How about going through the chat with me?
Okay.
You want to? Can you read it, or you want me to? You know Mike, right? Did you know he's an addict, Mike? Who would have known?
Mike, you are right about that.
They're just our people who take more than they give. The world wouldn't be in a worse place without them. Not everyone should get a trophy, right? That's well, he's pretty smart, huh? Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. In life, there are gardeners and there are flowers in every situation, romantic situation, person situation, whatever, the friendship, whatever. There's gardeners and there's flowers. And flowers, think about Narcissus, you know, that dude got turned into a fucking flower, right? Why? Because he was all about himself. Dude, flowers will always find gardeners. They will always find people that love and heal and grow and
your
provide.
Audio went out.
And grow and provide. They always will. And some people will abuse that. And you have to know how to guard yourself against those people and not let them take more than you're willing to give.
Mike's not really an addict. I joke because he likes sugar, and Andy Cruz gave him sugar, and he went on the show, but he won't come on here. Maybe if I give him some sugar, but sugar is an addiction. It's not very good for you. Here, we're just talking about people in our little world. Here's
No, dude. Jeto's definitely a weed. If the Holocaust, not the Holocaust, if the
Holocaust.
What is it? No, what am I talking about? The
Holocaust is worse than not.
The nuclear. If nuclear Armageddon came tomorrow, the only thing that would be left: cockroaches, weeds, and Jenna.
Oh, not that you're bitter. B-Sox would sometimes
and Twinkies. No, I'm not bitter.
Oh, B-Sox would sometimes.
But a spade is a spade.
And say, I know all about you, Brett. Thinking Al's name was Brent. Real emphasis on the BR and Brett. It was funny. That's not the most successful comment there. So I don't quite get that. Mike.
This is further testament to B-Sox's genius as being one of the smartest people on YouTube. He thought he had doxed him by calling him Brent. Brent?
Oh, is that it?
Brent, yes. Brent.
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah. Why is him basically, what's the point in someone like him being alive?
Wow. I always like to think is when you're passed, is the world better off for having you in it or not? That's how I kind of think about it. And especially people hurt each other. But are we calling Jenna a flower? I think we're calling him a weed. You know,
yeah,
the candy man is Mike Brown. Ozzy Liz. Merry Christmas, Kelsey. Russ said it. Mr.
It's time to reflect on everything you've gone through.
No,
No,
I don't.
The good stuff, the bad stuff, the in between. Is there certain people like? Is it hard to be friends with them, or does it just make life go easier being friends with them? And that's what you gotta really worry about.
But you don't want to be. You don't want to be isolated. We need.
Are you there for them, and they're not there for you? Or do you notice that? Is it?
Yeah, but then it becomes it's a business transaction. Sometimes it's just.
It might as well be a business transaction. No. Sometimes just let me cut the check. Sign it.
Well, some of it is just luck, but. Like Jan was unlucky to meet this guy. He's exceptionally horrible and mean. Most people are kind of in between, don't you think, Russ? You meet saintly people, but most of us just want to
Everyone can be cool and everyone can be an asshole, and you just have to like balance. Like, okay, how many times are they cool versus how many times are they an asshole? They're an
really.
asshole more often than not. Why would you want to hang out with them?
Yeah. When we come back to Alex, but because he's
But
angry all the time.
if you get along with them, like I get along with AOC just fine.
Until you don't.
Honestly. Well,
honestly,
mean,
until you don't.
I don't see why, like, if you just really don't like the guy, Sam, don't even mention him ever again, and don't put him in stream battles or anything like that.
No, it's not calculated.
Do you feel like it's pointless for you to know him?
Well, sometimes the bad brings out. It's an opportunity to bring out our good.
Do you think that he has he made your life better? Do you feel like knowing him has made your life better?
Well, I don't like him slandering me, but I like laughing at him. He makes me laugh.
But there's other people you could laugh at if you wanted
like
to,
who?
right?
Like who? Like who?
I don't know. Like
Candyman.
Other people. Everyone.
Yeah, dude.
I'm not interested in everyone.
I'm with Russell on this one. Like, I'm all for like picking an inanimate object. Like, we ain't gotta mess with real people. But I mean,
Russell tonight had a problem. He got a little agitated.
But that's kind of
on air with Michelle, right?
It's something that has kind of been a problem for a while now, unfortunately.
Yeah, Jan, Russell, I think, has known this person for a long time. I don't know, 20 years, 15 years. So it's interesting.
I think the expiration date on the friendship.
Jan, 20, how long? 20 years, Russell?
22, almost 23.
22 years. And it sounds like you want no part of it.
When you find that sour cream and you open it and it's just green mold, it's like, ah, shit, I should have thrown this out months ago.
22 years is a long time to spoil. So how do you break up? Like, he's at the point saying that he probably didn't want to do it.
I don't think it has to be anything other than just walking away from the situation.
I've never seen you get angry that I can remember like that. But we don't know.
I don't like people that make me angry, dude. That's why I usually hang out with people that are cool and they're not always pissing me off about shit.
At least you didn't threaten to kill her.
Exactly. I'm not
going to kill anyone, Sam. I get mad and say stupid shit, which I'm glad you've never done, Sam. You've always spoken with reason and logic.
Oh, yeah.
You've never flipped up and said anything fucked up. So anyway, like, we get along. At the end of the day, me and Sam could hate each other for a whole month. We'd be friends.
Yeah.
We'd be friends again.
We've proved
it time and time again that our feuds are very petty, very silly, and we get over them, right?
I don't think we really had great feuds. We get mad at,
or whatever. Like,
maybe you mad at me.
Altercations.
But the only thing that bothers me is you call me a character, which I'm not. So it's kind of like Poon. I come on here, give myself.
That guy's a real character.
But I'm not interested. So when I give my guts, probably because
you don't think you're a unique person, Sam?
No, I think there's people like me, archetypes, so to speak. The wise ass, or the I think we're all kind of personality types. We're unique within ourselves, but we're personality types.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah,
I appreciate you having me. I'm gonna take off.
Merry Christmas, Jen.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Hey, I want to show you something. I want to show you something real quick.
Oh, it better not be a picture of not late.
No, it's not. No, dude. No, dude. Seriously.
I don't think I'm tired of him. I don't know if people are still interested.
A nude picture of him.
Hey, man. So, have you seen the map of the country, the 2024 electoral map of the country?
Yeah, I have
It's
seen.
all red
Yes.
mostly. Isn't it?
Right, with just
Except
a
for
little bit of blue.
Virginia. Kamala won
This
my
is
state, so
my
don't get mad at me if you hate Trump. My
Kamala
state
was
voted
one of
this
the
for
is
worst
her.
candidates ever put forward. One of
this
the worst.
is my Christmas interpretation of the 2024 Electoral College map.
Okay.
And right there. That's my little,
Let's hope our president
there it is.
does a good job. Right.
There's Virginia, right above North Carolina.
Hey man, I really
Okay.
got some I really feel confident. And it's not just because I believe in him, and it's not just because I believe in I believe in the idea, and I believe in the people that are gathering around him. Again, these are people,
Mm-hmm.
but they all seem to be motivated by a true desire to do good. And I'm genuinely hopeful that some good stuff will come out of it.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
think a lot
it.
of
That's
good
it.
things are
I'm not
going
going to
on.
argue. I'm not going to argue anything else.
Example, the
I just
Middle
think I'm
East
hopeful.
seems Lebanon made peace. Hamas is nearly done. We still got Iran, and I predict, I've said it, it's not just me. I think the Israelis are going to go after Iran's nuclear sites. They might be
One
waiting
more
for Trump to
thing.
come in.
There's some cuteness. There's a little cat underneath the Christmas tree.
Yeah, hooray for pussies, right?
Oh, come on.
What? Both are cool. Okay. Merry Christmas.
All right. Merry Christmas,
Bye.
Sam. Merry Christmas, Russell. Merry Christmas, everybody in the chat. Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, maybe
Merry Christmas, Jim.
Ukraine will be solved, hopefully, and
Will be
Middle
blown
East.
up. You hope they'll just blow up the Ukraine sometime next year,
No, I
or
think
just
there'll
give
be
it all
peace.
back to Russia.
I think there'll be peace. No, there'll be parts. I think Ukrainians got to be realistic that Russia will keep probably the part they occupy now, right? And that's a good. I mean, don't say the Russians haven't paid a price. 600,000 dead. So I don't think Putin got what he thought he'd get. Right? So, but let it end. Let the people stop being bombed. Compromise. Great start. Now Mike is really. I like Mike because he's the counter. He says great start. Gates was terrible. Heggs, the problem is he was once apparently an alcoholic. So under pressure, will he? Mike, you got a point. I kind of agree, but I'm hoping for the best. Biden, Mike, I don't think did a very good job. He was. Mike, it's a disgrace, Russell, that Biden's fidelity or weakness or age, infirmity was kept from the American people. Someone said, did Biden really think he had 4 more years he could handle? So he should have quit. Biden, I think, will be judged to be kind of selfish because he never should have ran again. If he hadn't ran again, at least the Democrats would have had a chance. So I'm happy for the result. And I have problems with Trump, but Biden, to me, is one of the weaker people ever. So most people agree with me. I wish Biden would have done better. I know foreign policy, what did he achieve? He appeased the Iranians. Ukraine invaded. So what are the successes of Biden, Mike? And I don't say that I'm independent. I wish Biden had done better. The world doesn't respect weakness. And Mike served in the military. And I think Biden was perceived as weak, impaired. And let's hope Trump does better. And there's a chance, right? So I agree with Mike that Trump has some character issues, unless you approve of playing around on your wives, which Trump did, and maybe being a narcissist. But it's not, to me, character is important, but the main thing is how he does as president. And if he's a corrupt individual, mean, whatever, as long as he performs for the American people and the American people are better, that's more important. Jimmy Carter was, I think, one of the most moral of presidents and not very effective. So what do you think about Dem Apples, Candy Man? You can come in here, please, Russell, anytime. Russia has Kim Young soldiers, but here's the deal, Ozzy, that if you have to employ soldiers from another country, that's a sign of weakness. You get it? Because you need those people to come in. So maybe Putin is ready to make a deal, I hope. We don't know, but it's horrible what's happened to those people. Israel, hopefully Hamas is over with. And war is shit. But war is shit. I don't know what else to say, but win. Make sure you win, or let's get peace. But get peace with the result that there'll be peace. If Hamas had been allowed to have a ceasefire when Biden wanted, they'd still be there. They'd be in a position. So I said at the time, not me, but a lot of people, Israel could not handle the status quo. You don't always want the status quo. You get it? Some things are worth fighting for. I don't think Vietnam was. I don't think Iraq was. But if you're Israel and bombs are flowing in to them and maybe to us, it's worth it, because Iran don't like America. You do get that. In fact, Iran tried to assassinate Trump. How did that work out? Well, so whatever you are, and Mike's good American, I know it. Whatever we are, let's hope for the success of our one president, Trump. As to people he tried to put in, Jan would disagree. I think a lot of them were incompetent. How are you going to put Matt Gaetz in when there are indications he might be indicted or looked at for having underage sex? So, no, I'm not a simp for Trump. And no one should be. That Heg Smith guy, if he was an alcoholic, you have to wonder, well, if he was an alcoholic once upon a time, we don't want him in that position now. So hearings are coming up, and people should watch and hope for the best. What do you think, Russell, politically? Any opinion? Russell Cook?
I'm in a pretty good mood, and I don't have any opinions on any of the stuff.
I think that the world is better than it was a little while ago, I think, to be optimistic, right? Syria was freed. We don't know about the rebels, but hundreds of thousands of people were tortured. That's done. So that's good news. Let's can you play music, Russell, please?
I'm sorry.
I want to focus on you, me, and them. You don't have to be sorry. It's so polite. Ukraine should give parts of their country to Russia. Don't all countries love to give up land to them? No. But there's pragmatics, Red. It's not based on, it has to be based on reality. The reality is their people are getting bombed. Ukraine probably can't win because they don't have the number of personnel, which is why probably Putin brought over South Korea. But Russia did what other countries have done, including the Civil War with Grant, grinding down day after day Ukraine. So I think optimistically we should feel that it might be coming to an end. And Trump might be that lever. And whether you like Trump or not, I think it probably looks better for Ukraine and Russia for a peace agreement. So that's optimistic. Syria, we don't know what the rebels are going to do, but they're freed from a horrible regime. Hezbollah in Lebanon has been defeated. Israel's in a better place. So there's good things too. I think it's better than a couple months ago. The ex-Syrian president, Assad, did flee Syria. What happened was that Russia always propped him up, right? And Iran. Well, Iran is dealing with Israel. Russia is dealing with Ukraine. So Russia and Iran couldn't rescue this Assad. And what he saw the writing on the wall, and he left. And he took off, and he exiled to Russia. Who give a fuck about him? Hopefully he gets tried. But the main thing is, Syria is freed of a horrible person. Let's see what happens. Raw power speaks, not alliances. So the Israelis, when the rebels came in, invaded Syria and took out a lot of their military. Raw power. That's surely against international law, right? But Israel followed international law, and there probably wouldn't be an Israel. Biden said, do not do this. Come up with a ceasefire, Israel. How dare you? Months ago. Israel did not listen, and they're in a much better position. If they had listened to Biden, they'd still be in trouble. So ultimately, you got to do what's best for you and not listen. You were talking about, somebody was talking about people telling what to do, don't listen. Well, don't sell the pig. Don't sell Dawn. Right? Don't always do what people tell you to do. Russell, don't. Very independent Russell. And hopefully I don't that much. We have learned that the president-elect is above the law. Well, not technically. The Supreme Court said he was the law. I agree with you here, Mike. I think it was a terrible decision, right? But also the trials against Trump, are they valid or not? But the timing is suspect. Why didn't the Attorney General press these cases against Trump years ago? But he did not. The timing is right before an election, huh? So I think politics had something to do with going against Trump. And regardless, we want our president to do well, right, Mike? Anyone want my house? I worked for it, but if my neighbors insist, I will give it up. Well, you're not a nation, sir, are you? So it don't hold. Reality hold. And but people putting Putin in a heroic position, they're stupid. That's ridiculous. Putin's a bad guy. He invaded Ukraine, but compromise probably is called for here. Ukraine suffers, but Putin did pay a price, I think. Putin did, and Putin lost Syria too, right? So it's a little complicated, but it's time for peace in Ukraine, and Ukraine needs to. Neither party hopefully will get their way. May visited Syria. They deemed an attack by the Americans using chemical warfare. By the way, the world should thank Israel. Israel bombed the chemical facilities of Syria, right? As you should, Mike. That's our house now. Well, it's the people's house, right? I like politics. It was good of Trump to name Kimberly Guilfoyle a pet. Did he? I didn't know that. So ambassador to Greece? Well, that's political. But Mike, traditionally Democrats too appoint ambassadors sometimes from their donor class. Democrats do it too. She had to be out of the hair, and Trump understands his son's debauchery. Well, didn't that person break up with Trump's son? Isn't Turkey planning to invade Syria? Possibly. Turkey has always gone after the Kurds. Turkey doesn't want the establishment of Kurds anywhere. So if they invade Turkey, invades Syria, they will be invading, trying to dominate and win over the Kurdish people. The Kurds are currently allied with us, the United States. So let's see what happens. Mike, you're so likable until you talk. No, I think, look, I don't take it personally. Really, people can disagree with me. Mike has been right sometimes and wrong sometimes. I'm just glad that Mike is adding to the discussion. So I don't think that takes away from his likability. It makes him independent, just like Russell Cook. So I respect Mike. And it's better for our discussion to have people from another side. So I think you're wrong there, sir. The cases started being investigated right after his term, but they weren't brought. They weren't brought And it seems like it took too long to me. His first deposition was in August, and he announced his run in November. Talk about timing. Well, I think there was political influence on the timing, so I might disagree with you. It took, what, 4 years, Mike? 4 years? Carpe diem. I really do hope he does good. Of course, he's just like Republicans should have wished Biden did well, because it's our president. If the president does well, a country does. So I never bought that argument, but I'm not naive in a lot of politics. The Democrats don't want Trump to succeed, some of them, and vice versa, right? Iran isn't happy with Syria. Why? Because Iranians had let there be a land route that Iran used through Syria to arm Hezbollah. So hopefully the rebels tell Iran not going to happen. Why? Because Iran supported Assad, who killed many rebel and civilian. So we'll see what happens. The world powers now are in there with Syria, the rebels, trying to make deals. Russia might say, well, we fucked up, but pragmatically, we'll give you this if we can keep our bases. Russia has 2 bases in Syria under Assad. One is a warm water port, really important to the Russians. So we'll see what happens. Interesting time to be alive. The section of YouTube is very conservative. It's refreshing to see other views. Echo chambers are the downfall. What a smart comment. You need opposing views. One problem with California, in which I live, is a one party state. Sorry. So there's not really an opposition. I think the founding fathers had 3 branches of government because you need that opposition. So I'm conservative in some ways. You want to play that music louder, Russell? Do you? He's stubborn, isn't he?
I'm sorry, dude. I thought the phone wasn't. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, Russell gave me 7 hours. How mad can I be? I'm not.
Yeah, and plus I'm listening to "Loan Me the song. You might know it. "Loan Me a Dime" by Boz Scaggs. It's got Dwayne Allman on lead guitar. It's
Allman
a really
Brothers.
good song.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but can you not play it when you're on air with me?
I didn't know it was that loud. See, I usually can put one device far enough away from the other that you can't hear me listening to music.
I lost the comment. Sorry, just baffled. A lot of people voted to get corruption. I can't see that. Billionaires are already running things before inauguration. Interesting. Well, billionaires don't really have or should not have the incentive of money because they made enough. So some billionaires, are you talking about Elon Musk? Well, wait to see what happens with Elon Musk. I think we can say that there's a lot of pork spending and there's a lot of inefficiency in our government, especially procurement for weapons in the Pentagon. So he might do well, Elon Musk. He might not. But I think he might get rid of a lot of spending we don't need, right? The trouble is most spending is not up for grabs because a lot of spending comes through Medicare and Social Security, a huge part of the budget, and that probably won't be touched. But let's see what happens. Let's give the guy a chance and hear opposing views. Candyman, it's all right. We don't have to agree. I don't want to agree. It's boring. Since as long as you're sincere, try to understand the MAGA peeps, not real Republicans who do understand, but MAGNA. Who are the real Republicans? I think they're now under Trump. Real Republicans usually make sense to me. Well, good luck with that. But Mike, if you're a senator, you're elected every 6 years. Do you really want to give in to Trump? Do you want to be a rubber stamp? You work your whole life and you end up in the Senate. So we'll see if there's pushback in the Senate and the House of Representatives, which there might be, because senators probably have a big ego too. So if you're in the Senate, You'll have some ass kissers, but you'll have some people say not up for election in 4 years, right? Maybe 6 years, who might fight back. So is it? I thought it's Latin, Ozzy. I thought that was Latin. Is it French? Seize the day. I'd kind of like to know that. Maybe I was wrong. Mike, you know that California has more Republicans per capita than other states, right? Okay. And Reagan came out of California, but practically it's a one-party state. Wouldn't you agree? Mike. Musk, Ramaswamy, all Trumps. Correct. Bezos just visited Mar-a-Lago. Well, Bezos, look, I should stop saying look. People are going to play to their self-interest. If you're a business person, are you going to fight Trump? No. That's what business people do, right? Business people are not known for their moral fortitude. That's why we have Senate, etc. So I don't blame Bezos, really. They will cut spending for sure. Not that much cut. Entitlements are up for grabs. No, they're not. I'm at the point where I want to watch it. Mike. See, now we're having a discussion. Aren't we lucky to have Mike? I will be fine in the position I'm in. I just hate to see other people get shit on. Even the ones whom Anoli voted for. Well, I'll probably be in a better position because there might be tax cuts, less capital gains, but I have enough. But I hope Trump does a good job. Keep us out of war. Help. Israel is important for the world. And for religious reasons, people have their own judge. Some Christians want Israel being Jewish hands. I think it's a democracy, so I'm pro-Israeli, though not a simp. And I want and hope that Israel makes peace with Saudi Arabia. I hope the Middle East changes and less fighting, greenery, and democracy under Israel should triumph. So Trump is closer to Israel, I think. Reagan would shit over his grave if he could see it. Well, I don't know if you know because he was dementia at the end. But I know what you mean, Mike. Look, Mike, things change. Things always change, right? Ozzy Liz. Hi, I've known Ozzy for so many years. What a good person. John Lennon Yoko. So this is Christmas. And what have you done another year over and a new one's just began? I'm not much on resolutions. I'm one for being satisfied and celebrate what we have. Right? I could be wrong. Mike. And Russell, please come in whenever you want, if you want to. All right?
I was thinking about a song.
Mm-hmm.
It got stuck in my head. I apologize.
Song? That happens to my wife and me all the time, right?
Ain't but one way out, baby.
Who's
Lord, I just can't go out that door. Ain't but one way out, baby. And Lord, I just can't go out that door. 'Cause there's a man down there. Might be your man. I don't know. That's a cool song. One Way Out by the Allman Brothers. Allman Brothers band. I love those fucking guys. Rest in peace. I think they all died.
What was that album, Peach or something? I remember an Allman Brothers.
Yeah, this song is on Eat a Peach. That's a really good album.
Great album. Great album. Of course, my favorite Southern band.
I bet this happened to Sam Hill in real life.
What?
It sounds like young Sam Hill. Ain't but one way out, baby. Lord, I just can't go out that door. Because there's a man down there. Might be a man. I don't know.
Lord, yeah. The rhythm in my head. That's a great song.
Like there's a man down there. Might be your man. I don't know.
Are they all dead? Greg Allman.
I think the drummer is the only living member of the original Allman Brothers. No shit.
Yeah, it's so
the second drummer, Jamari, the black drummer. Just the easy way to tell who's who, not bringing race into it. But yeah, Butch Truck, dead. Dwayne Gregg, dead. Barry Oakley Jr., dead. Dickie Betts, dead. Remember Animal House? Niedermeyer.
Wow. At least they had a good, like Poon, a good memories. But
yeah,
now
you know,
I like the 60s.
If you like the early Ramones, Sam,
I do.
they're all dead. Yeah,
Are they all
you look at the first album cover
Wow.
of them standing up against the brick wall. None of those guys are alive anymore, Sam.
What those 60s band, I love the 60s. Looking back, I wish I'd been born then. But they're all, a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them are dying.
Yeah, it's like when the World War II veterans all started.
Yeah, good point. So
passing away. You know?
Garfunkel, there's clips of him coming out on his little cane, little old guy. I thought he used to be tall, but he's now all stooped over. And I love Simon Garfunkel.
Well, compared to Paul Simon, he was tall. I think that was why. Because you have noticed the cover of Bridge Over Troubled Water? He looks like a foot taller than Paul.
Isn't he like 5'2"? He's really, really short, Paul Simon.
Yeah,
really.
Paul Simon, I think he might be like 5'2", 5'3", seriously.
Really short. So Cher made a remark because she used to date Sonny, who was also very short. And then she went with Paul Simon. She made some remark about having to fall in love with really short men. But Simon,
going back to the Allman Brothers, Cher was married to Greg Allman, and they had a child.
Yeah, I remember that. Hearing about
because there's a man down there, my VO man. I don't know.
And he got Greg Allman got like overweight and stuff. Too bad.
He had to take steroids and crap for. I think he had a fucking liver transplant or something.
Did he really? That's a tough one. Liver transplant really hard. Yeah,
I heard Hep C or something, and had to. Liver transplant and all. Yeah, he really was. Unfortunately,
that's a tough transplant. One of the worst. I'm not fond of the weirdo libs either. Yeah, right. I get accused of being one here. You're not, Mike. And other places, people think I'm ultra. Well, that's ridiculous. If you listen to Mike, he's independent. So that's ridiculous. Those are stupid people. Don't listen. He's not. He's independent. Generally, probably leaning toward Democrats in presidential elections. But he's independent. I wouldn't even categorize him. Not ultra conservative, though.
He asked me about my flanger, and I think I don't know if he was in here, but I have my Electric Mistress flanger and my MXR flanger out. Thank you, Mike Brown, for you inspired me to go through my packed up pedals and actually sort all that shit out.
I wonder if this is the real Betty Spaghetti. It sounds like her. Sam, you lying piece of shit. I hate you. Well, why are you here then? That might be
that's not her, is it? I thought
so I'm going to trust my identity with people like this. Really? The Dead Kennedys, a good band. I don't know if they're still around or I don't know. Can you go away, boozy spaghetti? I want to have a good time. Okay, I'll let you, but why am I highlighting this?
They're going to come up on panel. Boozy is
Betty. No, I don't want Betty. I'm done with her. Listen to this. You come in with an alt. You're a creep. This is why she don't like me. That might not be Betty. Betty don't like me because I said what I think is the truth. But a professor once told me, I said, what if I'm with a client and I say the wrong thing? He said, well, people have a pretty good bullshit detector. And if you say something totally wrong, like people say about me, I'll just disregard it. So I said to Betty, my belief is you're in a boring marriage, you're not happy. And that's basically what I said. And she didn't like that. Maybe the truth. That's what I think. You don't seem like a happy person. And you once in a fight, you went to a hotel and on air, you showed cleavage. So that's the truth, Betty. Are you happy? You don't sound very happy to me. And people don't want to hear. You can't handle the truth is my impression. But why hate me anyway? Don't let it rise to hate. I'm just some guy on the internet, dummy. No, that might be really her. I don't know. She don't like me. I don't hate her. In fact, she was my co-host. We used to get along. So I don't know what happened. I began drinking at 8 o'clock. Okay. Sorry. I don't know if it's Betty or not. I guess I'll just go away. You don't have to go away. I feel kind of bad.
Who admits that?
You don't have to
Though I
go
don't
away.
think that's really her.
Yeah, we
Who's
don't.
gonna say, yeah, I've been drinking all
Well,
day?
Mike, you're a mod. Is that her? I can't. I have to go to YouTube, but Mike could do the 3 dots and see if that's really her or not. Doesn't really matter. Betty, I wish she wouldn't hate me because I used to like her. But as the years have gone by, maybe she's more bored or unhappy. She, in my opinion, she ended up middle-aged, having to work with children she loves, but take a lot out of you. And marriages can get boring. Maybe you're not bored. I don't know. But don't be such a shithead, Betty. It's a parody. Okay, well.
Yeah, you know that.
Could be.
Probably like a really good chance that that's not her, Sam.
Yeah, there's a really good chance. But I don't even know because I could hear her say that. She doesn't like me at all. So, alt or not, that's probably her true feeling. And I do feel a little bad because I don't come on here to make enemies with people. I'd rather get along with I'd rather be like a Russell Cook. But maybe there's one person who don't like Russell. I don't know. Somebody called him gay. I don't know yet.
Several. There's at
if
least
anybody should be angry, I should, because he's really mad at it. Remember when AI came in, you even called me a pedo or something. Remember? That wasn't cool.
Every once in a while, I blow my stack, as they say.
Yeah, but killing me is better than calling me a pedo. Seriously, who'd want to be called that? Oof, evil. Maybe it is Betty. Don't speak about my marriage. Well, you just said horrible things about me. It's not my fault. You brought your wife and she hates you. Okay. She don't hate me. How many times did she have to come on air and say she loves me? She loved me and I love her and I treat her really well. I help her family. I don't. The worst thing is when I raise my voice. That's it, Betty. And I appreciate her and we have a really good marriage, but you don't want us to, I guess, huh? Why would my wife hate me? If she hate me, she could leave and get half of what I have. But what a mean thing to say. No. I don't know what to do, so I laugh a little bit. But my marriage is fine that I know of, right? That I know of. Rev used to come on and say she was fucking other men, right? And she wasn't. But having good relationships, unhappy people sometimes hate that. And out of everything, they usually come after my marriage, right? Like I bought my wife. And the truth is, unhappy people say that. I wish well for people. Even Abe, I wish well for him and JK. And some people I don't care that much, but I don't want them dead, right? And that's why I can stream. I don't want to become bitter. Like have you noticed that, Russell? Some people become really mean, bitter. I think I'm basically the same. Basically the same.
I think, yeah, sometimes YouTube really kicks someone in the ass. And you
my
gotta
marriage
take a
is
break.
fine, so maybe you should apologize. Why don't you apologize for saying horrible things about me? And I think you have a lot of anti-Jew hate too. So why don't you apologize to the Jewish people here? And then I might consider it. Shame on you. Go Israel, by the way, dummy.
Who is that you're talking about?
That might be Betty. Who knows?
That's not.
It's an
Why would she call herself boozy spaghetti?
Well, because I banned Betty. That's why. She's banned.
So she decides to pick
I don't
the
know
name.
if it's her.
Boo.
It's a mod. Mike's a mod. Check. Either way.
Like a wine. There's a wine glass emoji at the end of her
how
name.
do you know my wife doesn't love me, by the way? Why would she stay with me if she didn't love me? Again, in California's community property, she could leave tomorrow and get alimony and get half of everything. She'd be a millionaire. So it doesn't make sense, does it? Financially, you could say, but financially, she'd be independent. She'd have half the money. We have money in bank accounts, and it wouldn't even be that hard. But why? What is?
Why? If someone was pretending to be me in your chat and they were called lazy-eyed, fat-ass Russell, would you be like, yeah, that's really Russell?
No. So I'm not a sex
it's
trafficker and a Jewish. Is this anti-Jew talk? Because I've criticized the Prime Minister of Israel. I don't like settlement. But yeah, I typically, there's only 15 million Jews, dummy. And there's only 6 million Jews in Israel against hundreds of millions of Arabs. They're the chosen people. I've been in Israel and I've been in Egypt and I have Jordan. So I have some comparative analysis between Egypt, Jordan, and Israel. Israel is green, one of the highest standards of living in the Middle East. They're a democracy, dummy. So you want to go after Israel, you're stupid and wrong and unbiblical, and you're a Catholic, and shame on you. The Jews are the chosen people. Oh, I know my favorite Jew. I have a favorite Jew. Do you have a favorite Jew there, Russell? I do. Do you have a favorite Jew? Russell Cook.
Yeah, Paul Desmond. He played alto sax with the Dave Brubeck quartet.
I know
he wrote that song,
Chad.
Take 5. Yeah, he wrote Take 5.
Jesus Christ. You dig?
Oh, the most popular.
That's my favorite Jew. Yeah. And somebody told me in the Bible, like, if you say bad against the Jewish people, you're cursed by God. If you believe in the Bible, dummy. So I've heard a lot of anti-Jew. I hope that's not true, but yes, I did eat Jewish pussy with my first wife, but I've never sucked a dick. A little
That's
bit of
wild,
my own.
dude. Okay. Oh, I get it because of the comments. All right.
So this is a political view. If genocide is extermination of a race, which the Jews haven't done.
At first, I was wondering why you started talking about eating Jewish pussy. Okay, all right.
I think you can criticize Israel and not be anti-Jewish, but the Betty Spaghetti I've heard, in my opinion, has a lot of anti-Jew hatred. So in that case, I think you're right. Fake marriage, okay. Are you people? Alt or not, you're pretty hateful. Why do you call it a fake marriage, dummy? Why don't you provide some proof? Wow.
Good thing. Cool. Yeah, she's Australian. Angus and Malcolm Young. Yeah, they moved. I heard there was something like people from the UK, like Scotland, maybe especially, and people from the Netherlands moved to Australia en masse in the early 60s.
Oh.
Do you know that band, the Easy Beats? That was George Young, Angus and Malcolm's older
I'd
brother.
love to go to Australia.
Yeah.
I think they have a different policy.
They were really good too.
A lot of countries, it might be true of Australia, it's based on merit, how good you are. America is totally different, but I'd love to go to Australia. I was thinking of it. I was going to do a radio show, at least in my head, at one point, and because I could live anywhere. Keisha was a black Jew. Oh no, she wasn't Jewish. She was Catholic. We first met each other in church. But anyway, yeah, there are black Catholics. There are. Most are Protestant. There's black Jews too, I think. Ethiopians, for example. Stop talking about my marriage. Well, I didn't even mention you until you came in, dummy. I didn't bring you up. So stop talking about my marriage, alt or not, and I'll stop talking about you. No, you don't have to stop talking about me. You're evil. You're anti-Jewish. If it's true that God said don't talk bad about Jews, you're in big trouble, dummy.
Hey, if that's really Betty Spaghetti, will you give me $1 million for Christmas?
She doesn't have $1 million.
No, will you?
She has to work. Sure, I'll give you $1 million. Okay. Sure.
If it's not,
Betty, I like most Mormons.
I will send you a delicious fruit cake all the way from
Virginia.
She is a fruit
cake. You don't have to send her. Have her look in the mirror. So Latter-day Saints started letting black people be clergy in the 70s. That's true. That's true. I don't have a comment on that really, but they
The
got
black
better, right?
Israelites.
They
Have you
improved,
ever
right?
encountered them?
That what?
Black Israelites?
I've
They
been to
say
New York
they're the real
City, and I
Jews.
think I've seen them. Yeah, I think I've seen them around the streets of New York City.
They
That's about it.
wear like Sun Ra and Jimmy Page kind of looking outfits and stuff, and just yell at white people.
Yeah, well, I don't know, yell at white people.
It's
I
interesting.
ignored them. They're
Man.
just
That's what-
shouting, and you walk past them, and they're on. A lot of people are on the streets of New York, but do they call themselves Jews? I don't consider them Jews, but I
Yes,
don't
they
know much about
consider
them.
themselves the
Okay.
real Israelites.
Okay. Are they pro-Israeli?
Yeah, but they think that
Are they?
they think they're the real Israelites.
Yeah, they do. The days of great bands
Yeah,
are over.
Mike
Well, you
knows.
can't say
Yeah,
that. You don't know what's up
they're
ahead, Ozzy. I mean, it seems like it, but
they have pretty cool clothes because, like,
yeah,
Sun
they do.
Ra and his
Yeah,
orchestra,
they
had those kind of like cool, like space futuristic looking outfits.
Yeah, I've
which
heard
I
them
think
on the internet and
they
TV a little.
they look cool. I don't know
They
if
do look.
you
They
don't have to
definitely
maybe
look cool. Yeah, they definitely.
believe in what they say 100%, but
There's no great bands, I think, right now, but you never know in the future. But the 60s and 70s, for a lot of reasons, because there was a reversal of culture that the parents, World War II, were bland, depressing, and young people wanted to rebel and have fun. Just like I think there's hope in Iran that the young people in Iran want to have fun. The young people in China might want to have fun. So you never know. Hopefully, Iran, the theography, I said it wrong. Theology.
it's really sad to see is the pre-SHA Iran women in miniskirts and Iranian psychedelic acid rock bands and stuff and like fun entertainment.
When the Shah got overthrown, America could have intervened, but they did not. Russia has intervened. It probably would have been better for America, but the Shah was repressive.
That was Khomeini, right? So Khomeini, he was in power, wasn't he, for like a really long time? Because I remember when he died, I was in middle school.
Yeah, I think he was exiled somewhere, let's say France. And when the revolution started, he went back to Iran and became the supreme leader, Khomeini, and then they have another creep. But
because there was, if you kept up with wrestling, classy Freddie Blassie became a heel manager for the Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov, and he became the Ayatollah Freddie Blassie, which is one of my favorite wrestling characters.
My grandfather told me about him. He was a major star, Freddie Blassie, and he used to fight in LA a lot at the Olympic Coliseum. He was a white guy, and Russell told me later on he became this. So my grandfather was a judge, but he liked wrestling and telling me these old wrestlers, and Freddie Blassie was one. I think Freddie Blassie used to fight Mr. Moto a lot, if you remember him.
Yeah, I remember him as a kid. He was a manager. I don't think
he was a wrestler. Apparently,
that was a little before my time, but I still think he was very cool.
In the old days,
and they don't have his song "Pencil Neck Geek" is not on Spotify. I'm really pissed off.
In the old days, before wrestling became even more popular, when they would film it, they would have all the people on one side if they didn't fill the house, and one side would be empty. So when they shoot, because wrestling really was a product of TV to a great extent back then, it was, if you're watching on TV, they'd only show one side, so you thought it was all filled up. But it took a while for wrestling. I guess it became big under McMahon and huge, right? But it's always
all the bad guys back in the 50s were Germans, because it was just right. It was right after. Because like, remember the Von Erich family? They weren't really German. It was just Fritz Von Erich was the stage name. And by the
I
time I
remember
was
as a kid when I had an
the
argument.
bad guys would be Iranian or Russian. Usually, remember
Depending
the
on the
Cold
political
War?
situation.
Yeah.
The Iranians at one point captured our diplomats, took over our embassy. So I think at that point in time, they were our enemy. Mike being young and sprightly like you, Sam, I think he's middle-aged. In the first election, able to vote and voted George Bush. George Bush, I've heard historians say, one of the worst presidents in the history of our country because is that George Bush Jr.? What Iraq was a huge mistake. Huge mistake, right? Anyway, 8 hours, not one single trip to the comfort room. Actually, I did go. I went and saw my wife and had some food, and I did use the comfort room. Whoa. But in that 19-hour stream a couple years ago, I only went once. I've used.
Do you know who Neil Hamburger is, Sam?
No, who's that?
He had a joke about that.
What did he
His
say?
joke was, "Isn't it funny how George Bush is the worst president in history, when his son George W. Bush is the best president in history?"
The joke is that George Bush, the original,
That's an old one. Yeah.
unified the country, and we went after Kuwait. The interesting thing about Kuwait, one thing is that most Kuwaitis left the country. That most of the fighting was by non-Kuwaitis. Israel, whatever you say, they don't want our troops. They fight their own battles, and there's not that many of them. So they only survive through technology. Obviously, in population, 6 million Jews. I think there's 3 million non-Jews in Israel. I don't know. It's pretty incredible when you think about it. So yeah, I'm pro-Israeli, but I'm not a simp. I think they need to give more attention to the Palestinians. And the prime minister I'm not thrilled with, but he seemed to have done a good job lately by ignoring Biden. And if he had listened to Biden, the Israelis would have been in big trouble. But they didn't listen. They went in. They killed the leaders, etc., etc. George Bush, by the way, original worked in the CIA. He was CIA director. The son,
George Herbert Walker Bush.
Original, right? Yeah, I get confused.
Yeah.
Like
George
John Adams
W.
and John Quincy Adams, another father son. John Adams is an underrated by some people, great president in many ways. Though he did, I think he went after free expression. But other than that, I read a biography of him, John Adams, because I saw something on TV, got me interested. And his son became president. So I think they were supposed to be historically pretty good. John Adams was second president in those days. They didn't run as president, vice president. The first votes in the first election, George Washington and Adam came in second. So,
and then the third president was Thomas Jefferson, right?
Jefferson and John Adams were enemies. Jefferson was more Republican in the sense of French, after the French Revolution. So Jefferson was more pro-French, while John Adams was an Anglophile and more of a English kind of democracy. And yeah, Jefferson became third president, I believe. Very dirty election. They hated each other, John Adams and Jefferson, and they died within 24 hours of each other. But both were great presidents. Jefferson was interested personally because he was a slave owner.
His home is here, Sam.
I've never been there. Have you been there? The University of Virginia, right?
If you don't want to hang out with me at my house because you think I'm going to kill you, or apartment rather, we can fucking go to Monticello, dude.
I want to. Also, Jefferson, I believe, designed the University of Virginia, which I'd like to see.
Yeah. Virginia used to be an important state 200 years ago.
The most important state, right? The most important. Didn't George Washington live in Virginia? Russell Cook.
Yeah, didn't he? I think
Yeah,
so.
I went to, as a kid, I went to Mount Vernon.
Jefferson definitely did. And we all know about Virginia and the Civil War, thanks to all the monuments being taken down.
Yeah. So
Monument Avenue in
I don't
Richmond.
agree with that. Keep the monuments.
Right now.
Jefferson went
I
to
think
Paris.
they should make a place to put them where you have to pay to see them. So if you think they're offensive and don't want to see them,
it's part of our
forced to look at them. But if it was like some kind of land or whatever that you had to pay an entrance,
just say don't worship them, but they're part of our history. Anyway, Jefferson went to Paris, I think, and he brought his black slave, and she could have fled because they didn't have slavery in Paris. So when Jefferson came back to America, she didn't have to come back with him, but she came back and was a slave because they were fucking, and she had children by Jefferson that 20 years ago was verified through RDA. Is that RD? No, DNA. Sorry, I'm confused. So Jefferson again was a slave owner who had sex and children by I forget the name of the lady. Maybe you know. And then when they DNA'd and found out that Jefferson's relatives the black relatives got together with the white relatives, and it was a kind of cool story, I think. Interesting man, loved his slave woman, and she probably loved him because she could have had freedom, and she chose to be a slave with him. Pretty interesting story, I think. Very interesting man. So in the Revolutionary War, the United States or revolutionary forces needed France to come into the war. So they sent John Adams, Jefferson, and Ben Franklin to convince the French. And the leading successful person was Ben Franklin, who was married, but he fucked someone in the royal family. But he was a celebrity, Ben Franklin, out of Philadelphia. He was a celebrity and had got around, and eventually France entered the war and tipped the balance, and the revolutionary won, and here we are as American. So we owe the French back then, but it took them a while, and then once they believed that America could win, they really got in the war and tipped the balance. The final battle of the war, won by the revolutionaries, was really planned and carried out by the French. So there's a big connection, but it's been a while, and France is not really that much pro-American when I traveled there, but back then they did, because they had their own revolution, right? But they went too far. They showed that how groovy our leaders were, because in the French Revolution, they killed the king and the wife and guillotined a lot of people, and death. French Revolution. Anyway, no one cares about history, I guess. That's all right. I think no more chat. So I should wrap this up and talk to Russell. Anything you want to talk about, Russ?
I would just like to mention that when I was a little kid, before I got into music or anything, I was really into the presidents of the United States.
Who's your favorite president? Who's your favorite president?
Favorite president, just because of how fascinating I find him, is Richard Nixon. I'm not saying I pro, but he is a very fascinating guy.
Let's talk about it. First, I want to answer this. So technically, practically, the war was over with Britain and England, but formally, it wasn't until the Treaty of Paris later that it was officially over, though practically the war was over. Treaty of what was that called? Treaty of Paris, was it? The war was officially over.
Was it Versailles?
No, you're thinking of after World War I, Treaty of Versailles.
Yeah, sorry. I'm jumping way ahead.
Yeah, it was the Treaty of Paris. I think Mike gets it right. Our revolution. What's his comment? the French are passive homos. No, they're not. Look at Canada, shitty parts. Yeah, I don't. Montreal is French, but they're not.
French.
They're not homo. I mean, some are.
Yeah, I jumped way ahead in time. I just realized when I said that. Okay,
Our
channel surfing.
revolution was a small piece of the bigger war between Britain and France. I disagree because America rose up in revolution against England. And in the beginning, France was neutral. So it was part because France came in on the side against England in that sense. But the fact that America rose up in revolution was probably more startling. But in that sense, Mike's right. But it was the more importance was a colony rising up against the greatest power in the world at that point. I like history too. Tricky Dick, we could talk about Nixon because Russell likes Nixon. So what do you want to say about Nixon, Russ?
I say for many years, a buddy of mine got it for me as a gift. I had a postcard that was the picture of Nixon and Elvis shaking hands in the Oval Office.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I think that one event alone is fucking great, man. The whole story behind Elvis meeting Nixon.
Also, he had a picture with Sammy Davis Jr. But I wanted to say Tricky Dick came, I think, that Nixon, Nixon ran for a senator from California, and he accused his opponent of being a communist, and she wasn't. So I think he got Tricky Dick from that.
Was that McCarthyism, that red baiting shit?
Yeah, he was part of that, I believe.
Well, that somebody told me that Trisha Nixon,
her daughter,
was a very, very pretty woman.
Yeah, you can see photographs. His library is in. Where's his?
Remember?
Oh, you don't agree? His library is in California, where he was born. I forget the name of it, Russ. I've never been there. But Whittier, I think he has his libraries in Whittier. He grew up in Whittier. He was a what is that religion they don't believe in war?
Quaker.
He was a Quaker. Yeah, he grew up a Quaker. Quaker. No,
okay,
you're right.
Wow, she made Life magazine and the cover of Life when she got married.
Sure.
She was a nice looking lady.
She was a blonde, kind of pretty. The boy we need a navy with France was happy to assist with. We ethnocentrically believe it was all about us. Whoa, Mike. No, it was about us, my ancestors. The Americans rose up in revolution. It was part of the world conflict at that time between France and England. But I disagree with Mike on his emphasis. Autocorrect got me. If you've I've been to France many times. There's nothing passive about them. Confrontational fucks. They are confrontational. They don't really like Americans as much as other people. I never had a problem with them myself.
I think he lived in Whittier because that's where Patricia
grew up.
Trish.
Yeah.
But he was born in Yorba Linda, California.
I think you're right.
January the 9th of 1913. So he'd be old as shit now. He'd be like, 100?
Yeah, he was Kennedy's
111 years old. Is that right?
He served in World War II and was known as a great.
Do you think that if he was, they would have run Joe Biden if he was 111 years old?
Yeah. Biden would have lost. Nixon was
he did
brilliant.
Go to Whittier. He did go to Whittier College and Duke University.
Well, Duke is in North Carolina. Very good law school.
Who was the last president to have any military service?
A great question. Ford served in the military, I think.
Did George H.W.
Bush? Remember, he got his plane got shot down. Here is Buster's co-host. I'll always be gratitude. I had so much fun on that show. with Hostbuster, Jarvita, and Russell Cook.
Yes. All right. We had
Hello?
some good things.
Who had some good hits?
We go back a ways now.
Is somebody,
Yeah.
Russell, are you playing music or HB?
We've been friends,
Anyone, turn that off.
broadcasters for many years.
Nixon was a war hero. He was a commander in the Navy, World War II, Battle
I
of
don't know
the
about being a
Pacific.
hero. I don't know about
Navy and
JFK was.
the awards he got were Navy and Marine Corps Commendation Medal, American Campaign Medal, Asiatic Pacific Campaign Medal, World War II Victory Medal, Armed Forces Reserve Medal.
Wow. Reserve. John Kennedy was a certified hero. He rescued his buds when their PT boat was shot down and shot up. Sorry, it wasn't shot down. When his boat was shot and he swam many miles and he got back injuries because of it. So no, JFK was portrayed as a hero, not Nixon, though.
Okay, Sam, I think Nixon's family must have moved to Whittier when he was young, because he is Whittier High School. It's the alma mater of President Richard Nixon, class of 1930.
Wow.
See, that's when my grandfather was born.
Betty and
he'd be old.
Betty, go get sober. I'm done with you.
Yeah, we want to talk about former president, the late Richard Nixon.
Fascinating, but he was
red sauce. Take it easy.
You going red sauce? Shame on. So it was Shakespearean in that Nixon was a brilliant president who made peace with China, for good or not. But he was brought down not by his mind, not by his policy. In fact, he came up with environmental agency and did a lot of cool things, but by his lack of character. He was like a paranoid. He think people were out to get him, and they were, but he acted on Watergate.
A very unusual person.
Well, he was not attractive. His wife, he took a lot of trouble.
I was noticing that. I think he looks distinguished, but he definitely wasn't. Like, I'm looking at him, a picture of him standing next to each other.
JFK kind of knows. He wasn't a good-looking man.
Check it out, dude.
I'll
show you.
He went against a good-looking guy.
It's totally the image. It's like a lot of people just care about what you look like. You know, that's a big
very
deal.
important. Yeah, very important, especially because
just check it out. Look at this visual. Look at Kennedy.
I know where that's
Superman looking.
Absolutely.
And look at him. He's kind of slouchy.
Yeah.
Skinny, like unhealthy skinny, like skinny.
The election was won. It was such a close election. It was actually stolen because the boss in Chicago came up with
or something like that. Yeah, I've heard that before.
That picture's from a debate, the first on TV, I believe, and on radio, Nixon won. But on TV, Nixon was sweating and hairy, and
he was sick. Yeah. He had some sort of cold or flu.
He had a cold too.
And he didn't want any makeup. And Kennedy was like, "Yeah, I know TV. Put makeup on me." So he was better at marketing himself as a president.
He was brilliant. He was a brilliant innovator, and probably better than Kennedy's main worth was in the Cuban Missile Crisis. But you think that Kennedy wanted civil rights passed, but it took.
I gotta admit, that's iconic. Him doing those peace signs. So many people. When I was a kid, there was people that still imitate, like Rich Little would imitate.
That's not a peace sign. That's not a peace sign.
And he would do that. Oh, it's not?
What is it?
What is he doing? It looks like he's doing peace sign.
No, in World War II, that was a sign for victory.
Oh, victory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Later on,
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
yeah, because he
for
probably
victory.
was not fond of, I'm gonna guess he did not like the counterculture of the late 60s,
Well, they
early
rose up
70s. I don't know.
against this Vietnam, against
But when
Vietnam.
remember when people used to impersonate him, they'd scrunch their head down and do
Yeah.
those victory signs, peace signs,
Yes,
whatever. Okay,
absolutely. Yeah.
I just
But I wanted to say that a bully and a crude man, not good looking at all. Johnson domestically came up and passed
yeah, he
civil
was.
rights
I
bill.
share a birthday with former President Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Really?
He was
Really?
born, like, yeah. Let me look it up. I will dock Lyndon
No,
Johnson, but
don't
he has
dox
a
her
couple.
birthday. I don't want to hear. Don't dox her birthday. Really, don't.
No,
Russ.
but let me look. I just want to look it up. Okay, I'll just mention the year.
Oh,
We were
okay.
born. Well, now I already mentioned it. So if you want to know my birthday, you can just look up
No,
Lyndon Johnson.
don't
He was born
give
in
me.
1908, and
He was a
he was
teacher, by the way.
dead. He was dead like 3.5 years or more before I was even born.
I want to
And he
read.
died in a place called Johnson City, Texas.
He had a heart
No
attack.
shit.
Depressed heart attack.
So
He.
do you
I want
believe in those signs? Like
victory
Aquarius and all that shit?
I'm a Lyndon Johnson type of person because we
Not at
are
all.
Virgo.
Not at all.
Yes, exactly.
No.
Was he like Sam? Do you know? Was he like a heavy drinker and a smoker on his
Let
off
me tell
time?
you. Let me
Because
tell
he's
you.
a hard-looking dude. Because he's not really that old when he was.
He would.
president.
He would.
I've
He was
heard that.
very. Let me tell you the shit story. He was very
Yeah.
crude, and he would be on the toilet doing the defecation thing and have people come in and talk to him from the toilet.
See, some of
Very crude
the
man.
shit that he did reminds me of my grandfather. I don't know why. But I do, yeah. I'm the next Lyndon Baines Johnson, everyone. I'm going to marry a woman named Lady Bird. I'm going to have daughters that marry
That made him
Chuck
wealthy.
Robb, Charles Robb from Virginia.
There's a marriage in the White House too with his daughter. But yeah, he was great domestically and terrible because he got us in Vietnam, and that's why he had to not run for a second term. It was the war got really
big,
penis. Yeah,
he had a really big penis, and he would show it off.
He was
I was actually going to make a joke about that, but that turns out to be true.
It's true.
If I was hanging out with you guys, I would whip my dick out and just be like, "Yeah, check this out."
But he wasn't. He didn't look.
I'm actually going to do. Can I ask HB if this is okay? I want to do the first Peepers sitting on the toilet.
Oh, that's great! And you're going to cam up?
Yeah. Homage to former President Lyndon Baines Johnson. And I'll get a dog and pick him up by the ears.
You're so
funny.
Oh no! You know that. You know what he's referring to. HB. You know what he's referring to. That Johnson got in trouble
in the '60s than my parents did.
He had beagles, and he took a photo and he raised the dog by his ears and got in a lot of trouble. Yeah.
What a psycho!
As Norm Macdonald would have said, that guy was a real jerk.
No, he wasn't a psycho, but he was just crude and big Texas. He came from poverty but married into money. And actually, on Carol.
Do you think if Poon became president, he would be like kind of like Lyndon Johnson, probably?
Really?
Well, because he would show off his dick.
Because he loves black people so much. Really.
Remember, he was jealous of Kennedy and let everyone who could tell. Yeah. He was like, "Look, I've screwed way more hot chicks than fucking JFK ever."
No, that wasn't right. Kennedy came from privilege and good looking and easy. This guy Nixon, he didn't look good. He wasn't that popular.
Not Nixon, Johnson.
Oh, Johnson.
And a lot of people now assumed that he had something to do with the assassination of JFK.
So,
Really?
How much
yeah,
they really
the
did
Kennedy
not like
family.
each other.
Well, the family didn't, but did John Kennedy? We don't know, but the Kennedy family generally did not like Johnson at all. That's true, especially Robert Kennedy. Yeah.
Okay.
JFK, the story's mixed, right? But JFK won because Lyndon Johnson carried Texas. So there's an instant where the VP really determined the outcome of the election. Because without Johnson, it might have gone Republican. So
Okay, so the VP actually saved the election?
yeah, for Kennedy.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
why.
I share a birthday with him. Pee Wee Herman. Sam will know who this is. Harry Reams, the adult
porno.
film star.
Yeah, porno guy.
Alex Lifeson, he's the guitar player for Rush. Sonny
Ooh.
Chirac, he was a free jazz guitar player. Ed Gein, unfortunately, was a serial killer.
I don't remember him.
A lot of great men born
Well,
when I was. I won't say the day.
Think how slow communication took back then, because it was boats, no airplanes or any of that. So news would take a while.
The Dewey defeats Truman newspaper thing because of the slow communications back then in the 40s.
Well, Dewey was predicted in the polls to win. There was a surprise that way too, right? Like Trump was surprised in 2020. The polls said that Hillary Clinton would win, and they were wrong. Our revolution was a small. Okay, Mike, you said that. No, it was incredible by itself. Oh, I'm repeating. Sorry. I've been to France. Leno's. Why Leno's right nut? What about your left nut, dude? Those dirty Europeans got all those funny sounding, silly surnames. That's funny. Unlike a good solid. But dude, Washington. What about Trump? Trump is not his original family's name. It was something like Trumpheiser. And when they came to America, I guess, yeah.
It was German, wasn't it? It was Germanic sounding.
Very dramatic sounding. Yeah. But great genes. Fuck. That Trump. What genes?
This fucking guy, he reminds me so much of my grandfather.
Uh-huh. The grandfather's age, maybe.
Former President Lyndon B. Johnson. I think he's from the drinking and smoking, man. Because he,
yeah.
Okay, in 1963, he had been just in his like mid-50s.
Don't know. Nixon was a drunk too, and the final days after Watergate, he would go down the halls of the White House drunk. And at one point, he had Kissinger, and they got down and prayed. So Nixon did drink toward the end. Yeah,
he was 55, and he looks rough, man.
Yeah,
he was a lot of like the Mad Men era. These guys were some hard living motherfuckers, man.
Just about all presidents look older, except someone said Trump looks younger. So Trump looks actually better than the first time around.
Okay, so when he was vice president, he was only a couple years older than I am now. Wow.
Well, how old was Kennedy? Was the youngest? What was he for? Like 42?
He was like 40. Yeah, because I think he was younger.
Youngest president.
Than I am now when he died.
Nixon would have been.
How old is he?
Nixon lost against Kennedy. And that made him really bitter.
Yeah, he was only 46. I'm 48. So, wow, I'm older than JFK ever got to be.
Yeah, there you go. But JFK was very inexperienced and didn't do all that
I'll be a diamond someday.
Mike, are you like you take some sugar, Mike? You'll feel better. They don't sugar. Well, Mike's a sugar addict. Yeah, candy man.
Oh, he's a candy man.
Andy sent him sugar so Mike would appear on his show. So he's obviously addicted to sugar.
He bribed him with candy like a child.
Yeah.
Wow.
He sent him.
And it worked.
He sent him Mexican candy from Bakersfield. Yeah, it worked. How many times has Mike been on SHA? Not for years. Yeah. Yorba Linda. Now I remember. Orange County, but I think Whittier, isn't Whittier in Orange County too, Mike? Eisenhower was the president before Kennedy. Of course, Eisenhower was the World War. By the way, I'm not sure, Mike, but I think Eisenhower retired to Gettysburg, even though he's originally from Kansas. So he lived, if you go to Gettysburg, which I've been, he lived right near there, if I'm correct. I think underrated president, he looks better as the years go by. Eisenhower.
Physically speak, you're saying his legacy gets better?
Yeah, some presidents, like John Adams, I think he grew. They leave the presidency and they have a low rating, but in time, they either get better historically or look worse. So Eisenhower, I think he integrated, for instance, the armed forces. Isn't it incredible to think that in World War II, blacks were segregated? But they were. But I think in Korea, was it Truman or Eisenhower integrated the troops? One of those two. Pretty weird, huh? Yeah. To think in World War II, troops were segregated.
Yeah.
America's gotten better, man. Mike, yeah, Whittier, I don't think I've ever been in Yorba Linda. I might have been in Whittier. That's where the Nixon Library is. I've never been. I think in Whittier. Good night, Red. I'm very, very. Oh, here's Poon. Poon, I feel bad for you. I read your. Poon wrote a sad kind of. He's fucked up and doesn't know what he's going to do. I hope you're feeling better, man. These people care about Poon, really. Even though I go at you, I kind of like you. Don't say anything. Right. Johnson was a Texan. What town in Texas did he come from? I forget.
Stonewall. I'm on his Wikipedia right now.
I didn't know that.
No, sure. Stonewall, Texas. I'm starting to think that just because we share a birthday, that Lyndon Johnson is the fucking coolest president ever.
He stole. It's well known. Read Robert Carroll's book.
Lyndon. Yeah,
he stole his first election. He stole his first election, but Carroll says they all did. He just stuffed more of them. But he did steal election.
Bleezing the palms of everyone. Just what I would do. If I wanted to be a politician, I would just bribe my way into control.
I think Kennedy was the first one that had primaries. Before that, HB, there were no primaries. That presidents, the nominees were elected in back rooms at conventions. So people didn't have a say. Yeah, in back rooms. Before primaries, the people didn't really determine who was president.
You know what's really strange, Sam, is in HB?
Yeah.
During like the coolest fucking time ever, late 1963 into early 69, Lyndon Johnson was president. So he was maybe that's why I like him, is he was the president for all my favorite 60s pop culture shit.
Yeah, but then the hippies revolted. Poon, you should come up, man, if you want. We'd like you up here if you want.
Yorba Linda is a great name for.
It's Spanish, right? Yeah.
Stonewall.
Habra, I've heard of. The Anaheim Hills is a big deal. City of Orange, I don't know if I've been there, but University of California in Irvine is in Orange County is where Jimmerman lived, by the way, if anyone cares. So it's a nice place, yeah.
Is there a Jimmerman library yet? Is there a
there's
I wouldn't go to that library.
Yorba Linda.
Jimmerman Library, for sure. He when I first knew I'm kidding. When I first knew Jimmerman, he had gone bankrupt, divorced, and he needed to get out of Orange County. So someone told him go to Bakersfield, which is really pit. And that's when I started watching him when he moved to Bakersfield in a motel with his dog Grip. I think it was Grip, yeah. And that was his best streams out of that cheap motel.
So did he go on camera back then?
Oh yeah. He'd go on camera. He'd be eating sardines from the motel, and he'd go on camera. But he would, he wasn't doing too well. But he had great streaming. He'd go through the night, and he's still a great streamer. He's just a horrible human being, I guess. Look, the guy's got 800 live views. HP. Right?
Now, was he poor back then, and did he get rich from streaming?
I just talked about this. What happened was he had a business he had a business. He would sell children's clothes with sports monogram. Then he got sued by a company.
Unfortunate business.
Yeah, he went bankrupt, I guess. But now he makes his money, I guess, off YouTube, and he does a huge show, right? And so Vin Vader, Poon might know this. I wish he'd come up because he knows this stuff. Vin Vader, the whole show is starting that Vin Vader went for years going after Jimmernaam, and this guy Hacks revealed that Vin Vader had been going in this really, really creepy stream where there were representations of children, and they did something called, as I discovered, age play, right? I knew that you know, people dressed up like infants, but there's a name for it now. So it's creepy, man, because kids were part of that. Don't go there, but Russell saw it, but somebody's revealed HB, another hypocrite, right? Another hypocrite.
Yeah, and hypocrisy.
Pretty wild. Yeah,
that's the worst part, right?
The worst part is the hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Well, I think we might know every Norm Macdonald, everything together being Ghostbusters.
I like Norm Macdonald. Too bad he died, huh? Poor guy. Canadian. Brilliant. I like Norm Macdonald a lot too. Get your own water fountain. Yeah, he kept it from people, HB. He kept it. Water fountain. There was a time in the early 50s and before that blacks couldn't drink from another white only water fountain. Pretty incredible, right? What was that? 60, 70 years ago. And the black. So in a way, maybe if I was black, I would have been more mad because they were treated pretty bad, right? So they got the right to vote, but the only way they were allowed to vote was the federal government sent troops to the South, including Grant, right? And blacks were then allowed to vote with militias coming in. And that's when you got the first black senators. But the federal government got tired of sending militias. So once the government stopped sending militias, the white people didn't let black people vote. And we had, 100 years of segregation. If Lincoln had not been assassinated, the country would have been so much better off. Because the Andrew Johnson was one of the most racist presidents in history who followed Lincoln when he got shot.
And you would consider that a negative trait?
Segregation. What do you think?
Well, okay, so segregation, their claim was separate but equal, right?
No, they never claimed that, but a case was brought to the Supreme Court, and that's how they decided that segregation was legal, by saying separate but equal. Of course, they weren't, but that was a way of furthering segregation, and it was a wrong decision, right?
Is that why that phrase gets a bad rap, because it never was actually separate and equal?
Yeah, because it was a way of allowing segregation, but it was never really equal. But that was the justification. Yeah.
If it turned out to be separate and equal, do you think it would have stayed around?
No, because it's unconstitutional. Blacks were given the right to vote, and on its face, it seems unconstitutional. So there came a decision based on education, and that broke up segregation and brought in integration legally. I think it was the Brown versus Board of Education, and that's when the integration between the educational systems came in.
Okay. And wasn't there some girl who was like brought to the school?
Are you thinking about the back of the bus? The lady
No.
who refused to go to the back of the bus. So after the Board of Education, say the University of Arkansas, I might get the name of the university wrong, that the white students rose up against new black students and federal troops had to appear. So maybe you're thinking there's a very famous picture of a black lady going into university but had to be protected by troops.
Oh, that was university? I thought it was like elementary school or high school or something.
Well, it might have been school too. The picture I'm thinking of it was University of, I forget, Alabama, Arkansas. There were probably pictures of lower level education too.
Now, if you were alive back then, what would you have done?
Well, I did come from the South, but
You did?
yeah, I was born in the South.
I still do.
How many years have I known you?
I still from the South.
So, but I've said there's a lot of myth like KKK was supported by everybody. No, my grandfather told me the upper class treated KKK as trash. And I do come from a Catholic family anyway, and KKK was anti-Catholic.
Yeah, a lot of people probably don't realize that, but they don't even like fucking Catholics.
Yeah. Now I think you see Italians, but they're not a force anymore.
Yeah,
but back in the day,
they probably just like even less people than they did back in the 60s.
well, of course, but they were a force that the only solution was they had to enact special anti-KKK laws. They were in such force.
Which would have been when Lyndon Johnson was president, right, Sam?
No, it was broken up under Eisenhower, but there wasn't official civil rights laws. Kennedy tried to get it. He didn't get it passed. Lyndon Johnson came in and got it
When
passed.
did that Mississippi burning shit happen?
Oh, I saw that movie. Wasn't that good?
It's like Cheney, Schwarmer, and it was three.
Was that 50 or 40s? Great movie. That was segregation, wasn't it? I forget. Was that the burning of churches or something? The why you have
when a group of civil rights workers goes missing in a small Mississippi town, FBI agents Alan Ward and Rupert Anderson, played by Willem Dafoe and Gene Hackman, are sent in to investigate. Local authorities refuse to cooperate with them, and the African American community is afraid to, precipitating a clash between the two agents over strategy. And this, as the situation becomes more volatile, the direct approach is abandoned in favor of a more aggressive hardline tactics. So let's
I wondered if there were 3 civil rights workers who came down south. 2 were white and they got killed. That might that might have been the situation. And that actually
this takes it was James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner.
Yeah, those were the three workers.
It was the 1964 murder. So Lyndon Johnson was president during Mississippi burning.
There you go. So what one
there's
strategy?
my mic drop moment, Sam. No, but yeah, this was I saw this when I was a kid.
Great movie.
Yeah, this came out.
I remember seeing it.
This movie's fucking old now. It came out in late 1988.
I saw it on cable, I think. But HB and Russell, that Martin Luther King realized that
our dear Hostbusters was not even fucking born yet on Mississippi.
Hostbusters.
That's how long ago it was.
The Martin Luther King realized there had to be brutality. So even though on a personal level, pictures of police with white dogs biting black protesters seemed terrible, the movement needed that to shock white people out of the South. So all those bad things prompted conscience by other people. So it was necessary.
police brutality was necessary.
Yeah, correct.
To change things.
So people in California pick up their newspaper, and they read newspaper at the time, and saw a picture of a German Shepherd usually biting a black protester. How would they make that person feel? You get it?
Bad. Yeah.
Conscience. So it raised, but the Civil War rights people realized that was necessary. And
couldn't they have just staged that and not actually had it happen?
No, it was well known what was going on.
Wasn't the Rosa Parks bus thing it actually happened to another woman, and then they had her do it?
That's not what I heard.
Yeah, it happened to a less attractive woman, and they thought it wouldn't have the effect.
Really? Maybe I didn't hear that, but it's possible. Where did you hear that?
Yeah, she had smaller breasts, and they just thought it wouldn't have the same effect.
Yeah, right. I think she died just a couple of years
ago. No, but there was something about it. Yes, there was an original woman, but she had a worse reputation or something, or something like that. So they just did that, and it worked better.
I never knew it was calculated. I thought she just refused to go to the back, but could be wrong.
Well, it happened. It really happened the first time, but they made it happen the second time.
Maybe it happened and got no attention by someone else. Maybe.
Yeah. What's up, Hebrew Humor? Somebody's doing something. I'm just silently.
The chat just shut down. History.
This is my favorite time. Is when we can just chill.
When we like history. We had drama before, I think. I forget.
Unfortunately.
What? As soon as I showed up, chat slowed down.
No.
Yeah,
people like drama.
Brings a sense of calmness to the stream.
But we got Peepers in. That's really the critical thing that
Peepers I'm looking forward to. Yeah. We might talk about Mississippi burning and stuff like that.
Really? Civil rights?
Why not?
Well, I thought you were doing supernatural, and are you doing conspiracies too, by the way?
Yeah, see, I kind of want to.
I like JFK.
I don't want to get too fucking controversial, but how we're kind of don't you think that we're misled a lot by our own media?
Of course,
yeah,
obviously.
And we were just mentioning the Rosa Parks thing. And
well, isn't the biggest one JFK? Who killed JFK?
Yeah.
The CIA.
Is that what you think, HB?
It's leaning towards something like that, or the deep state.
I also think RFK and MLK are very suspicious.
MLK, for sure. Martin Luther King is very suspicious for sure. Because the white killer
people supposedly on King's side, like Jesse Jackson, that's mentioned a lot, and
he was
like Ku Klux Klanners and stuff like that. Yeah,
in Memphis, I think he was killed with RFK. I don't believe it. It was Palestinian Sirhan. I think that was probably one person. And in the news is Palestinian Israel. So RFK was pro-Israeli, and I think that's why he got killed by a Palestinian, Sirhan. So it's still around.
Sirhan was Jordanian, wasn't he?
Maybe someone could look that up. I thought he was Palestinian. And that's why he killed RFK.
RFK Sr.?
Yeah, the one running now, that was his father.
Yeah.
But he thinks he has a conspiracy that not Oswald just did not kill his father.
I wonder about the Sirhan shit too, or Sirhan, however you want to pronounce it. Because I've seen some interesting documentaries about how odd the Robert Francis Kennedy Sr. assassination was. Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit.
After he won the Kennedy.
the girl in the polka dot dress.
Mhm.
One of the security guards at the Ambassador Hotel was a guy named Thane Eugene Caesar, and he was a super racist, super conservative white dude that had a 45 or some like really like one shot will kill you type of pistol on him, and he was doing security for
Sirhan is a
truly
Palestinian Jordanian man. Well, how can he be? He was a Palestinian, maybe, who came from Jordan, who assassinated Senator Robert F. Kennedy. So Palestinian Jordanian. So I don't understand that. Was Palestinian even a term? I don't know much about the history that much. When was there a Palestine? Was there ever a Palestine? Probably not.
What, pre-Palestine?
Well, I don't know if there was ever a nation called Palestine.
Well, there is now.
No, there isn't.
What do you mean?
There's no nation called Palestine.
Aren't they getting bombed the shit out of by Israel?
Well, that's Hamas.
No, Hamas is the terrorist group.
Yeah, they might call themselves Palestinian, but there's never been a nation called Palestine.
What are you talking about? Where did the name Palestine come from then?
I have to guess that
that's what
Arafat came up with
Israel. Israel used to be something else, right?
Maybe.
Before was
I
it
forget that
1948?
Palestine, Israel was created in 1948.
So you're siding with the Israeli Zionists
against the terrorist Hamas? Absolutely.
No. Against Palestine, the innocent people.
The sweet, innocent Palestinians.
Innocent people?
Yeah, the innocent individuals of Palestine.
But there's no Palestine. They call
there is a
Palestinian. No, there isn't. There's no nation.
You don't know. You're not educated on this. It's okay.
Dude, I've been there. I've been to Israel. I've been to Jordan. What are you talking? There's no Palestine.
No, what I'm trying to say is Palestine is the country being attacked by Israel currently.
There's no country. They call themselves Palestinians, but they're no Palestine. I think that term was created by forgot the name of the terrorist guy.
So where do they live then?
They live in west end of Israel, and they live in Gaza. That's Hamas. They live in Gaza.
No, that's what Israel wants you to believe. Because we're owned. The U.S. is owned by Israel, and they can blackmail us whenever they want.
Yeah, see, Ghostbusters, absolutely right. 110% correct.
The whole
the 1948 Palestine War saw the forcible displacement of most of its predominantly Arab population, and consequently the establishment of Israel, and what Palestinians call the Nakba, which means catastrophe.
Yeah. Where are you getting this? Yeah, exactly. Where are you getting this information that there's no Palestine?
There's no Palestine. You didn't say Palestine.
Yeah, you did. Didn't you?
No, you didn't.
It's considered a state, Sam. It's considered
no, it's not considered a state. It's not considered a state.
Dude, I'm not making this up. I'm looking.
Read it again. Well, you got it wrong. I didn't say you made it up. You got it wrong.
Okay, Palestine. Officially, the state of Palestine is a country in the southern Levant region of West Asia, recognized by 146
Wait. West Asia? West Asia?
Yeah, UN member
Israel
states.
is not in Asia. Sir.
It encompasses the Israeli-occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem and the Gaza Strip, collectively known as the Occupied Palestinian Territory.
Where's that from? Where are you reading that from? Where are you reading that from? Give me a
Palestine region.
Where are you reading that from? That's ridiculous.
Borders. This is David Walsh's History of Israel. I'm reading
David
from.
Walsh,
the
anti-Jew guy. Really?
This is
David
Wikipedia,
Walsh.
Sam. Seriously. Look, dude. Oops,
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
This is common. This is common knowledge among people who aren't Zionists.
You're not a Zionist, HB?
Hell no, I'm not. I don't support. I don't support terrorism. Of course
Okay.
not.
I swear to God, I'm not making any of this up,
But
Sam.
I'm looking
reading.
at that now. State of Palestine. Well, Wikipedia is sometimes wrong, isn't it?
Not in, okay. I mean, if you
If
do
you
a lot
don't,
of
if you don't,
What is
research,
if you
David
don't
Walsh?
exist,
What did David Walsh have to do
the
with it?
state of Palestine has a flag, a
There's
coat of
no state
arms,
of
a national anthem, or whatever you call it.
no
Occupied Palestinian territories are, and
occupied.
their
Occupied.
territory
How can
annexed
a
by
country be?
Israel.
I don't want. No,
It's
there's no occupied is not a nation. The Palestinians want you to think that. There's no official
but
state of Palestine.
so
do you
they're
know
doing
somebody?
Wikipedia.
What? What?
Do you know somebody Jewish who's feeding you these facts that there's no Palestine? Like, where are you getting this information from?
I was in Israel. There's no Palestine. Were you? Ask
You were
Mike.
in.
Mike's
Wait,
neutral.
wait,
Hey, ask
you were
Mike.
in Israel and you
Yeah.
went to the area where the Palestinians live, and they said it's not Palestine.
A lot of them live in East Jerusalem, so I went there. But ask Mike. He's in chat. He's neutral.
Who's Mike?
Yeah,
You
Yasser
don't know Mike
Arafat.
Brown?
Remember,
Can
he had like what looked like a tablecloth as
Yeah.
his headwear.
he was a
The
terrorist.
PLO. Yeah,
PLO.
I remember this shit when I was a kid. They were
Palestinian
fucking,
Liberation
yeah.
Organization. Yeah. They're still around. They control the West
But
Bank.
I want to understand how is the fact that you went to Israel prove that there's no Palestine?
Because I would have been there. There's no Palestine, dude. But ask
So you
Mike.
went to the area known as Palestine, but it was not called Palestine. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's a
They wouldn't
political
mention it.
address. There's no reality. They want it to be. They call themselves Palestinian, but there's no Palestine. What does Mike say? Mike, clear it up. It's not. Many countries can recognize Native American as being truly America.
Hey,
Don't
Mike.
you get
Yeah,
it?
what's your opinion?
Mike would know. I believe Mike. No, Palestine by many countries. That's
Red
not
Sauce.
how it's
Yeah, Red Sauce
state.
says that it's
The
recognized
state.
by many countries. You know, for example,
wanna hear from Mike.
China believes that it doesn't China believe that like there's one country that they claim doesn't exist and it's not on their map,
Yeah,
but
a
every
lot
other
of
country does.
many years Israel was not on the map. It's just make believe. Just you can say whatever you want. The reality
Wait,
is
why
what's
wasn't
on
Israel on the map?
because many Arab countries did not recognize the state of Israel, that it existed.
And Israel and the United States don't recognize Palestine, but
Well, that's because the U.S. is
Yeah.
bought and paid for by Israel. That's
Why are
why.
you doing this?
Yeah.
No, we are. In fact, it's
We are.
This is
theorized
true.
that Epstein exists to
Yeah.
blackmail America and own our politicians. That's a theory. I don't know if it's true.
Somebody believe he's Mossad or CIA.
Yeah, and so he
Possible.
supposedly has all those pictures so that we always obey Israel no matter what.
Yep.
But we don't
I couldn't
obey
agree
Israel.
more. I think
Biden
that's.
refused to sell some weapons and told
Remember
Israel.
the USS Liberty? Hey, Hostbusters, remember the USS Liberty?
Is that boat?
That's what
Mhm.
anti-Jew people bring up.
The 6-Day War?
Are you anti-Jew?
I'm not familiar.
No, but Hostbusters is talking me into it. I'm really
Talking
starting
into
to
being an
dig.
anti-Semite? Really?
No, we're just talking about Israel.
Believe that. You know what the
Net-
U.S.
yeah,
Liberty is? You know what the U.S. Liberty is? You don't even
No.
know.
USS Liberty.
No, I don't know that.
I'll
I've
tell
heard of
you.
it, but
I'll tell you that it was a U.S. spy ship that the Israelis blew up.
okay.
And people,
How about the King
Israelis say it was
David
a mistake.
Hotel bombing? Do you want to go over the King David Hotel
bombing?
Okay.
Is that the one? King David Hotel bombing? Is that what you want to bring up?
So Hebrews says that 146 out of 193 UN members recognize it as a state.
Yeah. Correct.
So not every country, but
wait a
more
minute.
do than don't.
Okay, so you're saying we have to care about the UN? Really?
Well, it's a representation of the countries.
It's not a representation of the country. Most of the countries aren't democracy. They don't vote for their leader. You get more communist and bullshit. The UN is bullshit, man. Don't you know that? They're very they're not democracies. Israel's the only democracy. They're not representations of the people. They're representations. Most of these countries are corrupt.
Hey,
Do you get it?
Hostbusters, if you can you
Forget the
Google Yasser Arafat? Because I think this dude was really cool looking.
I know he's not cool. He was a terrorist. He killed innocent people. What are you talking about? Innocent people. He was a terrorist, and he's cool. He was corrupt. He had millions of dollars. He was a terrible person. He could have made peace with Israel, and he rejected the peace.
He means like cool, like not like good, but like Mussolini.
No, Mussolini was not cool.
You know, how Mussolini was so cool to people.
He was the original.
What are you talking about? He would have, if your father had been there, he would have put your. Here is Hebrew. He'll help us. He seems like a smart guy. I like him. I mean, I was just ball busting him before, but he's a good guy. He'll clear this up, right, Hebrew? He's not Hebrew, by the way.
Welcome.
Not here to, hello?
Future member. He's currently a member, but he will be featuring his own segment on the I-5 serial killer.
Yes.
On Peepers, coming up sometime probably in late January.
Anytime it's January 4th. Why don't you get your own show date right?
No, we're doing the Amityville.
Yeah, I thought Peepers. Peepers.
We might do the I-5 as the second one because Hebrew Hammer is really interested in this, and he.
Well, you do what you want, man. Of course.
See, I don't know shit about it, so it would be good to have someone.
Here he is.
I've already done some studying myself on that. So.
Yeah, Yasser Arafat, when he was young, he looked cool, kind of like a Frank Zappa looking.
He's ugly. No, I've seen pictures. He's ugly and
ugly.
He killed innocent people. Russell, terrible man. I think HB is just.
He's got an interesting hat.
It's not a hat. It's a little. What do they call? I don't even know what they call it.
It's got a nice pattern on it.
With two huge rubber bands. He had a tablecloth, and it actually looks like a bungee cord wrapped around a tablecloth.
Yeah.
He's fucking cool. That's
Saudi's kind of Saudi Arabians kind of wear stuff like that. Right.
So, like, if I wore a Yasser Arafat T-shirt, Sam, would you think I was a dick?
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
Okay. Dude, he killed innocent people. He was a terrorist. You don't get it.
That's good.
I think he's a bad guy.
The Jewish people have never done that, right? They've never killed any innocent people.
The Jewish people have killed innocent people, of course.
I almost got in a fist fight with a man at Safeway, like a 65-year-old man, because I was wearing a Putin shirt, and he fucking got in my face and was screaming at me.
Well, that's ridiculous. That guy.
Well, do you support Putin?
Not in ways I used to.
But he's got a right to.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, this is before the war kicked off, before Ukraine.
Yeah.
Before
Trump kind of liked Putin too. Trump kind of liked Putin before the invasion. A lot of people, yeah.
So before that, you thought he was a great guy.
I never said he was a great guy. He's just interesting.
A lot of women liked him because of the power, too. Maybe the richest man in the world.
Yeah, he's got a really good publicity press or whatever. Like, remember they show him shirtless riding a horse through like a creek and shit.
Well, he studied karate.
He was like the Fabio. He was like the Fabio of Russian.
Hebrew. He was a tough guy. He was KGB kind of. He was a tough guy.
Yeah, he wanted to. He was such a badass when he was young. He was too young.
Yeah.
To join the KGB, but then they tell him,
But then he did, right, Russell? He went to East.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Tough guy. Brilliant, but evil. Not for
Scary.
me.
I would be scared of that dude. I would not want to piss off Vladimir Putin.
He kills his opposition, journalists, etc. And they move to other countries and he poisons them. Right? Of course. Look, he put that black basketball woman in jail for dope.
He did.
Things are not always through Americans' eyes. You know what I mean? Like we see things different than other people in other countries do, and the other way that people live their lives. Like,
if you're a Russian, you might like it.
So Hebrew, your opinion on Palestine? Would you say you think it's a country?
A state?
A state?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak on it, but yeah, I mean, I'll say yeah, sure. If 100 and if that many people say it is, I mean, who's to say it's not? I mean, I don't know.
People said we should go into Iraq. People say I'm old. No, the majority can be fucked up, man.
So they're right half the time.
Sam is the Palestine of streamers.
Okay,
what he doesn't exist in people's minds.
Jewish people.
No, I'm sorry. Sam is the Israel of streamers, and we're
Israel is cool. What they've done.
We're the Palestinian freedom fighting good people.
There's 5.9 million Jews against hundreds of millions of Arabs. Don't you admire that? I do. That's the only number of Jews in Israel. Look, 5.9 million against many countries, hundreds of millions, and militarily, are they brilliant?
Wait, there's 5.9 million Jews in Israel?
Yeah, look it up.
So Hitler killed an Israel's worth of Jews?
Well, Hitler killed most Jews in Europe, didn't he?
It was also homosexuals and other people he didn't like. So I guess it's not
Aryan. Yeah, he would.
Oh no, it was 6 million Jews, right?
Yeah. Well, they say 6 million. Yeah.
Okay.
But HB would have. They would have killed your father and you, because
that's true. They say it's 6 million, but I know you've said it's about 600.
I really
stop that.
If Ghostbusters went back in time,
Mossad are badass for sure. Yeah.
I would try to save him. I would be like
Me too.
Oscar Schindler.
But if the Nazis came and threatened my family,
but just him, I wouldn't care about any of the other Jews. Just like, hey, I like Ghostbusters.
I care about like Einstein.
You're very selective.
But if they threaten to kill my family, I'm sorry, I give you up, HB.
All right, you're a fair weather friend.
Well, no, I love my family. I give you up in a minute. I mean, maybe
when you stream this long, you could say we're friends, but I'm basically family to you at this point.
Well, you could be my best friend. I'd give you up if I saved my family. I'm not going to go to a concentration camp.
And Hebrew is the new family member, but this is like the family arguing at Christmas dinner over politics.
Or Hanukkah.
Yeah. That's true.
Or Hanukkah, which starts the same day. Yeah. So I'm going to celebrate both, so I get way more
gifts, right, HB? Yeah. I don't know. HB. I think you had one Hanukkah or something. You get more gifts.
I'm going to celebrate next year.
I know a little bit. Atoy, Anoi, Elaheno, Melech. See?
Very good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I only know Gilbert Gottfried's Rabbi Gottfried character. That's
Howard Stern, though, is Jewish, so you'd know it.
That's true.
I remember for a while in the early 90s, he claimed that he was half Italian and half Jewish.
Yeah, right? Wasn't that weird?
Yeah.
He did. It's really weird.
I became an instant fan of his when Fart Man appeared at the 1992 MTV Music Awards. I remember that.
It's
and
gross.
then the E Show started coming on cable around here, or was it in Midlothian where I lived back then, like in 1993, late 1993, early 1994, and the E Show just seemed like the craziest, funniest shit on earth back then.
Early,
yeah.
Hebrew. He at MTV Awards. He came down on a cable in this little costume, and he started farting all over the place. It was pretty weird, but funny. He was going to make a movie called Fartman, but he never made it. He was funny back then.
He wanted to do a remake of Porky's for years too, and I don't know if that ever happened.
He sold private VHs like Butt Bongo and all these weird.
Yeah, Butt Bongo, Fiesta, classics. He was really good. Like
Really
I think people. He was young, you know, and he was more into being offensive and stuff. But now, you know, it's been 30 some years ago. He doesn't want to be a
billionaire. How can he relate to us? He doesn't know anything about normal people. He's a
Are
billionaire.
we on Howard Stern?
Pardon?
Are we on Howard Stern? Is that who we're talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about Howard Stern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
The one famous person in our little world is Wendy Pack, who used to be on Howard Stern, but he called her Wendy retard. Yeah.
See, he's changed. He doesn't do that shit anymore.
I haven't watched him in years. Have you guys? I don't know.
I listen to him.
He does really good interviews.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Rusters. I wish Rusters was half as good. There's like
I wish Rusters had a different name. I wish.
Well, we can prove it. You know, you could be the next Howard Stern.
He's neutral.
Yeah, if you can get me an interview with Paul McCartney, I will change the name to Russell Cook is a fag if you want me to.
Well, there are a couple people called Russell gay. Nobody ever criticizes, but he's got a couple critics. He's too happy or something.
Yeah, they mean it as in happy.
Why don't
when they call me queer, they mean it as an odd or unusual.
Yeah, sure they mean it like that. It's weird, Hebrew. Like men throw away, oh, you're gay, and they have no women, most of them, because I've been called that a lot.
Yeah, I was trying to explain to Poon not too long ago, like when people say something gay, then they say afterward, no homo. Like I don't understand that.
I came up with that.
That bothers me, Sam.
Well, they used to call me gay, so I joke and say no homo.
It's homo if you have to say no homo. Like
it wasn't maybe my best.
Pointing out how homo it is. Like,
yeah. Where's HB? Why did he go off, dude?
Oh wow. So I'm just see. That's what I'm talking about.
What? People go off?
No, Sam.
Well, it's probably time. He likes cough medicine, so it's not because of you.
No, trust me, Hebrew. You're being way too sensitive. Housebusters always has bad internet connection.
He just goes off.
I'm not talking about Housebusters.
Who knows why he goes off? I used to do a show with him in Russell. He'd go off Hebrew really for hours and hours. 2, 3, 1, 6 hours, and he came back. That's him. Yeah. But he openly says he's addicted to
We're all dysfunctional to some degree.
Well, I'm not. I don't think Hebrew is.
He likes to
we should team up to help each other with our weaknesses.
How are you going to help me, Russell? Tell me. What's my
I read chat.
I don't have chat. Do I? Oh, I'm not good at chat. That's true.
You don't. I'd say your one weakness, Sam, is you don't keep up with chat.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. I try though.
It's like I have to get up here just to tell Sam, "Hey, read the chat."
Okay, well, there's no chat. The chat's been dead for like
I'm
an
just
hour.
giving you shit, but I had to do that one time.
That means that they're enjoying it so much they don't feel like typing anything. So that's
After
pretty
9.5
cool.
hours of me, there aren't many people who stayed. It's on me.
There's a couple people. Like I don't know what happened with Boosty, but he loved when you would stream for 12, 16 hours at a time.
Yeah, one time I did 12 hours straight. He watched. That's a sore subject. I used to like this guy so much. Hebrew,
I
right?
don't know what happened. I just
I
know
know
he's
what
gone.
happened. I'll tell you what happened. That brutal mafia said he got kicked out of being a police officer. And I said, would you just deny that actually he was accused by brutal mafia of rape? And I said, Boosty, just say in it. And he disappeared. He never came back. He followed me for 6 years. I thought he was my bud. And he just,
I
he
just
got
listened
accused
to
of one
about
thing.
8 hours. So.
Well, yeah, after 4 hours, people probably had enough.
I just worked a full shift and listened to the whole time.
How was it?
I mean, 9 hours is kind of drawn out, but it's not bad, Sam. It's just bullshit, just chat.
But it's not bullshit. Some of it is bullshit.
What about the Christmas song? I sang some Christmas songs. I hope you caught that part.
I heard it all.
Oh, that was good. Russell's always good. But HB is truly the only real comic in our whole little world. He's been on stage, man. He's the real deal, HB.
Man, do you find your channel to be like a comedy channel, Sam? Like I see you pushing the whole comedy thing, but
it depends. Like we had no, it's I don't even categorize it. It has comedy, maybe drama, hate, love.
Yeah, if people have fun laughing at us, then that's comedy, right?
There's
that's
comedy
cool with
parts.
me.
Yeah, I can be Russell can be
tragic comedy.
Yeah, but if you're trying to be serious or trying to push or trying to just get something out that's in a different light and someone's just laughing at you, it's not really comedy. It's them kind of like.
I disagree. I think any reason to laugh, I'll take it. They can laugh at me because I'm secure.
Like Sonny Bono said, laugh at me.
What color are your wife's
you know
nipples?
who Sonny Bono is?
That, I guess someone told me to ask you that. I don't know why.
Ask me what? What? Hebrew?
Someone told me to ask, and I feel really rude because I'm not this kind of person, but I'm asking anyways. What color are your wife's nipples?
I won't answer.
See, why do people set me up for this shit?
Well, you might as well ask. I'm not offended. It's fine. Some people would answer.
No, because I'm not that kind of person. I wouldn't ask that question, but
then you shouldn't have done it.
Mrs. Hill is a very thin, petite woman, right?
Yeah.
I do think so.
Not that my wife has been on there. I'm not offended.
Do you still look at her and think she's beautiful, Sam? Do you look at her and be like, yeah, my wife is so beautiful?
Of course
well, you guys can talk about this, that after a while, it's not the beauty, really. It's or all movie actresses beautiful would never have gotten divorced. No, I don't know about you, Hebrew. No, beauty is not enough. It'll pull you in, right? And it's good for a while, but no.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, of course.
It's about that connection and that feeling.
Now, saying that, like, we still fight. We have 2 bathrooms, but one has Hollywood kind of lights. We still kind of fight for that because I'm vain too. But
dude, if everybody fell in love for like beauty and looks, it wouldn't.
They'd still be married.
Kind of a shitty place.
Well, they wouldn't be married, right? No, better marriage. I'm pretty sure on the better a possible marriage if you're 7 or 8, because being so pretty, people are always coming on to you or your spouse. So actually being good looking is harder on the marriage. Really.
And what do you say? Like, what do you say? Like when they're having a bad day, like you look like shit. Like I'm not really feeling anything.
I don't talk. No,
I'm just saying. What I'm saying is like if you're with somebody for just their looks, what if they're having a bad day and you're like,
I'm
not feeling it.
That's not what it's about. I wasn't insinuating that you were just into your wife, Mrs. Hill, for her looks, but They say it's
That's
like
a
that
big part
Clapton
of it in the
song.
beginning. No, it's a big part of the
You know
beginning.
that Clapton song, My Tongue, You Were Wonderful Tonight. That song.
Of course.
No, of course
Which
it's
is going
important,
on my playlist. I'm glad I
especially
remembered
in the
that song.
beginning, right, Hebrew? I think especially with women. I think women are probably more sophisticated. But yeah, looks mean a lot, man, for sure. But it doesn't last. There's got to be more
Sam,
than that.
like on your free time, like without YouTube and all that, like what do you like to like? What do you like to get into? Like, what do you like to study, or what do you like to like learn about, or what do you like to do? I'm
Oh,
just
in
curious.
study, I like biographies. Like I read 1,000 biography of Young and different biographic people. I like science. I used to run 10 miles.
Neil Young. Did you read a biography about Neil Young
No,
from
but
Crazy
there's
Horse?
a couple of documentaries about Neil Young on YouTube.
Steve Young?
Neil Young, I like Neil Young. You know Neil Young? He's still touring. He's like, isn't he like
Is he
75?
really?
Yeah. There's clips of his
He's
concert.
gonna be 80 in a couple of years. I think was he
Yeah.
born in 1945? Let me
That
look
could
him up
be.
real quick.
But he got a trophy wife. He was married to this woman for 20 years.
Yeah,
Then he
she
ended up
died of
marrying.
cancer.
So he ended up marrying an ex-movie star, Daryl Hannah, who played a mermaid, who was girlfriend of one of the Kennedy, John F. Kennedy Jr. for a while.
He is 70. He turned 79 November the 12th, which is weird because I think that's also. Let me check.
He's still
November
around.
the 12th is also.
You can see like these biographies where he lives. He has a place in
They were
Hawaii.
friends, Sam. They were buddies back in the
Who were?
like Charles Manson and Neil Young, and they both
I
share
never
a
heard
birthday.
that. Are you
November
serious?
the
They
12th.
knew each other? They knew each other?
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know
He
that.
did like the people that he claimed that he knew, and everyone was like, "Yeah, he's crazy." It was true. He was a big, like he could get women and drugs for famous people, so they really liked him a lot. He basically was a pimp for famous people.
We knew right
And one
in
of the
high school, those people were
one
kind
of the
popular.
main Manson family women
Mhm.
had been a Buffalo Springfield groupie before she started
Oh.
hanging out with the Manson family.
Neil Young was in Buffalo Springs with Stephen Stills, I think, and a couple
You should
others.
look up the 3rd of November and let me know their.
What happened on the 3rd of November?
That's when the Great Hebrew was born.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I like your Hebrew thing. I think it's cool.
I'm looking it up right now.
I don't know who was born around my day. I never really looked.
Wow.
I think I have, but I just don't remember.
Kennedy was killed, I think, November, what was it, 27th? JFK. 22nd. The day the country died, maybe. The day the country lost its innocence.
That's what a lot of people think.
No, I read about it. It probably like the hippies. What Altamont was the marker for the death of the hippies?
And that was in December of 1969, like early mid-December. I can't.
That would have been
remember
so
exactly.
much fun, Russell, right? To be part of that, don't you think? Love-ins and music
Being
and
at Altamont? Just the time period. Yeah,
that's like a marker
definitely.
that people might have said that's the death of the hippie era. Do you know Altamont?
On November the 3rd of 1964, Lyndon B. Johnson is elected to a full term as U.S. president, winning 61% of the vote in 44 states, while Washington, D.C. residents are able to vote in a presidential election for the first time, casting the majority of their votes for Mr. Lyndon Johnson.
She ran against a man named, was it out of Arizona? What was his name? Forgot.
No idea.
His ad, Johnson's ad was the other guy was going to bring a nuclear bomb to America.
Yeah, that girl playing.
Goldwater. That's it. Goldwater.
Yeah, Barry Goldwater. Barry Goldwater. And that commercial was a girl doing. Was she singing "Ring Around the Rosies" or something like that?
I've seen it. Yeah, in University they show it. It's just classic.
That was a very successful. That might have been one of the first big time campaign commercials, which we use billions of them now. But you see something cool. Had to. Okay, a lot of president stuff happens on the 3rd. Okay, now we're going to births. Let's go to the 20th century, about the last good century.
Hebrew, you know how much money was spent by the Democrats on the election? Sorry, Russell.
When?
In this recent election, how much the Democrats spent? You want to guess?
I couldn't even imagine.
You know, Russell?
No, but real quick,
$1
Hebrew
billion
shares a birthday with Charles Bronson.
Oh,
that's pretty damn cool.
What an impressive! Yeah, do you know who Bronson is? Hebrew?
Yeah, of course. Charles Bronson.
Yeah. That's pretty good because he was way back, right, Russell?
Former presidential candidate Michael Dukakis was born.
Oh no, Michael Dukakis.
See, a lot of presidential shit happens around the 3rd.
But he wasn't a president. He ran for
Bert Yanch. Oh, this dude was great. Bert Yanch, Scottish English singer songwriter.
I don't know him.
He played acoustic guitar. Bert Yanch. It's spelled with a J, but it's pronounced Yanch.
Oh, where did Hebrew go? Where did Hebrew go? I hope it wasn't me.
Are we gonna wrap it up?
Yeah.
Going in almost 10 hours.
Yeah, it's a long time. But Hebrew's good. I like him. I hope I didn't say the wrong. I was
Helios Creed, American. Yeah, he's a chrome with Helios Creed. Dennis Miller.
Wait a minute. I know Dennis Miller. SLL. Dennis Miller. What happened to Dennis Miller? Where'd he go? Right? He used to be a big guy.
Know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like very recently, I have no clue. Let's see. Now we're getting into the 60s. And let's see. 70s.
Oh, Mike made a comment. Where, Mike, are you still here, Mike? I like Hebrew. Started with JFK through assassinations to assassins to Palestine and Howard Stern. Dude, you want to fill up 9.5 hours? I like it.
That's how good we are at streaming. You know.
Thank you, man.
You can go into all that shit without a script.
I hope this is Hebrew. I like Hebrew. I really, but I think he has a channel, doesn't he? Where are you, Hebrew?
Yeah, I'm sub to him.
I think I went to me too. I think I was going to join the panel. It was really
I just hit 500 subs and my channel got nuked.
No, by the way, I think I did come on air with you. Wait a minute. What do you mean nuked? Why?
That's not good. It got taken. Like I got.
Why?
Because I was on 2 strikes and like I was just being stupid and I restreamed somebody and they got me.
Isn't that fucked? I'm really sorry about that. I never, that's horrible, man. Really.
It's all right. I've had other channels like with like 800. Like that's, I mean, like, and then they get, no, I mean, I know that's small and doesn't mean anything, but like, dude, usually when I get to like 500, they get hit. So.
No, it's all relative. I like what I have. Because there's a lot of people get less and a lot of people get more. So I think 500 is pretty good. You get to monetize at 500, I think, if you want. That's good. You had 800.
Sam, did you realize that November 3rd, 1973, Sticky Fingers.
Oh, American you know about that album, Hebrew?
Producer. I know this is a rapper. Best known as a member of the different sticky fingers. It's spelled Fingas.
I like the original
one. Yeah, he has a lazy eye too, like I do. But multi-platinum hardcore, so it's like gangster rap, hardcore rap group Onyx, which were very big when I was in high school.
I'm not
so
really
we're
into
talking
rap.
200 years ago.
Was more important.
His lazy eye, raspy voice, and boundless energy brought attention to the group Onyx.
Wonderful. So, but did he have a zipper on the album cover? No, but the Rolling Stones did.
Yeah, I want to see if that's where he got his name. Oh, that's actually the real meaning of it. He was because I've heard this like not pre-Stones because I wasn't born yet, but someone that stole a lot was accused of having sticky fingers. You know what I mean?
Of course,
you've heard that before.
Mick
So
Jagger
that's how
gets
he
a
got.
pass. Mick Jagger gets
Yeah,
a pass because he had sex with a 16-year-old or something. Nobody ever goes after Jagger. 16 years, maybe younger. Remember that Phillips girl? Had sex.
I think she was supposed to have only been 13 or 14.
Maybe, but people never called Mick Jagger on it. Right?
Those fucking guys, man.
Yeah.
They're all perverts, drug addicts,
They got away with
whatever
a lot, I guess.
I mean, it's like you can't, like, you probably wouldn't like any entertainment if you judged them by how they treat
morality,
women.
Yeah,
morality.
But that might be true.
Think of all the authors that were total, like Burroughs, Ginsberg, Kerouac.
Oh, you're naming some of my favorite people.
Neil Cassidy.
Well, Ginsberg was homosexual, right?
He's also pro young boy love.
That's a great picture. Look at that picture. Whoa, look at that.
Oh yeah, I like it too. It looks even better on whites, but yeah, because it has a bunch of them. But yeah, it's a good
It
one.
reminds me of a weird movie where the guy took the guy's brains out and then fed it to the guy in Hannibal Lecter kind of movie.
That sounds fucked up, man. I'm impressed.
Yeah, it was a second or third, the Hannibal Lecter series, and this FBI guy kept going after him. So Hannibal Lecter drugged him and removed part of his brain and then cooked it. And the guy was lobotomized, so he had no feeling. So he fed the guy's own brain to him. It was really gross, but interesting.
Yeah,
Hannibal Lecter, weird guy. Yeah. And one
he's
movie,
the archetype, although he's a fictional character, of the really smart serial killer, which most of them aren't. Not even Bundy was as smart as he thought he was.
Well, that's an interesting idea. Are they smart IQ-wise?
they're either highly smart or they're like highly like really stupid. That's how I see it. I mean, like that's
both.
It seems like they're smart in certain things, but other things they're just like, they don't understand.
Ted Bundy could have accepted a plea deal and not gotten the death penalty.
Oh, really?
He could have just gotten life in prison. But he was so convinced, so narcissistic, he thought that being his own lawyer,
defending himself,
he would convince everyone that he was innocent.
He was a law student, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but he never finished. He was like a perpetual student.
No. Yeah. But he probably thought he charmed everybody, so he was arrogant, right? But lawyers say never be your own lawyer. But he didn't listen to anybody.
Yeah, you never defend yourself.
That's what they say, huh? But I would, if it was not a murder trial, but I would probably, if it was a little thing.
You should see these idiots in prison and in jail and stuff that are like, I'm gonna go up there and defend myself, and then they're every minute they spend in jail or prison is like going to the law library and studying, and they think they're so smart, and it's like, then you listen to them and it's like, dude, you're an idiot.
They're too stupid to realize they're not smart.
Nothing like a jailhouse lawyer.
Yeah, I watch all those movies, but I don't know how realistic they are. Even the reality on jail. But it must be terrible, I would think, being locked up.
You ever seen American Me? That's a good one.
American, that sounds familiar. What's it about?
It's about like the beginning of the Mexican mafia and like the whole story, but it's really good.
Isn't that
Like
American X? Isn't that
back in
American X?
No.
Oh, I'm confused. Is that the
No,
one with the
that's
Nazi?
no.
American
No,
Nazi guy.
watch the movie American Me. It's really good. It's
I'll have
like
to
the
watch
zoot suit days, like back in the zoot suits
Zoo
and like
Suit. I've heard about those. Are the Mexicans and Americans in L.A.
The
right? With the zoo
Pachucos.
suits.
Weren't they called the Pachucos?
very
That
good.
sounds
Yes.
familiar because I've lived in L.A. for a while.
Well, the zoo suit
They
riots,
always
man, back when
dress.
the
Yeah,
Navy,
they dress
all those
very
guys would
nice.
beat them up, and they'd wear
Yeah.
like really nice suits, and they were the first ones
Yeah.
to like really get into tattooing and shit.
Oh, they made a play about that. I think I saw. LA is really interesting because it used to have all these separated neighborhoods. So you can walk through, and there's a book that talks about the old neighborhoods, and they had where the Chinese lived and the Japanese and the black. It was really segregated, say in the
You were
1920s.
thinking American History X. That's what you were thinking of.
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah,
Oh
great
yeah,
movie. Yeah.
good movie, great movie.
Sam, thank
Great
you.
movie. I
I'm going to
agree.
add. You mentioned LA, and that made me think of LA is a great big freeway. Do you know The Way to San Jose by Dionne Warwick? Classic
Yeah,
song.
that was
Thank you.
wasn't that written by Burt Bacharach?
God, you guys are tuned.
Do you know the way to San? Yeah, I've lived in San Jose. Pretty nice. Yeah.
Oh, that's another good song. If you see me walking down the street and I start to cry each time we meet, walk on by. Boom, 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 boom. That's a great. Yeah, Burt Bacharach and Hal David were great.
And they teamed up with that singer. I think she sang both songs that you just said.
Dionne Warwick.
Dionne Warwick, yeah. Who's related to Whitney Houston.
Whitney Houston, yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Poor Whitney.
She was a big, poor Whitney. It's like Hebrew. On paper, you think people have everything. And then they fall apart, right? What didn't she have? And she got involved with drugs, I guess. But wow. What a waste. Oof.
That's weird when people are like, I guess this is just kind of like a silly thing to say, but when someone's out of their 20s and they get turned on to hard drugs and stuff, doesn't that seem weird? I can hear someone was like in their 40s and they started smoking crack or something like that.
You'd think that would have been taken younger, but yeah. Maybe it's boredom, Russell, you know.
I think so.
Like the guy from Friends. We must have been in his 40s.
If you have a ton of money and a ton of free time, you unfortunately will probably get into something like drugs.
Well, I mean, think about Hollywood. Hollywood's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, like, people are into some fucking crazy shit. Like, especially these days. What the fuck?
Do you think it's boredom and they keep wanting more?
It's money. It's like, yeah, it's like the weirder, the crazier, the harder, the fucking more, like, the better, you know? That's how their mind gets, I guess. I don't know.
I got enough money and I didn't get like that, but I guess some people do. But I had everything and then I lost it when I got divorced. So, because, you know, I had a beautiful 2 kids and marriage and a good job and then I lost it, man. I never ever got it totally back again, the feeling that I had everything. Maybe that's just life, Hebrew, right, Russell?
Yeah. Well, the one thing I wanted was right at my grasp, and I was about to begin my journey, and I ruined it for myself, so I live with it every day.
Do you talk about that? I don't mean to pry if you don't want to talk
No,
about it.
I mean, I wanted to become a gunsmith and be an armor, and like,
Cool.
and
when I was a younger guy. Yeah, I was just gonna say real quick. When I was a younger guy, like in my late 20s or so, my mom told me that I could ruin a wet dream.
Oh, that's kind of who's Vladimir Kush, the Hebrew you talked about? Who Vladimir Kush? I don't know that person.
Strain.
What?
He's one of my favorite artists.
Oh, really?
It
What is
is,
he?
I didn't know if you guys are into art or not, but
I
he's
love art.
amazing.
I love art, man.
Well, look up my friend Vladimir Kush and
I will. Does
let
he
him blow
like
your
modern
mind.
art, or what kind of art does he do?
I'll just let his art speak for himself. I mean, just check it out, please. Like, I don't
My
feel like.
mother. Oh no, my mother's an artist, so I really like art.
Oh, really? That's cool. Yeah, then definitely look up Vladimir Kush and let me know what you think, Sam. That'd be cool.
Oh, sure.
And I've enjoyed that. I tried to.
I've seen a bunch of art like in Florence, David. You know the statue David?
Yeah.
I got a woman came over and said I was more beautiful than David.
Aww.
Maybe she wanted to pick me up. But yeah, best compliment I ever got.
That's nice of her.
Yeah. Have you been like to Europe and stuff?
Unfortunately, I never really got to travel. Like, I've been all over the U.S., but I remember I got in trouble kind of at an early age, so I never really had the opportunity to go other places. But
Maybe in the future, huh? Maybe in the future.
yeah, I hope so. There's some few places I really want to go, but that's what holds me back.
It's like the first time's the best. So I've been all these places, so I don't have motivation. Where do you want to go? What kind of places?
Well, I would like to go to Romania, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, like I'd like to go where my family's from, like that, or maybe Poland, or
Nice.
just
I haven't been to either
I don't
place.
know, man. Like, I mean, I would really have to sit down and think about it, but
Warsaw would be good to go. I don't know much about Romania. Oh.
Yeah.
So you're Romanian and stuff like that. I've been to Czechoslovakia. I've been to Prague.
The Czechs.
It was pretty good beer.
You've been to Prague?
Yeah, it's called Praha. In America, they call it Prague, but in there, they call their city Praha. There's a castle at the top you can walk up to. It's really cool. I went to a brewery, Urgel, right outside of Praha. Pretty cool. Beautiful city. Yeah.
Wasn't there a gift shop at the bottom?
Of the castle?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
And you could buy like those.
Probably.
You could buy like those things to make the noises of like the horses going up the fucking steps.
Ooh, I don't remember, but I went to where Kafka was buried and bought some crystal there. It's a little cemetery, and I think we because I like Franz Kafka, and he lived he was Czech, and I saw him. Duck. They have a great. The women are beautiful when they're younger, but then they tend to be very heavy because of the diet.
Yeah, it's very, very fattening.
Yeah, a lot of like knockwurst and sausage. I remember going to Urgel Brewery, and in the little restaurant we had duck and beer, and then you go where they make the beer underground. It's really cool. I like breweries.
Oh, you would love Oregon. We have the most breweries of any state.
Where?
In America.
Where?
In Oregon.
You forgot I lived in Oregon.
Oh, I didn't know that, Sam.
Yeah, I lived on. Are you live in Portland?
I live about 45 minutes from Portland. I live in Silverton, Oregon.
I've never been there, but Ken Kesey, the author, used to live in Springfield, which is right across from Eugene, Oregon, where I spent some time too.
I've been there a lot.
There you go.
Springfield. Yeah, I've been there.
Eugene. Then
Sweet home.
I lived on Broadway in Portland, and down Broadway, I think, is Portland State in the city.
Yep.
Yeah, beautiful.
I stayed in a room at Portland State University for like 6 months. Yeah, I had a room there, a dorm room.
A dormitory. It's a big tower. At least where I stayed, there was a big.
I used to go up on the roof, throw fucking CDs and handful of pennies and shit.
We used to go like it was like a park, all green, and do drop LSD and have picnics with women. It was really cool.
Did you ever get a chance to go to the Japanese garden?
No, I didn't. Where's that?
My god! It's right outside Chinatown in Portland.
No, I don't think I've
Oh, it's
been to China.
beautiful.
But in Corvallis, if I remember, it's close to the Willamette River, and we go down there. I was in
Yeah,
Corvallis.
Willamette.
That's
I
Portland
used to
State.
live on 8th and Van Buren in Corvallis. Right as you go over the bridge, right when you
Oh,
enter Corvallis, I lived right there. And
beautiful. I
yeah,
love Corvallis. It's more conservative. University of Oregon is more liberal, but Corvallis is more like engineering and science. It's more like Oregon is really liberal in some of the cities, but you go outside and it's more conservative.
yeah.
I like Oregon. It just rains too much. Yeah. Oregon, where is that? Eugene, the Ducks? University of Oregon
Yeah,
in Eugene?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think so.
And then Corvallis is the Beavers.
One of the I don't Russell, are you still there?
Yeah,
Russ?
what's up, guys?
So John Froines from Chicago 7 was, I think, a professor at the University of Oregon in Eugene. I lived for a while. I'm trying to remember. There's a graveyard not too far from the campus. Pretty cool place. I think that was Eugene.
You know, well, you didn't. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I ran track, so of course that's a very famous Prefontaine.
Oh yeah, Hayward Field or Hayward.
Yeah.
Hayward track. Yeah,
they really made
Phil,
it. They really built that
Phil
up.
Knight.
If you
Yeah,
look at
Phil
the picture,
Knight.
is that the Nike
Phil-
guy who
Yeah,
designed?
Phil Knight gives them fucking millions and millions and millions and millions.
Do you
of
know that,
dollars.
Russell? That's where the Nike guy. He was at University of Oregon, I think.
Yeah, Phil Knight. Yeah.
There's two movies about Prefontaine, who was incredible.
Hayward track. That's funny. I used to have that. I bought that shirt. My mom. It's from my mom's school.
I didn't run track in college, but I did in high school. But I know I'm remembering now that university. It used
They
to be
redid it all.
I know because they did the Olympics or something there and went, whoa, they really built that up.
And
it used to be kind of
now we have a baseball team too. So they have a really nice field that Phil Knight paid for.
Corvallis was better to stay at, but it's much smaller. Eugene is, of course, Portland's a big place. A lot of lefty stuff though, kind of too lefty for me, but Corvallis.
Yeah, Corvallis is awesome. Corvallis is really, it's almost like small. It's like homey, very homey down and like.
You got the real Willamette right there, and it's beautiful, man. A lot of women, and I had a lot of fun there for sure. A lot of dope. People want to have a good time.
Cool to know. That's cool. I didn't know that you lived here.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I lived for a while in those three places: University of Oregon and Eugene, Corvallis, and Portland.
Do you know where Salem is?
No, but I've heard of Salem and Dales. Is it? And I've heard of.
I live like 10 minutes away from there.
That's not the capital, is it?
Yeah, Salem's the capital of Oregon.
Salem, yeah. I knew a gay guy who I think was in Salem, and he got kicked out by his family for being gay. I went, whoa, it's kind of strange. But people are very conservative in the countryside. So, but then of course it's very liberal, especially in Portland. Eugene's kind of liberal too. Corvallis isn't though. Corvallis is like you were talking about. It's so cool. Never knew there was a garden there. I think of the women in those places though. Corvallis. A lot of green and grass and gardens and
it's beautiful.
It's beautiful, man. Yeah. A lot of people don't know, but Oregon's an interesting state for sure. I lived up the hill on Broadway, so I lived in one of the older apartment buildings. But Broadway at least used to be kind of scuzzy further down. I haven't been there in a long time. I'd like to. Is that where that murder was from you were talking about? Was that I-1?
No, it's I-5. But
I-5.
That's where right, like literally, if I walk out my front door and walk just right down the road, it happened. Like, because where he picked him up was like right by my house.
I really like Oregon. It just rains too much for me. You know, that's why it's so green.
Yeah.
Now I live in a suburb. I did a lot of that when I was younger, like traveling and everything with family. And now it's like COVID happened and my life is much smaller, but I'm pretty satisfied. I come on here to talk to people basically. But, you know, I guess I'm satisfied, man. I'm happy, married. We want a child. What about you? What's your situation that you can talk about?
I don't know. I just pretty kind of stuck, but really I don't have too many places to go, so this isn't really bad. I love Oregon. I'll die here. This is where I was from. I mean, I love Oregon.
You were born. Where were you born?
Here.
Okay. Well, you don't have to tell me specifically. I actually knew Ken Kesey. Yeah, I was young and he was getting older, and I talked to him a little bit. And he would show up at the university and do things like read I Ching. He was a really interesting guy, Ken Kesey. But I think his son died or something. But if you know Kesey, I don't know if we talked about it, he kept, you know, that bust. Do you know Ken Kesey, the author?
No.
He wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Well, then I do, but I don't.
He lived in Springfield, which is close to, I think it was Eugene, Springfield. You go over a big bridge.
Yeah.
And he had a dairy farm.
He did Merry Pranksters.
Yeah, there's a book called Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test by Thomas Wolfe. Yeah. So Kesey, he got into psychedelics, and he got on a lot of people on the bus, and I guess he drove. Did he drive to New York City to Kerouac and all that out of Columbia? I forget. Great book.
Yeah, Neil Cassidy was the driver a lot of the times, and he was always on speed.
Well, I wonder if the story about Cassidy was true. They say that he was in Mexico taking psychedelics on a railroad track when a train hit him.
I thought he froze to death from being really high on something.
There's probably other stories. Yeah,
I will look that up real quick.
Yeah. There's a lot of myth around him. He was a big figure in the hippy dippy.
The Grateful Dead mention him, and
Grateful Dead too.
A couple of their songs. They were the house band for the acid test.
So I read that book so long ago in university, but Grateful Dead. Garcia used to live near People's Park in Berkeley. A lot of stuff happened there. The editor, the creator of Rolling Stone wrote a book and talked about all that, but he name dropped so much I couldn't stand it. I didn't read the book, only a few pages of it. But he talked about the Grateful Dead and all that stuff. Hi, Kelsey. I did 19 hours once, Kelsey, to kind of prove I'm not old. Nobody cares. Then I did.
Okay, Sam.
Yeah.
On February the 3rd of 1968, Neil Cassidy attended a wedding party in San Miguel de Allende, Guanajuato, Mexico. Sorry for butchering that. After the party, he went walking along a railroad track to reach the next town, but passed out in the cold and rainy night wearing nothing but a t-shirt and jeans. In the morning, he was found in a coma by the tracks, reportedly by Anton Black, later a professor at El Paso Community College, who carried Cassidy over his shoulders to the local post office building. Cassidy was then transported to the closest hospital, where he died a few hours later on February 4th at the age of 41. They don't know the exact cause of his death, but barbiturates sounds like it's secobarbital.
Yeah, he was a big druggie. I mean, I know he's too old for me, but I would have liked to. I think Allen Ginsberg had a crush on him.
Were really potent.
Yeah, I've heard of them. Right? No more.
Yeah, those are the ones they call. Yeah, that's right. Reds. Cheech and Chong would mention Reds a lot in their bits.
I've heard of second.
So Reds were second all. Yeah, I should have remembered that.
You know how you guys you make fun of me because of ketamine that I've had before, but ketamine I just read is really really big. For they
Who
give
made
that
fun of
for
you for
treatment,
doing ketamine? I think
but psilocybin is only legal therapy in Oregon. But most psychiatric doctors treating terminal ill patients now use ketamine to help prepare people for death. I took ketamine once. Have you ever, ketamine, Hebrew?
Yeah, I've been in a K-hole a few times.
I did that a couple times with the rubbery legs. It was kind of cool. I liked it. Maybe
It felt like I drank like.
Uh-huh.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say it felt like I drank like 50 beers, but I could still function, and I was like really like just spaced out. I don't know. Like,
Yeah. Well, I
it was
remember
weird.
the rubber legs. It was kind of nice.
Yeah.
But see, Russell, they still use ketamine. Oh, you were thinking of
hey, check
Quaaludes.
this out. Reds, also known as Seconal, secobarbital, actresses Carol Landis, Judy Garland, playwright Tennessee Williams, and journalist Dorothy
Parker?
Kilgallen. Dorothy Kilgallen.
Kilgallen. She used to be on
Kilgallen.
What's My Secret? Yeah.
Okay. Allegedly either died by suicide or accidentally overdosing on secobarbital. So this is a very potent fucking drug.
Yeah.
Seconal was used to induce Fred Hampton into docility, before he was then killed in his bed in the early hours of December 4th, 1969. In
Was that a Black
1970,
Panther? Who was Hampton? I don't remember. Who was that?
yeah, he was Black Panther.
Okay.
Uh-huh. And this is another grim fact related to Reds, as Cheech and Chong called them. In 1978, 1,000 pills of Seconal were recovered in Jonestown, along with substantial quantities of Valium, Thorazine, Talwin, Demerol, and other sedatives, hypnotics, and analgesics, however you want. And it's also used to assist suicide, with, like compassionate death shit. Whoa! Okay, and these barbiturates always have, like, people do they say benzodiazepines have replaced barbiturates because of the side effects, which include somnolence, dizziness, impaired motor functions, impaired coordination, impaired balance, anxiety, confusion, irritability, headache, increased appetite, nausea, vomiting, nightmares, increased sensitivity to pain, allergic reactions, difficulty breathing, edema. That sounds bad. I don't even know how to fucking pronounce that word.
It sounds terrible.
Hives. Okay. Hives is also known as urticaria.
I've heard of hives before. Yeah, it's some kind
Learn
of
something
skin.
new every day doing SHA. I'll tell you. Okay,
Little,
withdrawal from secobarbital may produce psychological addiction. Okay, secobarbital may produce psychological addiction and produces physical dependence if used for an extended period of time. Withdrawal symptoms may occur if long-term use is abruptly ended and can include anxiety, insomnia, decreased appetite, seizures, tremors, and possible death as a result of withdrawal. But all this shit is no different than benzos.
Yeah.
Seriously, they all same shit. I don't know why they replaced them with the benzodiazepines. Oh, it says it was widely abused, known on the street as red devils or reds. Among barbiturates, secobarbital carries a particularly high risk of abuse and addiction, which is largely responsible for it falling out of use. But benzos are really fucking addictive too, man.
I've heard of benzos.
You can't just stop taking Valium or Xanax or anything.
This is off the subject. Hebrew, I was going to tell the Black Panthers took over the University of Oregon probably in the 60s, late 60s. The FBI just shut down the Black
Kelsey?
Hampton was one of the leaders. I think it was out of Oakland. The Black Panthers were really big in Oakland. Dude, if I was black, they did take a bunch of shit. And then the Black Panthers finally kind of got violent. And then the FBI just shut them down big time. I don't know if
you
they're
know
still
what's
around.
crazy? Sam, check this out. A less common nickname is Dolls for Second All's Reds.
Oh, really?
This was partially responsible for the title of Jacqueline Suzanne's novel, Valley of the Dolls, whose main characters use secobarbital and other such drugs.
You know who wrote the screenplay for the movie, Russell? Valley of the Dolls? Roger Ebert.
That was beyond the Valley of the Dolls. That was the second one.
Oh, was that the second one? There were two. Yeah. Jacqueline
Both
Suzanne.
movies are cool. There are a lot of really pretty women in those movies.
I remember that Valley had
Sharon
a lot of
Tate,
women in
rest in peace. Patty Duke looked really good.
Patty Duke. Isn't that funny? Who else? There were like two or three. Patty Duke.
You know what's funny is Valley of the Dolls is the more respected film, but I've seen Beyond the Valley of the Dolls.
I forgot which one I saw. I saw one.
Beyond the Valley of the Dolls has the Strawberry Alarm Clock playing at the party at that guy's house.
I remember that. Did you say they were German? I've heard of them.
He's based on Kim Fowley or one of those people. I can't remember what his name is now. The character. Remember, it's my happening and it freaks me out. That line.
There in that time frame, that there was a lot of censorship.
Cool.
So those books had a lot of trash and sex and stuff like that. Roger Ebert wrote some of the most incredible writing I've ever read. You know about Roger Ebert, right, Russ?
Yeah, he actually maintained a friendship with the Strawberry Alarm Clock. And right before he died, they played at something celebrating the anniversary of Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. So he got to hang out with them again.
I think his jaw was partly removed. And yet he kept writing up until his death. Very hard to read writing. He kept writing.
I used to love Siskel and Ebert when I was a kid.
The best, right? But Roger Ebert was the intellectual one, and Siskel was more the mainstream one. They made a good little pair, but that writing, I used to, on the internet before, what did he die a few years ago? I don't think it was that long ago. And he wrote.
Yeah. And Gene Siskel's dead now, too.
Yeah,
he died first.
He died, Siskel died of a brain thing, I think. Yeah, very sad. It's so depressing. I don't want.
We're always everything we like and always involves people that are dead now, unfortunately.
Well, because we like the 60s and a lot of those people.
Yeah, and it's like, everyone's turning 80. Shit.
The Rolling Stones are still Biden's age, and Mick Jagger is still out there.
They're both going to be 81 this year, and they're on a fucking tour.
And they did all those.
If we were around back in like 1965 when I Can't Get No Satisfaction was their first monster hit, if I told you they'd be around in 2025 touring, you'd think I was fucking nuts, man.
Maybe
been
like
no way.
Jagger at the time said he didn't want to end up being
over 40. He said he wouldn't want to be over 40.
See, that's what people say about, if I get old, I don't want to live. But then you get old and you do. You turn 40 and
you don't just want to die because you're not as,
I think Hoffman used to say
physically attractive as you were when you were in your 20s or whatever.
The research actually shows one of the happiest times, I think, is like 50 to 60 maybe. But it's that 30, 40 that people aren't that happy, and then they get older. And
that makes sense.
Well, then they don't have to prove anything, and maybe they have money, and as long as they're healthy, I guess. But I don't buy, people are predicting courage or saying, "Oh, I don't want to end up not." Of course, because a lot of people say that, but there's a lot of old people, like you're saying, you don't want to. I remember someone said, "Don't trust anyone over 30." Was a big
That
slogan.
was like the hippie era, the counterculture of the shit.
Yeah.
Because you were supposed to be super square, L7, as they would say back then, if you were 30.
I think society was pretty square until the hippies came along and really did some. I mean, musically,
Yeah, because my mom, she graduated in 1967. Went straight to work and was never involved in any sort of countercultural stuff until she met my dad in the 70s, like early 70s.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was college movement. These upper class or privileged people, a lot of them became hippies. But if you had to work, forget about it. And that's where I don't. What is that? No hippies in Okie or something. I don't want to be a Okie. I'm an Okie from Muskogee.
Oh, Merle Haggard. Yeah. I'm proud to be an Okie from Muskogee, the place where even squares can have a ball. We still wave Old Glory down by the courthouse, and white lightning's still the biggest thrill of all.
And those hippies, Chicago 8, got Nixon. Remember, we were talking about Nixon elected because there was McCarthy running, RFK got killed, and there was a convention in Chicago that was mad that the hippies took over and all. But people seeing that on TV were scared, and that got Nixon elected. Humphrey ran against ran against Nixon, who had been defeated by JFK.
Yeah, Trump in 2016 borrowed from Nixon Agnew running on a law, restoring law and order. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I think you're right. I read all that stuff, especially in college. Yeah.
It's funny because when I was a kid, I imagined everyone like that was like a teenager to like their 20s would have been into the counterculture and into hippie shit and all that kind of stuff. But it really wasn't.
I don't think it was. It was university and peace ends, but not with working class so much. And that's why I mentioned the Okie from
my uncle was around in Richmond when rednecks hated people with long hair.
Rednecks, there you go. Yeah.
Tell them, get a haircut, hippie.
Yeah.
And the rednecks drank and the hippies like smoked pot and shit. But then sometime by like the early mid 70s, rednecks adopted the hippie thing of drinking and doing drugs and long hair, like the country artists like Willie Nelson and David Allan Coe, Waylon Jennings, and all those people.
You're right. Yeah, Willie Nelson.
Easy Rider shows them those when they go to that redneck and they're fucking with them for having long hair. She's a pretty one, ain't she? Like saying they look like chicks and stuff.
They were represented. Like got in trouble with the law. And, Jack Nicholson, that was his major role breakthrough, and he got him out of jail. I think he got an Oscar for that. I love that movie. Maybe you know that.
That's the weird thing is there was a time where rednecks were very like clean cut.
Yeah, for sure.
Then they just got all wild and like Charlie Daniels.
Do you remember Billy Jack? Billy Jack?
Yes, the great movies. I've seen several of them.
Yeah, they financed the first movie, him and his wife, but that was kind of them picking on the hippie dippies, or in that case, Billy. He was supposed to be a Native American, so there must have been a lot of anti-hippie dippy kind of thing through the working class.
Was Tom Laughlin the actor that played and wrote those movies?
And his wife? Yeah.
I remember seeing one of those when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
I remember being really impressed that Billy Jack took his shoes and socks off
Karate
before
kind
he
of deal.
started fighting. Yeah, I remember thinking that was
They made a
badass.
couple. The first one was the good one. The next one, I think, was called The Trial of Billy Jack. I didn't even watch that one.
And then Billy Jack goes to Washington, which I've seen a little bit of,
I
like
haven't seen
Mr.
that
Smith
one.
goes to
Really?
Washington with Billy Jack. Yeah,
I
they
think
kind of, with a
quality
lot of
kind of.
movies, they do way too many fucking sequels.
The first one.
Oh,
Was,
Billy Jack began in a movie called The Born Losers in
oh, you know what?
1967. The
I think I
character.
saw that on TV. Yeah, late at
Let's
night.
see.
But
It's
I
an
think I
outlaw
watched all
biker
of it.
film.
Mhm.
The film introduced Tom Laughlin as the half-indigenous
Oh,
American Green Beret Vietnam veteran Billy Jack. Cool.
that was
Oh,
a low
Tom
budget.
Laughlin had the idea for the Billy Jack character in 1954, and it took him years to finally get him out.
They financed themselves. It was a passion product, but then it made a lot of money, which probably corrupted the whole thing in the next movies. But I think that was like a reaction against anti-hippy dippy kind of deal. The irony is, of course, he wanted peace, but he got it through fighting all the time. One of those movies. I'm peace, but he beat up a bunch of people and stuff. I like those. As kids, we loved those movies.
The first one that was just called Billy Jack,
Billy
Sam.
Jack. Yeah, I saw that.
It says it lacked distribution, so Tom Laughlin booked it into theaters himself in 1971. The film grossed $10,019,071 in its initial run, and eventually added close to $50 million in its re-release, with the distribution supervised by Tom Laughlin. So this is 1971 money too. So that was an amazing hit.
Billy Jack, Easy Rider.
Remember that song, One Tin Soldier, The Legend of Billy Jack, by this band called Coven?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One hit.
That's going in my playlist.
110 Soldier. But those movies were brilliant because they broke the back of the movie system. Before the independent movies, you had to spend millions and millions, and the big production had control. And then you had movies like Easy Rider, Billy Jack, and that was really kind of golden age of the 70s of the movies. And now,
yeah, there was a bunch of really good movies back then.
Every week, like, I don't know, Midnight Cowboy, and a lot of those great movies came out of the 70s. I'm a big fan of the 70s movies. Then I don't know what happened in the 90s and now.
Remember Duel? Duel was Dennis Weaver versus a truck driver.
But that was on TV. That was that
was a really
that
cool
was
movie.
Spielberg's first movie.
Yeah,
Spielberg's first movie, right? He started in. I think was that a television movie? Maybe.
So I saw it on A&E when I was a teenager, back when they were a good channel.
They used to make TV, a movie of the week kind of thing. Was really popular. That might have been. I don't know if that was part of it. I think color came in. I think Banat was Disney's World of Color in. I'm just guessing in the 50s, maybe.
It's one of those snow. Was it Wizard?
Wizard of Oz had the first, it went to color.
The transition, which is a cool idea.
Right? It still holds up. People still talk about Judy Garland. What's that big song from that movie?
Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
It's still a classic, right? Over the Rainbow. Talking about benzos, I think you mentioned Garland got hooked on benzos.
Yeah, Reds.
Yeah. But it was great.
My grandmother was a kid when Wizard of Oz came out, and that remained one of her favorite movies forever. I could never convince her into trying the listening to Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd while watching Wizard of Oz, like syncing it up. I could never convince her to do that, but she loved the movie. She collected dolls, my grand did, and she had a whole bunch of like all the characters from the Wizard of Oz.
Judy Garland was one of the first that attracted a heavy gay audience. Now Lady Gaga and a couple others.
Friends of Judy was like a slang for being gay.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Let me look that up. Friends of.
But it was remarkable because she would fall and come back.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Friends of Dorothy, the character from Wizard of Oz, is a coded phrase used by members of the LGBTQ community to indicate that someone is attracted to another person of the same gender. I'm going to get more gay rumors about me. This, because I knew that. The phrase is commonly attributed to Judy Garland, who played Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, and is considered a gay icon. Garland had many gay friends, including Roger Edens, Charles Walters, George Cukor, Vincent Minnelli, Liza's father, and Mark Herron. And see, they both married extremely homosexual guys, Liza and Judy.
They were like beards and stuff.
Peter Allen, wasn't that his name?
Wasn't he Australian? Liza? I think Peter Allen was Australian.
I think so, yeah. See, we're talking about a bunch of cool stuff, man. I enjoy these.
But if you people don't like gay, Leonardo
or
da Vinci
esoteric chats.
There's been some really important.
Liza Minnelli's first husband was Peter Allen, born Peter Richard Wolno.
What a mess she was.
Yeah,
her mom was a mess. Her mom was a mess. And then Liza Minnelli, I think, had a lot of drug problems.
Yeah, all the same habits. Yeah,
one of the best movies I've seen is Cabaret.
They both married. They both were like beards, if you want to use that term for homosexual men.
Sure.
They both were into barbiturates and drinking and those bad diets, those crash diets and shit. Yeah,
I remember when I went to Hollywood, it seemed everybody knew about Rock Hudson, that he was gay and he'd been around, and yeah. So a lot of times people in the industry know all the good stuff, and then you find out later, like a few gay. Sal Mineo was well known to be gay.
Yeah,
rough trade too. Because I saw an interview when this girl was in USC cinema program, and there was a film that Mineo had come and lectured, and in the little video of him lecturing USC cinema students, he had a black leather jacket on, like the gay culture, they like this rough trade stuff. But that wasn't talk.
Yeah, that was the name of a record label in the UK. It was called Rough Trade. It was in tribute.
Rough Trade, right? You know what rough trade is,
yeah,
right?
You think homosexual men think it's masculine to have violent sex versus having romantic, sweet sex.
Oh, is that it? So Brian Epstein was, of course, I think we talked about this, was into rough trade.
I think that was supposedly he liked to get beat up or something. Wasn't
that's part of rough
like
trade, I think. Yeah, that's part of rough trade, I think. Leather, the leather thing. Because I've actually seen a couple of these guys in Hollywood, and they would dress up in leather and chaps and like motorcycle, and I just assumed.
And they were into extreme stuff. Like, I'm going to get kind of vulgar here, but putting Crisco all over your fist and fisting another dude and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
I told this story. I was in Amsterdam and opened, I thought it was a regular bar, and I peeked in, and there were all these leather gay guys who looked at me like I was meat. I instantly shut the door.
There is like, no, was there any women there? Did you walk in?
No, it was a gay bar. I was kind of naive. But yeah, I'd heard about that stuff, and it's gross. I mean, to me, it's gross, fisting and all that stuff. Ooh.
They would do that shit. Yeah, okay, I've heard of that before. They would do gay sex acts at the bar itself, right?
I don't know. I didn't go in, but I was
Haven't
scared.
you ever seen that movie? What the fuck is it called? Cruising with Al Pacino.
No, that was in Central Park. They'd go to a tunnel, but that's true. There's a tunnel. I don't know if it's still true that gay people would go. What a horrible movie.
That
by
was
the
a
way.
good movie, but they said, well, I liked it, but they said it wasn't good for him
It was
to
shit.
play
It wasn't authentic. A gay Al Pacino, a little Italian man playing it didn't. Yeah,
but he was an
enough of movie.
undercover cop.
Yeah, and he went. Remember they
Actually,
hung
I'm
out.
gonna
I've
have
been
to
in Central
disagree
Park.
with you. I thought it was pretty good, especially how it got weird, where the identity of the killer kept changing, and you're like, well, shit, who's the fucking guy?
It was
Who's the real
courageous
killer?
of Al Pacino to play a gay character, I guess. But now
Yeah,
they get a real gay
1980, when things were still
even in the 80s,
really,
right?
yeah.
Whoa. I feel bad.
I
For
don't know,
gay.
maybe this movie needs to be reevaluated because it was controversial at the time.
I think the gay people attacked it.
Yeah, did not like it.
Yeah, it wasn't authentic, but it's a movie, and it was something. There's been some attempts at gay movies, like Brokeback.
You know, you look
Mountain.
at articles of like albums and movies and books, novels or whatnot, and they get reevaluated after 40, 50, 60, 70 years. And a lot of stuff that people didn't like has become beloved now. Like, but remember, like, it's an easy example. Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys wasn't a super massive hit, but as the years went on, everyone... It didn't do as well as you would have thought, considering it's considered one of the greatest albums ever made now, but it wasn't a huge commercial success, and Brian Wilson was disappointed in it. And so was Capitol Records. They rush released a greatest hits to make up for Pet Sounds not selling as well as they hoped, which is strange. It's considered such a classic now.
Moby Dick took years. So a lot of things we're talking about music, but sometimes it takes a while for them to get rediscovered. Maybe it's too revolutionary. Velvet Underground probably has become more.
Yeah, that's a good example too, because no one was like my mom, my aunt and uncle, my close family members that were alive back then never heard of Lou Reed or the Velvet Underground until Walk on the Wild Side became a big hit.
Yeah, and then people, what is that song about? What? Interesting. Yeah. It was about a transvestite.
Miami, FLA, hitchhiked away across the USA, plucked her eyebrows on the way, shaved the legs, and she said, "Hey, babe, take a walk on the wild
side." Yeah,
that's a really cool song.
Yeah, I think they will remain listened to. I think
Lou Reed, you like poetry and stuff.
Yeah,
I think you need to dig into some good old Lou Reed more.
Yeah,
to me, up there with Dylan and Cohen and all the other guys.
He was. I think he helped publish this called Interview. I forgot who he did that with. Lou Reed did a bunch of stuff though. I run across clips of him on YouTube all the time.
He could be really mean to people and shit. It was kind of entertaining.
Yeah.
I mean, not to be the person. But remember how Dylan, when he was young, he could be like really mean to. There's a scene in Don't Look Back where he's being interviewed.
One of my favorite movies.
Yeah, and he and that journalist are in this big fucking argument.
Yeah. Well, he figured out like you're more popular if people don't know about you. So he purposely would keep away from interviews for a while, especially after his motorcycle accident.
Yes, and even what happened is he got doxxed before it was even a thing. He had made up all this shit about being a hobo, riding the rails. Cisco Houston taught him how to play and stuff. And then they tracked down his mother, and she was like, "Nah, he was a good Midwest Jewish boy, you know." And it pissed him off so much that he got really shitty with any sort of interviews and stuff for years.
Woody Guthrie, that might happen to Woody Guthrie too. I read that a lot of his stuff was maybe made up.
Yeah, that was a thing to kind of pretend that you were like a hobo or a train hopper or whatever for your folk music or blues music career.
But he hid his background. I think in some interview he said he never felt connected to Minnesota, that lifestyle he had.
Hibbing, Minnesota. Yeah.
I just saw some documentary because of this movie. I really want to see that movie, Russell.
Yeah, he likes it. He uses X, Twitter.
Yeah.
Also known as X now.
Yeah.
He's become, like, in his older age, he's very open for considering how private he used to be. He does a really good radio show on Sirius XM.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. He did a show. You probably mentioned it before.
He'll do he'll pick a theme like snow and just play a bunch of songs, mostly old folk and blues, but contemporary stuff too.
You know, he's I think you're the one who told me that what he did was he produced too many great songs. If he had just had a few, he probably would have been better known. But there's so many songs he wrote that are so great.
Well, he also like I think his first album came out in 1962, and he's put out at least one album a year. I think every year since.
I think you're right. Yeah, I read a biography, a short clip from his royalties. Only the royalties from song, it makes $16 million a year. And he sold his collections, two of them, for
a lot of people that are getting older are doing that because they're saying, I think it's because with streaming and downloading and physical copies not really doing that well, that it's better to make a huge chunk of money now than where people aren't buying anything anymore.
Queen,
10 years from now.
Years ago, Queen did that kind of deal and people criticized it. But I think the company, whoever bought it, made money because I hear Queen all the time. But
they've gotten really big since Wayne's World and Bohemian Rhapsody was used.
That was a huge movie. The first one was good, but the second one stunk. It's hard to replicate the original.
I don't even remember the second one. So that
Wayne's World. Wayne was that Wayne's World?
Mm-hmm.
They had that those two characters from SNL. A Bohemian Rhapsody they played in the car. Isn't that what you're talking about? That movie?
Yeah, and that video. I remember when I was in high school. That video became huge and the song became a hit again. And now Queen is up there with the Beatles and all those bands. It's huge.
I remember.
And I think they always were like that in the UK and other countries.
Yeah, I think.
But here, I think they got super, super popular thanks to Bohemian Rhapsody being re-released in the early 90s.
I remember asking a friend. I said, "Queen, what's that about?" And they said, "Oh, don't you know that they're gay or something?" At least Mercury was. The other ones weren't. So I assume that's where the name came from because Queen is a term for a gay person, right? And Mercury was. Did he die of AIDS? I forget. I think he did.
Yeah, but he was one of those guys that like the old school famous people that were gay. He never really admitted it. He never flat out said, "Yes, I am homosexual."
Yeah. Very few did.
And people there was a real rude Japanese interviewer that asked him flat out, "Are you gay?" And he just goes, "Next question, please." He handled it pretty well.
I was asked that. I remember I had a scholarship and my father wanted me to go to Sophia University.
Handle it like Freddie Mercury. Next question, please.
So I had an interview to go to Sophia University, and one of the guys was Japanese, and he said, "You talk very slow and quiet. Are you homosexual?" I said, "No." But that reminded me of the Japanese.
That's what I would have said. Next question, please.
No, I just wanted to ask the interview, but it was a Japanese man. I never went there. I should have gone.
We're live as hell. We're doing a Christmas celebration. Couple days away. If you're like Hostbusters, you'll probably be shopping Tuesday for Christmas.
We're gonna have just about everybody we know. We're gonna have over. I mean, I look forward to it, but also I look forward after I don't like tons of people in the house. I used to, but not anymore. So I guess I like it. I've gotten really like spoiled. I don't like a bunch of chaos and stuff. I used to like it, you know.
Yeah, when
I
I
don't know.
was young, I used to go to house parties and
Yeah, of
bars
course.
and shit a lot. And I couldn't imagine doing that now because I used to have to kind of
Yeah.
drink just to be social or more.
Even
I
our
thought
neighborhood, we used to have street parties and people, but COVID kind of messed. Maybe me coming on YouTube, I don't know, because most times I had to go talk to people, and now you just turn on the computer and here we are. Although it's
Yeah, but
10 hours.
has there ever been a case where you've talked to someone and they were like, "Hey, are you Sam Hill from
No,
YouTube?"
no, that's never
Yeah,
happened.
I think we're lucky. We don't have to worry about any of that shit. Because I don't think anyone I'm related to would even listen to me because they have to
No,
hear me.
I wouldn't want anybody to. I mean,
Yeah,
right?
we talk about some stuff that's pretty colorful at times. So yeah.
Yeah, but somebody like Hebrew said, or someone said, "Don't you remember me?" And I said, "Well, I've talked to hundreds of people over the years, maybe 1,000. Typically, a typical stream might have 3 or 4 guests, and multiply it by hundreds of times. So, yeah, I probably don't remember a lot of people.
Yeah, we're almost like a couple of David Frosts or Larry King.
David Frost, who interviewed
Yeah,
Nixon, by the way. You know that.
Yeah. It's all going back to presidents.
Trump is fascinating. There's never been any president like him, right? I hope he does well. I didn't want
That's
Biden.
weird. I've noticed people passionately love him
They
or
do.
passionately hate him. No one's ever like, he's okay.
I'm in the middle.
Or no one,
I'm in the middle. I don't hate the
but
guy.
hardly anyone is like, well, I don't really have an opinion on him. People, because I think just with my family alone, some people think he's great. Other people think he's Satan. In my family,
I don't think he's Satan. I think that's what I was saying to somebody when Mike or somebody, because the Democrats accused him of being Hitler. So it wasn't only on one side, because Trump took a lot of bullshit too from Democrats. But somebody said, I was reading that Harris was one of the worst candidates ever. And looking back upon it, I think they were right. From the start, she wouldn't give interviews, and she just doesn't have that personality, I think, to be a leader. She doesn't have that leadership personality, and she learned it. And she never, I don't think she connected, Russell, with people, you know.
but she's for a politician. She's not very old, so she'll probably stay in politics.
I don't know if she lost. I hope she. Whoa.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
do you think that she raised enough money that she
that's
could
what I was
just
telling Hebrew. I said $1 billion. $1 billion.
Yeah, that's a
What
lot
a waste.
of money.
What a waste, right? But I remembered everywhere I looked, even on the internet, there'd be a commercial. I said, enough, stop. I don't want to see it. There can be too much. Like people, the media is not like it used to be. So Trump was brilliant, or his aides, because he would forget the TV as much. He'd go on Joe Rogan or Friedman, or he went to these people, and Harris did not. So a lot of politicians say they won't go more than 20 minutes. I think Alex Friedman was talking about that. But Trump went 3 hours, and he's smart. I never watched it, like 50 million, some incredible amount. So I'm kind of optimistic with the world, you know. Economically, are you doing okay? We never really talk about money.
I think that I don't know if everything's gonna suddenly like drop in price and stuff.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. It usually doesn't work that way. You're talking about, in fact, economists, a lot of them don't want, I think it's called deflation. They don't want that. Go.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm in a weird situation. I always just care about money. You know, I never want to spend my inheritance or anything. And then the stock, Alex, I think Raleigh got really mad at me. I was trying to figure out why. Maybe because when he hears that I got really lucky, that you know, it's not like I earned it. So maybe he figured he worked hard all his life, and this smart ass got the right stock. You know, but my lifestyle hasn't changed. That's where I was saying that people say, why am I YouTube? Okay, I'm minimalist. What should I be doing? Travel? I've traveled. Car? I have a nice car. I have a house. Right? What having money, what am I supposed to do? Go big parties? I've been through that stage. I've done so much is my point, Russell. So I should appreciate what I have. Good marriage, kids. You know, you should, and you got out of that crummy where you were living. So good for you, man.
Yeah, right? That is definitely the best thing that's happened to me. Although life can still seem like it sucks, you know? But overall, not living in Powhatan anymore is very fucking cool. Yeah. I do like it.
I do find it interesting that in poor cultures, you hardly ever have suicide or any of that kind of business. But in our society, you have so much drug overdose and complaints, and I don't know what that's about. Maybe people need to be motivated, and if they're given a lot, they don't appreciate it. I don't know. But I'm in a good place. I like this stream. I know 11 hours is hard to justify, though, huh?
It's a Christmas special. It's like a telethon.
Christmas special.
How long would Jerry Lewis? Was it 24 hours straight, or was it longer than that? Because I remember I kind of dreaded the Labor Day telethons because that meant school was starting. You know.
Are you talking about Jerry
around
Lewis?
here? Dude.
Yeah, but nobody watched. I mean, I never watched the whole thing. Did you?
No, I kind of like that when I was a kid. Like I said, it always came on like the day before school started.
It was Labor Day, wasn't it, or something?
I didn't enjoy it.
I don't know why I watched it. It was people begging for money. But I was like, as a kid, Jerry Lewis films. And my mom, they were funny as a kid.
Yeah.
But here again, the guy seemed to have so much, and yet he was a louse. That interests me, right? You would think people are so happy, and yet a lot of them aren't. And we have some of those people, a lot of those people on YouTube. Yeah. I don't know what lessons there are, really.
Like you assume certain people. Like I would be like, yeah, I bet that dude's a lot happier than I am. He's wealthy and famous.
Maybe
they might not be at all. Yeah.
I think the only famous one is, like I've said, Wendy, really. But
I just mean like thinking of like why would Jerry Lewis have to be such a bastard when he was lucky enough, fortunate enough to be so successful?
Right. Yeah. He seemed to have everything.
He stayed famous for years.
Always. He always stayed famous.
Yeah.
But I don't think famous would be good because just people stare at me sometimes, or especially when I was younger or I'd travel. It's not fun being stared at all the time. So I think that these people who are happiest don't live with their fame. Right? Some of them seem stable, like Dick Van Dyke. Do you know him?
Love him. Big fan.
So he's 99, and he just, there's fire in Malibu, and it showed him recently.
99.
Yeah. He was walking. Somebody caught a picture. There's like in Malibu.
Okay, yeah. So, like, yeah, because like the Dick Van Dyke Show, that's over 60 years ago now, right?
Mary Tyler Moore.
Right.
Yeah.
Rosemary, and who was the dude?
I didn't like Rosemary, but Maury Amsterdam.
Yeah, Maury Amsterdam. I always liked that name too.
No, that was a fun. I've seen that show in clips. Yeah.
Carl Reiner was the TV.
Carl Reiner was the producer.
They wrote for the whatever.
And they joked about his toupee.
I forgot what the show.
Dick Van Dyke Show. That's what.
No, but the fictional show that they all wrote for.
Oh, I don't remember.
I can't believe I forgot. Brady. But I haven't watched reruns.
The actor was something. Was it Brady or something that we never really saw him? The star of the show, did we? Wasn't Dick Van Dyke one of the writers? I think he wasn't in the show.
Yeah, I can't believe I forgot. Because actually, I remember watching the Mary Tyler Moore Show a lot too when I was young.
She was like an independent Mary Tyler. She was in one of the greatest movies. Remember her son?
Ordinary People.
Yeah. Was that what it was called?
Yeah. That's a really depressing movie, though, but it is good.
When I was in graduate school for psychology, the prof played that movie, and he said, "What do you think about the therapy the guy did?" Right, and he played one scene where the guy, the client, the kid, was so upset, and he had a breakthrough, and the therapist said, "I'm out of time," so that the professor said, "What do you think about what the therapist did? Should he have stayed with the guy?" And the consensus was from the prof that no, that when there's an emergency situation, you stay with the guy. I don't know if you remember that scene. I thought, okay, time's up. Maybe he should leave. But in that kind of situation, it's unethical to walk away like the guy did in the movie. But it was kind of unrealistic because most therapy don't have those breakthrough movie moments. Which also was in, what was that one with Harvard, Robin Williams? That was
I never saw that. Goodwill Hunting.
Oh, it's one of the best.
I remember it was huge. Yeah, I remember it was really popular, but I was actually.
You should watch. That's on Cape TV all the time. You should watch it.
Yeah, I missed like by the time I got in my early 20s, I didn't keep up with movies and stuff.
I asked my brother about that because he went to Harvard. He didn't like it. I thought it was Harvard. It turned out, I think it was supposed to be MIT, but he said it wasn't really realistic. But I didn't know. I haven't gone to Ivy League. I mean, I've been on their campuses, but I didn't attend an Ivy League. Now, whoa, I don't know. What music are you playing, by the way?
I'm sorry, dude. I keep thinking it's way too low for any. Oh, it's Sid Barrett. It's a song called Terrapin.
Sid Barrett. That's the guy who flipped out on LSD, right? Sid Barrett, who was famous, but after he left the group, he lived a pretty mundane life, didn't he?
Yeah, he's very reclusive.
I think he went to Manchester, which is where Marie's from, Marie and Winkler.
Cambridge was where he was from. Well,
Cambridge is where the university. Really?
He went there.
Is that where he retired to after he left the group? Is that where he went?
That's where he grew up and lived.
But after he left the group, he went back to Cambridge.
Yeah, he went back to Cambridge. Yeah.
What a story, huh? I wonder what he took loads of LSD. I never did as much as some people.
I think what happened is he got real fucked up on Quaaludes, which they called Mandrax, which was the Quaalude plus antihistamine.
I didn't know that.
So that was more of his problem than the acid trips. He was just annihilated on Quaaludes all the time.
I didn't know that.
But I think what happened is he got so fried that it did take him like a good decade or so to get back to relatively normal, because he just he was a reclusive guy, but he just liked being by himself. He liked watching TV and painting. He liked to read books about mathematics and collect coins. He loved gardening and stuff like that. And he had been a visual artist, a painter, before being a musician, and he still would paint and stuff for his own amusement. But yeah, he really did not like being famous. It was,
I can see that,
something that it was like too much pressure for him, you know. He didn't like having to be like, you need a hit, you know, write a hit single now, and all that kind of stuff. He is too much of like an artist kind of guy versus a I can write a hit song and make a lot of money kind of guy.
There's a guy who walked away from it, which interests me too. The people who walk away from it, like some actors do that, right? You read about them. It's probably to be an old actor must be very tough, especially if you're a woman. Then you have, when I lived in Hollywood or in Malibu, and a lot of plastic surgery, these women walking around Beverly Hills, if you can tell they're plastic surgery, that's a bad one, right?
That's a good point.
My mom looks better now, but she had, on her second one, she had a facelift. It didn't look certainly as good as the first one, because it tightens up the skin or something. But I would have plastic surgery if it doesn't make any difference now, but who wants to have old skin, really? I don't have old skin, and I thought when I showed my finger, that would be it with the old. Did you see my finger?
But that was like the Zapruder film.
But I don't touch it to prove it.
Slowed it down frame by frame. Yeah. Some people are like, he's old, his hand has liver spots on it. Some people are like, he's young, his hand is very young looking. People are like, that paint job is very old, like 80s Miami Vice.
It's not old. My wife, when we moved in, it was an older house, so I painted it. Like, I like it.
Your finger video, if you had charged a fee every time someone watched it, you'd probably have a shitload of money.
I took it 3 times because my face was
pay-per-view.
I didn't take a lot of time on it, but the first 2, my face was in there. I didn't take a lot of time on it, and then people are talking about the paint job. No, I like the paint. It's like a pink red. My wife liked it. I painted it when we moved in.
Is that the color salmon? Or is that what they call that color, salmon paint?
No, when we bought it, it wasn't covered. It's not salmon. It's not that like the fish. It's more of a pink rather than a reddish pink. I like it. I'm looking at it right now. I'm in the bedroom. And then Alex, we have a master bedroom I don't sleep in because I don't want to be reminded. It's my first wife.
I think a lot of people, they like to do this stuff because they know that you get real fucking defensive about all that shit.
Well, how many times do I have to hear a lie? It's boring after a while. Fine. Attack me on what? What are people going to attack me on, really? I'm not. That I experiment a little bit. I have decadence, and I find it funny when I told Alex I took a shower with a guy who looked like me, and
that was really funny how you told that story. Your delivery was really good.
I thought about that for a long time. I hadn't thought about that. We worked for Murray. He was one of the people who worked with me, and we got to like each other. But I think he was
one of the things you did, which was real funny, is AOC asks you, did anything more happen in the shower? And you said, I'll answer that later. That was really funny.
The funny thing to me was the response would be, oh, he was 16, so what? But he immediately left Alex and took a poll. What's wrong with It's such a
You're
little thing.
16? My 16, dude. I bought records, I played guitar, and hugged and kissed a couple of women. That was my 16.
Well, that's fine.
Eventful 16.
That's fine. My 16th year, I ran away and changed my life forever.
That's when I first got into that song Waterloo Sunset. It was right around the time I turned
The
16. I found some Kinks albums at a flea market that I'd never heard before, and I thought they
Ray
were really
Davis,
cool.
isn't it? He might still be around. Yeah, I heard that
Mhm.
album, and that's why I had that.
They have a lot of. He's another writer that's almost like a novelist or something.
Yeah, I
Ray
agree.
Davis.
I agree. Very creative. Yeah, but Hostbuster should be bigger. But he if he scheduled it once a week, he could build an audience, right? Like the old days.
Yeah, I think that would be good for the whole Busters, like media, whatever you want to call it.
You should have new people come in, be regulars, right?
Like to do
I like
content
Josh a lot.
like at
I
least
like
a couple
Josh. There's
times
a
a
couple,
week.
but scheduled. Remember, so
Mhm.
people know. Nobody. I never know when he's on. He never tells me. But he's so good. But he's kind of unknown in a way, right? He's in his environment. He can be wild. Here, I don't know. He's good, but not as good as he can be or was, right? But I don't know.
I think he's still good. I think something happened where he just got burnt out on it. Didn't do it anymore.
Well, he got torn apart by RDA.
Because I've felt the same way too, several different times.
Yeah, but for a couple of years,
I seriously considered like, okay, I'm just gonna quit doing YouTube forever. That suits me.
yeah, you
I
were
never
getting
do
pretty
that.
upset. Well, the RDA and all that, but RDA went after me for years, right?
Well, that was after all that stuff is when I really started feeling like, well, just too much shit was going on at once.
He got
for
mad
me.
at me. I thought a couple of weeks would go by, but he really took offense, I guess. I should have because he did dox me, but I got over it. Because I like Hostbuster. He's very interesting. He's funny. He's underrated. And he's kind of unknown. You don't get the full comic when he comes on SHA for sure. But maybe he'll come on Peepers. I mean,
He kind of has to.
What do you
he's going to be the dude that's going to be on his channel, so he's going to have to at least make a say hello.
I want to keep pressuring him because he's very unreliable. So it's important, right? So he has a date, and I'll keep reminding him.
But I think if anything does fuck up, we have like a bunch of backup things we could do if we have to, like channels.
Oh, okay. Or the worst is you do it the next week.
The end of the world.
No, it's the first time. Whatever the worst happens, you schedule it the next week. But once you get going, then you really have to reliably have it because people begin to look forward to it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. If it's just once a week, that's really easy to do something just once a week.
It's whatever you guys want. Once a week might be good, but it's what you guys want, of course, right? Shamrock has their own channel, but I think this will be a real good. I've tried to do my part because where am I supposed to go, Russell? Really, I want to watch something good. So you're all over the place, but some of the people you go to, I like Poon, but he goes too long, and you know what I mean? I don't know. He puts up anybody, but he should have come up.
Yeah, this is the longest I've streamed in a couple of years, probably.
I think it's the longest you've been on. Yeah. I mean, I've done streams, but you would usually come on for an hour. But one-on-one is easy, you and me. The other's a little bit harder. And I had a big panel, and I didn't like it. I hardly ever have more than 4. I think we had up 9 at one point. It was too much, right? And I think it wasn't that good either. So I like the conversations. Now, the drama, when Josh started fighting with, who did he fight with? Alex. You see the views go up. People are saying, "Oh, there's a fight over there."
Oh, that's always popular.
But I really wasn't listening that much. I was just trying to keep the volumes even. And Josh had terrible audio. But that's what Andy replayed. Does Andy want more conflict? I don't know. So I watch Andy. Who else? Poon sometimes. I know there's other people.
Oh, wow. Hey, guess what? This day in history is when Elvis visited Nixon in the White House.
Oh, that picture you were talking about.
Yeah, I just saw somebody posted something about it on Instagram.
Hi, Jan.
No,
Wasn't there something
shit.
about a gun during that meeting or something? He was supposed to be a sheriff or something.
It was real nice. Yeah, Elvis liked collecting badges, and this I guess kind of ironic.
I remember now.
Like he wanted a narcotics, like anti-drug.
And Elvis never fit in with the hippy dippy because he came before. There's a famous meeting of the Beatles in Bel Air, but I think the Beatles Elvis was renting a place and they went there. Supposedly it was kind of awkward. You know, the one story.
He always had that Memphis Mafia with him. Always. Yeah.
But they
didn't
weren't
like being
hippy-dippy.
alone. Yeah, they were a generation or so, removed from that.
Absolutely. But do you have any? It's over 11 hours. Do you have any Nixon kind of stuff you want to talk about?
I would like to say that there's a lot of songs that mentioned
Nixon,
like Ohio by Crosby, Stills, Nash.
Ohio was done by Neil Young when he broke up from the group, I think.
And there's another one.
There's a clip of. I'm sorry.
The Campaigner, I think that's what it's called. It's a solo Neil Young song.
Somebody was saying the best Neil Young album was After the Gold Rush, which is a pretty great album. I don't know if Ohio was on there.
That was a Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young single.
Was it?
It didn't come out on an album originally.
Oh, I didn't know it.
Let's look up that song, Neil, because there's at least Campaigner.
I know that one. I wanted to
even Richard Nixon. Okay, hospitals have made him cry, but there's always a freeway in his eye. This beach just got too crowded for his stroll. Roads stretch out like healthy veins, and wild gift horses strain the reins. Where even Richard Nixon has got soul.
Oh.
Even Richard Nixon has got it soul. He said he was watching TV and saw a worried Richard Nixon because what was his wife's name?
Pat
Nixon.
Yeah.
Some kind of surgery. And he realized this guy that he really hated, that he was a human being. Now he was worried about his wife.
What a downfall. The only president, I think, who resigned and because he had to. Biden resigned, not really resigned, he didn't run, I guess. How could you handle that? You were president and then you had to give it up. Wow.
But he was pardoned, so.
Well, that's Ford. People said
it made
that
people dislike him even more, probably.
He might have lost the election because he pardoned Ford, which was a mistake. Historians say that prosecute, nobody's above the law, right? And the historians say he should have been tried, but some people say that there was a private meeting and Ford made a deal with Nixon, which we'll never know. But he didn't get prosecuted. He definitely broke the law. And why did he? He would have won the election. So his lack of his paranoia cost him everything. He had just won re-election, right?
When I was a little kid, they would still talk about like how certain tapes were erased, or there was missing Watergate talks and stuff when I was a kid. So that was a big thing. Like there was still
during they had congressional hearings, and all out of the blue, this guy named Butterfield announced to the committee that the meetings that Nixon had were recorded. And once the committee knew that, everything was now trying to get those tapes, and it went to the Supreme Court. What Nixon should have done, probably, is burn the tapes.
Yeah, back then you could have just used magnets or something to erase them if they were like, actual tape.
Yeah, so why didn't Nixon somehow find a way to burn the tapes? And
but they say some secretary or something and purposely erased the real incriminating
one of the famous photos was there was erasure on the tapes, and the secretary, I forgot her name, said that somehow her foot was far enough away, but it was a scam. I forget the name of the secretary. She was really loyal to Nixon, so they tried. No, Haldeman was one of the aides.
Okay.
There was another guy, aide, and they both went to jail, by the way. I forget the name of the other guy. But
did you ever read that book, Will, by G. Gordon Liddy?
No, but I read
Woodward. I've heard of it.
Well, he went on radio.
Yeah, All the President's Men. That's another classic.
Yeah, Bernstein and Woodward. I think I read that. Right. But Will, I didn't read. He was
movie, wasn't it? Dustin Hoffman and Robert Redford.
I saw the movie exactly. It was a hit movie, but in the movie they didn't tell who. What do they call that character who gave the information?
Deep Throat. After the adult film that had come out around that time,
nobody knew who Deep Throat was, and then a few years ago, the guy said it was him. He was dying, or I forget. Yeah.
Hey, I found something that mentions the song I was talking about.
Go ahead.
Campaigner was written by Neil Young in 1976. In classic Neil Young fashion, in one sitting, he wrote it. He was inspired to write it after watching, Pat Nixon had a stroke.
Yeah.
And was watching the news. Neil Young was watching the news, and Richard Nixon, worried and concerned about his wife, made him see a human side to him. Young's take on the event is a predictably and bravely sideways interpretation as he inserts into the Nixon narrative something America was yet to see: humanity. Okay, so that's what he's saying. He says, I guess I felt sorry for Richard Nixon that night, Young would later say of the song.
Well, he really
and that's where hospitals have made him cry.
Oh.
She's in the hospital.
Mm-hmm. I remember an interview with Neil Young. I felt kind of bad because he says everywhere he goes, like he'll be having going out for dinner, and he'll have an idea, so he'll interrupt the dinner so he can go write the lyric in his head.
Yeah, so I've heard that too, that he's had to stop to write a song.
Yeah.
Like in the middle of driving or
he talked about
fly, something going on, and he'll have to just stop everything so he won't lose the idea.
I was going to go see Neil Young this summer with my, I think it was summer with my friend in Hollywood, but then someone got sick and Neil Young canceled the LA thing for that time. So I didn't see him because he's all over the internet. If you want to watch him concert, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was, but then again, I always want to see Bob Dylan. He was a big disappointment. So I don't know.
And he did the Sinatra stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. But then the next week, maybe it was Coachella, I forget. And he did all his old songs, but, I don't know. You hear, and I saw the Rolling Stones a long time ago. I really wanted it. They were great, but I guess I'd want it. Do you go to concerts?
It's been a while. I'm trying to think. Like, when's the last time I went to one? In May of this year was the last concert I went to. It was very good. It's a band I like called Earth, and it was a very good show. It was like the best part of this year because a lot of shitty stuff has happened.
Yeah, I saw Napalm Death. I talked about it. Was it 3 years ago at the Troubadour? First time I've been to the Troubadour, even though I lived in Hollywood, and they were really good. I remember it was fun. The mosh pit, you know, it was having fun being the mosh pit. And then when somebody falls, like we're very violent, right? Grinder, very violent mosh pit, but somebody falls, and then people are very gently picking them up. So it seemed wild, but in a way, we were well behaved. Strange. Small theater, much smaller than I thought. Troubadour, very famous. And you can go up second floor and watch from up there. But it was real small, kind of cool. I don't know what happened to Napalm Death recently. I haven't really followed them, but they were great.
I don't know if they're still around or not, but they had been around since the early 80s. So they had long.
They would tour constantly. They're kind of big in Europe. But since that concert, I really haven't kept up. I'll probably find them on the internet. But it was good. Yeah. I used to go to in university, you know, the bands come to the university sometimes. And
I used to listen to, I think it's the first 2 Napalm Death albums from the 80s. It was before that guy Barney with the big hair joined the band.
Oh, really? I didn't know that because I saw Barney.
Yeah. One was called Scum, and the other one was called From Enslavement to Obliteration. And those are really good albums.
I saw them.
Grindcore or whatever it's called.
Well, it's called Grinder Rock. They call their music Grinder Rock.
It's all like the beats are called blast beats. And, and the vocals are always like kind of stuff. Right. I like that shit.
I like it too. I saw them the night in 2000 in Denver, Colorado. Trump got elected. That was really cool. I saw them there. But Barney came out, and a lot of metal are conservative, but he's very liberal. I forget if he's British.
Oh, Napalm Death was always very liberal in their lyric. Like, you have to look at them, of course. You can't really understand what they're singing about. But if you read, even before him, they were... Because some grindcore is, like, racist and
that's what I'm talking about.
Conservative. Right. And then some of it's very super left leaning.
When they came out, Barney said he was really upset because at that point Trump was winning, so Barney was upset. And then I went, "Whoa, Trump is winning! Who would have thought?"
Yeah, because if it had been anal cunt, they would have been really pleased that he.
Yeah, well, like you said, they went against the grain. And then with Josh, we went to a brewery, and he knew the brewery. Denver. Have you been to Denver?
Colorado?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually once, years ago now. It was my dad's side of the family. His uncle and aunt had a big, like, 60th anniversary or something. And we went there, and it was interesting spending that much time with my father, because I didn't really hang out with him a whole lot.
Wow. Now I'm remembering you and your father. Did it go okay? Did you talk or?
It was okay, but that was the same year that we had like a pretty big blow up. It could have gotten physical. If I'd have had a baseball bat, who knows? No shit. I'm not trying to make a joke or anything. It was bad.
No. After I hit my father, it never got that I remember it. Never, because of course we kind of got to know each other good, especially.
See, his girlfriend, who I still talk to, which is kind of funny. 'cause she's nicer than he is. But she got sick of him and kicked him out, and he was in denial that he was gonna. He thought she was gonna take him back. You know what I mean? Like that feeling. Oh, she won't. But she fucking had a sheriff's warrant to evict him. And then he moved and he started dating women younger than I am and shit like that, and just staying drunk and stoned all the time. Yeah, his life went into the shitter.
But is he still alive?
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me. We never, we never even talked about the bat or any of that. Both of us avoided it. And then when my kids were born, I thought it would get much better, and it did. But then after a while, it was like
what pissed him off real bad?
What?
I lectured him. I got really pissed off at him because he had throat cancer.
Oh.
Went into remission, and he was diagnosed finally as being cancer free, and he went on this wild bender of staying drunk and stoned and on painkillers and shit for days. And I told him that he was acting like a fuck up. It was the son telling the dad.
That's like my brother once.
Being an asshole and not taking care of himself, and that if he wanted to die, I wasn't gonna fucking help him do it, because we used to. I'll admit, I used to fucking hang out with him, and we'd get real drunk and stoned all the time and shit. But I got mad at him.
A father's not supposed to do that with his son, Russell.
But we weren't ever close when I was a child.
I know.
So I didn't really get to know him till I was like in my 20s.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So you, I'm telling you, when I talked about a Mother's Day, and my brother just went off. I have two brothers, but one really went off on him. Like you were talking about, it was what happened when you were yelling, or did he like fold, or what did he do?
No, it was just over text because he couldn't talk.
Oh, you mean it wasn't to his face?
No, because he can't. When he had the cancer, he had to get his fucking larynx or whatever removed, man. That's how bad it was. And as soon as he was cancer free, he was putting like a bowl in his hole in his throat to smoke pot and shit like that, and just getting drunk in his skunk. And he is a vet, Air Force, and they gave him hydrocodone and OxyContin, which he was doing OxyContin, hydrocodone, drinking like 30 some Budweisers a day, and smoking a ton of really strong pot. And he just, he wasn't taking care of himself. He might have even, I never saw him doing it, but he might have even been smoking fucking cigarettes with that hole in his throat. No shit.
Yeah. No, I believe.
It was fucked up, man. I got so mad at him, and it was like the roles were reversed. And he didn't like that. He doesn't like anyone criticizing him. Like he really. Like you say one thing bad about him,
Russell. That's exact. My father will not.
He would never let you forget. He wouldn't flat out admit it, but like, okay, he's still mad about something that happened a couple years ago, or now it's been more than just a couple of years ago. We kind of communicate, but not really. I mean. We follow each other on Facebook, and that's how I know that he's still alive. I guess he is. I should check.
My father would play one off against the other all the time. One kid against the other. Even in his life with his students, a colleger, he would do that, which I kind of figured out, Once I wasn't in that family unity.
I didn't realize it till later on, but any criticism really bothers him, like super duper bothers him.
Oh, my father could not handle criticism or getting the better of him. he was brilliant, but I knew where to go, and he hated that. Like maybe I get that provoking thing, like I would provoke my father. So I got really good at it. Maybe that's where that comes from, to kind of jab at him.
Yeah, I'm
Getting
probably
back,
more like him than I
we
wish.
are. I mean, I try not
Yeah.
to, but I find myself getting into, like, sometimes when I raise my voice, I say, where did that come from?
Yeah,
That came from my father, right?
him. Yeah, me too.
At least I'm not a drunk.
Yeah,
I
same.
beat
I'm
that
lucky
one.
that I was just able to quit doing it.
Yeah. But he didn't, I'm really independent, right? But in a way, he didn't like that either, because he couldn't control me or get me to do what he wanted. And that, after I ran away, that was kind of the last time he could completely control me. So it's too bad, man. I wanted to love him so much, right? Kids too. But then you have to figure out what's going on. Either way is not good. And one brother kissed his butt, and the Harvard one didn't. But so when he died, I had nothing to do with the money. There was fight over the money, his money, but I didn't want any of it, so I didn't get involved. It's sad, right? But
yeah, I have a friend whose family, his in-laws, they get real shitty whenever someone dies, and there's always people wanting more, or wanting
money,
other
yeah,
people
it's
to take
ugly.
money,
So
like to
ugly.
pay for stuff that are like, yeah, it fucks everything up.
Money fucks everything up, right? So with my own kids, their mother comes from such a wealthy family that should never really be a factor, I hope. I mean, I give them stuff, but I can't compete with their mother's family. And I don't. But I have a good relationship with them. And hopefully when they get older, they'll come live with me. But we have a good relationship. And then people want to attack that. That's one thing I won't permit. I mean, people go so low. So I don't mean to complain, but I have my boundaries. And this thing with Abe, people should maybe learn in our little world and back off and don't bring up kids.
That's always good. That's always going to piss people off if you do that. So yeah, it's good just to not bring them up at all in any way, because someone's going to get pissed off.
And then you get people like High Number who should know better. I think he projects, right? Because it seems like he's not very happy. I can tell he's not very happy.
Yeah, so who knows? A lot of people that we know, like, who knows how they're married and have children and stuff like that, and we don't really know what it's like for them.
Well, I get a sense, like, Brody Lawrence seems like a happy person with the real life. Generally, if they're happy, I think they're probably doing well. And the really bitter people are doing horrible, I think, probably. Right? So Deena, I got involved because of Abe with Deena, and she seems kind of angry. So I said to her, I wish somebody would say, just let go.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah, the one that wants to get him arrested or something like that.
She filed.
I don't know who that is, but I only recently found out. I know.
Well,
SHAR,
she went after Charlotte. So that's
yeah. They do not like each other. I do know that.
I listened to a couple streams, and she doesn't impress me at all as a streamer. But
I haven't checked it out because I don't think that he deserves to be arrested or anything. That just seems wild. Because yeah, it wasn't cool what he said, but he was obviously impaired.
Yeah,
I
don't know. Hopefully, the prosecutor doesn't think he's going to get his name in the paper or something. You can never tell what's going to happen. So. Because he fell in love with JK, who they met on that show, and I kind of feel bad But I was surprised when Abe threatened to. He said he was going to destroy me and call me a racist, and I went, "Whoa, what's going on here?" But I can't hold the grudge. You know, I'm not going to be kumbaya, but I feel kind of bad for him. It's just my nature.
I see. I don't know a lot about him, but I do think that he's got a good voice. He's good with all the audio and video production stuff, and he does do good streams. And I really like, you know, people get fucked up or just angry and say like fucked up shit.
No, I've never said stuff
on
like
YouTube.
No, I've never said.
Yeah, but everyone kind of like, you know, like Poon, some of the shit. Everyone has done it. You know, some people do it more than others.
No, I've never heard you talk about women like that. I know what you're saying, but I always.
But it's just like it's weird how, you know, things can get fucked up. I mean, look at tonight with me and someone I
did you get mad?
Was friends with for years, like many years.
I know what you're talking about. I never know how to handle that because I don't know.
I don't know either because
I don't know.
The thing is you want someone to be like, you know, part of the gang or whatever, and we're always kind of like, you know, fucking with each other and stuff. And I was totally doing an AOC quote because he does say
it wasn't that
like
bad.
It wasn't. Let the men talk or something like that, which is just a fallback to something. And she honestly would not stop talking when I was trying to say something. And I've got seniority. Sorry. I'm the popular one, not you. You probably hate that, but hey, sorry. I've been doing it for years. You haven't. But anyway.
No, you didn't do anything wrong. And it fucked up the stream.
If you're going to be that fucking touchy, don't do YouTube. It's not going to be good for you. Every single thing about YouTube is going to bend you out of shape. So just don't do it.
I didn't know what was. I couldn't read the room with that one.
That's all I can. That's my only advice to anyone. If I've known them forever or known them for like a couple days, you can't be too fucking touchy about streaming shit, man. You learn eventually that no matter what,
if
you just roll with it.
If you have fun, continue. But some of these people don't sound like they're having fun, so don't do it.
If you're not enjoying it,
and be good,
or if you're just trying to piggyback off of me, so people will start, you know, hanging out with you and checking out your stream, whatever hidden agendas you've got. You can't be like fucking touchy. Like that.
She came up for you. She never really comes up. Except
she doesn't come up for me. She comes up because I don't know.
No, she never comes up.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why any of that shit.
Yeah,
it just sucks, man. I just don't want to deal with this kind of crap. Like so close to Christmas, or just any.
That's not the memory you want. 11 hours because I think we have
it's something that's finally gotten to the point to where I'm just cool with putting it out of its misery.
You shouldn't have to put up. You just want to come on and whatever.
I'm not going to be doing any sort of thing involving her. I don't. If she comes up on a panel or whatever, I will leave.
Don't come on.
If she comes up on something I'm on, I will just leave. I'm so sick of trying.
But you're going to be in charge of Peepers, so you don't have to bring up anyone. Right? Don't only bring up. I would suggest you don't bring up anybody. Bring up people you want.
I think it would be like, you know, getting the topic, actually being able to go through the topic. And people like her that won't stop talking when you're trying to talk, that's really fucking rude. And you should know not to do that. And you'll learn the hard way not to do that. So yeah, I just don't fucking care anymore, man. I'm so sick of people doing that shit to me. You know?
Yeah. Right.
Like, fuck you. I don't care about you at all. I kind of hate you now. I finally feel like I don't like you that much. So I'm not going to fucking worry about it.
That's like a high number with me.
Well, yeah, and I'm seriously, dude, I will not bring it up anymore, but it's just so annoying when that shit happens. Because it's over nothing.
It's reached where you're just not going to bring her up. So you don't have to, right?
Yeah.
Right?
I'm just like, yeah.
Moving on.
I'm not.
Like high number.
Yeah.
I won't bring them on. And that was ridiculous. The idea was stuff was going on. I didn't understand, and you don't understand. And it didn't sound very healthy or fun for sure. Right. And that's the thing you remember. We went 11 hours and that's not good.
Yeah. Just,
because she talks to you like you're intimate, and I don't know what's going on because you don't.
No, it's not though. That's what's weird.
I don't understand any of it. What went on? Really, I didn't know how to react.
I barely understand it myself because when someone just won't talk to you over shit like that, you're not going to know, you know. So
we don't need that in our lives on here. We don't need this complicated bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy doing this kind of stuff, and I know how to do it, and like, you know.
And you have something to look forward to. I mean, your own with Shamrock, it should be so much fun. And the subject is so fascinating, and you're running it. But you got an idea.
I just don't want anyone pissing in my fucking cornflakes when I'm not doing anything. Trying to keep the stream, the panel, somewhat like a conversation is people talking, not someone that won't fucking shut up. That's
it's not good
cool.
for games. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. You want an easy flow and
I think life would be a lot easier from this point forward.
Well, you're now living in a place you want for your hobby or whatever. Good show coming up.
I want to do what I want to do. I don't want to have to worry. About other people.
And you
like it's minor stuff that's really not bad. It's just, even if the joke sucks, it's just joking. And
it was one comment you regret. Big deal.
You gotta warn people in advance. Okay, I'm gonna make a shitty joke. No, I'd rather.
Yeah, and if you shoot for 50% of jokes, and that's good. So it seems a little awkward.
I just rather if I had to put up with people like that every time I came up on a panel, I would just stop streaming completely. So it's not gonna work.
But it's been a long, long time, and you're gonna have should be a great. You got your subjects. You have a way of talking Shamrock. She's got
New Year's coming up. I can get rid of the old year.
I want to hear
I'm
about.
looking forward to that.
How many people?
I just want. I want to do what you want to do.
Maybe people
want to worry about weird shit that's not important.
You'll have weird shit, but it's weird shit you'll pick.
That'd be my choice. Weird shit.
Which serial killer, which UFO, and all of any conspiracy.
People that claim that someone spontaneously combusted or something like that. That kind of stuff.
That'd be fun to research a little bit because, like I said, it came up with BMWs.
I like to talk about things that I think are interesting. Not everyone's going to think they're interesting, but you can listen to it or you can not listen to it.
I like you. Please enforce no drama. Like your other show, people kept.
I really want to avoid that in every aspect of my life.
Yeah. Well, Shamrock, I've noticed, is pretty good at change and turning. So you have there too. You could talk to each other and say if somebody tries to intrude drama, shut it down. I think she'll do that, right? So good times, man. You're moved out where you want to be. You have kind
Yeah,
of
I really don't want to deal with anything that's going to just be.
But you're in control. You don't have to.
I don't think it's uncomfortable. It's kind of like people are going to assume that there's more to it than there is when there's nothing to it. It's not anything.
That's why you'll let people know, right?
Yeah, so if anyone ever asks me, I would clear it up, and I'd be like, yeah, there's never. I wasn't being stalked. We weren't like in a romantic relationship.
Oh, you're bringing it back to that person?
Yeah, it's weird how annoying that shit gets, man.
It's just nothing's there, and it's discomfort, and he doesn't need to deal with it, and he shouldn't, and that's it.
It's like having crabs and hemorrhoids and
I've never had
all this stuff at once.
I've had crabs one time.
I don't really,
but it's all good, dude.
Yeah, I just don't think moving forward, I really want things to be different.
You clean this up. So person, maybe go somewhere else. All right?
Yeah.
That's
Find people that are real touchy and shit too. And just hug each other a lot.
Yeah, Deena has a show on.
Yeah, just I will not make any content referring to certain people.
Sorry I brought that up.
It just sucks because it's just someone wanting attention by doing that shit. That's all it is.
Yeah, move on, person.
Attention seeking bullshit. So yeah, I don't do that anymore. I'm too old.
No,
I don't care.
Too old.
I really have no desire.
No desire. Only fun and interesting stuff.
If I'm gonna do drama, I'd like to make a decent amount of money doing it. If I'm gonna do free, if I had to put up with that shit every time I streamed, I would want to make like Keemstar money or whatever. But
you never know. Why not?
It's cool.
It feels like the right time for that kind of stream to me, Russell. Like so much drama on these streams. Now there's a stream to watch where we hear about interesting, kind of weird.
Yeah, it's not going to be an appeal to attention-seeking behavior or anything like that. It's it'll be Shamrock, Hostbusters, hopefully. Well, we're just gonna do what we do.
What you want to talk about, right?
And
that's all.
Yeah,
and that's what I want to hear.
Richard Nixon and all that shit. Nixon? We can. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lyndon Johnson.
A little history times.
Yeah, it's not gonna be about whether someone has a boyfriend or not. And boo-hoo-hoo. So yeah, I just don't care.
What about?
I'm not going to do any sort of.
Who killed Marilyn Monroe? Who killed Nirvana?
Yeah,
that might be good. I'd like kind of hear.
Who killed Pearl Jam? Any of that kind of stuff we can do.
Pearl Jam. Pearl Jam's not dead. No, predict.
Oh.
Right.
Well, if something were to happen to him.
No. So he'll if something happens that week, you can comment on it.
Yeah, it would suck.
Yeah, but as long as you don't become part of the conspiracy. Oh, this guy was talking to the internet.
Exactly. I'm not going to become part of the conspiracy.
Hopefully that
people
doesn't happen.
Always thinking that everything's about. I don't know.
It'll be fun.
Like Richard Nixon's paranoia about being bugged, or like
he was doing the bugging. I think
like he didn't want to be bugged, but he was cool with doing the bugging. Yeah,
he did, And the bugging brought him down because Watergate, they were trying to bug, and it's very strange man, but interesting. Anyway, gotta go. It's already 12
Me
hours.
too. I'm really tired.
Yeah,
but it was
gotta
cool
see.
doing this.
Yeah, it's always great talking to you. So take care, man.
All right, Sam. Merry Christmas and all that.
Merry Christmas. Yeah. Okay. I do a little summary. I got 5 minutes. I did a 6-hour last stream that was pretty well received, but it went slow. But with Russell, I can just go hours, and we like some same things like history and other stuff. And thank you, Jan, for coming up, and other people. And it's a long one, but it went quicker than the 6-hour one. But toward the end, it's kind of exhausted. But I did want to say I support Charlotte. She's courageous. And Deena, excuse me, was welcome, of course. It probably would have been good. Maybe they could have worked it out. But obviously, I want to be fair to everybody. But Charlotte is the best. And Deena, listen to your better angels. Listen to your better angels. I'm not telling you what to do, but maybe think about being kind. That's a good thing, right? And it's a new year. And Deena, I don't really know you, but you seem to have a pretty good life. So do you really want to pursue Abe? Or think about calling a truce? But he did pay a price. But maybe it's cool New Year if Abe moved forward with a woman he loves, and he might change, and maybe he'll change for the good because of you, Deena. He kind of had to, but I wish evil Abe well. I hope it works out with, I think, a great lady, JK. And I hope it works out for everybody. I have no hate in my heart. Just appreciation. People in chat. Russell Cook. All those who came up. Blessings. Merry Christmas. Till we meet again. My name is Sam Hill.